Thus he mistook Fang Jing for Fang Yuan, and assaulted him for revenge. Young lady, everything needs proof. A clan elder spoke. Of course I have evidence. Guyu Jianghe, tell us everything that you know. Tai Ruanan was prepared for this, not panicking. Guyu Jianghe sighed. He looked at the Tai family father and daughter in fear, slowly walking forward and kneeling on the ground, crying, "It is this subordinate's dereliction of duty. I seek clan leader's punishment." Guyu Bo's face was grim as water. Say everything clearly first, do not hide anything from us. Back then, when Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's family, it was under Guyu Jianghe's area of jurisdiction, and only when he got to the spot did he discover it. Because of the clan evaluation, he suppressed this matter and did not report it. Never would he have thought that today, the matter would be exposed, dug up by Tai Ruanan. The truth is like this. Jianghe stammered as he spoke, not adding any details into his descriptions, very simple and truthful. At this time and place, he did not dare to lie. Fang Yuan was also a clan elder, so he did not dare to exaggerate facts. I never would have thought that the truth would be like this. Fang Yuan killed Wang Er's father, and Wang Er came to take revenge, but found Fang Jing instead. So that's it. Fang Jing was innocently involved, and blocked the crisis for Fang Yuan. The clan elders whispered among themselves. Fang Jing's clenched fist was even tighter as rage grew in his heart. He could not help but growl at Fang Yuan. Brother, how can you take people's lives away so easily? That old man and girl, they were innocent mortals. How could you cut them down? Facing his brother's accusations, Fang Yuan was indifferent, as if he did not hear it. Guyu Fangjing was not the main point. Fang Yuan looked at the Tai family father and daughter. Being able to discover the truth in such a short time, they were indeed divine investigators. Regardless of what goo worms they used, whatever method to make Jianghe submit and reveal his own secret, they had their ways. This ability made Fang Yuan even more certain that the matter of him killing Jia Jinxing would definitely be found out by the Tai father and daughter duo. It was only a matter of time. After all, this is the goo world, where goo can be used to commit crime, and also used to solve crime. Pressure was intensifying. Chapter 176. The Resolve to Sacrifice. Elder Fang Yuan, is it true that you massacred the whole family of Old Wang? Guyu Bo asked with a heavy voice from the main seat. All the gazes were on Fang Yuan. The young elder coldly smiled. It is indeed true. Guyu Fangjin closed his eyes in grief. He may have killed many lightning wolves, but he had never taken any human lives. And now that he heard Fang Yuan admitting it himself, he suddenly felt that his own big brother had become so unfamiliar and estranged. In this estrangement, he also felt fear towards his brother's cruel methods and anger at the loss of innocent lives. Fang Yuan, do you not feel any guilt at slaughtering innocents? If you have any difficulties, you can say them out. Tai Ruanan spoke as she frowned. She was someone with extremely righteous character, and hated people like Fang Yuan the most. So what if I killed them? I don't find it necessary to tell you my story. However, at that time, I didn't know that the missing Wang Er was a demonic goo master. It could be said that Fang Jing was unexpectedly implicated. Fang Yuan spoke honestly. Big brother, aren't you going to say something to me? Fang Jing opened his eyes. The corners of his eyes had become red. What do you want me to say? Comfort you or to apologize? Humph, little brother, you are too soft. Fang Yuan sneered. Damn it, big brother. Don't think you are extraordinary just by becoming an elder. I will tell you that I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, veins popping up in his clenched fists. Enough. Guyu Bo couldn't continue looking at this anymore and shouted. Fang Jing, go back, what decorum are you showing by making a fuss here? His words had other meaning and expressed dissatisfaction. Tai Ruanan couldn't sense it, but divine investigator Tai Xueling reacted immediately. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Guyu clan leader and all elders, it is indeed improper for my daughter to charge in and rush into the Lord's discussion hall. This one apologizes for offending everyone. The elders promptly stood up and kept on saying Tai Xueling was too kind. Guyu Bo's expression also relaxed. Tai Xueling continued. Since little brother Fang Yuan is involved in Jia Jinxing's case and is also a suspect, I hope he remains at the village and will not leave to the other village. Guyu Bo massaged his temples and sighed. Our Guyu clan really hopes we can provide a suitable explanation to Lord Jiafu. Since Divine Investigator is also requesting, I will have to request Elder Fan Yuan to not leave before you are free of suspicions. I hope you can understand. Gu Yubo looked at Fan Yuan, his expression sincere. But his gaze, however, held deep meanings. Fan Yuan might have killed the whole of Old One's family, but they were only mortals. How could it be a crime for a Gu master to kill these mortals? Especially if this Gu master was an elder of the clan. Thus, there was no punishment. Yes. Fan Yuan glanced at Gu Yubo and replied expressionlessly. Damn it, it's like this again. Tai Ruanan punched a tree, causing the leaves to scatter. She was very indignant as she said with clenched teeth. It is clearly a murder, but they are turning a blind eye to it and not giving a damn. Father, are the mortals not humans? Why do Gu masters feel that they have the rights to kill the mortals? Tai Shueleng was silent like a sculpture. The weather was somewhat gloomy, and the wind blew and tree leaves rustled. Tai Ruanan suddenly lowered her head. Her expression was down. I am sorry, father, she apologized. I didn't listen to your advice, and used the intuition Gu. Sigh. Divine Investigator let out a long sigh and looked at his daughter with a profound gaze. Child, you have such hatred for evil and is full of righteousness, just like me when I was young. I am happy but also worried. Why are you worried? Your ideals are much bigger than mine was at that time. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals and cram up the demon suppression tower. But as for you, you want to make everyone equal, treating both Gu masters and the mortals equally, causing law and order to be established in the whole world. Such ambitions and ideals are too big and also very heavy. Tai Shueleng's words were filled with experience. But father, this so-called law, fairness and justice. If we don't treat everyone equally, what meaning do they have? If the young don't have ambitious dreams, then how could they be considered young? I believe it's all a matter of our own efforts. As long as I give my best, it might not necessarily be impossible to achieve. Tai Ruanan spoke excitedly, her two eyes filled with hopes for the future. Tai Shueleng was silent for a good while. There will be a day when you will understand. But this is good too, young people should walk their paths by themselves. Setbacks will make you mature. Father won't interfere anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want. He then took out a letter and gave it to Tai Ruanan. This is. Tai Ruanan tore open the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was from Jia Fu and it recorded every information regarding Jia Jinxing's case, including how Fan Yuan obtained the liquor worm by rock gambling, how the bamboo gentleman was used to interrogate Fan Yuan, and even Fan Yuan's bidding prices at the second caravan visit where he showed business talent and received Jia Fu's recruitment offer. Tai Ruanan reread the contents of Fan Yuan's bidding prices multiple times. Her gaze turned brighter and brighter. This Fan Yuan is not only fierce in his methods, but also has cruel nature and is even able to scheme deeply. My intuition tells me he is very suspicious. If he is really the killer, then he should be somewhat afraid. But the bamboo gentleman showed no changes to his lies. How did he do it? Tai Ruanan muttered to herself. What are you preparing to do next? Tai Shueleng asked. It has been a long time since Jia Jinxing's death. Everything is fishy and filled with mysteries. Till now, his corpse has not been found and even the place of his death hasn't been deduced. This case is too clean, giving me no clues, except that Fan Yuan is the biggest suspect. Although the clues from Wang Er has been broken, there are no evidences to prove he is the killer. However, because there are no other clues, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Fan Yuan. Tai Ruanan enthusiastically replied. You feel that Fan Yuan is suspicious? Tai Shueleng asked. Extremely suspicious. Tai Ruanan immediately said. This Fan Yuan is clearly only a C-grade aptitude, but why is his cultivation speed faster than Fan Gang's? One could say he had the help from the liquor worm and the relic Gu, but this speed is still very fast. Guyu clan might not have sensed anything wrong, but this is a case of those closely involved can't see as clearly as those outside. This is the first suspicious point. Besides this, there is another suspicious point, his luck. He rock gambled for the first time in his life and bought 6 purple gold stones, but was able to get 2 live Gu, a mudskin toad and a liquor worm. Isn't this luck way too much? Tai Shueleng nodded. Yes, continue. This Fan Yuan looks ordinary, but if we look into him, we will find that the mysteries surrounding him are like the thick fog covering the mountain. Many things that were inadvertently revealed makes one ponder. For instance, his rock dissecting technique. he actually used the moonlight goo to dissect rocks and did it without damaging the core. Such delicate control is really unimaginable for a student. Wait! Tai Ruinan paused. She had discovered something as her eyes let out bright and sharp light. Her gaze landed on a line of words in the letter, and the more she looked at, the more her gaze brightened. I found it. This Fan Yuan has a huge problem. After a long while, she suddenly raised her head and excitedly spoke. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose with the steam and spread in the study room. Fan Yuan held the teacup, then blew the floating tea leaves and drank the hot tea. After that, he leisurely let out some turbid air. Upon seeing the leisurely attitude of Fan Yuan, Guyu Emochin did his best to endure and felt the veins in his forehead bulging. Previously, Fan Yuan had asked for a huge price and he had angrily chased the latter out of his house. But today, he had no choice but to reinvite Fan Yuan. All this was simply because circumstances are more powerful than men. Yao faction had been pressuring him from everywhere, and the matter regarding his drop to rank 2 was going to be revealed sooner or later. Mo faction was in imminent danger. It urgently needed an elder to serve as son-in-law and stabilize the situation. This bastard is too vile, making such sky-high demands. Does he really think my Mo faction is bathing in gold? Guyu Emochin cursed inwardly, while outwardly putting on a warm smile and speaking in a negotiating voice. Elder Fan Yuan, your price is too much. It greatly exceeds what my Mo faction can support. Can you decrease it? Fan Yuan glanced at Guyu Emochin. This old man who knew when to give and take was worthy of respect. In fact, his current situation was also becoming messed up. The Tai father and daughter were forcing him into a corner. Once it was found out that he killed Jia Jinxing, Guyu clan would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger and simultaneously be able to continue trading with the Jia family caravan every year. It was almost the crucial moment now, so Fan Yuan softened his tone. Then we will decrease it by 30%, but there is a condition. You need to show me your sincerity by paying 40,000 primeval stones in advance. Also you must hand over a pig iron goo and an afterlife grass goo. Guyu Emochin couldn't help but massage his brows when he heard this. He replied in a sunken voice, Pig iron goo will be handed to you, but my Mo faction's warehouse doesn't have any afterlife grass goo. We can also give the 40,000 primeval stones at once, they will be given to you in installments. Fan Yuan knew this old fox wasn't speaking the truth, but he was very clear that being too overbearing could instead produce the opposite result. That's okay. I will wait for you to send them first, then we can talk about marriage. Before that, I can't guarantee my allegiance. Fan Yuan left these words before walking away. The study room was silent once more. A long while later, Guyu Emochin suddenly said, You can come out. A hidden door was pushed open and a young girl walked out. There were tear stains on her face and her eyes were red from the crying. Grandpa. She paid her respects. She was Guyu Mo Yen. Guyu Emochin sighed. You are also clear on the family's situation. Mo Yen, our family needs your sacrifice, can you understand? Yes. The young girl sobbed and lowered her head. No matter which world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Even Fan Yuan contributed a lot of strength to the clan as a clan elder. The only difference is that the amount one pays or obtains differs from person to person. Even those kids with golden spoons also cannot freely enjoy the privileges. By receiving the family's nurturing, they needed to have the resolve to sacrifice. And this resolve was already present in Guyu Mo Yen. She didn't have the least bit of feelings for Fan Yuan, even feeling hatred and disgust towards the latter. But she knew she had to marry him for the sake of her family, becoming his wife. Chapter 177. Big brother, how can you do this to me? Living steel goo is a rank 2 goo, looking like a charcoal briquette, fist-sized and black all over. On the surface, there were numerous holes. Fan Yuan injected his primeval essence and this living steel goo started floating, rotating on its own, black smoke pouring out from the holes on it. Chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Fan Yuan's leg, its dark gold-colored armor full of injuries, the 2 rows of razors on its sides tattered and damaged. But when the steel smoke came over and covered these wounds, they gradually healed. The black smoky steel essence continued to be used, as the 2 rows of razors on the chainsaw golden centipede could be seen growing at an observable rate. Healing goo varied in a few types. There were some that healed goo masters, some that specialized in certain injuries, and those that healed goo worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the living steel goo is its healing goo worm. An hour later, the living steel goo became smaller and smaller. It went from a fist-sized charcoal to a pearl size, eventually vanishing. It was an expenditure-type goo. But its sacrifice brought about the recovery of the chainsaw golden centipede. At this point, the chainsaw golden centipede was good as new. Its 2 rows of razors were shiny as new, glowing with a sharp and cold flash. On its dark gold exoskeleton, the injuries were mostly healed, and only 5 to 6 light scars remained. But this was nothing to worry about. In about a few weeks, these scars would vanish through the natural recovery of the centipede. However, if not for the living steel goo and just relying solely on the chainsaw golden centipede, it would take at least half a year for the razors to fully grow back. The chainsaw golden centipede was more strong than it was flexible. Although it used little primeval essence and had great attacking power, its weakness was a lack in the healing aspect. All living beings are equal. In this world there is no all-round goo, there has to be weakness and advantages. Even rank 6 or 7 goo and above followed this natural law. This way, the chainsaw golden centipede's battle strength is completely recovered. Fan Yuan stretched out his hand, touching the cold exoskeleton of the chainsaw golden centipede, his face slightly pale. On his pale face, cold sweat was forming. Damn it, it had to come at this time. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously pressing his stomach. His mind entered his aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was still, the entire aperture filled with an oppressed feeling. All the other goo had been suppressed to one side. Only above the sea, within the aperture, the spring-autumn cicada was glowing with a yellow and green luster. At this time, the spring-autumn cicada not only had both wings recovered, but its main body also recovered much of its energy. Just like an object falling from the sky, the closer it gets to the ground the faster it falls, and the spring-autumn cicada's recovery rate was the same. After the initial difficult period, as time passed, its recovery speed accelerated. Thus, the problem came. The spring-autumn cicada was rank 6, while Fan Yuan was only a rank 3 goo master. His aperture was gradually unable to hold the spring-autumn cicada. Back then, when the spring-autumn cicada was weak, the burden on the aperture was not as huge. But now that the spring-autumn cicada gradually recovered, regaining its rank 6 ability, it caused this tiny temple of Fan Yuan's to be unable to hold this high god. If this goes on, I might even die from the spring-autumn cicada before the Tai family father and daughter find out the truth. Truly, when your roof has a hole it just has to rain non-stop for days. The best solution was to raise his own cultivation level. When he gets to rank 6, the aperture will have the capacity to store the spring-autumn cicada again. But this method takes too long. In his previous 500 years of life, he also used more than 400 years to attain rank 6. He was now a C-grade talent with rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6, he had a severe lack of time. Other than that, there was another way to solve the problem. It was to take the spring-autumn cicada out of his aperture and raise it outside his body. But that act had great disadvantages. Firstly, the spring-autumn cicada was not a battle-type goo, so it could not protect itself. Keeping it in the aperture was safer. Secondly, when a rank 6 goo appears, it would interfere with natural laws and cause a mirage at the location it is at. Fan Yuan was now at the village where there were many people, and the Tai family father and daughter was onto him as well. Once this spring-autumn cicada leaves his body, everyone would find out. Therefore, he could only feel troubled. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery is getting faster. At this rate, I don't have much time. Once I get the 40,000 primeval stones from Gyu Emochin, I'll take the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and leave this place. As for the Tai family father and daughter, I can resolve it at a later time. Fan Yuan sighed. Tai family father and daughter's matter was something that he could only put off and delay. But now, the spring-autumn cicada was not giving him time to stall. He was at his wit's end. As time urged him, wasting every minute and second is reducing his lifespan. A goo master being killed by their own goo worm was not uncommon. Many goo masters who forcefully activate their goo get a backlash from their goo worm's power and lose their life. Such incidents were everywhere. Gu Yuqing Shu was the prime example, buried not far away. 6 purple gold stones, each fist-sized. With Fan Yuan's cultivation, he actually opened 5 on the spot. How could he have so much primeval essence at that time? Tai Ruanan stared at the information on the letter, laughing smugly. Tai Shuileng nodded. You finally found this suspicious point. Indeed, Only when you are meticulous can you discover what normal people cannot see. But what can you derive from this suspicious point? Tai Ruanan closed her eyes, activating the intuition goose secretly. In the darkness, she felt an enlightenment in her mind, and she opened her eyes abruptly. Instinct tells me, Fan Yuan must have had the liquor worm from long ago. But instincts are sometimes wrong, they cannot represent truth. Tai Shuileng reminded. Isn't it easy to get evidence? As long as he has the liquor worm, he has to feed it. If he feeds it, there has to be evidence. Tai Ruanan's mouth curled into an arc. Let's go. We'll find Guyu Fangjing, Fan Yuan's brother once again. As the little brother, he has to be the most familiar with Fan Yuan. You're asking about Big Brother's actions back then? Fangjing showed a complicated expression. He sighed, recalling. Back then, Big Brother was a very outstanding individual. Since young he constantly displayed his talent, making many poems, causing the entire village to put their attention on him. Back then, I admired him and held him in awe. In my heart, he was like a tall mountain that I couldn't climb. Maybe because he was at such a high point, when he tumbled down, the despair was greater. Afterwards, during the awakening ceremony, he was tested to have only C-grade talent, thus he became discouraged for a long time, sleeping in class and not returning to the hostel at night, buying wine and getting drunk all the time. From that moment on, I realized Big Brother was also human. Wait, you said buy wine? Tai Ruanan heard this crucial phrase and caught on to it, squinting. Yes, for a period of time, he was dead drunk. Sigh, maybe reality was too harsh. He only had C-grade talent, but his brother turned out to be a grade, and he could not accept the truth. Actually, if I was in his shoes, I would understand his feelings and emotions as well. Fangjing said. Wait, let me ask you, from that moment on, Fan Yuan would buy wine to drink every few days? Tai Ruanan asked again. Yes, from that moment on, brother fell in love with alcohol, spending a lot of money for wine. For a time, he was in love with the bamboo wine, which is our clan's specialty, a very expensive wine. He snatched primeval stones from his classmates in order to buy wine to drink. This is an overbearing act, thus not a single student liked him. Why, is there a problem? Finally, Fangjing asked in confusion. There's a huge problem. I suspect that your brother's liquor worm wasn't obtained from the gambling rocks, but he had it long ago. Your brother's drunkard act was merely a performance. His real motive was to conceal the fact that he had the liquor worm, and was feeding it. Tai Ruanan replied solemnly. What? Fangjing, hearing so, jumped from his seat in shock. This was shocking information. What you just said made me even more suspicious. Where did your brother buy wine normally? I need to investigate. Tai Ruanan stood up as well. She was racing against time, moving quickly to solve the case. In our entire village, there is only one place selling bamboo wine, it is that Solin. Then I'll take my leave. Tai Ruanan turned around and left. Wait, I'll go with your guys. Fangjing hesitated, chasing after them. An hour later, Tai Ruanan walked on the stone pavement, concluding. Earlier the innkeeper already told me everything, and the situation is clear as day. Fan Yuan buying so much wine, his true motive is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to Gamble Rocks, and that is to expose the liquor worm logically in front of everyone. All this is according to his plans. On one side, Fangjing appeared a little distraught, his face looking a little lifeless. He did not expect that the truth was really like this. Long ago, he had once looked down on Fan Yuan, thinking he was a loser, giving up on himself. From that moment on, he felt that the tall mountain was no longer so hard to scale. But the truth was, everything was Fan Yuan's disguise, his performance, his scheme. The surrounding people were played by him like fools, believing his lies. Even Guyu Fangjing was no exception. Looking at it now, his disdain and despise towards his big brother back then was like a giant mockery of a joke. Big brother. In your heart, what place do I hold? In those eyes of yours that pretended to be drunk, was I a huge joke? Big brother. You are such a scheming fox, in your heart, was I childish enough for you to sneer at? Fangjing screamed in his heart. He was humiliated, he was furious. He felt that he was played by Fan Yuan. From the start, he was a clown putting on a childish and laughable act. He felt the disdain Fan Yuan felt towards him. Big brother, how can you treat me like this? If not for Lady Tai, I would still be in the dark. How long do you intend to lie to me, and to the clan? You killed the innocent, taking lives as you wish. Deception and lies, indifferent and inhumane, is that the real you? Chapter 178. Black, White, Gray. Long ago, in Fan Jing's heart, Fan Yuan was like a tall mountain, so tall he could never scale. Long ago, Fan Jing thought that the shadow of this tall mountain would enshroud him his entire life. But life gave him an unexpected twist. Fan Yuan, being dispirited, let Fan Jing see his weakness. The tall mountain that he resembled instantly collapsed. And yet, this was actually all Big Brother's performance, an act? The collapsed mountain in his heart became enshrouded in a layer of mystery. Big Brother, exactly what kind of person are you? Fan Jing realized at this moment that he knew nothing about this blood-related brother of his. Fan Yuan's heart was full of scheming, he had too deep of a shrewdness. With his acting skills and the indifference towards taking human lives, Fan Jing felt infinitely distant towards him. Along with this distant feeling, there was also a feeling of fear that Fan Jing did not want to recognize. This goddamn feeling was back, creeping into his heart. He tried his best to shrug off this feeling of fear, causing him to subconsciously follow after Tai Ruanan's footsteps. Lady Tai, thanks for letting me find out the truth and seeing my brother's true side. Helping you is akin to helping myself, so just ask away, I will tell you everything I know, Fan Jing said earnestly. Tai Ruanan nodded, but then shook her head quickly. What I need to know, I already understand now. The problem now is, where did Fan Yuan get that liquor worm from? You are right, this matter is suspicious. During Big Brother's situation back then, he had not inherited our parents' assets, and at the same time was only AC grade, beginning his cultivation. Where did he get the liquor worm from? Fan Jing frowned. In this situation, there's only two causes. One is outside help, and the other is an inheritance legacy. But who would invest in AC grade talent? If it is an inheritance, which is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan stopped in her footsteps. Inheritance legacy. Inheritance legacy. In her mind, this phrase kept appearing. She fell into deep thought. If it was an inheritance legacy, everything would fall into place. Firstly, the liquor worm's origin can be explained. Secondly, the reason for killing Jia Jinxing is also established. Tai Ruanan thought excitedly. What perplexed her the entire time was the killer's motive. There has to be a reason to kill. Fan Yuan showed the liquor worm, and Jia Jinxing wanted to buy it. But the value of the liquor worm is too low to establish a motive to kill. But what if Jia Jinxing, who refused to give up, adamantly wants to buy the liquor worm from Fan Yuan, thus following him all the way and discovering an inheritance legacy ground? What would Fan Yuan do? He. Tai Ruanan laughed. Fan Jing showed a perplexed gaze. Tai Ruanan looked back. I want to inspect the Guyu clan's history records. Fan Jing shook his head, waving his hand. The history is kept in the clan's forbidden grounds, how can an outsider inspect it? Then can you get in? Fan Jing shook his head. Only clan elders. Is that so? Then what can we do now? Tai Ruanan frowned. Lady Tai, maybe I can help. From the shadows, a crippled old woman walked out. It was none other than Gu Yaoji. She was still the medicine faction family head, but when she stepped down from the medicine hall elder's position and was replaced by Gu Yuqizhong, also losing an arm, her former authority had almost fully vanished. But the pursuit of authority was already ingrained in her soul. She understood deeply that collaborating with Gu Yuqizhong was only a temporary solution. The only way was to devour the MO faction. Only then would she have the ability to take back her medicine hall elder's position. To absorb the MO faction, all she had to do was to eliminate their hope. And this hope was naturally Fan Yuan. Divine Investigator Tai, to speak the truth, I've been observing both of you for some time. Come with me, I'll bring you into the clan's forbidden area. Normally that place would be heavily guarded. But coincidentally, right now I am in charge of protecting the forbidden grounds. Guyu Yaoji laughed sinisterly. She obviously hoped to harm Fan Yuan indirectly, but if he was innocent, she could definitely slander him using her wicked methods. In the underground tunnel inside a hidden room, Tai Ruanan looked at the Guyu clan's historical records. From the first generation onwards, after Guyu clan was built until its golden age, and then its decline, the records contained the information for the last few hundred years. All events, big and small, were recorded in detail. This first-generation clan leader has a mysterious origin, creating the Guyu village single-handedly. He's most likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruanan flipped the first few pages, saying something shocking. That's nothing much. Many demonic cultivators, after getting sick of roaming, would choose to spread their bloodline and establish a clan. A few hundred years later they would be wiped off their demonic origins, and the descendants would become righteous cultivators. Such situations are actually very common, it is nothing strange. Beside her, Tai Xueling said. Then all his previous wrongdoings, will it all be spared like that? Tai Ruanan had an indignant expression. These demonic cultivators caused all those crimes, but when the time is ripe and they feel tired, they would settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this too good for them? Tai Xueling sighed deeply. Ruanan. When I was young, I felt like you too, thinking that this world is in black and white. But after you see more of the world, you will find out that this world is actually gray. Many times can black turn to white, and white can turn to black. Some white can also be more devious than black, and even bear greater sins. And demonic cultivators also have their own grievances. Righteous Gu masters control the cultivating resources, while demonic Gu masters are all alone, only able to rely on their extreme methods. Those like the first-generation clan leader who are able to change their ways, that is the best solution. At least he will no longer cause harm to others. Turning from black to white, he can contribute his strength towards the righteous path. Tai Xueling explained and consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruanan did not seem to be convinced. She shook her head, saying adamantly, Father, it is not right for you to sympathize with demonic Gu masters. White is white, black is black. They should be punished for making a mistake. Breaking the law, they should face judgment. If not, where would justice lie? Where would fairness lie? Where would the law stand? This is not sympathy. Anywhere where there's people, there are interests involved. Places that involves interests will have crime. As long as people exist, crime would never end. My child, you will find out eventually, a person's strength is too insignificant. Tai Xueling's voice was experienced and wise, but also sorrowful. Never mind. To the current you, it is still too early to say such things, you should concentrate on solving the case. Yes, father. Tai Ruanan pouted, not agreeing with Tai Xueling's pessimistic outlook. When people are young, they tend to think they can change the world. But after they grow up, they will eventually find out that a person being able to retain their sense of self, and not being changed by the world is already a great success. As the girl continued to flip, her hand suddenly stopped. Fourth-generation clan leader. Flower wine monk? Li. Liquor worm? Her eyes shone. Electric currents flowed as the sharp teeth edges cut like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzied lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ningbing, its wolf claw drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ningbing did not have any movements. As the frenzied lightning wolf's claw became larger in his eyes, he did not have any inclination to dodge. Suddenly, a white rainbow shot out from his aperture. The light rainbow burst, and white light shot down like rain. In the light rain, the elegant white snake appeared, its long whiskers bringing about a fairy-like atmosphere. Towards this rank 5 snake Gu, the arrogant frenzied lightning wolf immediately withered, wanting to retreat. But the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and shot out a cloud smoke. The white smoke looked slow, but quickly enveloped the lightning wolf. The frenzied lightning wolf's vision was obscured by the smoke, and it quickly moved back. But no matter how it moved, the white smoke followed it like a shadow, always engulfing its surroundings and not giving it any chance to escape. White form immortal snake's ability was this lump of smoke. After being enshrouded, one cannot tell their directions, as their vision is dyed in a white smoke. Wild beasts like lightning wolves relied on their strong vision and had weak hearing. The frenzied lightning wolf was the same, thus its most useful sensory organ being blinded caused it to howl in panic. In its struggle, it broke many trees and mountain rocks as it became more agitated. Howl! It suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a blue thunderbolt. The thunderbolt shot towards Bai Ningbing, but he had no plans to dodge. Crack! The thunderbolt hit Bai Ningbing on the chest, penetrating it. Bai Ningbing lowered his head and saw the huge hole that the thunderbolt had made, allowing him to see through to the back. But quickly, the huge hole began to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the injury, and the ice slowly melted, turning into flesh. This is the northern dark ice soul physique's true strength. I am ice, and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary Gu masters can be recovered in just a few seconds for me, Bai Ningbing thought, as he slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was ordinary broken, but relying on the northern dark eye soul physique, it had already recovered fully. The white form immortal snake goo also sensed the northern dark eye soul physique, thus it entered my aperture. The northern dark eye soul physique can attract water-type goo worms to join me. Such great strength, yet so brittle! Bai Ningbing sighed at the heavens. These days, he did not suppress his cultivation. The northern dark eye soul physique was getting stronger, but he felt that death was approaching him even faster. Great Immortal hasn't done anything? At this time, Bai clan leader came over, asking in concern. Bai Ningbing shook his head. This snake goo does not recognize me, it is merely attracted by my northern dark eye soul physique and moved from the clan's spirit spring into my aperture. Only when I am in mortal danger and in a death situation would it come out and protect me. But the white form immortal snake was not refined by Bai Ningbing, thus this protection also had its limits. Like earlier, the frenzy lightning wolf's thunderbolt was too fast, and the white form immortal snake could not react in time, thus Bai Ningbing was hit head-on. After all, the white form immortal snake was not a defensive goo. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Jiang Fan and the river-swallowing toad was the same. Although Jiang Fan had its assistance, he was still assassinated by a goo master. Bai clan leader sighed. He felt intense regret and pity towards this, yet there was nothing he could do. He had already done what he could. Right, the three clans' negotiation results is out. Xiong clan preserved more than half of their strength, we cannot underestimate them. Eventually the three clans came to a decision that there shall be a three-clan tournament. And the compensation will be decided by the results of the competition. Only goo masters aged 30 and below can enter the tournament. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I can already sense it, my life is coming to an end. Having a competition at the end, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Elder. No, this is also for the sake of the clan. Bai clan leader's expression was embarrassed. It was his suggestion in the first place, and the biggest reason for it was to squeeze out the last remaining value that Bai Ningbing possessed. But Bai Ningbing's gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. The white form immortal snake was unmoved, meaning that he was not fated to receive the first-generation ancestors' inheritance. But life and death are bound to occur, what fear could he have? Bai Ningbing had already found his path, he no longer feared. There was only one lingering battle that he could not let go of. Fan Yuan, the three-clan tournament, will you attend it? Don't disappoint me, because right now, I am really strong. Chapter 179. History is written by men. The flower wine monk begged for mercy on his knees. The fourth clan head was merciful and kind, intending to spare his life. Yet the flower wink monk suddenly launched a sneak attack, and the clan head flew into a rage, killing the flower wine monk on the spot. However, due to the heavy injuries from the sneak attack, he passed away not long after. Alas, demonic path members were indeed treacherous and unworthy of kindness. However, as Tai Ruanan read through this content, her eyes gradually dimmed down. What a pity, this flower wine monk died on the spot and couldn't leave behind an inheritance. If he could leave an inheritance, that would be perfect to explain everything. The young girl sighed inwardly. Yet she didn't give up and continued to flip through the Guyu clan records, until the time was up and Guyu Yaoji rushed them out. Fan Jing welcomed the Tai father and daughter outside of the clan pavilion. Were there any discoveries? Tai Shueling was silent whereas Tai Ruanan gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Fan Jing continued. I just thought of something which might be of help. Big Brother and Chi faction worked quite closely, and the Chi faction's elder Guyu Chi Lian had once defended him in front of everyone. Lady Tai, do you think this liquor worm could have been secretly handed over by Elder Chi Lian to my big brother? Chi faction? Tai Ruanan frowned. Yes. Chi and Mo faction were the most influential factions of our Guyu clan before the Wolf Tide. Fang Jing explained. How was Fang Yuan involved with Chi faction? Tai Ruanan reflected on this. She started feeling a headache. This was her first case and she had been full of confidence at first, but when she actually started doing it, she felt that it was filled with difficulties. When she had seen her father solving the cases, it was as if success was guaranteed. All the mysteries were solved with methodical and orderly arrangement. However, she realized how truly difficult it was to solve a case when it was her turn. There seemed to be no trails sometimes, whereas all kinds of weird clues seemed to emerge, causing Tai Ruanan to be at wit's end. It was like she was covered in a dense fog and she didn't know how close or far she was from the truth. Would this clue regarding Chi faction be of any use? Tai Ruanan couldn't help but feel at a loss, and she subconsciously looked at her father. Father should have already discovered some clues, right? At this moment, the admiration in the young girl towards her father deepened further. If it was my father, this case should have already been solved. I am still far away from father's level. But even if I fail, as long as father is here, the truth will come out and the killer will be punished. Tai Ruanan felt ashamed but also a sense of pride. With Tai Xueling here, she had no worries that the criminal could get away. But the young girl quickly shook her head, getting angry. The anger was towards herself. Ruanan, you are worthless. Didn't you think of surpassing father? How can you surpass him if you have the mentality of always relying on him? Ruanan, cheer up, you can do it. The young girl pursed her lips, inwardly encouraging herself. Her spirit boiled up again. She decided to overthrow her previous conjectures and start over. If Fan Yuan didn't obtain the liquor worm from an inheritance and got it from other people, then this Chi faction would be the biggest suspect. However, why would Chi faction take notice of a C-grade aptitude ordinary student and secretly give him the liquor worm? What does Fan Yuan have that Chi faction felt it worthy to invest in him? Because he is Fang Dang's brother? No, that is almost negligible. Wait a second, it might not be Chi faction taking the initiative to invest in him. There is another possibility, and that is because Fan Yuan blackmailed them. If it is truly so, what did Fan Yuan have on them to make them hold their nose and obediently compromise with a student that had yet to be a Gu master? Tai Ruanan racked her brains and an answer seemed to gradually emerge in her mind. But this answer was blurry like the light behind a paper window. Tai Ruanan could feel its existence but she couldn't grasp and understand it. Father. The young girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tai Xueling. I would like to borrow the cactus pointer. Tai Xueling replied in a relaxed voice. The suggestion given by cactus pointer is based upon the information the user has. It only speculates on behalf of you and might not be accurate. Are you sure you want to use it? The young girl nodded. Cactus pointer was a seed. Tai Ruanan buried it in the ground, then used her palm to press on the soil, transferring her white-silver primeval essence to it. After several breaths, she withdrew her hand. Soon, they could see the soil loosening up, and a young sprout grew out of it. The newborn sprout was a translucent green, and looked very fragile. It quickly grew, becoming bigger and bigger, and its color changed from fragile greenish yellow to verdant green, then finally to dark green. Its appearance was similar to a cactus. It had thick flesh, the surface covered with sharp black thorns and was lush green all over. Within moments, a flower bud appeared on its top part. The white flower bud gradually grew, becoming charming and delicate. The main body of the cactus, however, was shrinking as if its moisture was being squeezed out. Tai Ruanan stretched her fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The moment the flower bud was taken out, the cactus started turning gray and completely died after a few seconds. The cactus pointer was a rank 3 consumable goo. Tai Ruanan carefully opened the flower bud. The flower bud, however, was not wrapped up with layers of petals, instead appearing similar to a ball of paper. When Tai Ruanan completely opened it, it formed into a neat and square white paper. There were only one word written on the white paper, aptitude. This word would mean nothing to others and might even sound ridiculous. But to Tai Ruanan, it was a very important tip. The cactus pointer was used just like this. It gave insights to the Gu masters who had racked their brains but couldn't advance forward. It pierced the paper window and let the Gu masters see the light. Right, it is aptitude! Tai Ruanan shouted. She immediately took out the letter which recorded all the intels collected by Jia Fu. There was something written in this intel which described the details on when and at what price Gu Yuqi Lian had bought the cleansing water goo. It's this. I only briefed through this earlier and neglected it, not considering the underlying meaning. But the cactus pointer speculated on my behalf and gave me the answer. This cleansing water goo only has one use, and that is to cleanse the foreign primeval essence auras from the aperture. Why did Gu Yuqi Lian need it? This situation is too common and happens a lot in many clans. He should have bought this for Chi faction's inheritor. Chi faction's inheritor should have a bad aptitude, so Gu Yuqi Lian poured his primeval essence to raise the former's cultivation. The cleansing water goo is necessary to remove any after effects from this action. By some chance, Fan Yuan found this secret and used it to blackmail Chi faction, thus forcing them to compromise and give him the liquor worm. Tai Ruanan kept on mumbling out her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are amazing! You could deduce so many things with just this word. But Gu Yu Qiqing clearly has great aptitude, Fan Zheng said. Great aptitude? Hee, does that mean it can't be fake? It is very simple to prove this. We only need to examine Qiqing's aperture and the truth will be out. Tai Ruonan's gaze was burning as her mouth slightly curved upwards. That's inappropriate. Tai Xueling, however, shook his head disapprovingly. If this truth was found out, it would be a great blow to Qi faction, leading to turmoil among the Guyu village's higher-ups and causing political conflicts. Tai Xueling said, "We came here to solve a case and not to wreak havoc. In the end, we are outsiders and unless it is absolutely necessary, we can't meddle in other clans' politics." Tai Ruonan nodded. Father is right. Besides this, there are also other ways to prove it. I remember that clans use a photo-audio gu to record every important sacrificial ritual. This is a traditional practice and I believe Guyu clan isn't an exception. I want to refer to the awakening ceremony's image. Divine Investigator Tai, you have constantly been on the move for so many days and have gone through a lot of trouble to solve the case. Please come have tea. As for the image you want to look into, it is stored in the secret room inside the underground cave which is among the clan's restricted areas. It would be inconvenient to let you two enter, but I have already sent someone to get it. It will be here in a short while. Gu Yubo spoke with a smile. I have troubled the clan leader, Tai Xueling politely said. Tai Ruonan and Gu Yu Fangjing were standing on the side. Divine Investigator Tai, if I may be so bold to ask a favor. Gu Yubo suddenly said. Tai Xueling. Oh? Please speak, clan leader. This is our Qing Mao Mountain's internal affair. My clan, Bai clan and Xiong clan have always been in a deadlock but that changed due to the wolf tide. Xiong village evaded the wolf tide with malicious intentions and tried to take advantage of the wolf tide to weaken the other two clans. The negotiation earlier for compensation with them ended up in nothing. Hence, our three clans decided to hold a three clans tournament. Only Gu masters at age 30 or below can participate in it, and it will decide the future strength of each clan. Upon saying this, Gu Yubo sighed. Actually, I have already felt that something was strange with Fang Yuan long ago, but couldn't look into it properly because of the wolf tide. If he really is the killer, my clan absolutely won't shield him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay this for a few days, since the three clans competition is hosted on the day after tomorrow. Fang Yuan killed old Wang's whole family, but they were just mortals and it was not worth investigating. What if he killed them? It wasn't a big deal. However, if he really killed Jia Jinsheng, then that would change everything. If Guyu clan still protected Fang Yuan, that would mean becoming enemies with Jia family and losing the chance to trade with Jia family caravan again. It would even result in Jia family's retaliation. Organizations protected their inner members, but if benefits were endangered, the organization could easily give up one or two members for the greater good. The organization's earliest form came from ancient times. Human clans assembled together for their survival, borrowing each other's strength to gather more food and dividing up their work to hunt more successfully. Any organization's essence was obtaining maximum benefits. If one or two members obstructed the organization's path to benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing. Thus, even if there were very few elders in Guyu clan right now, if there came a time when they had to abandon Fang Yuan, the clan leader would have no hesitation. However, the day after tomorrow was the three clans' competition. The results of this competition would decide their future for the next few years as well as the benefit allocation of Qing Mao Mountain. As a rank 3 Gu master, Fang Yuan was a vital fighting force for the Guyu clan. Just like Bai clan's clan leader, Gu Yubo also wanted to squeeze out Fang Yuan's maximum worth. Chapter 180. Watching the awakening ceremony again. It's about time, I can't wait any longer. As the night fell, Fang Yuan opened his eyes in a dark room. He already took off his Gu master uniform and was now wearing a black gown which covered his legs. Matched with his long black hair, he would appear like a specter as he moved in the dark. He was already used to having long hair in his previous life. Some Gu worms needed long hair to show their abilities, like the black hair Gu, steel hair Gu and so on. Having long hair was quite convenient as well. You could just cut it short if there came a time where you had to alter your appearance. But for short hair, to grow it in a short period, one needed to rely on specific Gu worms. Not long ago, he had made an agreement with Gu Yu Mo Chen. Right now, he had already received the pig iron Gu and all 40,000 primeval stones. The only thing remaining was that healing grass goo. I can only forget about the healing goo now. How can everything go as one wishes? Reality is full of helpless choices. Fan Yuan sighed, then stood up and lightly opened the door before using the stealth scales goo and disappearing into the night. He was forced by the circumstances to make this move. Tai father and daughter were drawing in closer, and his plan to be an envoy to Xiong village had been stopped too. Xiong village was able to preserve most of their strength. Bai clan and Guyu clan didn't dare to be overly forceful, thus the compensation talk ended in failure. The three sides then decided on holding a three-clan competition. Mo faction might have intentionally recruited Fan Yuan, but this move caused Fan Yuan to be in the middle of the political struggle and draw every elder's hostility. Also adding in Bai Ningbing, who was growing stronger as he approached his death, the whole situation was becoming more unfavorable to Fan Yuan, forcing him into an impasse. Even if Fan Yuan was an old fox, he still needed strength to support his schemes. Facing such a situation, despite him already using up all his efforts and strength, making much faster progress than he did in his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to overturn the situation. The situation is dire. I can only take a risk and bet on this method. Fan Yuan thought hard, placing his hopes on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. As long as he plucked the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be wasted. The clan was sure to madly investigate, but what else besides the investigation? The spirit spring would already be disabled, and even if they got the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and destroyed it or put it back into the spirit spring again, the spirit spring would not recover. What could the clan do to survive then? There was only one thing, that was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs in Qingmao Mountain and each were occupied by one of the 3 clans. If one was destroyed by Fan Yuan, then Guyu clan had only one choice to make a choice between the 2. This choice was war, a war with either Bai village or Xiong village. Only by seizing one of the spirit springs could Guyu clan have the foundation to continue its existence. There was no need to talk of Gu masters being able to support their cultivation without the support of Spirit Spring. This move was too dangerous, though. But Fan Yuan had no other choice as the spring autumn cicada was recovering so fast that his aperture was already starting to feel a burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back for a sliver of chance at survival and seek life in death. The hall was bright with all the lights. A Gu master had already delivered the photo-audio Gu, but this Gu was currently in Gu Yubo's hand. Divine Investigator Tai, what did you think about my request? Gu Yubo asked smilingly. Tai Ruanan lightly snorted. Tai Xueling ruminated for a while before agreeing. All right, if Fan Yuan really turns out to be the killer, I will leave enough time for him to participate in the 3 clans competition. Father! Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed with a strange light. This was not her father's style. Hee, Divine Investigator's words are worth a lot, and he never breaks his promises. This humble one fully trusts you and also thanks you for understanding. Gu Yubo's smile became more gentle, however he coldly hummed inside. Gu Yu Yaoji had secretly brought the Tai father and daughter into the underground cave and let them look through the clan's official historical records. How could he as a clan leader not know of this? But he had to restrain his anger because of the approaching tournament, and also the complicated political struggles in the clan. Tai Xueling might be a powerful rank 5 expert, but he had no way to appease the dissatisfaction in Gu Yubo's heart. Fortunately, the genuine contents are all recorded in the clan's secret records and only the successive clan leaders can hold them. That official history is for the outsiders to look. Gu Yubo was secretly feeling smug. Gu Yu clan's historical records were divided into official records and secret records. Official records were hidden in the secret room in the underground cave, and its contents were to brainwash the later generations and was a fake, in fact. But the secret records recorded all the genuine details without any fake details. There were even records of some secrets that could never be divulged. For instance, the ritual for summoning the blood guillotine Gu, which could never be recorded in the official records, but was recorded in detail in the secret records. Gu Yu clan leader, my father has agreed to your request, now show us the image. Tai Ruanan's tone showed her bad mood. Even if Divine Investigator Tai hadn't agreed, I would have fully cooperated with your investigation. Gu Yubo gently clarified, then he lightly pinched his fingers, smashing the photo-audio Gu. Although the Gu broke into pieces, it instead formed into a ball of 7-colored smoke which contained all sorts of noise. Gu Yubo lightly blew on it. This smoke floated into a wall, but didn't pass through. Like an ink drop falling into water, a colorful imprint began to appear on the spotless wall. The imprint grew larger until it formed into an image of the former awakening ceremony. Within this image, Fang Jing quickly found himself and also many other familiar faces. All these faces held looks of excitement as they looked all around the cave, their faces full of the immaturity of young. They were like young chicks who had just learned to flap their wings and fly out of the nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruonan soon found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was walking within the group, and although he was looking all around like the rest, his gaze was tranquil and detached. In the group of similar ages, he was like a crane within a group of chicken. If one didn't specifically pay attention to him, normal people wouldn't find any differences between him and the rest. However, the group in the hall right now were all concentrating on him, exposing this peculiarity. This Fang Yuan is really strange. Right now, even Gu Yubo couldn't help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. The scene on the wall changed to when the group of youths reached the Sea of Flowers. The awakening ceremony began, and each of the youngsters stepped in the underground river and walked towards the Sea of Flowers on the opposite bank. The light of the Hope Gu rose and fell. There were also the elders' voices which could be clearly heard. The scenes appeared with such clarity that it felt like one was really there. First, it was Gu Yumo Bei who was found to have B-grade aptitude, causing an uproar. Then Gu Yu Qiqing was also tested to have B-grade aptitude. It really is strange, this Gu Yu Qiqing looks too nervous. His body movements are stiff and his skin color is also not normal, it is just that the light in the underground is dim. But if one carefully looks into it, they will find that something has been applied on his body and that is what is attracting the Hope Gu. This is clearly a cheat. Tai Ruonan was confident as she observed this. But in the next moment, she immediately frowned. It was Fang Yuan's turn. He stepped into the river and started moving towards the opposite bank. The light from the Hope Gu wasn't vigorous. The higher the hope, the greater the disappointment, and the sighs from the youths and the elders could be heard by everyone in the group. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruonan's frowns got even deeper. Because Fang Yuan's expression was calm all along the way. At that time, his back was facing the elders and the youths, they couldn't see his expression. However, as Tai Ruonan observed as a spectator, she saw that Fang Yuan's expression didn't change at all, indifferent and cold. It was as if he already knew this would happen. This is impossible. If it was me in his place, a 15-year-old with everyone's expectations on me, but was tested to only have C-grade aptitude, how could I not feel the least bit of frustration, disappointment, and discouragement? How can this be? How can this be? Tai Ruonan's frowns were almost forming a knot. Huge doubts and suspicions covered her mind, even stifling her breaths. Her heart was beating loudly at this moment as all her thoughts flashed through her mind. What is going on? How could this be? Wait a moment, aptitude. Could it be? Tai Ruonan suddenly raised her head. Her intuition had activated and an extremely bold and crazy conjecture formed in her mind. Light and shadow reflected upon Fang Beng's face. The awakening ceremony had been the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he was living a low and insignificant life, a nobody. After the awakening ceremony, however, his life was completely changed. He was bathed in the lights and his confidence also burst out. In his memories, the awakening ceremony was a picture of blurriness, he had passed through it without even realizing it. Right now, as he observed this as a spectator, complicated emotions rose up in his heart, which he couldn't explain with words. Fang Jing looked at himself when it was his turn. He remembered how inferior and weak he had felt at that time. Soon, he saw how he had tumbled down into the river and struggled to get up, and was pulled up by his big brother Fang Yuan, how he had cut out a sorry figure. A smile appeared on his face, this was the former him, the one who was ridiculed by many. Then he saw himself walking absent-mindedly towards the opposite bank, and saw his body being enveloped by the lights of the Hope Gu along with the shocks and admiration of many. That time was a moment of glory, a moment of miracle. An A-grade aptitude. His life would no longer be the same from that moment. Fang Jing, I have a question. Tai Ruonan suddenly spoke, breaking Fang Deng's recollection. What is it? Please ask. I will definitely answer everything I know. Fang Jing turned around with a smile. It's about your big brother. When your big brother pulled you up, I saw his mouth moving, but there was too much noise in the surroundings. What did he say to you? Could you tell me the exact words he told? Tai Ruonan asked with a bright gaze. His words. Fan Jing tried to recall. He seemed to have said, road? Right. It was road. Fan Zheng's eyes brightened. I remember it. He said to me, the road to the future will be interesting. Huh. Strange, I didn't think anything of it at that time, but now that I recall it, I think Big Brother's words contain profound meaning. As if he already knew I had a great aptitude. No, he didn't mean the A-grade aptitude, but something else. Tai Ruonan's body trembled, her expression complicated as she let out a breath of turbid air. Chapter 181. By an odd twist. Lady Tai, what do you mean? Fan Jing did not understand. Tai Ruonan stretched out her finger, pointing at the wall. Look at him, Guyu Fan Yuan. Don't you think he looks way too calm? When finding out that he has C-grade talent, while his blood-related brother has a grade talent, normal people would definitely have some reaction to it. But him? Not a trace of emotion. The surrounding praises and mockery cannot move his heart. Don't you find this strange? Throughout the process he is too calm. Tai Ruonan's words attracted everyone's gaze. As this scene replayed, all the gazes on the wall landed on Fan Yuan's silhouette. Fan Yuan stood among the crowd, standing alone, upright. A dark shadow engulfed half his body. And this scenario was a huge contrast to the other side. His own brother, Guyu Fangjing, was moving step by step, his body bathed in the Hope Gu's pure white light. At this moment, the elder and younger brother had a swap of identities. The former fell from grace, falling to the lowest point in his life, engulfed by shadows. The latter being blessed by fate, shining in brilliance, climbing his way to the top. A 15-year-old youngster, going through such a catastrophic change in his life. But yet on his body there is no trace of disappointment, perplexity or jealousy. Only calmness. He stood among the crowd, silently watching like he was an outsider, like he was watching a show. Tai Ruonan's voice came appropriately. Yes. Fan Yuan watched silently. As the shadows engulfed half his body, his face was expressionless, except the pale color of a youngster's skin. Guyu Bo stared at the wall, solemn. Fan Jing felt a strong chill emerging from deep within his body. Brother, what in the world are you? Even if he had a prediction towards the awakening ceremony's results, his heart would definitely feel a change in emotions, and he definitely won't be as calm as this. I used the cactus pointer earlier, and always thought that the word aptitude was referring to Guyu Qi-Qing. But now that I think about it, it might not refer to Qi-Qing, but most likely Fan Yuan. Tai Ruonan said. Lady Tai, what do you mean? I don't understand it at all. Fan Zheng was more confused. Tai Ruonan raised a finger. Only one type of situation would cause Fan Yuan to be so calm. That is, he has a trump card that no one knows. Only one situation would cause him to not be jealous, and that is because he has something greater. If two people walk together and one person finds a primeval stone, only if the other finds 10 or 100 would they not be jealous, and have a calm emotion. Fan Yuan is like that. You are saying, Fan Yuan cheated and concealed his true aptitude? He is not a C-grade talent? Guyu Bo understood Tai Ruonan's words. But if he is A or B grade, why would he not display it outright? Fan Yuan had great wisdom since young. Tai Ruonan's lips curled, her expression confident as she radiated utter confidence. These few days, I've read some of his poems. With such visions and aspirations, even father was full of praise for him. Such a genius, he naturally has his own schemes. Guyu Bo shook his head. Just with this alone, it still doesn't confirm anything. Concealing aptitude and revealing his aptitude gives two completely different treatment. Even if Fan Yuan didn't know this, after a year in the academy, he should be clear of it. Of course he knew, that's why he did not dare to reveal it. Tai Ruonan did not beat about the bush, saying confidently. What do you mean? Guyu Bo was also lost now. Guyu clan leader. Tai Ruonan turned around, looking at Guyu Bo solemnly. Do you know about Renzu's 10 children? Guyu Bo was first stunned, before he immediately reacted, understanding Tai Ruonan's true meaning. He was shocked. His iris expanded, his mouth agape, not having any of his clan leader disposition. This was the first time Fan Jing saw Guyu Bo in such a state. Renzu's 10 children, eldest son verdant great son, second daughter desolate ancient moon. The 10 children's aptitude defied heaven, thus heaven was wary and did not give them a long lifespan. In the Gu world, the 10 children also represented the top 10 most extreme aptitudes. That is, the 10 extreme physiques. Renzu's 10 children died one by one, and Renzu was about to die of old age. But at the end, Renzu gathered the corpse of his 10 children and sacrificed himself, all going into the stomach of the Derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst, exploding and countless life spreading across the land, creating the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have Renzu or the 10 children's talent, but they could cultivate after awakening their aperture. Humanity thus grew and developed, forming today's size. Of course, that is all a mythological story. But according to the story, every one of us has Renzu and his 10 children's bloodline in us. Tai Ruonan continued. The only thing is that most people have diluted bloodlines, or due to intermarriage, restricted each other, and caused it to remain dormant. But some people when born have stronger bloodlines, and as they aged or cultivated, they would start going towards the extreme, with one bloodline dominating the rest. When it appears, that is the 10 extreme physiques. What is this 10 extreme physique? Fan Jing asked. Don't tell me, Fan Yuan has one of the 10 extreme aptitudes? Gu Yubo was stunned. Very likely so. Only the 10 extreme physique would cause Fan Yuan to be so calm, and does not have much need for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physique that dominates the A-grade talent can cause Fan Yuan to not have a hint of jealousy or envy, and only the 10 extreme physique can cause Fan Yuan to not reveal his aptitude, as he fears being killed earlier, thus choosing to conceal the truth. Tai Ruonan spoke quickly. Even Tai Shuileng would not think of rebirth. Not to mention the young girl. Under all sorts of coincidences, she managed to conjecture a conclusion that was completely the opposite of the truth. Hearing so, everyone was dumbfounded. Tai Ruonan's analysis had proof and evidence, causing others to believe it. If not for this reason, what other explanation is there? Yes. The 10 extreme physiques, 10 extreme physiques. It has to be the ancient moon desolate in physique. Gu Yubo's heart was in turmoil, so excited that his body shuddered. Others might not know this, but he had the clan's secret history and knew many ancient secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first-generation ancestor established the village at this spot and named it Gu Yu Village. The truth is, the first gen was not named Gu Yu at all. Why did he pick the name Gu Yu? It was a mystery. But before Gen died, he once sighed. The bloodlines shall be passed down, there will be a great plan of centuries, ancient moon desolate in, the world shall shudder. He left behind those parting words, and in his will, it predicted that the Gu Yu clan would one day in the future produce a Gu master with one of the 10 extreme aptitudes, the ancient moon desolate in body. He would cause the world to tremble and bring the Gu Yu clan towards a new golden age. He also mentioned to his descendants that if one day such a physique appeared, they had to be brought into the blood pond graveyard. As the clan leader, Gu Yubo knew the weakness of the 10 extreme physiques, but he had studied this will deeply, and found that the first-generation ancestors seemed to know a method to curb this weakness. And this method was kept in his coffin in the graveyard, in an eternal slumber with him. If the ancient moon desolate in physique really appeared, bring him to the coffin. To think that Gu Yu Fan Yuan is that prophesied genius, the ancient moon desolate in physique! Gu Yubo screamed in his heart. This cannot be. Under everyone's watchful eye, how can Big Brother cheat under everyone's gaze? Fan Jing was completely taken aback, shaking his head, unable to accept this theory. Tai Ruonan looked at him in pity. If even Xiqing could cheat, why couldn't Fan Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless potential, unlimited possibilities. Maybe Fan Yuan awakened early, and maybe he deceived the bamboo gentleman, due to the 10 extreme physique. Or maybe Jia Jinxing was killed by Fan Yuan, because he found out this secret of Fan Yuan's. Tai family young lady, speak with caution. Gu Yubo's expression was unhappy, speaking in a low tone. Words cannot be spoken mindlessly. Whether Jia Jinxing is killed by Fan Yuan, that is not confirmed yet. Fan Yuan is my clan's member, and even if he did commit the act, how we are going to answer to the Jia family is also our matter. You are only here to investigate the case. Gu Yu clan leader's attitude had changed 180 degrees. Before, he had thought Fan Yuan was a C-grade talent with no possibility of investment. But now, Fan Yuan was the ancient moon desolate in physique? Once it involved the first gen's prophecy and will, his value completely changed. He had to be protected, and even if the Jia family was offended, there will be no regret. Oh crap. This Guyu clan leader just turned on his words. How shameless is he, changing his attitude so quickly. I should not have revealed the truth of the 10 extreme physiques so soon. The 10 extreme aptitudes rule over the A-grade talent, so it seems the Guyu clan leader wants to protect Fan Yuan now. This will bring great obstruction to solving the case. What do I do now, father? Tai Ruanan's heart sank, and gritting her teeth, she subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where's father? The young girl was stunned. Divine Investigator Tai was still around earlier, but in the blink of an eye he was gone. This discovery caused Guyu Bo to tense up. Where could Tai Shuileng have gone at this time? Guyu clan leader naturally related it to Fan Yuan. Fan Jing, I am going to look for your big brother. Go inform the other clan elders, and quickly assemble to look for me. Leaving behind his instructions, Guyu Bo activated his Gu worm and flew out from the window. Tai Ruanan snorted, running out of the room towards Fan Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fan Jing was left. How can this be? Fan Jing's current state was not optimistic. His face was pale, his body on the verge of falling over, his spine devoid of all strength. He felt that his world was covered in darkness. He felt his world collapsing. How could it become like this? Brother's aptitude is the 10 extreme physique? My grade talent is nothing compared to him, a complete failure compared to him. As he thought and thought, Fan Zheng's tears fell down. At this moment, all of his spirit was dampened. All this time, his greatest achievement was beating Fan Yuan in aptitude. All his confidence was built upon this. But right now, he was told this cruel fact: his aptitude was nothing compared to his brother. His proudest and most confident area had been suppressed by Fan Yuan. The confidence he had built up after so long collapsed in an instant. Big brother! He raised his head, allowing his tears to flow like a river. He screamed in his heart. From start to end, you've been watching a show all along? Seeing me jump up and down, looking at my clown-like performance? The corners of his eye looked at the wall again. The images turned and moved, and people moved all over the place with countless voices praising Fan Deng's performance. However, Fan Yuan alone stood among the people, his face calm as he watched. Peacefully watching just like that. Fan Jing suddenly felt that in this image, he who was covered in this light of hope, was so childish, so eye-piercing. In his heart, Fan Yuan's calm dark irises showed a divine expression. His image was gradually enlarged, getting taller and taller until he was unable to climb over, as high as a mountain reaching into the clouds. Those calm eyes looked at him from that mountain high up in the sky, staring at Fan Zheng's pathetic appearance who was at the foot of the mountain. Those eyes were like they were saying, Fan Jing, my laughable little brother, you won't do, won't do. Like the echoes in a valley, reverbing in Fan Zheng's heart. He felt a strong depression. Unimaginable depression, suppressing him until he could not breathe properly. He thought he had gotten rid of this feeling, but to think that today this feeling assaulted his heart again. In fact, it was more intense than before by 100 times. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Fan Zheng's face twitched, veins popping on his forehead. He was drowning in his delusions, gripping his own throat tightly. With a plop, he fell onto the ground kneeling. Because he lacked oxygen, his face went red and his tongue stretched out, his eyes gradually popping out. No! I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. His other hand grabbed the tile on the ground, but as he used too much strength, even his nails broke and blood bled. The intense pain increased Fan Zheng's desire to live. His body had no injuries, but in his heart, he had received a fatal injury. He could not get up, for the pride sustaining him had already shattered. He felt that he did not have the face to see anyone. He was unable to face up to reality, to his older brother. He had become a huge joke, an ironic clown. His heart was like dying ash, but this ash still had small embers burning. So what if he is the 10 extreme aptitude? Brother, you did something wrong. You killed someone, you should not have done so. Right, that's right. You have to pay for your sins of murdering. Big brother, Jia Jinxing was killed by you, right? You walked on the wrong path, you did something wrong, so what if your aptitude is better than me? Ring. Something seemed to have sounded off near his ear. A lump of fire started to burn in Fan Geng's heart. The dying ember resurrected. The hand gripping his throat gradually let go. Fan Zheng's body was covered in sweat as he kneeled on the ground, one hand sustaining himself as the hand was full of injuries from grabbing the tile. Droplets of sweat flowed down his face and nose, and onto the file. His distorted, horrifying face had gradually calmed down. A gust of wind blew along the door and windows, into this hall. The cold wind of the night sky stimulated his body as he shuddered. Hee 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 hee. Fan Jing half laid on the ground as he laughed, his voice shrill and eerie. The light of the fire danced around his face along with the wind. As it shone on the young man's face, it was not of warmth and brightness, but it resembled the devil's dance. Chapter 182. Blood Pond Graveyard. There's no one here. Turning the house upside down, Liu Bo did not find Fan Yuan anywhere. A huge rock weighed on his heart. With Fan Yuan and Tai Xueling's sudden disappearance, it easily caused him to relate them together. Speak, where is Fan Yuan? Gu Bo's face was grim like water, as he screamed at Tai Ruonan who just arrived. How would I know where Fan Yuan is? Tai Ruonan's attitude was tough. Even against a rank 4 expert, she did not relent. Humph, why did Tai Xueling go missing? Tai family's young lady, can you give me an explanation? Gu Bo said as he got closer to Tai Ruonan. The young girl's expression was slightly stunned. The truth was, this matter had been very peculiar from the start. The original plan was that her father and her would come here next year. Back then, Tai Xueling was solving another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane carried a letter and passed it to Tai Xueling. After seeing this letter, Tai Xueling changed his plans and put down the case at hand, heading immediately towards Jingmao Mountain. If not for the letter, the Tai family father and daughter would not have gotten here so early. As his daughter, Tai Ruonan knew her father well. Normally, only exceptional cases would cause Tai Xueling to make such a decision. But what caused her to not understand was that this Jingmao Mountain case was only about Jia Jinxing's death. Although Jia Jinxing's death involved the asset struggle of the Jia family, its severity level was merely average, and was far below the point where the divine investigator has to put so much emphasis on. Towards this, Tai Ruonan was always doubtful. And now, Tai Xueling mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you have an injury, please take care of your body. Tai Ruonan was worried. This situation had happened several times before. Every time, it was when Tai Xueling was fighting against a strong foe and could not distract himself to protect Tai Ruonan, thus choosing to battle alone. His injuries right now were caused by a strong foe under such circumstances previously. Although father is injured, he is after all a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 Gu masters are not his match. Father, I believe in you, I will wait for you to return. Tai Ruonan's eyes shone with light as she encouraged herself. Gu Bo got closer as the young girl raised her head, staring right at the Gu clan leader. Explanation? You want an explanation, but does it mean I need to give you one? Gu Bo's face grew even grimmer as he said. Little wretch, you sure talk tough. It seems I can only take you captive and use you to exchange for our clan's Fan Yuan. Tai Ruonan laughed instead. Gu clan leader, would you really dare to do such a thing? My uncle is the current Tai clan leader. Do you want to cross swords with my Tai family? Gu Bo stopped in his tracks. He was anxious and almost forgot. Tai family! It was but a super clan, having thousands of years of legacy, standing strong even today. Standing tall in the Tai clan mountain fort was the Demon Suppression Tower, imprisoning countless demonic Gu masters, the symbol of the righteous faction. Gu clan was only a slightly average clan, and was smaller than Jia clan. But Jia clan was also merely a young clan, unable to compare with the Tai clan. Even in the entire southern border, the Tai clan is a first-class powerhouse, a large clan with strong foundations. Tai Ruonan's words softened. Gu clan leader, I am not here to be enemies with you. But please believe in my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave or secretly run away. The Tai family only dies in battle, there are no cowards that run from battle. Not only will I stay here, I will also arrest the criminal that killed Jia Jinxing. Fan Yuan might not be the murderer. Gu Bo frowned, showing a fierce expression. But he might be. Tai Ruonan stared, her heroism overflowing. At this point she was refusing to relent. Both sides stared for a long time. Tai Ruonan continued. Fan Yuan went missing, so it is very likely that he is escaping for his crimes, thus he has greater suspicion. But I will definitely not malign an innocent party. I hope so. Gu Bo swung his sleeve and left. 15 minutes later. Gurgle gurgle. The spirit spring's whirlpool moved violently as a lotus image flickered above the spring water like an image. Pieces of primeval stones were thrown in by Fan Yuan, causing the appearance of the heavenly essence treasure lotus to become clearer. Earlier at the classmate gathering, they gave me around 10,000 primeval stones. Together with Gu Yu and Mo Chen's 40,000, I've already thrown them all in. Why is it that this heavenly essence treasure lotus still hasn't shown its true body? Fan Yuan stared intently through the crystal walls, glaring at the center of the spirit spring, feeling uncertain. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was very precious. After continuous advancing and reaching rank 6, its value would be no less than the spring-autumn cicada. Even in his previous life, Fan Yuan had only heard of it, and never interacted with it. Thus right now, it was his first time seeing one, and so he was slightly unsure. But he soon calmed himself, laughing. Around 50,000 primeval stones, it's more than enough. Why am I worrying over nothing here? So what if the refinement fails? Thinking so, he no longer hesitated. Taking in a deep breath, he jumped up, knocking onto the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the moat Gu. When Fan Yuan knocked onto it, it was like jumping into the water. There was a ripple in the walls as he was instantly swallowed up. Water surrounded Fan Yuan from all directions. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, but he could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. The heavenly essence treasure lotus could only be seen through the water crystal walls before extraction. Fan Yuan knew this well, and was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance, and even accounted for the refraction of the light due to the water, and grabbed according to his memory. This grab was like grabbing out of thin air, conjuring a lotus. The lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, looking like a lamp filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and even though it was grabbed by Fan Yuan, it resisted. But that was nothing. Just by leaking a little of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, this rank 3 flower Gu was instantly refined. Heavenly essence treasure lotus obtained. In the spring water, Fan Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a white-blue light, shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the numerous whirlpools in the spirit spring vanished. The spring water that was filled with vitality turned into a puddle of still water without any signs of life. The spirit spring is no more. This place is no longer safe. I have to leave as soon as possible. Fan Yuan's expression turned serious, and just as he was about to leave, something suddenly happened. Deep in the spirit spring, a blinding blood-colored light shot out. A large suction force suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, Fan Yuan was sucked deep into the water. The spring water turned red, becoming blood water, wrapping around Fan Yuan completely, dragging him down. Sky Canopy Gu. Thunderwings Gu. In the moment of crisis, Fan Yuan screamed in his heart, and a white armor appeared on his body. At the same time, a pair of large lightning wings appeared behind his back. Thunderwings spread, giving Fan Yuan an upward force. But the blood water came endlessly, and its suction force became greater and greater. There was no way to oppose it. Puff! Hearing the water all around him, Fan Yuan was dragged by the currents, along the tunnel, heading straight down. Just when his breath was used up, the surrounding pressure vanished. Fan Yuan took a deep breath. At least he did not die of suffocation, but he found that he was falling from a high spot. He subconsciously activated his wings, but the Thunderwings Gu was in bad shape. The originally strong wings were tired and soft. Fan Yuan's heart sank. He tried his best to maintain his balance in the air, slowing his descent. This was an area underground. It was not dark, but filled with red light. Fan Yuan was falling from about 15 meters, and below him was a pond. But this underground pond was not of the transparent color. It was red, like blood water. No, it is blood water. The piercing blood stench assaulted Fan Yuan as he continued to fall. This situation was weird no matter how he looked at it, so for safety, Fan Yuan did not want to land in this bloody pond. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. He activated the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, his palm entering the centipede's mouth and swinging it like a whip. The golden centipede's body stretched to the longest, and its tail stabbed into the mountain wall at the side. Fan Yuan willed with his mind, and the golden centipede's body constricted. This way, it brought his body to the side of the mountain wall. These walls were slippery and did not have a good landing spot. But as Fan Yuan relied on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, he managed to find an uneven area and placed his feet above. Where the fuck is this? Stabilizing his body, Fan Yuan immediately observed the surroundings. According to his estimations, this should be in a place deeper underground, even below the underground cave. How can there be such a place? Fan Yuan was shocked. In his previous life, he was not strong enough to learn about the secrets of the higher-ups. The truth is, this was the Blood Pond Graveyard, the forbidden grounds that buried the first generation's coffin. Even among clan elders, only one or two knew this secret. Fan Yuan looked down. This blood pond shone with a bloody radiance. Its circumference was even larger than the village, emitting an eerie and scary aura. At the top of the cave, there was up to 100 holes that had water gushing down, bringing the shells, turtles, snakes and fish from the river with it. Swoosh swoosh. Streams of water continued to pour down from the holes, entering into the blood pond. The blood water was turbulent as numerous seafood moved around, entering the pond. However, in a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies were sucked out. They turned into dry corpses and floated on the surface of the water, appearing and disappearing as the waves moved them about. The blood pond's redness only intensified. As Fan Yuan looked on, his iris shrunk a little. If he had landed in this pond, even with the sky canopy goo's protection, he would not be in good shape. He continued to observe, and other than fresh dry corpses, there were also some bones in the water. Some were fish bones, bear bones, and even human skeletons. This was a giant burial ground. It was creepy and bloody. The ripples and waves in the blood pond raged on and swept into the surrounding walls, the bright red and glowing blood water entering the surrounding soil. This caused the soil to all turn into a bright red color, turning into red soil. Chapter 183. Blood Sea Ancestor. Wait a second, red soil? Fan Yuan's mind jolted at the sight. He stretched his hand out and grabbed the wall beside him, taking out a lump of red soil. This red soil was very soft and emitted a faint red light. Fan Yuan merely pressed it lightly, but it crumbled down. So, it was like this. He seemed to have come to a realization. The first time he had entered the secret cave inside the rock crack, he saw that the secret cave was full of this red soil which emitted faint glow. There was no need for any other lighting source. He had felt it weird at the time because Qingmao Mountain soil was blue-black in color. He had thought this was arranged by the flower wine monk, but now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fan Yuan felt even more wary. His 500 years of experience had almost become an intuition. This place is not only strange, but also dangerous. I don't have the time to dilly-dally. I need to think of how to leave here. Fan Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave walls, where hundreds of holes were in the top part of the wall. Which was the one connected to the spirit spring? Fan Yuan hesitated for a moment. Water could flow down here, but it didn't mean that the passages were wide enough for a human to pass through. And Fan Yuan looked grave as he tried shaking his two wings. However, he couldn't control these thunder wings perfectly like before, and the originally clear blue thunder was now stained with some scarlet. It gave off a contradictory feeling of power and weakness existing at the same time. The thunder wings goo had become unreliable. It was very possible for it to screw up and drop Fan Yuan in the middle of flight. Swoosh! An inexplicable undercurrent surged up from within the blood lake, giving off the enormous aura of rank 5 goo. That is. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. A long shadow gradually appeared in the blood lake. Its length surpassed 40 meters and its width over 6 meters. This was an enormous python. It dwelled in the depths of the blood lake, but now that it had smelled out the scent of flesh on Fan Yuan, it came out to begin the hunt. Damn it! Fan Yuan felt a pressing urge in his heart. Right now, he was relying on the chainsaw golden centipede to puncture the wall, barely managing to hang on to the soft red soil. And with his long hair and black gown, he looked like a black ant compared to the enormous blood lake. Hundreds of black dots appeared in the blood lake and rose up, just like a traveling shoal of fish. Whoosh! They were much faster than the giant python and flew out of the blood lake within moments, revealing their appearance. These were not fish, but bats. These blood-colored bats had 2 long pointed ears with 2 pairs of wings. The main pair of wings were rather big, whereas the secondary pair of wings was on the smaller side and was below the main wings. They didn't have claws, but the edges of the 2 pairs of wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3 Bladewing Blood Bat Goo? A name immediately appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. These Bladewing Blood Bat groups were directing their intense murderous aura towards him, But the first thing that appeared in his mind was that image. In the image from the photoaudio Gu, the flower wine monk's whole body was covered with blood, with severe injuries to the point of being near death. Moonshadow Gu was not able to cause such injuries, but these blade-winged blood bats were a different matter. Could it be that the flower wine monk had come to this place and was injured by these blade-winged blood bats? Fan Yuan's thoughts revolved rapidly. Flower wine monk's death had been shrouded in riddles. Now, it appeared extremely likely that it was due to this place. Blade-winged blood bat. Fan Yuan murmured. In fact, this Gu wasn't a stranger to him. Even though this Gu was a rank 3 Gu, it was very easy to feed, its food being blood. In his previous life, he had established the Bloodwing Devil sect, and the symbol of the sect was precisely the blade-winged blood bat. The resources from the Devil sect were more than enough to support close to 10,000 blade-winged blood bat Gu, allowing the sect to establish a terrifying might and spread terror. More precisely, he owed his success to blade-winged blood bats. After over 400 years in his previous life, he had accidentally obtained an inheritance from the Blood Sea ancestor. With the colonies of blade-winged blood bats and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord of a region. This Blood Sea ancestor was a rank 7 demonic path Gu master who took lives as easily as cutting grass, and his evil reputation was such that it resounded throughout the world, having his name recorded in history. At the beginning, he was just a mortal, but through luck and destiny, he became a Gu master of demonic path. He started out from the lowest of levels and rose up in ranks, before becoming an authority of demonic path after 800 years. He didn't have high aptitude, thus he had limited primeval essence in his aperture. Therefore, he had a crazed interest towards researching the fusion of Gu worms. Wild Gu worms possessed their own will and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air by themselves. However, after a Gu worm was refined by a Gu master, its willpower would be dominated by the Gu master, and it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence. It would be able to only absorb the primeval essence in the Gu master's aperture. Blood Sea ancestor had invested a lot of efforts in researching Gu which could absorb natural primeval essence even after being refined by a Gu master. The righteous Gu masters were very afraid of this. They were extremely worried that the Blood Sea ancestor would succeed in his research. As a result, they organized countless traps before moving in for the kill. In the end, Blood Sea ancestor wasn't able to succeed, but it also wasn't a complete failure. He succeeded in producing the fusion recipes of Blade-winged blood bat, Blood Guillotine and Blood Frenzy Gu. Rank 3 Blade-winged blood bat Gu was his first accomplishment. It was very easy to feed, but it still needed the Gu master to provide primeval essence. The colony of blade-winged blood bats was very special. A Gu master just needed to control a male bat, and they could indirectly command all the other female bats. Blood Frenzy Gu was his second accomplishment. This Gu was formless. As a ball of blood essence, it survived by attaching itself to other beings. It was a rank 4 Gu and had a very unusual ability. Every Gu worm infected by its aura could absorb natural primeval essence every now and then. But it had a great disadvantage. The Gu worms affected by the Blood Frenzy Gu would gradually leave the control of the Gu master and would turn into a pool of blood after a period of time. Blood Guillotine was the Blood Sea ancestor's last accomplishment. This Gu was a rank 5 Gu and was no doubt more advanced than the previous two. Its usability and feeding were fused into one. Using wars to sustain itself, it multiplied by swallowing Gu master's blood. It didn't need the Gu master to provide it with any primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the Blood Sea ancestor created the Blood Guillotine, due to the many battles and the entrapment by the righteous path, he was defeated. He suffered from fatal wounds that could not be healed, and he carved out a bloody escape from the layers of entrapment. The righteous path figures were worried about his final counterattack which could endanger themselves, so they didn't have any inclination to chase after him and looked on as he made his getaway. Since then, these righteous path figures would regret the moment every time they recalled it. They regretted that they let him get away. The Blood Sea ancestor knew his death was a sure thing, so he started setting up a large-scale inheritance. In the limited time before his death, with the strength of his rank 7 cultivation, he unexpectedly set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance grounds. His inheritances extended everywhere from the middle continent to the southern border, and other places. Right before his death, he smiled devilishly. The blood path is not alone, the legacy will continue for all eternity. This statement was not in the least false, for countless Gu masters benefited from his inheritances, and thus the demonic path flourished greatly. No matter the Bladewing Bloodbat Goo, the Blood Frenzy Goo, or the Blood Guillotine, they were all very easy to raise and multiply. Maybe in some unremarkable valleys, at poor villages, at no-man deserts, or beside some mountain paths, you might find 2 or 3 Goo left casually by the Blood Sea ancestor. These Goo were easy to raise and didn't have a high demand for primeval essence, thus they could easily be used by Goo masters with ordinary aptitudes. Survival was a difficult thing in this world, so which Goo master wouldn't thirst for stronger powers? The Goo worms left by the Blood Sea ancestor represented a whole new strength. This strength was a quick and easy way to rise in power, and it became more welcome than other Goo worms. Power itself had no sins, it became good in the hands of good, and evil in the hands of evil. But in the world, how many people could have a resolute mind after a sudden increase in strength? A man who got money would often become fickle. A sudden rise in strength would certainly nourish ambitions that weren't there before. As a result, many Goo masters that obtained the Blood Sea ancestor's legacy would become a devil that massacred everything. Even many righteous path figures had changed their sides. The inheritances of Blood Goo brought great turmoil and danger towards the whole world. In each inheritance of the Blood Sea ancestor, there were often only 2 to 3 Goo. However, these inheritances were like a spark of fire that could cause a prairie fire if left alone. There would be demonic path Goo masters who would come into possession of the Blood Goo every so often and cause chaos. Some of them would fail, killed away in some villages. Some would succeed temporarily and become a huge figure, harming a whole region. No matter if they succeeded temporarily, or failed, at the moment of their exhaustion, they would also leave behind new blood inheritances. Thus, the blood calamity continued endlessly. Not only did it not end with the death of the Blood Sea ancestor through the combined strength of the righteous path, it instead thrived even more greatly with the foundations left behind, unable to be eliminated as it continued for eternity. It was to the extent that the righteous path figures would frequently curse. "These accursed Blood Goo masters! We have already killed waves upon waves of them. But if we become even a bit careless, we will see a new one coming up from nowhere." By now the Blood Sea inheritances were already publicly recognized as the most popular in the whole world, with the greatest number of inheritances. There was no competition. In the strictest sense, Fan Yuan had received a favor from the Blood Sea ancestor. "In my previous life, only after over 400 years, I found a Blood Sea inheritance and was then able to begin my rule. Now if I can subdue these blood bats, it will be like completing 400 years of effort." Blood bats charged at him, but Fan Yuan was not afraid. He had the spring-autumn cicada, so these bats would submit without question in front of the rank 6 aura. The only problem was the rank 5 blood python that was still concealed, hiding within the blood lake. But this situation is somewhat fishy. The Blood Sea ancestors' inheritances normally only have 2-3 Goo worms. How come this place has hundreds of Bladewing blood bats? Could it be that rumor is true? The rumor said that the Blood Sea ancestors' hundreds of thousands of inheritances were diversions, and the true inheritances were only a few. In these few inheritances, the Blood Sea ancestor was said to have concealed his best Goo worms, or research insights or fusion recipes. Could this place be a true inheritance ground of the Blood Sea ancestor? When Fan Yuan thought of this, his heart started to beat loudly. His thoughts moved like lightning, and although he thought of many things, only a little time had passed in reality. Bladewing blood bats charged at him one after another. Fan Yuan was calm, his long hair and black gown fluttering in the air as he climbed up the wall, and was going to summon spring-autumn cicada. But right at this time, there was a sudden change. "As expected, this place is hiding the blood calamity." A deep and firm voice, loud like the clash between iron and stone, came from the top of the cave and echoed within the blood lake. Divine Investigator Tai Shueleng. Chapter 184. Rank 5 Intense Battle. "Tai Shueleng, why is he suddenly here?" Fan Yuan recognized the voice, feeling shocked. This loud voice echoed above the blood pond, causing intense waves to form. "This is Heaven-Earth Magnificent Sound Goo?" Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. As the loud voice hurt his eardrums, he felt his entire brain buzzing. Heaven-Earth Magnificent Sound Goo, a rank 5 Goo, was from a sound-type Goo. Once activated, it could form soundwave attacks that had a wide range, belonging to an extremely strong area of effect attacking type Goo. The voice that Fan Yuan was hearing now is only Tai Shueleng's probing. It was just him slightly shouting and not activating his Goo completely. This intensity was like Fan Yuan using the Moonlight Goo to open the purple gold rock. it was a type of in-depth control of his goo worm. Of course, the heaven-earth magnificent sound goo also had its weakness. If used for long, it would cause great strain to the goo master's throat and vocal cord. Once his limit is exceeded, the goo master would become completely mute, losing his ability to speak. Bam! A loud explosion occurred as blood and water flew everywhere. The top half of the huge python's body appeared in Fan Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Fan Yuan's irises shrunk as he saw the python with its bright smooth blood-red scales, and its head around the size of an elephant. Scarlet gold-colored sharp bone spikes protruded out from above its eyes, showing its ferocious and frenzied aura completely. Blood River Python. I remember that in the Guyu clan's history, after the first-generation clan leader created the village, a Blood River Python appeared and was a huge threat to the village. Legend says the first gen killed it, but don't tell me. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved, thinking of something. The Blood River Python was humongous, snake head high in the air, its purple irises staring right at Fan Yuan with two ruthless glances. It had a ruthless nature, untamable and fed on blood. Even if the spring-autumn cicada's aura tried to suppress it, that would only cause it to become more frenzied. Among rank 5 goo worms, it was one of the hardest to refine. But after the Blood River Python took a look at Fan Yuan up on the walls, it raised its head higher and turned towards the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, there was another tiny shadow, floating down from one of the holes at the ceiling. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, his gaze cool and calm. Although compared to the Blood River Python, he was small like an ant, but the imposing aura coming from his body caused a great pressure to emit from him at all directions, like a heavenly being descending down to earth. Righteous goo. A mind-type goo that only someone who upheld justice could activate. People who were villainous or had weak minds and aspirations were often scared shitless under the influence of the righteous goo, afraid of everything as they had a guilty conscience, their battle spirit decreasing in battle and causing them to feel an inability to defeat Tai Xueling, thus collapsing without battle. Screech screech. Under the pressure of the righteousness, the blade-winged blood-bat goo were frantic and could only scream shrilly as a strong pressure pushed down on their bodies. Their wings could only continue to flap as they struggled to stay in midair, floating up and down. They could barely take care of themselves, much less bother about Fan Yuan. Even the ferocious Blood River Python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tai Xueling's supreme presence. What a good righteous goo! Fan Yuan climbed on the wall, smirking. This suppression from the righteous goo had no effect on him. Only those with weak minds could be greatly weakened. He was a supreme demonic overlord, his mind strong as steel. How could this illusionary pressure scare him? Fan Yuan's immunity caused Tai Xueling to call out in shock, feeling very surprised. The righteous goo had been with him for many years, and he was very sure about the goo's effect. Righteous goo's effect varied. It attacked the mind directly, sometimes having great effect while other times having no effect. But the times where it did not work were almost non-existent. Even righteous people felt a strong suppression in their hearts. After all, their factions did not determine a person's kindness and evil. There are no perfect humans. But Tai Xueling knew deeply about Fan Yuan's crimes. The first time they met, he already implanted a goo on Fan Yuan, using it to track his whereabouts. After that, Tai Xueling could faintly discern the changes in the surroundings where Fan Yuan went. Those who committed great sins, under the righteous goo, would definitely waver. But Tai Xueling also met a good number of demonic goo masters that were unaffected by the righteous aura. There is only one type of person who would be unaffected by the righteous goo even after committing sins. These are the people with real demonic nature, in the deepest parts of their hearts. They are crazy and adamant, not treating their sins as sins, but thinking of it as natural. To think that this Fan Yuan has such an intense demonic nature! Humph, I'll get rid of this great demon here first. If Fan Yuan manages to survive, I will come and finish him later. Tai Xueling hated evil with a burning passion. With a cold snort he turned towards the Blood River Python. Once he appeared, he was locked on by this Blood River Python. As long as he was distracted in killing Fan Yuan, he would reveal a weakness. Tai Xueling had such a severe injury on him, and at the same time there might be a powerful enemy hidden in the background and observing him. Thus, he did not dare to lose focus. He stared at this Blood River Python for a moment, before looking further into the blood pond. Not long ago, he received a mysterious letter. Inside there was concrete evidence that Guyu village held a bloody calamity. This letter was held by a red-crowned crane coming from the sky, with a questionable source. But Tai Shueleng would rather believe it than miss it. After all, the blood calamity was not ordinary, he could not take it lightly. If he lost focus, it would expand and spread like a plague, harming the world. The best method to deal with it was to eliminate the source before it forms into a strong force. Coincidentally, he already had another request at hand. It was Jia Fu paying a high cost to ask him to investigate Jia Jinxing's death. Tai Shueleng thus brought his daughter and rushed to Qingmao Mountain. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinxing's case. It was to nurture and train Tai Ruonan, but also to act as a red herring, stalling for time and hiding in the background investigating this issue. The first time when he met Fang Yuan, he implanted a shared sense goo on him. Although it was merely at a whim, he did it due to his accumulated experience and instinct. Shared sense goo was formless and colorless, like a signet. He had implanted over 10 of them, but the only successful one was the first one he implanted. First Gen Guyu, I know you are not dead. You hid for nearly 1,000 years plotting this scheme, but unfortunately, it's all going down the drain. Tai Shueleng opened his mouth, causing the air to tremble. But there were no changes to the blood pond. Instead, the blood river python opened its mouth, screaming furiously. It was born ferocious, unable to be suppressed. The righteous goo triggered its ferocity. Bam! It stretched its body abruptly, the huge snake body rising with the tides of blood, bringing a killing intent that tore through the skies, pouncing towards Tai Shueleng, who was in midair. Tai Shueleng was already wary against the blood river python, and he quickly moved, avoiding the blood river python's bite. The python's body was too long, and its momentum was too strong. It ended up crashing all the way onto the ceiling of the cave. A loud bang ensued as a portion of the ceiling collapsed, and large amounts of debris fell and caused much commotion in the blood lake waves. First Gen Guyu, you think you are safe with just a blood python protecting you? You might as well appear now. Tai Shueleng snickered. He moved about in the air, and the blood river python's attacks were like a gentle rain pelting on him. The blood river python attacked furiously, getting more worked up as it continued to miss. It had unparalleled strength, able to display it all and cause great damage. The entire space was shaking from its strength like an earthquake, and the blood lake began to raise strong ripples. Fuck! Fan Yuan was caught by the crossfire, and as the red soil softened, his foothold had been ruined. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede as well as the thunderwings goo to move along the walls. Meanwhile, the rock debris was falling down like rain. As he had expected, the thunderwings goo was really in bad shape. Fan Yuan's thunderwings were extremely weak and lethargic, unable to provide him much boost in speed. But the strange thing was, the thunderwings goo was taking lesser and lesser primeval essence from Fan Yuan. During the period where Fan Yuan moved about, it started to absorb primeval essence from the surrounding air to replenish itself. At first, this situation was uncommon and happened in short intervals. As Fan Yuan continued to dodge, he did not notice initially. But eventually, the intervals got shorter and the duration lengthened. At the same time, the thunderwings goo got weaker and weaker. I get it, it's the blood frenzy goo. Fan Yuan's mind shone with inspiration. Only when affected by the blood frenzy goo will such a situation occur. Plop! Fan Yuan put in 100% effort, but eventually still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was rampaging everywhere, using its thick tail to sweep across the place, causing large debris to fall like rain. Fan Yuan activated the sky canopy goo, covering himself with a white armor. He was good at swimming. In his previous life he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long time, thus he had sufficient training. The falling rocks were as large as houses, and he tried his best to avoid them. Sometimes he swam underwater, sinking into the lake to use the water to reduce the impact of the rocks. But for the smaller fragments, some were fist-sized while others were like grindstones, and he could not avoid them all. The white light armor was firm like a monolith, but it could not handle the full impact of the rocks, causing him to feel pain when they hit his armor. At the same time, his primeval essence also decreased with each hit endured. Thankfully, the righteous goo's power was surrounding the area, causing the group of Blaewing Bloodbat goo to fly around randomly, not finding trouble with Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan's expression was solemn. The Thunderwings goo was half crippled after being corrupted by the blood frenzy goo, and without a special goo to clean it, it would soon turn into a puddle of blood water, turning into a new pollution origin. How did it get infected by the blood frenzy goo? Fan Yuan considered the previous events, and there was only one explanation. In this blood water, there was a blood frenzy goo inside. The Thunderwing's goo continued to weaken, and started to become uncontrollable. Thankfully, he activated the white light armor in time, otherwise if the blood frenzy goo got into his body and entered his aperture, most of his goo worms would get corrupted. But if his primeval essence was expended, or if this armor was broken, the consequences would be severe. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, trying to find a way out from the surroundings as he swam around. Large amounts of red soil on the mountain walls collapsed from the battle. The cave ceiling was completely destroyed beyond recognition as well. Tai Shuelong floated in midair, engaging the Blood River Python in combat. Rank 5 battles were not something Fan Yuan could interfere in. The more a Gu master advanced, the larger the difference in battle strength among ranks. Maybe with a sweep of the Blood River Python's tail, it could break the light armor and cause the Sky Canopy Gu to be gravely injured, breaking all of Fan Yuan's bones in the process. Perhaps with a simple wave of Tai Shuelong's hands, it could send Fan Yuan falling into an impasse. The situation right now was like two giant elephants fighting, while Fan Yuan was a domestic cat. Although he had tiny claws, there was nothing he could do. Wait, a cave entrance? Chapter 185. Guyu First Gen, 5 Great Flying Zombies. The tunnel entrance wasn't big, and should have been buried by the red soil before. But now, as the blood lake surged up in a huge wave, the red soil in the surrounding walls were washed away, sinking down in the lake. As a result, the tunnel entrance cleared up again and became visible. No matter what, this tunnel entrance was like a light of hope. Fan Yuan immediately turned around and started swimming towards it. Boom! Another intense explosion occurred in the air. The enormous force of the explosion struck the surroundings and violently pushed Fan Yuan forward. Damn it! He cursed. Great amounts of red soil had fallen down and buried the tunnel entrance again. Iron Fist Grappling Gu. In the air, Tai Shuelong took a deep breath and slowly extended his right hand when he felt the time was right. There was a ripple in the air before him and a giant black iron hand appeared. It appeared slow but pressed down on the Blood River Python's tail within moments. Blood River Python struggled fiercely, and with its wet scales and slick body, the iron hand slipped off it and burst out with golden red light. Tai Shuelong, however, had plenty of battle experiences and wasn't downcast. He slightly raised his head, puffed up his cheeks and blew strongly towards the Blood River Python. Whoosh! Pitch black oil fell down like waterfall and formed into the shape of a dragon in the air, before plunging towards the Blood River Python. Oil Dragon Gu! The Blood River Python was furious. It snarled and started tearing at the Oil Dragon Gu. The Black Oil Dragon was not in the least inferior to Blood River Python in terms of physique, but it was only a rank 4 Gu and did not have a physical body. It was soon torn to shreds by Blood River Python. Tai Shuelong smiled, on the contrary. Beasts were beasts. If a Gu master had personally controlled it, they would have seen through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. The Blood River Python had been refined, and although it had a Gu master's imprint on it, it didn't have the wisdom of humans. The Oil Dragon was exterminated, causing backlash to the Oil Dragon Gu in the aperture. Tai Shuelong didn't care. He stopped using the Oil Dragon Gu, then began activating Fire Dragon Gu. He gave a loud shout and his body shook, and then a Gu that looked like a flame shot out of his aperture. The flame quickly formed into a fire snake, winding around its own body. As the fire snake flew, it grew bigger, then it immediately started growing scales, claws, horns and sharp teeth. Its face started becoming more like that of a horse. It had changed into an enormous fire dragon. This fire dragon Gu was also a rank 4 Gu, but it was able to cause a lot of pain to Blood River Python. This was because of the Oil Dragon. When it was wiped out, great amounts of black oil stuck to Blood River Python's body, and now the fire dragon was causing the oil to catch fire and roast the Blood River Python. Besides the snake, the black oil had also fallen on the lake's surface. Right now, a raging inferno was burning on the bright red blood lake, causing the air temperature to increase rapidly. The fire dragon was not the Blood River Python's match at all. It suffered heavy injuries and kept on shrinking. But every time this happened, it would drill into the raging inferno and recover some of its power. With the raging inferno, the fire dragon had a home ground advantage. Blood River Python was constantly being burned as it fought with the fire dragon. There was even a smell of scorched meat coming off it. Blood River Python had a berserk nature, and it would erupt with even stronger counterattack if it got suppressed. But right now, it was actually shrinking back, giving up on the fire dragon and diving deep into the blood lake. Humans were the highest of all living beings and possessed the intelligence to develop new concepts. With Tai Xueling's tactics, 2 rank 4 Gu were able to make the rank 5 Blood River Python retreat. But Gu were the essence of the world, containing the secrets of heaven and earth, a portion of the natural laws. And Blood River Python's ability was extreme self-recovery. As it sank to the bottom of the lake, the blood water continuously nourished it, rapidly healing the wounds on its body. The fire dragon had the field advantage, so did the blood python. As long as the blood lake existed, it was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Fan Yuan's situation was even more perilous. The inferno on the surface of the blood lake was constantly spreading, burning even hotter, and the flames were roasting him alive. The pressure on the sky canopy Gu was getting bigger and bigger. But the most critical point was not this, but rather it was the increasing difficulty in breathing. The flames used great amounts of air to maintain their combustion, and this place is underground and was originally a half-sealed area, which meant it took more time to replenish the used oxygen. Fan Yuan was gradually starting to feel suffocated. Although Oil Dragon Gu and Fire Dragon Gu sent Blood River Python retreating with their combined efforts, this is only temporary. As long as there are large amounts of blood water, Blood River Python will recover with a terrifying rate. Once it comes out, it will have recovered to its peak state, and the Fire Dragon Gu would no longer be its match. But this is basic knowledge, it is impossible for Tai Xueling to not know this. Then Fan Yuan bobbed up and down on the blazing lake, his thoughts were revolving rapidly. And his heart tensed when he thought of this. If he wasn't wrong, Tai Xueling should have achieved his intention by making Blood River Python retreat. Tai Xueling needed enough time and he needed the situation to be like this to prepare his following killing move. Sure enough, in the next moment, while floating in the air, Tai Xueling suddenly extended both his arms and a deep roar emerged from his mouth. He withdrew the righteous aura that had been suppressing everything, and wholeheartedly poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the copper mask. The copper mask started to brighten up. It was only a glimmer at first, but within few breaths of time, it burst out with an extremely dazzling green light, as bright as a fragment of the sun. The green light shone upon everything like a monarch overlooking the heavens and earth. For a moment, the red soil, blood lake and raging inferno were covered with a layer of dark green light. The green light contained a mystical power. Under this power, the mountain rocks began to shake and crumble. From above the cave, huge rocks came crumbling down, flying towards the copper mask. Great amounts of soil and rocks from the top to bottom of the red walls also slowly flew up. Tai Xueling's face was already shrouded by the light from the copper mask. Great amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the copper mask and condensed together into a human shape. Debris continuously converged from all around and the rock figure kept on getting bigger. From 1 meter in the beginning, it rapidly grew to 3 meters. 5 meters, 8 meters, and finally reached 18 meters. Giant Mountain Puppet Gu. The giant figure with indomitable spirit descended towards the blood lake. Its 2 feet touched the bottom of the blood lake, but the water only reached up to about its waist. Its body was very robust and grand. Horse chariots could run on its 2 arms and it could hold an elephant on its fist. Its face looked simple and unadorned. It was the enlarged version of the copper mask. "Fire dragon, come!" It spoke, and its voice seemed to shake the heavens and earth. The fire dragon, which was churning in the fire sea, flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, and its head rested on the right shoulder of the giant puppet. Next, the oil dragon Gu flew out and formed a pitch-black oil dragon which coiled around the giant puppet's left arm, and its head rested on the left shoulder of the giant puppet. With dragons on his left and right, the giant figure appeared like a heavenly deity descending down. Fan Yuan used all his strength to swim towards the tunnel entrance. When the debris had flown and formed the giant puppet, the red soil covering the tunnel entrance had also gone with it, once again revealing the opening. This battlefield was becoming more dangerous. The tunnel entrance could be buried again at any time. Fan Yuan didn't dare to stay longer. The fire sea gradually died out, and suddenly a huge red wave rose from the blood lake. Blood River Python initiated its attack from the lake. It coiled around the giant puppet and moved upwards. The giant snake head smashed towards the giant puppet's face like a ram. This attack was very powerful, and if it really struck, more than half of the giant puppet's head would be destroyed. "Iron fist grappling!" The giant puppet shouted. The air split open and an iron hand flew out, grabbing at the snake head. With a loud boom, The iron hand shattered, but Blood River Python's attack was also stopped. Tai Xueling won a brief respite. The giant puppet's two hands grabbed towards Blood River Python in tandem. Oil Dragon and Fire Dragon seized the chance, and climbed Blood River Python. The two snake combined and formed a blazing flame, roasting Blood River Python. Blood River Python kept on hissing in pain and struggled furiously. But why would Tai Xueling let it escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like pincers as they firmly pressed on the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python was not able to escape. Its body was scorched black, giving off the smell of burnt meat. This stimulated its vicious nature. Since it couldn't escape, it coiled around the giant puppet and violently contracted, trying to kill it by constriction. Although the giant puppet was made from condensed mountain rocks, its body had the softness of the red soil. With Blood River Python's constricting force, its waist quickly shrunk by a fold. Cracking sounds emerged, and fragments of rocks flew in all directions. Under the stimulation of death, Blood River Python burst forth with an even greater strength. Fan Yuan finally climbed to the edge of the tunnel entrance, when suddenly the giant puppet gave out coughing sounds. Tai Xueling's old illness had reappeared. The giant puppet's hands loosened, and the Blood River Python hissed, and its body suddenly jumped ahead. However, the giant puppet's hands tightened again. The Blood River Python opened its mouth wide and revealed its sharp fangs, its head crazily swaying, but it still fell short by a distance. It was not able to retaliate, and it was gradually losing its strength. It would burn to death soon. But right at this moment, dense bloody fog rose up from the middle of the blood lake. Blood frenzy goo! Fan Yuan's eyes showed a hint of dread. He immediately climbed the tunnel entrance and went inside it. The bloody fog rapidly pervaded the air, and the raging inferno on the blood lake had completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the middle of the blood lake. The whirlpool had started from the middle of the lake and quickly spread from there, growing bigger until its edges were touching the surrounding walls. Humph, you first head, you couldn't endure it any more? The giant puppet coldly snorted. A giant blood wave reaching as high as 10 meters gushed out of the middle of the whirlpool. And from within the blood wave, a vertical crimson coffin gradually rose up. Hee! A hoarse and strange voice was transmitted from inside the coffin, and anyone that heard this voice would feel cold to the bone. Young Junior, thou darest spoil my plan, thou court death, and I shall give it to thee. Before the voice had died away, the coffin lid shot out like a catapult, revealing a shriveled corpse. He had a scarlet face and fangs, his hair red like blood, his eyes deep and contained a fire that seemed about to extinguish. He had no skin, and thin strips of red muscles were clinging onto the white bones, giving him a shriveled and fierce look. Junior, thou art wounded but yet dare to provoke me. Today, thou shalt die. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement in its mouth. The voice had come from its abdomen. He kept on saying I, thou. These were the speech habits of 1,000 years ago. Rank 5 blood white goo. Is he really the first head? Fan Yuan was flabbergasted, but wasn't surprised. In this magical world, there were plenty of goo masters who lived for centuries. Besides using the most orthodox way of increasing lifespan through the lifespan goo, there were also some demonic ways to make one live forever. For instance, the rank 2 roaming zombie goo. If this goo was used for too long, the goo master would turn completely into a zombie, and as long as they sucked blood at specific times, they could live freely forever. The goo you first had in front of him had used such a way. Blood white goo was a major rank 5 advancement route of the roaming zombie goo. Along with the Azure zombie, Heavenly Demon zombie, Nightmare zombie and Plague zombie, they were called 5 great flying zombies. The lifespan goo was difficult to find. The first head had turned himself into a blood white flying zombie and buried himself here. Chapter 186. Spring and autumn does not appear. In the blood lake, 2 strong foes opposed each other. Even the rank 5 blood white is only a zombie at the end. First Gen Goo, you are no longer a living person, you are full of death essence. Your aperture is dead too, and even though you can store primeval essence, every bit you use cannot be replenished, you cannot recover on your own. The giant puppet said coldly. Although I cannot recover primeval essence, so what? I can continue to use primeval stones to regain primeval essence. You have an injury on you, yet you dare disturb me. Die. First Gen Gyu shouted. At once, blood mist spewed out, and as blood waves raged on, a large group of insects flew out from the blood lake. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, troops of blade-winged blood bats flew out from the cave's ceiling and emerged from the blood lake, joining together and attacking towards the giant puppet. A large pack of bats, almost 1,000 of them, formed into a huge army. Although they were rank 3 and were a close combat type goo, but numbers made up for quality, even the rank 5 Tai Xueling felt a headache fighting against them. But that was not the end, for after first Gen Guyu's consciousness awakened, under his command, troops of blood bats continued to show up, gathering here. He had operated there for almost 1,000 years, and had a heaven-shattering scheme. He had converted the place into his personal backyard, thus having a great location advantage. Blood bat groups were organized, staying in formation in the air, continuing to move around like a strong army, surrounding the giant puppet. The blood river python stopped struggling, instead coiling up its body. This caused Tai Xueling to feel a threat, and he concentrated his mind even further. A goo's power, although strong, was unintelligent. A blood bat army with or without a goo master's control had a hell of a difference. First Gen Guyu only just appeared, and yet he has turned the tables, almost suppressing Tai Xueling. He has great location advantage, having his troops at his disposal. While Tai Xueling has an injury on him, the situation is not looking good. Fan Yuan had hid into a cave in the walls, using the shadows to hide and observe the battle. But Tai Xueling has roamed the southern borders for many years. With an injury on him but still entering this trap, he has to have some trump card. No matter what, there's going to be an intense battle soon. This entire district might even collapse. Should I stay here and observe? Staying here is very dangerous. This is the deepest part of the underground cave. I might get buried alive. If I stay and watch the show, what are the chances of me benefiting from their conflict? Fan Yuan thought quickly, evaluating the gains and losses. He was only rank 3 initial stage now, and there was a high risk in staying. As long as he got hit indirectly by one of their attacks, he would get heavily injured. But if he really gained something from this, surviving to the end, the benefits would be overwhelming. After all, what a rank 5 goo master owns could help him save up to 100 years of hard work. High risk, high return. Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh, and planned to retreat. The situation was no longer under his control. There was too much risk in staying. Birds die for food, people die for fortune. These situations, he had seen much of them in his previous 500 years of living. He was vigilant in nature. As long as he lived, there would always be more opportunities in the future. After all, he knew countless secrets and many unexposed inheritance grounds. They were all profitable and useful to him. He did not have to risk his life here. Just when Fan Yuan was about to leave, a small amount of blood bats flew out from the army and towards him. This blood bat group had around 100, causing Fan Yuan to quickly retreat. My clan junior, don't worry. There are traps set up in that cave, and even underground beasts reside there. These blood bats can ensure your safety. The first Gen Guyu's voice resounded. When Fan Yuan heard this, he ran even faster. First Gen Guyu was slightly shocked, not expecting Fan Yuan to be so observant at such a young age, able to sense his evil intents. Immediately, he pushed his will and another group of hundreds of blood bats chased after Fan Yuan. His distraction caused Tai Xueling to discover a weakness that wasn't really a flaw. Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Goo. Howl! The giant puppet opened its mouth, giving off a howl that shook the 9 heavens. At once, the overwhelming sound waves rushed towards all directions like the sound of thunder. The blade-winged blood bat goo close by were instantly murdered by this power, falling down one by one. Blood bat groups further away were in disarray from the attack, flying randomly in the air. The concentrated bat army earlier had in a split second gone into chaos and could not have any utility in the next short period. Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Goo was as high as rank 5, and it was an area of effect type that specialized in dealing with blood bat groups. When Tai Xueling first used it, the power was not strong, but that was due to him keeping it down forcefully. Now that he used the body of the giant puppet, he could display the true power of the Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Goo. Even numerous blood guillotine all over the sky were killed. As the blood mist dispersed, clear vision returned. The sound waves bounced off the walls as the entire space within the mountain started trembling. With the giant puppet as the focal point, the blood lake's water level was forced downwards, forming a bowl shape in the lake, and the blood water oozed out through the cave opening. But before that, there were sound waves spreading. Fan Yuan was caught in the crossfire, his white armor shimmering, almost breaking apart. To endure this sound wave attack, his aperture's primeval essence was used up by about 10%. The sound waves echoed in the narrow cave, and Fan Yuan's ears could not endure the buzzing and he almost tripped on the ground. But this sound wave was at least helpful to him. For the two groups of blood bats chasing him, the second was already decimated, and the first were in chaos from the attack, flying all over the place in the cave and not being able to chase Fan Yuan. It was a rare chance, so Fan Yuan quickly sprinted, pulling some distance from the blood bats. This group of bats were the furthest from the sound waves, thus recovering quickly. They flapped their wings, continuing their assault. There were about 100 blood bats, all rank 3. Fan Yuan could not fight against them, and could only run away. Earlier, the cave was dark and he did not know the directions. But now, his eyes had adapted to the dark environment, and he could see a bit of the area. This was all thanks to the red soil emitting light. Although his thunder wings were already unreliable, it could at least help a little, thus Fan Yuan activated it with all his strength. But even so, the two had a great difference in speed, and the distance was slowly shortened. The distance is almost there, it's time to use the spring-autumn cicada. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. As the bloodbat group continued to get closer, he could only use this method. Bladewing bloodbat Gu was only rank 3, so the rank 6 Gu aura completely dominated them. But Tai Xueling and 1st Gen Guyu were nearby. Once the spring-autumn cicada appears, it would cause a great mirage and the commotion would attract their attention. But Fan Yuan had no choice. With the situation before him, he could only hope that they were concentrated in fighting, and could not split their attention towards him. Screech, screech. The bloodbat group continued to get closer, almost less than 100 steps away. Fan Yuan breathed out in anticipation, thinking in his heart, "Spring-autumn cicada, come out!" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fan Yuan was stunned, standing on the spot. The spring-autumn cicada was in the center of his aperture, unmoving while emitting a brilliant yellow-green light. How can this be? Fan Yuan was shocked. Far away, the sky glowed amidst the mist. It was dawn. On the slope, Guyu Bo, Bai clan and Xiong clan leaders stood side by side. Even though the real competition is tomorrow, we have to have a preliminary competition. The time is just right, shall we start? Xiong clan leader smiled as he said. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Guyu Bo answered while distracted. He moved his gaze to the Gu masters gathered there, trying to search but could not find Fan Yuan among them. His worry intensified. These Gu masters were all under 30 years old, and while standing together, they distinctly split into 3 groups. Taking one glance, the 3 clans' strength was apparent. Xiong clan had the most Gu masters since they retreated at the start, and kept most of their battle strength. Guyu clan and Bai clan had less members, but Bai clan had Bai Ningbing. He alone was enough to promote the Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the 3 clans. Xiong clan leader shouted, "This competition will be held around the surrounding 100 li, all the way until night time, ending when the sun sets. Battles will not have life and death restrictions, but I hope you can control yourselves. You have a token in your hands, and the ones who collect 30 of them gets the qualification to enter the 3 clans competition. Ready, and start. Life and death battles, only those who qualify can enter. There is no participation limit, and the surrounding 100 li is the stage. Even entering midway is permitted. This is not a fair competition." But the 3 clan leaders did not have any opinions or grudges towards it. In this world, survival is based on one's own strength, one's fist. The stronger you are, the more rights you have to gain more benefits. If you are weak, then you should begrudge your luck and lay low, accumulating strength and becoming strong. In a few breaths' time, Fan Yuan felt like 2 or 3 years had passed. His forehead was full of cold sweat. The spring-autumn cicada was unable to come out. How could this happen? Spring-autumn cicada is his vital Gu. It was very important to him. A rank 6 Gu, his final trump card, to think it could not be controlled. This was too severe, and Fan Yuan had to place all his attention on this problem. In the dark cave, he squinted. He only panicked for less than a second, before calming himself down. His mind moved like lightning, his spirit entering his aperture. There was nothing wrong with the spring-autumn cicada. It was still recovering quickly. But no matter how Fan Yuan willed it, it remained stagnant at the center, not moving even a single step. I get it. Fan Yuan was enlightened. This spring-autumn cicada, once it becomes a vital Gu, it stays in the aperture and can no longer be moved. Gu was the essence of living beings, it had endless possibilities, and all sorts of forms and abilities. For goo worms, nurture, use, and refine, all three were deep and profound, and often were there special cases in these aspects. On nurturing, goo worms only ate specific food. On refine, they had all sorts of requirements. On use, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a goo master that has never lied. And to use the righteous goo, it needed the goo master to have a heart of justice. Or the photo-audio goo, dying after one use, while the visuals could stay on the rock walls for a period of time. Once the spring-autumn cicada is refined, it stays in the aperture and can no longer be moved. This specialty reminded Fan Yuan of another goo, the water-curtain skyflower. Chapter 187. There exists one river of time, and the spring-autumn cicada acts as the crossing boat. The water-curtain skyflower goo was a rank 4 goo. Once used, it would turn into a giant spherical water shield. The defensive strength of the shield was extremely good, and it could even resist attacks from rank 5 goo. However, it had a big weakness: it couldn't be moved and couldn't be stopped. The water shield isolated the inside and outside world, so even the owner couldn't freely enter or exit. Thus, this was used by many forces to protect their territories. Fan Yuan was not familiar with spring-autumn cicada. In his previous life, he died by the besiegement of the righteous path after just having succeeded in refining the spring-autumn cicada. He simply didn't have the time to experiment with it. Also, spring-autumn cicada wasn't his vital goo at the time, and this characteristic hadn't revealed itself. In this life, his cultivation was still low, so he didn't dare to randomly let out the spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was classified as one of the most unusual goo and was extremely mysterious. The records of the insights and experiences of its users had never been spread. Furthermore, once a goo reaches rank 6 and above, they become the only one of their type in the whole world. If someone wanted to refine them, they would only have a probability of success after the previous goo died, otherwise it was 100% failure. Thus, this led to Fan Yuan knowing about this characteristic only now. Rebirth isn't an easy thing. The spring and autumn conceals disaster. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is increasing more and more, and even the cultivation speed of an A-grade aptitude with a sea of resources might not be able to match its speed. Their aperture will sooner or later explode under the pressure of spring-autumn cicada. Fan Yuan clenched his teeth. Rebirth was beautiful, but possessing spring-autumn cicada was equivalent to having half a 10 extreme aptitude. It was like being under the execution post where you could be executed at any moment. If I can't let spring-autumn cicada out, then does that mean I can only use it to rebirth again? Fan Yuan's frowns deepened. This appeared to be the only way. A rebirth would mean spring-autumn cicada would enter a weak state again, and at the same time, Fan Yuan could escape from this dangerous situation. This situation seemed to be perfect, but it contained many problems and huge dangers. First of all, there was no guarantee of the rebirth being successful. Fan Yuan had gone through rebirth once, and he was only able to bring back his valuable experience. He came to an understanding by integrating the Earth's concept. The world is a three-dimensional space, and time is an axis connecting the past and present. Without time, space would be stationary. The movements of every matter was a process, signifying the consumption of time. There were no parallel dimensions in the world. Using the spring-autumn cicada to be reborn was to step across from the latter half of the time axis, the future, to some point in the first half, the past. However, Fan Yuan's aged body in the future didn't exist in the past. Due to the restrictions from the great Tao of the world, his body couldn't be brought over to the past, and could only self-detonate. The energy from the self-detonation was a propulsion force, and the fragment of the laws of time in spring-autumn cicada was like a lone boat which carried Fan Yuan's consciousness from future to be reborn into the past. Consciousness wasn't a physical matter like a body. Strictly speaking, this future consciousness, too, didn't exist in the past. The ingenuity was contained therein. Future consciousness led to the goo master changing himself, and thereby influencing his surroundings. This influence would gradually extend to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect took place, the world would no longer be the same, causing the existence of the future consciousness to receive the approval of the great Tao of the world. Someone had said that history was like a long river, and a change in an event in the upstream would completely change the downstream. This mystical world of goo was like the water in the long river. Almost everyone could only flow along with the stream and go from upstream to downstream. Fan Yuan's consciousness, however, went against the stream, going from downstream to upstream by relying on spring-autumn cicada. When he made changes in the upstream, there would also be changes in the downstream. But the river was still the same river. The world of Gu Masters was still the world of Gu Masters. It was just that history had turned into another corner, bringing another possibility to the equation. This analogy could be easily understood. However, Spring-Autumn Cicada hadn't recovered completely. It was like a leaky, worn-out boat right now. Fan Yuan's cultivation was also only rank 3 initial stage. There would be an unimaginable difference between the propulsion force of his self-detonation now from the self-detonation of his rank 6 cultivation in his previous life. With such a minute force, he simply wouldn't be able to push the Spring-Autumn Cicada, let alone flow against the long river of time. I probably won't succeed by trying to rebirth through self-detonation. Who is to say that the broken boat won't be stranded in the long river? And if that happens, my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly washed away by time. To raise the probability of success, it would be best to wait until the aperture is pushed to the limits, stall for time as much as possible and let Spring-Autumn Cicada recover more, decreasing the holes in the worn-out boat. At the same time, increasing my cultivation will provide higher propulsive force to go against the stream, after self-detonation. Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh. This change in the Spring-Autumn Cicada was beyond his anticipation. But with his ever-cautious nature, he had a plan ready. The blood-bat group was nearing. Fan Yuan, however, had his attention in his aperture. Yellow-green rays of light flooded his aperture. His white-silver primeval sea was as still as a mirror under the majestic aura of Spring-Autumn Cicada, but there were dangerous cracks in the light membrane of his aperture. All the other Gu had been suppressed down to the depths of the sea by Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura. Fan Yuan sent his will and a Gu slowly flew towards the surface of the sea, resisting the pressure. This Gu appeared like a square dice. It was gray and very firm. This was one of the Gu that Fan Yuan had plundered from Bai Ningbing. It was a one-time use Gu, and would disappear once used. But its effects were extraordinary, and once used it would completely extract all the strength and potential in a Gu Master's aperture and instantly raise a Gu Master's cultivation to the peak stage of the same rank. Stone Aperture Gu explode! Fan Yuan willed it. The stone aperture Gu immediately exploded, changing into gray powders just like the smoke from a cigarette, and pervaded the primeval sea. The aperture's walls were originally a light membrane, but once this gray powder touched it, the light immediately dimmed down. The powder stuck to the light membrane and the light membrane gradually thickened, experiencing a qualitative change from light to stony. After several seconds, Fan Yuan's aperture walls had thickened by several times and changed into a heavy, sturdy stone aperture. The yellow-green radiance of Spring-Autumn Cicada still fluctuated continuously, but the aperture could now support its pressure. Fan Yuan was at rank 3 initial stage with light silver primeval essence, and his primeval sea shone with light silver light. But right now, his cultivation experienced a sudden rise, leaping from rank 3 initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture Gu means cutting off one's advancement route and using up all the potential within the aperture. It will be very difficult to step to rank 4. But my cultivation has increased and the aperture has turned into stone walls, which is multiple times thicker and firmer than before, and will be able to support the pressure from Spring-Autumn Cicada for the time being. Using the stone aperture Gu should have been Bai Ningbing's response to the limits of Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme aptitudes are much more troublesome than the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Their potential is endless and even by turning one's aperture into stone, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this second, the Bladewing Bloodbat group pounced in for the kill. Fan Yuan gave a cold snort, then took out his chainsaw Golden Centipede and killed as he retreated. Fortunately, this tunnel was narrow, and with the Sky Canopy Gu's defense and the chainsaw Golden Centipede's wide body, Fan Yuan was able to block the Bloodbat group and stop them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, there were only continuous ringing sounds within the tunnel. The sounds of Chainsaw Golden Centipede's attacks and the sound of Bladewing Bloodbats smashing into the white armor quickly echoed through the tunnel walls and formed into a medley. The primeval essence in Fan Yuan's aperture continued to deplete rapidly. There were close to 100 Bloodbats, but without a Gu Master there to control them, there were a lot of internal frictions between the bats, and they couldn't form a tacit cooperation. Thus, in reality, Fan Yuan only needed to deal with 30 to 40 Bloodbats at the same time. But even this number wasn't something he could withstand, and he had to retreat while fighting back. What was even more awkward was that even though he had leaped to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still contained the initial stage light silver primeval essence. Just by relying on his C-grade aptitude, the self-production speed of Snow's silver primeval essence was way too slow. The current situation also didn't allow Fan Yuan to multitask and take out primeval stones to absorb natural primeval essence. Consuming primeval stones could quickly recover primeval essence, but this method wasn't suitable in a real battle. Distracting oneself in a life and death battle was asking for humiliation. It was an extremely stupid move and was akin to courting death. At the same time, the efficiency in absorbing natural primeval essence at such a situation was also very low. This way could only be used during normal cultivation, or to exploit short gaps in battles to quickly recover primeval essence. Luckily, Fan Yuan obtained a grass goo not long ago, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce primeval stones. It was very precious and rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was also called Portable Spirit Spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. The primeval essence would then condense together to form primeval stones. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus that Fan Yuan possessed was lying deep in his primeval sea. It appeared like an extremely small spirit spring. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus's recipe was created by Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus. Only the Gu Masters who have reached rank 9 were respected as venerables. For Righteous Path, they were called Immortal Venerables, and for Demonic Path, they were called Demonic Venerables. Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus was also known as the person with the fastest primeval essence recovery speed since the ancient times. In this aspect, he was above other Immortal Venerables and Demonic Venerables, and it was all because of the Essence Lotus. Fan Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only a rank 3 and he had just refined it, so it was at its poorest level. But it was already providing a continuous supply of natural primeval essence to Fan Yuan. The moment this natural primeval essence appeared in Fan Yuan's aperture, it would be automatically refined and turned into Snow's silver primeval essence. Supposedly, if Fan Yuan absorbed primeval essence from primeval stones, he would still have to divide a part of his mind. But this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was his goo, so using it was as simple and easy as moving his fingers. Fan Yuan retreated while fighting, and with the assistance of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery speed could already be comparable with B-grade aptitude Gu Masters. Kill! He gave a fierce shout before abruptly changing his battle style and charging into the Bloodbat group. Chainsaw Golden Centipede exploded forth, and its silver sawtooth crazily rotated around, producing screeching sounds as it cut down on a Bladewing Bloodbat hiding in the rear. This Bloodbat appeared rather similar to other Bloodbats, albeit looking a bit more dominant. This was the sole male bat in this Bloodbat group, and was refined by the first Gen Guyu. By controlling it, one could indirectly gain control of the whole Bloodbat group. Fan Yuan had been secretly planning this attack after careful observation, and made this attack appear unintentional. With the Guyu first head not present on the scene, this attack was very effective. The male bat died on the spot, twisting into a bloody pulp. The remaining female bats immediately scattered. Chapter 188. Senior paves the way for juniors to run smoothly. In a Bloodbat group, there was only one male bat, while the rest were all females under the command of the male bat. Between the male and female bats, they looked the same, and did not have difference in appearances. But Fan Yuan was beyond familiar with these Bladewing Bloodbats in his previous life. As long as he had enough time, he could differentiate them. Without the male bat, the entire group fell into chaos. Fan Yuan took the chance and waved the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, killing his way through. A moment later, over 20 Bladewing Bloodbats were decimated, showing Fan Yuan's resolution of battle. But the intense battle also caused Fan Yuan's primeval essence in his aperture to decrease tremendously. Time to go! Fan Yuan decisively retreated, running away at full force. When the Bloodbat group behind him reacted, Fan Yuan was already 100 steps away. About 20 Bladewing Bloodbats continued to chase after him, while the others flew in all directions. Gasp, gasp! In the narrow tunnel, Fan Yuan breathed hard while sprinting, activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. After an intense battle, the Snow's silver primeval essence left in his aperture, as well as the low primeval sea level gradually rose back up. The longer time passed, the faster Fan Yuan's battle strength recovered. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's thunder wings flapped, and the force dragged his entire body forward, almost letting him crash into the cave walls. The Thunderwing's goo had been polluted by the blood frenzy goo, and it had reached its limits, starting to show signs of being uncontrollable. Very soon, the Thunderwing's goo will turn into a pool of blood water and turn into a new pollution source. Thinking so, Fan Yuan stopped hesitating and activated it 3 times, finally causing the disobeying Thunderwing's goo to detach from his back. Go! Fan Yuan resolutely gave up the Thunderwing's goo, throwing it behind him. The Blaewing Bloodbat group behind him surrounded the Thunderwing's goo completely. They rushed up, tearing the Thunderwing's goo into bits. This obstruction gave Fan Yuan a little bit of time to recover. Until the Blaewing Bloodbats caught up to Fan Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered over half of the total. The snow-silver primeval essence compared to the light-silver primeval essence had several times more sustainability, and Fan Yuan's current battle strength had greatly exceeded an initial stage. He laughed heartily, waving the chainsaw golden centipede to fight once again. After killing around 8 to 9 of them, the rest all flew and escaped. Unfortunately, I do not have a goo like the Iron Hand grappling goo. The Blaewing Bloodbat goo flies too fast, and its wings are sharp like blades. It is really hard to capture. If I can capture 2 or 3, that would be nice. Fan Yuan kept the chainsaw golden centipede, and turned around towards the deeper part of the cave. When he snatched the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, he was engulfed by the blood water. That was definitely caused by the first-gen Guyu. First-gen Guyu used the blood-white goo, turning into a flying zombie. His aperture was long dead and could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used primeval stones, his primeval essence in the aperture would be limited by the amount left inside. But if he had a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, to a large extent, he could negate this weakness. Thus, not long ago, he sent 2 groups of Blaewing Bloodbats towards Fan Yuan, attempting to capture him. Thankfully, Fan Yuan saw something amiss and turned around in time. At the same time, Tai Xueling indirectly helped him with the sound wave. I wonder how's the battle between Tai Xueling and First Gen Guyu? Fan Yuan's gaze was concentrated. No matter which side won, they would still target him. Tai Xueling wants to bring him to justice, while First Gen Guyu wants the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Although the Blaewing Bloodbats had dispersed, Fan Yuan's danger was still unresolved. I have to leave Qingmao Mountain immediately, as soon as possible. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. He could no longer return, only able to walk along this mountain cave, trying to find a way out. This cave was obviously man-made, but after a long time, many areas had collapsed. Fan Yuan continued to advance, and when he met these dead ends he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature, adept at digging holes, so at this time it had a great use. Fan Yuan also had the strength of 2 boars, and he dug through the soil and continued forward. This greatly reduced his speed, and after 3 to 4 hours, he finally got to the end of the cave. A large sturdy rock wall blocked his path completely. Even the chainsaw golden centipede couldn't drill its way through. Did the first Gen Guyu seal this cave completely already? Fan Yuan's heart sank. Bam! The 2 sides' palms met, and the Xiong Clan Gu Master flew into the air like a rag, landing heavily on the ground. Cough! The Xiong Clan Gu Master coughed out a mouthful of blood, falling unconscious. In the sky, the sun was shining brightly, sending down scorching rays of light. The sunlight shone over the wilderness, and the light reflected on Bai Zhong Xue's fat face. This young Bai Clan Gu Master laughed smugly. Humph, so what if you're the Xiong Clan Gu Master? Daring to compete strength with me? She moved her fat slim body, trying to finish off her opponent and take the token, but suddenly a moonblade came attacking. Bam! Bai Zhong Xue's body turned, shooting a water ball from her mouth. The water ball and moonblade collided, exploding together. 3 Gu Masters with Fang Jing as the lead jumped down from the branches. Guyu Clan's people, this is my battle reward. Bai Zhong Xue squinted, her eyes showing a dangerous light. Fang Jing's strangely bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhong Xue intently as he said, So what? Now you are our prey. At another side of the forest, more footsteps were heard. A few people walked out from the shadows. It was Xiong Clan's genius youngster Xiong Lin. His bald head reflected the sunlight, causing him to shine like a diamond. Hee, this has gotten interesting. Bai Zhong Xue laughed loudly, but the next moment her laughter stopped. The 2 sides attacked together, causing Bai Zhong Xue to be caught off guard, getting surrounded. Bai Zhongshui coughed out some blood, her expression turning ugly. What? Guyu clan, you are cooperating with these despicable Xiong clan people? Fang Jing was expressionless, his killing intent raging, not saying a word and getting closer to Bai Zhongshui. Xionglin laughed. This battle concerns the three clans' demographics for the next 100 years, so let me tell you. Guyu clan has already established an alliance with our Xiong clan. Bai Zhongshui, today is your death date. Spit! Bai Zhongshui coughed out a mouth of blood water as she stared at her surroundings in disdain. So what if I die? He, ganging up. You are just afraid of our Bai Ningbing. It's useless, this is only the initial battle, there will still be 1 versus 1 later. Is there anyone in your clans that can fight against Bai Ningbing? We are destined to be number 1. Hee. Thus we decided that in this first battle, we shall cooperate and finish off Bai Ningbing. Xionglin laughed loudly. Buzz buzz buzz, chainsaw golden centipede's razors grinded against the rock wall, causing a loud noise to echo in the cave. This rock wall was sturdy and thick, being very weird. Fan Yuan's forehead was full of sweat, as he used the chainsaw golden centipede and blood moon goo to attack in turns, but even after many hours, he only progressed about 50 centimeters. Is it really the end for me? Eh? Fan Yuan's heart moved, suddenly feeling that there was a life form in the rock wall. He quickly used the earth communication eargrass goo, listening to the rock wall. There was a mysterious life form on the other side of the rock wall, but its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fan Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious life form showed itself. Its entire body was pitch black, emitting a metallic glow like iron and steel. Both its chest and back armor were thick lines that showed a dominating aura. It had 3 pairs of legs, each having spiral-shaped feelers at the tip. It caused Fan Yuan to think of the spiral tip of an electric drill. It's the thousandly earthwolf spider! Fan Yuan was enlightened, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The questions in Fan Yuan's heart were mostly answered at this point. Back then the flower wine monk, in order to nurture the heavenly essence treasure lotus, came to the Guyu village. But at the last moment, he was stopped by first Gen Guyu, thus he used his methods to throw it into the Blood River graveyard. The flower wine monk was also a rank 5 Gu master, he had to have an intense battle with first Gen Guyu. First Gen Guyu had operated for hundreds of years, having terrain advantage, so the flower wine monk could not compete against him, thus he could only escape. He used the thousandly earthwolf spider to dig out this path, and after leaving the battlefield he had already suffered an incurable injury. At the end of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance as a last act of revenge. He attempted to let his descendants take the heavenly essence treasure lotus and ruin the Guyu clan's foundation. This explains why the flower wine monk was bathed in blood, his body full of injuries. But the reason for why the thousandly earthwolf spider fall into slumber and seal itself here, that was still a mystery. Also the first Gen Guyu, what in the world was he after? These suspicions are all minute details. What's important is leaving this place. Fan Yuan stretched out his hand, sending out some primeval essence, and refining the thousandly earthwolf spider. This sturdy rock wall was the cocoon created by the thousandly earthwolf spider when it fell into hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the white boar goo that Fan Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower goo. Thus, even though it was rank 5, Fan Yuan easily refined it. Fan Yuan threw the Thunder Wings goo away earlier and was lacking a movement-type goo, this being his weakness once again. But now he obtained the thousandly earthwolf spider, so it was like a glimmer of hope in the darkest hour. This thousandly earthwolf spider was a large steed-type goo. It ate soil as food, and was easy to raise. Fan Yuan injected his snow's silver primeval essence into it, and the thousandly earthwolf spider gradually awakened, its aura becoming stronger. It started to consume, eating large amounts of soil. When it recovered to an extent, Fan Yuan, who couldn't wait to leave, quickly got onto its back, ordering it to move forward. Although it had only recovered a little, the thousandly earthwolf spider was still a rank 5 goo. Its 3 pairs of legs moved quickly, dashing through. After the cocoon broke, the cave behind was exposed too. This path was the one the flower wine monk created when he escaped. Seniors paved the way for juniors to run along, so this greatly helped Fan Yuan. The only worry was, steed-type goo worms took a lot of primeval essence to use. The thousandly earthwolf spider was rank 5. Rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain its expenditure, so every now and then, Fan Yuan had to stop and sit on the thousandly earthwolf spider's back, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus while extracting natural essence from his primeval stones. With 2 sources, as well as his C-grade natural recovery, Fan Yuan's primeval essence recovery rate was fast, incomparable to before. As he instructed the thousandly earthwolf spider to move forward, he would also stop to recover his primeval essence. When they encountered a cave-in, they would drill their way through, and with such a repeated process, Fan Yuan gradually moved away from the Blood Lake graveyard, going towards the surface. Chapter 189. Shocking Change. The sun lowers as night descends, and the setting sun was like a burning fire on the horizon. Standing on a slope was Bai Ningbing, clothed in white, his hair snowy white. The setting sun's last rays reflected in his eyes, hinting that his life was ending. Such a beautiful sunset, how many more times can I see it? This brilliance of nature, I have only seen a little of them all, what a waste. Especially when around me, these annoying fellows are still arguing. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and sweeping the environment. Gu Yu and Xiong Clan's alliance, the remaining 100 Gu masters gathered together, and surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you back out of this competition now, we can spare your life. Indeed, if you know your place, we might as well be kind and let you off. Your Bai Clan Gu masters are mostly finished. The remaining ones have all been stopped by us. Don't rest your hopes on reinforcements, they will not come. With Fang Jing, Xiong Jiaoman, Xiong Lin and Qi Qing as leaders, the young Gu master spoke in turns, trying to break Bai Ningbing's spirits. But these words Bai Ningbing did not put to heart. A bunch of rats coming to the elephant and screaming, how pathetically laughable. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, showing disdain. Among you people, only Gu Yu Fan Yuan is slightly interesting. Too bad he isn't here. Hee, come at me together. Saying so, Bai Ningbing created an ice blade, using his hand to wipe the sharp blade that emitted cold energy. He did not even look at the people around him. This person is too arrogant. Humph, not taking us seriously. Brothers, let's attack together. Everyone send out one attack, even 10 Bai Ningbings will be turned into meat paste. The Gu masters jeered, but no one dared to attack rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was overwhelming, causing everyone to feel threatened. Everyone calm down, don't listen to Bai Ningbing's taunts. We did not practice together before and do not have good cooperation. If we attack together, we will waste much of our efforts, and he will take advantage of it. Xiong Lin shouted. Then who attacks first? Qi Qing asked. Although they cooperated with Xiong clan and attacked the Bai clan, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever attacks first bears higher risks, and also risks the other party taking advantage of their combat. Never mind, I'll engage Bai Ningbing first. To be honest, I've wanted to fight you some long ago. Xiong Jianman took a step forward. She blew a whistle, and once she did, sounds of beasts stampeding could be heard from afar. Many black shadows overlapped in the forest, and what showed up was over 200 black bears. The black bear at the front of the horde was larger than the rest. It was 100 Beast King level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Xiong Jiaoman rose to rank 3 because of it, and the bear enslavement Gu also rose to rank 3, finally being able to enslave bear-type 100 Beast Kings. This was Xiong Jiaoman's trump card. Way to go, lady boss! Oh my god, so many bears! With all these bears and us being around 100 people, Bai Ningbing is dead meat. Xiong clan Gu masters were stirred, getting excited. Gu Yu clan looked complicated. After Xiong Li died, this Xiong Jiaoman became the #1 contender in the Xiong clan. Looking at Gu Yu clan, after Qingshu died, Mo Bei followed as well. Although Fan Yuan rose to rank 3, his aptitude is only C grade, it was hard to count on him. Thankfully, we still have the A grade Gu Yu Fang Jing. Many Gu masters looked at Fang Jing, thinking so and feeling assured. Especially during this 3-clan competition, Fang Jing seemed to have gotten more mature, attacking more ferociously, and many Bai clan Gu masters were killed by him. Such a performance caused many clansmen to feel comforted. This was the true disposition of AA grade genius. The results are pretty much assured. Even a rank 3 peak stage with much talent cannot be the match for 100 people. Lord Qingshu, I will take revenge for you personally. After that, if Big Brother appears. Fang Jing stared intently at Bai Ningbing, thinking rapidly in his mind. Merely 100 Beast King, what a boring trick. His entire body was emitting cold air. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. I'm at my limit already, huh? Bai Ningbing felt his life ending. His body had reached some sort of limit. Not soon after, he would die. Even now, he could feel his body starting to collapse, and much of his flesh and blood was turning into ice and snow. But even so, Bai Ningbing remained calm, his gaze concentrated. He took a final look at the sun's rays, before turning around and looking at the charging bear group. Since you are all looking for death, I shall act mercifully and grant you all your wishes. Maybe this way, it can bring some excitement to my life. He sighed softly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and Gu masters stood still, completely silent. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ningbing is the greatest victory. Xiong clan leader was secretly excited. Humph, we were tricked. They actually ganged up to deal with us. Hee, you have all underestimated Bai Ningbing, get ready for a shock. Bai clan leader was calm as water, plotting in his mind. Gu Yubo showed a worried expression. Up until now, Fan Yuan and Tai Shueling did not show up at all. Although the 3-clan competition was important, his mind was elsewhere. Desolate in ancient moon physique. If Fan Yuan really has such an aptitude, we have to protect him at all costs and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking so, Gu Yubo looked at Tai Ruonan without turning his body. This Tai family young lady had a strong background, but she was already brought around by Gu Yubo, secretly a captive. Tai Ruonan was not worried about her situation. She believed her father, and was also thinking about how to capture Fan Yuan. Whatever aptitude Fan Yuan had, as long as one bothered to, they could assess it. If he really was a 10 extreme talent, then his suspicion would be the greatest. Fuck. Fan Yuan cursed, lying on the thousandly earth wolf spider's back, sticking closely and preventing himself from falling off. He wanted to use the flower wine monk's open path to advance easily. But good times do not last, for not long after, the thousandly earth wolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the natural essence in the air, using it. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to dig out new paths, moving around randomly in the underground cave. Fan Yuan understood finally. This thousandly earth wolf spider, under the flower wine monk's command, had engaged in battle with first gen Gu Yu previously. In the battle, it was corrupted by the blood frenzy Gu. The flower wine monk relied on it to escape, then hurriedly created the secret cave, leaving behind his inheritance before dying. Upon losing its master, the thousandly earth wolf spider lost control and frantically went back to that path that it had dug when escaping. Right before death, what was fortunate was that the thousandly earth wolf spider sealed itself and fell into hibernation, preserving its last life force before dying. Hundreds of years later, Fan Yuan returned to the place and dug out the cocoon, causing it to awaken again. But the blood frenzy Gu's problem was not solved, and thus after a while, it started to act up again. Fan Yuan was deep in the cave, and just by relying on his own strength he could not escape to the surface. He needed the ability of the thousandly earth wolf spider. The thousandly earth wolf spider started to go crazy, getting more uncontrollable. Fan Yuan could only ride on its back, betting on his luck. But at this point, the thousandly earth wolf spider's frequency of going crazy was not so high, so Fan Yuan still had some control of it. Although his control was slipping, overall, he still controlled the general direction. He let the thousandly earth wolf spider dig its way to the surface, but where it would end up, Fan Yuan had no idea. The last of the sun's rays were like blood, reflecting on the minced corpses and broken limbs everywhere on the battlefield. Bai Ningbing stood arrogantly on the battlefield, a thick layer of ice beneath his feet as the icy domain continued to spread outwards. The remaining Gu masters amounted to less than 30, staying closely together trying to find a bit of assurance from each other's body warmth. The bear group had long been exterminated. Even Xiong Jianman had been beheaded by Bai Ningbing's ice blade, and her head flew far away as blood poured like a fountain out of her neck. Xiong Lin was penetrated by the icicles from Bai Ningbing, and Gu Yu Qiqing was turned into an ice sculpture. In the ice coffin, he still retained the dodging action right before death, his face showing shock, fear, and utter shock, vivid and lifelike. Fan Zheng's body was full of injuries, but there was no blood. His injuries were all frozen by the ice and snow. He breathed roughly, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. What happened earlier was like a nightmare. Bai Ningbing was definitely a rank 3, but his battle strength was almost rank 4. Although lookalikes, but you are not him, how boring. Bai Ningbing looked at Fan Zheng, walking closer. Fan Zheng, still being alive, was also intentional by Bai Ningbing. The Gu masters all got into a commotion, their morale at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leaders were watching from afar, they would have broken down and escaped for their lives already. Damn it, damn it! Why is our battle strength so different? I am an A-grade talent, am I going to die here? Fang Jing gritted his teeth, screaming in his heart. Die! Bai Ningbing jumped, raising his ice blade high while in midair. Slash! The ice blade expanded, almost 5 to 6 times of the original, sending an unblockable aura as it slashed towards everyone. I am going to die. Ah! Facing this attack, many Gu masters broke down and cried in despair. Fuck, why did it come to this? Xiong clan leader's face was full of despair. Gu Bo was urging to move, but Bai clan leader snickered, stopping him. Gu clan leader, no one is to interfere. Are you going to turn on your word and break the agreement? Gu Bo squinted his eyes. Bai Ningbing is only rank 3, he cannot have such strength, you are cheating blatantly. Cheating? Hee, let me tell you the truth, our clan's Bai Ningbing is the northern dark eye soul physique. Bai clan leader shouted loudly. What? 10 extreme aptitude. At once, Gu Bo and Xiong clan leader were shocked. Reporting. Clan leader, there has been a strange earthquake. Many of the clan's bamboo buildings have collapsed, and the ground is seeping with blood water. Not many people are injured, but they are flustered. A Gu clan Gu master came running. To think that there is a thing. Gu Bo's expression changed. Chapter 190. Third battle against Bai Ningbing. Moon Raiment. With the blade impending, Fang Jing shouted, activating his Gu worm. A misty light that was blue like the moon gushed out from his body, extending and surrounding all the Gu masters around him. But even so, everyone was still in despair. Struggling is useless. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and indifference. But at this time, bam! The ground under everyone's feet suddenly grew and turned into a lump before exploding, sending soil flying. Gu masters cried painfully as they rolled away from the impact. In a cloud of smoke, a giant spider emerged from everyone's sights. The aura of a rank 5 Gu made everyone wary. On the spider that looked like it was made of steel, a black-clothed, black-haired young man was standing upright. I finally reached the surface. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes emitting a brilliant glow. Eh? Soon after, he saw Bai Ningbing who was hacking towards him in midair. The giant ice blade cut through the winds as it slashed towards him. Fang Yuan, you are finally here. Bai Ningbing's calm face, after a slight stun, completely transformed into one of excitement and battle intent. Fang Yuan snorted before the ice blade touched him. The icy winds caused him to feel a slight chill as his black hair flew behind him. He raised his hand, the chainsaw golden centipede. Bam! Ice blade collided with the chainsaw golden centipede, and after a stalemate, the golden centipede's razors rotated furiously, large amounts of ice shards flying out. Cracks quickly emerged from the surface of the ice blade, quickly covering its entire body. Break! Fang Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars, his strength completely overwhelmed by Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only let go as the ice blade broke into pieces, and ice shards fell. The thousandly earth wolf spider began to go berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and attacking towards Bai Ningbing. Gu worms had low intellect, but they were born sensitive, able to sense which target was more of a threat to them. Bai Ningbing's aura caused the thousandly earth wolf spider to treat him as an enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ningbing's arms waved, and icicles flew out in a row. The icicles hit the thousandly earth wolf spider's body and shattered, while the thousandly earth wolf spider went berserk and growled, pouncing while Fang Yuan was on it. Swish, swish, swish! 3 black spiral legs shot out like an arrow towards Bai Ningbing's fragile body. Sensing danger, a snowy light shot out from Bai Ningbing's aperture. The light expanded, revealing the white form Immortal Snake Gu, floating in midair. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, leaping and landing on the white form Immortal Snake's back, staring at Fang Yuan. Interesting. Very interesting. Fang Yuan, you didn't let me down after all. Be big, brother. Fang Jing climbed up from the floor. His face had been cut by the ice blade, his face full of blood as he stared at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. The opponent has a rank 5 Gu as well? Bai clan leader's gaze tightened, becoming nervous. Fang Yuan, you finally appeared. Rank 5 Gu. Isn't that the thousandly earth wolf spider? Gu Bo's attention was attracted. On the battlefield, two youngsters of different ages stood on opposing sides. One wore white robes, had silver hair and blue eyes, riding on the white form immortal snake holding an ice blade in his hand, like a ice immortal descending to the mortal realm. The other had black robes, black hair and black eyes, standing on the thousandly earthwolf spider's back, having the chainsaw golden centipede in his hand, buzzing as it rotated, like a demon god summoned into the world. The two's opposing stances attracted many gazes. Bai Ningbing had an excited expression, raising the ice blade, shouting loudly, "This will be the most exciting battle in my life. Come, Fan Yuan, let us battle to the death." Humph. Fan Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the three clans' competition. To think that the thousandly earthwolf spider brought him here. He did not want to engage with Bai Ningbing and waste his time here. Whether Tai Shueling or the first Zhen Guyu wins, they would definitely hunt him down. But if he does not defeat this Bai Ningbing, how could he escape? Thus battle it is. Bam! White form immortal snake and thousandly earthwolf spider collided. The white snake coiled as the black spider stabbed, fighting at close range. On the two Gu's backs, two bodies moved about, the ice blade drawing different sparks in the sky while the chainsaw golden centipede buzzed as it extended and contracted at will. The mountain rocks broke, and thunderous explosions happened continuously. Icicles hit Fan Yuan directly, but were blocked by the white armor of the sky canopy Gu. Blood Moon Blade hit Bai Ningbing, causing a large injury that was instantly covered by a layer of frost, sealing the wound. The frost turned into blood and flesh, causing Bai Ningbing to recover completely. It really is the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Xiong clan leader saw this and stared with his eyes wide open. 10 extreme physiques were legendary aptitudes. He did not think he would see one with his own eyes. He, Fan Yuan dares to attempt to fight Bai Ningbing, he is assured to lose. Bai clan leader laughed sinisterly. That might not be. Tai Ruinan beside him pouted. 10 extreme physique, it has to be it. In such a battle, if he was AC grade, his primeval essence would have been long gone. Fan Yuan, you are indeed the desolate in ancient moon physique. Gu Yubo clenched his fist, his expression extremely agitated. This is Big Brother's true power? So Big Brother really is a 10 extreme physique, he's been concealing himself this entire time. Fan Zheng's mouth was slightly open, his face full of dejection. The truth was in front of him, so what does his previous pride amount to now? Every time, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's intense clashes would cause his heart to tremble once. He felt himself getting smaller, and his older brother Fan Yuan's shadow started to enshroud him once again. What sort of battle is this? I cannot believe that this is two rank 3 Gu masters fighting. Did I see wrongly? Fan Yuan is so ferocious? Fighting one-on-one against Bai Ningbing and being equally matched. Some surviving young Gu masters stared in disbelief. The battle suddenly shifted once again. White form immortal snake and the thousandly earthwolf spider both took great damage, but it was not refined by Bai Ningbing, merely attracted by the northern dark eye soul physique. White form immortal snake spit out a lump of white fog, covering the entire battlefield. Then, its body trembled and it threw Bai Ningbing off its body before leaving. This immortal. Seeing this, Bai clan leader was shocked. As he watched the escaping white snake, he did not know what to say. This fog was like a maze, able to obscure vision and follow one like a shadow. Fan Yuan was covered by the white fog, and his eyes saw nothing but whiteness. But he did not panic, as although his vision was affected, he still had his other 4 senses: taste, hearing, smell and touch. Earth communication ear grass. Roots grew out of Fan Yuan's ears, and very soon he heard a sound analyzing the situation within 300 steps of his radius. Lightning Eye Gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with lightning. Although Lightning Eye Gu was rank 3 and could break through illusions, this fog made by a rank 5 immortal snake completely suppressed it. Fuck! He cursed loudly. Icicle Gu. Dozens of icicles flew out in all directions. Fan Yuan's ears twitched, hearing the sound of the icicles moving against the wind. Thus, he hurriedly flipped his body to the other side of the thousandly earthwolf spider. Bam bam bam. The icicles struck the thousandly earthwolf spider's body, causing it to go into a rage and rush towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not going to play with you. Fan Yuan got off the thousandly earthwolf spider, abandoning it, and relying on the earth communication ear grass and attempting to leave the battlefield. This thousandly earthwolf spider had already been corrupted by the blood frenzy Gu, about to turn into a pool of blood water soon, so he should abandon it as soon as possible. That Bai Ningbing was now a ticking time bomb, and killing him is akin to setting off a bomb. He cannot be touched. The Gu masters observing the battle only saw a lump of mist, before a small piece was divided out and floated towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this mist, it was naturally Fan Yuan. The maze fog followed like a shadow, and unless dispelled, it would continue to obscure Fan Yuan's vision until the maze fog fades on its own. Fan Yuan's eyes continued to see nothing but fog, but he had the earth communication ear grass, thus he could determine his location through sound. The moving wind in tree leaves, the mountain springs and its flowing water, the chirping of the birds, the breathing of the wild beasts, these were all sounds. Only the mountain rocks had no sound, thus he sometimes knocked into them. Ice Blade Storm! Behind him, Bai Ningbing's voice came. Huff, huff, huff. The winds blew as cold air spread, the temperature in the air started to decrease, and the white-colored Ice Blade Storm was formed, even bigger than before. Even the thousandly Earthwolf spider was repelled by it. That lump of mist, it should be Fan Yuan. Quickly stop him! Beside, Tai Ruanan shouted loudly. Fan Yuan, don't go! Guyu village is your home! Guyu Bo was anxious, trying to chase after him, but was stopped by the other two clan leaders. Why? Guyu clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield? Xiong clan leader crossed his arms and snickered. Humph, our Guyu clan admits our loss for this battle. Now, whoever stops me, I will murder without hesitation. Guyu Bo watched as Fan Yuan got even further, as his anxiety rose. Are you threatening me? I am not scared of you, Guyu Bo. Bai clan leader's expression was grim, at the same time signaling to his Gu masters. The Gu master understood, and immediately dispatched his men to chase after Fan Yuan. We cannot let him escape, I'm going ahead. Tai Ruanan, seeing this chance, immediately moved, a pair of black steel wings emerging from her back as she flew into midair, chasing after Fan Yuan. But at this time, a green shadow shot over. Rank 5, Giant Mountain Puppet Gu. This Gu looked like a bronze mask. Its appearance was simple, only showing both eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was covered in blood, flying towards the young girl's face, disregarding her shock. Father! Seeing the blood traces, Tai Ruanan screamed subconsciously. At this time, a large steel hand flew over as well, grabbing Tai Ruanan and flying far away without a moment of pause. This sudden change caused everyone to be taken aback. It seems Tai Xueling is most likely going to lose. It has been almost 1,000 years, senior brother. You have really brought me, your junior brother, some surprise. Over 300 meters above the ground, an elderly Gu master stared at the scene, his expression calm and indifferent. His hair was white, and so were his eyebrows. As he sat on a giant crane, his right palm opened with a kingship bloodworm Gu. This Gu was crystal clear, like a red agate. Its shape was like a cicada, emitting a glow at times, pointing towards the Guyu village. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I can still find you. You stole my opportunity back then, so I will return the favor to you 1,000-fold this time. The white-brow elderly gritted his teeth as he said so, and he showed an expression of utter hatred. Chapter 191, Crane Disaster. In the azure blue sky, numerous clouds were floating aimlessly. The elderly Gu master rode on top of the white crane. Under his white eyebrows that were sharp like daggers, his eyes revealed a deep killing intent. With this grudge of mine, I shall start taking revenge on your descendants. He laughed, staring down at the battlefield, stretching his thin and dry finger and pointing downwards. The white crane below him raised its long and elegant neck, crying out in a bright and loud voice. The voice spread through the skies, and from far away, there were many return calls. What sound is this? Fan Yuan was activating the earth communication ear grass at the time, thus he heard it first, and was shocked in his heart. The crane cries went on endlessly, all at different pitches, giving off an impressive magnitude. This was not over 100 canes, nor a few thousand crying at once. It was the collective cries of over 10,000 flying cranes that could cause such an effect. Is there a migrating flock of cranes nearby? Out of nowhere, Fan Yuan felt a strong sense of danger. The crane cries attracted the attention of the Gu masters in the arena, turning their heads to look at them. What's that in the sky? From the sound, I'd say it's a large herd of migrating birds. Tell all the Gu masters not to attack recklessly and bring trouble upon themselves. Bai clan leader was just saying, but suddenly he came to a halt. His eyes dilated, seeing 1, 2, 3. Almost 10,000 cranes in the sky, clumped together and attacking towards the arena. How can this be? Get your guard on, defend! Let's escape, there are 10,000 cranes here, there has to be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide is just over, now we have a crane disaster? Oh heavens, Qingmao Mountain is truly a place of disasters. Gu masters started commenting, expressing the shock in their hearts as their spirits wavered. After finally resisting the wolf tide, a crane disaster appears. The 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain have suffered great losses already. How could they have the excess energy to deal with such a large flock of cranes? The flying cranes folded back their wings, shooting down like a rain of arrows. Under the thunderous cries, screams of fear, pain and horror erupted at once, as all sorts of lights burst forth, moon blades, water balls and steel spikes were sent into the skies. After a momentary resistance, more than half of the Gu masters were killed. These flying cranes were like pile drivers. Each time their wings flapped, it had the strength of a boar, and their claws were sharp and could break rocks. Ordinary cranes were hard enough to deal with, not to mention the large amounts of 100,000 beast kings among them. The clans had centuries of experience in dealing with the wolf tide, and also the sturdy villages that can defend against them. But here, it was the wilderness with no buildings in sight. Where could they find anything resembling a fort? Thus, during the first attack, half the Gu masters passed away. The cranes' long beaks penetrated hearts, their claws grabbing onto skulls. With a flap of their wings, people would vomit blood and be sent flying, all their bones broken. Fan Yuan was also attacked. His eyes could only see white fog as he relied on the earth communication ear grass to avoid their attacks. Fan Yuan, hang in there! This time, he heard Gu Yubo shouting behind him. Fan Yuan felt puzzled. What's up with this Gu Yubo? When he shouted Fan Yuan's name earlier, the tone was weird, like he had intentions to protect him. Now he even ran over to help. Fan Yuan was a scheming old fox, but even he could not predict everything. In this short period, how could he conjecture that Tai Ruan assumed he was a 10 extreme physique? Gu Yubo was a rank 4 expert, thus since the cranes attacking Fan Yuan were ordinary beasts, they were easily killed or repelled by him. Fan Yuan, is that you? Gu Yubo came to the maze fog. Fan Yuan's thoughts whirled in his mind. Right now, his predicament was extremely dangerous, and being near Gu Yubo would greatly increase his chances of survival. Thus he answered, "It's me." Gu Yubo, hearing Fan Yuan's voice, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Very good. Fan Yuan, let's not mention what happened in the past. No matter what, the clan will protect your safety. Let's return to the village. I'll protect you while retreating." What he did not know was that the village was the most dangerous location for Fan Yuan right now. But the crane disaster was a much greater threat compared to the village. At least if he went back to the village, he would not die immediately compared to staying under the crane's attacks. Fan Yuan sighed without hesitating. "Please lead the way, clan leader. I will try to keep up." But at this time, a giant crane descended from the sky. The white-brow old Gu master sat on top of the crane, his tone cold. "No one can escape, all of you shall die here." Fan Yuan could not see, but heard Gu Yubo beside him shout, "Rank 5 Gu master!" Evidently, the Gu Yu clan leader had investigative methods that was able to deduce the stranger's cultivation level. Fan Yuan was stunned in his heart. Where is there another rank 5 Gu master here? This tiny Qingmao mountain, it was neither a famous location nor full of resources. Why are all the rank 5 experts gathering here? Don't tell me, this has to do with first gen Gu Yu? Fan Yuan hit an inspiration. His heart jumped. If it was an ordinary crane disaster, he would have no chances left. Wild flying beasts were hard to make use of, and although he was at rank 3 peak stage, compared to a rank 5 he was still weak and could not get out of the danger. But now another rank 5 Gu master showed up. Not only is he another source of extreme danger, but also a chance to break out of his predicament. This current Qingmao Mountain, the 3 rank 5 experts were the crucial players, the rest were insignificant. Only a rank 5 can deal with rank 5. Immediately, Fan Yuan decided in his heart. It is time, he has to bet on this. Clan leader, the first-gen ancestor has fully awakened, we will be safe if we return to the village, Fan Yuan said. What? Gu Yubo shouted in shock. His shock gave Fan Yuan reassurance. I won't lie about such things. As long as we get back to the village, we can save our lives, Fan Yuan continued. Gu Yubo was a resolute man, thus he brought Fan Yuan and sped towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to approach, blocking the path. 100 Beast Kings and 1,000 Beast Kings appeared non-stop. Gu Yubo fought with his life, protecting Fan Yuan. Eventually he could no longer proceed, falling into the encirclement of the flying cranes. Fan Yuan was protected by Gu Yubo, thus he was safe for the time being. Once time was up, the maze fog vanished. Fan Yuan observed the battlefield, only to see corpses lying everywhere, showing that a terrifying battle had happened. The Gu Master's sacrifice was huge, but the flock of cranes were also greatly damaged. Other than broken limbs of humans, there were also crane corpses everywhere. Isn't this the iron-beak flying crane? Fan Yuan felt puzzled. Others might not recognize it, for after all, this flying beast was not from the southern border. But he knew that this iron-beak flying crane originated from the Middle Kingdom. Myriad Beast King, Rank 5 Expert! Next, Fan Yuan saw in midair, a giant crane was flapping its wings, floating. On its back, a white-browed, white-haired old man was sitting with a cold expression. Fan Yuan looked away, back at Gu Yubo. This Gu Yu clan leader was already full of injuries, his body full of blood, fighting with his life. Many times he could clearly have avoided, but to protect Fan Yuan, he would rather suffer the injury himself. Clan leader! The current situation is not looking good. Gu masters are fighting bravely, but are all divided into different areas by the flying cranes. They will eventually get overwhelmed. We must gather their strength into one. Only then can we have a chance to break out of this and return to the village. Fan Yuan said to Gu Yubo. You are right. Gu Yubo looked across the battlefield, shouting loudly. Everyone, the enemy is before us. Our Gu Yu village has a method to deal with the enemy. Quickly assemble with me and kill our way out. The voice echoed in the battlefield, attracting numerous gazes. What? Gu Yu clan still has a trump card to deal with a rank 5? Believing in it is better than nothing. Brothers, let's go, gather with the Gu Yu clan leader. They were already despairing, but now that Gu Yubo said it, they saw some hope. Under the pressure of death, these former enemies united and worked together, quickly gathering into one spot. Gu Yu clan. You are all senior brothers' descendants. On the huge crane, the white-brow elderly laughed coldly, about to command the cranes to intercept, but on second thoughts, he stopped that idea. Why not let these people escape back, so I can finish them off together? But these are all his descendants, so in the battle later, I can use them to threaten him. But these 3 rank 4 Gu masters have the ability to interfere with the battle. I cannot let them stay. I shall kill them first. Thinking so, the white-brow elderly screeched strangely, flicking his finger and sending 3 balls of light flying. What Gu is this? Xiong clan leader was first hit by the white ball, and after getting covered by it, his speed fell drastically, slower than a snail. The other 2 clan leaders were the same. Fan Yuan, quickly go, Gu Yu clansmen, listen up, you have to protect Fan Yuan at all costs, he's the only one that knows the method. Gu Yubo tried all ways but could not get rid of this light ring, thus he screamed loudly and turned around to face the white-brow elderly. Fan Yuan turned around, looking at this Gu Yu clan leader deeply. Elder Fan Yuan, let us protect you! A large number of Gu Yu clansmen gathered beside Fan Yuan, protecting him in all directions. Healing light as well as speed buffs were all casted on Fan Yuan. Collision sounds were heard from the back, and under the mystical and cruel fate, the 3 clan leaders who hated each other worked together tightly right now, battling against the mysterious elderly with their life on the line. The results of this battle was decided from the start. The 3 clan leaders died one by one as the white-brow elderly flicked his sleeves, sitting firmly on the huge crane. Flying cranes engulfed the skies as they gradually forced their way into Gu Yu village. Gu Yu village was in chaos, and the sad cries of people were heard everywhere. Large numbers of bamboo buildings fell, and the debris area was full of corpses with white cloths covering over them. Injured members cried in pain, lying on the ground as many healing Gu masters worked to the bone. The clan main pavilion was half devastated, and the village square was covered in a layer of blood water. This was extremely horrifying to the clansmen. Because Tai Xueling and 1st Gen Gu Yu engaged in fierce combat, it caused the mountains to shake. Thus, Gu Yu village, which was right above, was greatly affected. Gu Yu Yaoji, who was staying in the village, did not manage to receive Gu Yu Bo, but instead saw the injured remnants of the 3 clans. What is going on? She shouted loudly. Fan Yuan didn't reply, because the flock of cranes behind her was the best explanation. This? Oh my God! Is our Guyu clan going to perish today? Immediately, the village fell into chaos once again. Senior brother, you're junior, I have come here all the way to see you. Why aren't you coming out to meet me? Whitebrow Elderly stood on the crane's back, his tone full of icy killing intent. Before he was finished, on the village square, blood water gushed out like a 10-meter fountain, and the bright red coffin appeared vertically. As a blood-white first-gen Guyu stood inside the coffin, his blood-red eyes staring closely at the Whitebrow Elderly. To think that you didn't die. How did you find this place? As expected, that Gu master earlier was instigated by you. First-gen Guyu said hatefully. Chapter 192. Raising eyebrows and exhale. How did I find you? Ha! The Whitebrow Elderly laughed loudly, his voice sounded extremely happy, while his gaze was ruthless. He opened his palm, revealing a Gu. It was the kinship bloodworm. Kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, emitting light at times, pointing towards first-gen Guyu. Although senior brother stole my opportunity and backstabbed me, taking away my Gu, I still managed to learn the secret arts. Thus I refined this kinship bloodworm. You know how I refined it? Using the heart blood of your two blood-related sons. They were only 5 to 6 years old and were too young, so without sufficient heart blood, I could only turn them both into living sources, taking their blood every month. After spending tens of years, I finally accumulated enough heart blood and refined this Gu. The Whitebrow Elderly said briskly, his tone extremely smug. Oh right, both your sons died soon after. Ha! After refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But this world is too big, and you were nowhere to be found. Even though the kinship bloodworm was rank 5, its range is still limited. Eventually, when I was almost dying, I could only use the life-retaining jade burial Gu, living through death and sealing myself. Not long before this, I had to come out of sealing and I tried one last time. To think I found you by coincidence. Senior brother, do you know how happy and excited I was at that time? As for that Tai Schwelling, I did send him a letter to attract him here. Seeing him, I thought of our former relationship. How nostalgic. Back then we were from the same sect, chasing after demonic cultivators. We were called the Righteous Twin Cranes, having unlimited glory and pride. The Whitebrow Elderly saying so showed a nostalgic expression. His expression was calm and his tone was gentle, but the more he thought about it, the stronger the killing intent was in both of his cold eyes. This Whitebrow Elderly came from the Middle Continent. He was known as Lord Sky Crane. Back then, he used the rank 5 crane enslavement Gu and ruled over a myriad beast king level crane king and rose to fame. Because he could enslave a myriad beast king, it meant he controlled a 10,000 beast army. This strength allowed him to use his own power and eliminate a single village. Lord Sky Crane and first-gen Guyu both came from the Middle Continent's Immortal Crane sect. Hundreds of years ago, they were senior and junior brothers, closer than real brothers, killing many demonic Gu masters and working together, having perfect synergy with each other. In one of their attempts in chasing after demonic cultivators, they found an inheritance ground. This inheritance was one of the many set up by the Blood Sea ancestor. But if it was an ordinary inheritance, so be it, they would not have turned on each other. However, this inheritance ground's treasure was beyond precious. It could allow one to rise to the heavens and become an immortal from a mortal. Thus, the two brothers were moved. Legend says Blood Sea ancestor left behind over 100,000 inheritances, spread throughout the world. But his real motive was the few true treasures hidden in a few of these spots. They hid his personal Gu worms, his true methods. The sect brothers encountered the Blood Sea ancestor's true treasure inheritance. Lord Sky Crane was quicker and obtained the inheritance. Corrupted by greed, first-gen Guyu schemed against him and stole the Gu worm. Then he attempted to kill Lord Sky Crane, but did not succeed as the latter managed to escape. Seeing that the matter was exposed, first-gen Guyu could only hide his name and escape everywhere, preventing himself from getting found by his former sect. After tens of years, he could not find a lifespan Gu, thus in his final days he stood at Qingmao Mountain in the southern border, changing his appearance and calling himself Guyu, establishing the Guyu village. Lord Sky Crane, being unable to find him, was filled with hatred. Meanwhile, the Immortal Crane sect was very interested in the Blood Sea inheritance. Thus, with their help, Lord Sky Crane used the light-preserving Jade Burial Gu, falling into a deep sleep and preserving his last bit of life. This life-preserving jade burial Gu's method was also a special method. Similar to first-gen Gu Yu's transformation into a zombie, they were unorthodox methods and were just desperate measures. Turning into a zombie, replacing life with death. Life-preserving life burial could enable one to hang on to life, but did not increase their lifespan. There was only one way to increase one's lifespan in this world. Like what Fan Yuan did in his previous life, they would need to use the lifespan Gu, increasing one's own lifespan from the roots. This was the proper way. Other methods had disadvantages and were not recognized by heaven and earth, belonging to helpless resorts. Senior brother! You shameless disciple, despicable scum! Back then when you backstabbed me, did you expect retribution today? Haha, the heavens did not let me down, for I finally found you. Today, not only will I exterminate your bloodline and destroy your 1,000-year plot, but I will also take back my opportunity. This day, I have waited far too long. Ending his reminiscences, Lord Sky Crane sighed loudly, gathering his killing intent. But before he struck, First Gen Guyu acted even faster. The blood water on the ground poured up like a fountain, giving off a terrifying aura. The sharp smell of blood spread as within the thick concentrated blood water, tens of thousands of blood guillotines flew out, tightly packed together. Whoosh! Sounds of wings flapping were heard as countless blade-winged bloodbat Gu flew into the air, engulfing the sky and killing towards the crane flock. The crane flock fell into chaos. Blood guillotines and blade-winged bloodbats were much smaller than the iron-beak flying cranes, gaining movement advantage in battle. Lord Sky Crane was furious, screaming loudly and ordering the flying crane king he was riding on, rushing towards First Gen Guyu. Retreat! A Gu master shouted. The winds howled as the myriad beast king's charge was too imposing, like a meteor hitting the ground, causing people to feel shocked and afraid. But suddenly, a blood wave flew into the sky, and the hiding blood river python assaulted under the cover of the blood water. It opened its mouth, biting at the flying crane king's long neck. At the same time its body coiled, trying to drag the flying crane king into the blood pond on the ground. Lord Sky Crane snorted. He knew about the blood river python. Blood water was like a supreme recovery medicine for the python, thus he needed to cut the contact between them. With this he willed in his mind, and the flying crane king stretched out its steel claws, grabbing onto the blood river python. At the same time it flapped its wings, flying towards the sky. After battling with Tai Schwelling, the blood river python still had many injuries on its body, and its strength was also greatly diminished. Thus it was carried by the flying crane king into the air, slowing leaving the village. Hand over your life! Lord Sky Crane howled, turning into a white flash and pouncing on First Gen Guyu was who in the red coffin. First Gen Guyu took a step out of the coffin, and with a stretch, wings grew out of his back. These pair of wings were large and strong, like jet-black colored bat wings. Zombie Gu are a classic series of Gu worms, widely spread in the world. Rank 2 Roaming Zombie Gu, Rank 3 Fur Zombie Gu, Rank 4 Jumping Zombie Gu, Rank 5 Flying Zombie Gu. The blood-white Gu was one of the flying zombies, of course it could fly. First Gen Guyu's eyes burnt with raging flames as he opened his arms and showed his devious demonic claws. He spread both wings, rushing towards the sky. With a boom, he collided with Lord Sky Crane who was in the air. The two had almost equal strength, and after retreating for a distance, they stabilized themselves and attacked once again. Boom boom boom. The two engaged in aerial combat, their bodies colliding constantly. The power of Rank 5 was fully displayed, as the aftermath of their conflicts resulted in numerous bamboo buildings collapsing. After a while, First Gen Guyu shouted loudly, his body covered in blood shadows, as his attacks became several times more ruthless. Lord Sky Crane's eyes glowed with light, attacking like the slashing of a flying blade, or the piercing of an immortal sword, breaking the shadows one by one. First Gen Guyu breathed out a bloody mist again, prompting Lord Sky Crane to activate his Gu worm which formed a light barrier, blocking the blood mist from invading. After a while, Lord Sky Crane was after all a dying old man, his elderly body weak, and thus his strength fell, slowly getting overpowered by First Gen Guyu, falling into a disadvantage. After hundreds of years, you did not improve one bit. First Gen Guyu laughed loudly and mocked. Goddamn scoundrel! Lord Sky Crane scolded in rage. He did not expect First Gen Guyu to be so strong, be it the blood guillotine, or the blade-winged bloodbat Gu, they were supposed to be his. Thinking so, he got even more furious. Humph, it's time to use my trump card. Lord Sky Crane snorted secretly, his white eyebrows raising lightly, transforming. His eyebrows grew frantically, becoming two thick bushes over tens of meters, one left and one right like snakes coming out of their dens, moving quickly and coiling around First Gen Guyu. First Gen Guyu struggled to no avail, his claws unceasingly attacking. These eyebrows looked fragile but were stronger than steel, and also malleable. Once restrained, it was like the roots of an old tree. It is actually the raise eyebrows and exhale goo. First Gen Guyu's tone changed for the first time, shocked and furious. This raise eyebrows and exhale goo did not use ordinary chi, but primeval energy. Using the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture, and sending it out as primeval energy, this goo was uncommon as it had a lose-lose type of usage. By using this goo now, not only was First Gen Guyu's primeval essence rapidly expended, but so was Lord Sky Crane's. Raise eyebrows and exhale goo was like a bridge, connecting the two's aperture, causing primeval essence to be expended. It was often used by high-ranking goo masters to bully the weak. Once used on someone stronger, it was akin to courting death. But this situation was different. Lord Sky Crane and First Gen Guyu were both rank 5 peak stage, but First Gen Guyu turned into a zombie and his aperture was dead, thus he was unable to recover natural primeval essence. Although Lord Sky Crane was dying of old age and barely had any lifespan, his aperture was full of life, and his primeval essence could still recover. This attacked First Gen Guyu's greatest weakness. Lord Sky Crane's primeval essence was still recovering, but in First Gen Guyu's aperture, his primeval essence would only go down and not up. First Gen Guyu desperately retreated, but the white eyebrows extended with him as if they were endless, and at the same time Lord Sky Crane was moving closer as well. First Gen Guyu howled, willing in his mind and calling the blood guillotine and blade-winged bloodbat goo in attempt to cut the white eyebrows, but it had no effect. The white brows were extremely strong, and even if a few were cut, they would reconnect themselves. His primeval essence continued to decrease, and if this went on, First Gen Guyu was definitely going to lose. He was after all an ambitious man, forced to his wits' end. He gritted his teeth and changed tactics, sending the blood guillotine and blade-winged bloodbat goo towards Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane had to constantly sustain the raise eyebrows and exhale goo, and by being attacked like this, he could only use the light barrier and defend himself passively. The white barrier wavered and Lord Sky Crane's heart sank. The situation was not looking good for him. Most likely, before he finishes expending First Gen Guyu's primeval essence, his light barrier would be broken through and he would get killed by First Gen Guyu. Note, I am so sorry if the name, raise eyebrows and exhale goo, is dumb, but there's no other way to translate it. LOL. Chapter 193. Divine Investigator's Last Move. The Sky Crane Lord's face turned malevolent, and his two eyes glinted with ominous light as he suddenly threw down a rain of feather arrows. This arrow rain was not targeted at the First Gen Guyu. First Gen Guyu had already turned into a blood-white zombie, a being that possessed astounding defense and would be difficult to breach. The feather arrows rained down and instead pierced through countless of goo masters, instantly killing them. Along with this, two white lights burst out from Sky Crane Lord's eyes. As two beams of light swept through the village, wherever they went the bamboo buildings would collapse and street pavements were disintegrated. Anyone that touched these beams of light would melt like the snow meeting the sunlight. When a rank 5 goo master acts, he could instantly create huge casualties with every move. Miserable shouts, screams and cries of despair continuously rang in the battlefield like a medley. A feather arrow flew towards Fan Yuan, but he casually grabbed someone beside him and threw the man into the arrow's path. The feather arrow pierced this person's head and stopped. Fan Yuan then rolled, dodging a claw attack of an iron-beak flying crane. There was very little that a rank 3 could do against a rank 5. Even Bai Ningbing was dodging non-stop at this moment. Every time he was injured, the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique would heal him, but this also brought him closer to death itself. Rank 5 goo masters were already at the peak of the secular world. "Stop!" the First Gen Guyu shouted. As he watched the goo masters before him getting slaughtered, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He had a great conspiracy for establishing the village and spreading his bloodline. It was not simply just to hide his identity. The clan members were the fruits of centuries of planning. But now, as they were slaughtered by the Sky Crane Lord, It was akin to using up the first-gen Guyu's centuries' worth of heart blood. Being left with no choice, first-gen Guyu could only 5-up on Sky Crane Lord. He ordered the Blade-Wing Bloodbat Gu and Blood Guillotine to fly towards the village, defending it against the Sky Crane Lord's attacks. The Sky Crane Lord laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance was focused on attack and not defense. By doing this, the first-gen Guyu was giving up on his own advantage and using his weak point to battle. The Sky Crane Lord understood the first-gen Guyu very well and knew his scheme. Thus he intentionally let these Guyu clan members go first, and then attack them at this moment. Sure enough, he was able to escape from the perilous situation he was under while the first-gen Fuyu was troubled by trying to take care of the entire situation. Not good! As the situation continued to be in a deadlock, the first-gen Guyu suddenly shouted. Shadows of iron chains had suddenly appeared around his entire body. These shadows immediately turned from virtual into reality, and formed into long iron chains. These chains were like snakes and pythons as they coiled around first-gen Guyu, binding his hands and feet. A talisman paper also gradually appeared and stuck right between the first-gen Guyu's eyes. Bang! First-gen Guyu was bound by the iron chains. He could no longer stretch his wings and thus he fell smashing down onto the ground. Such an unexpected scene not only shocked the first-gen Guyu, but it also caused Sky Crane Lord to be shocked for a while before the latter started to laugh madly. So this is the Demon Suppression Iron Chain Gu, and the problem nipped in the bud Gu. Ha ha ha, I guess that so-called divine investigator wasn't a good-for-nothing after all. My good senior brother, you are sure to die today! These two great Gu were both the main Gu worms of the Tai family. The Demon Suppression Iron Chain Gu could restrict a Gu master's movement ability, and thus let others trample upon them. The problem nipped in the bud Gu was able to extract Gu worms from inside the Gu master, and seal them away. Countless numbers of demonic path Gu masters had been captured by Tai Xueling through these two Gu, and now he had used it on the first-gen Guyu. When did this happen? The first-gen Guyu was startled and also furious. He thought back to the final scene when he had struck Tai Xueling dead. The copper mask had flown away, revealing a square face. Although his death was certain, there was no fear on his features. Two eyes shone with the vicissitudes of time and resoluteness as his bloodied palm struck lightly against first-gen Guyu's chest. However, the strength it contained was so minuscule that first-gen Guyu had completely ignored it at the time. So it was then! Damn it, I would have already sensed it if I had a living body. But though my zombie body is strong in both offense and defense, it is not sensitive. The first-gen Guyu's head was full of regrets. There were many shortcomings when turning one's body into a blood white. He should have already died according to his original lifespan, but he lived on by defying the heavens, so how could there not be any price to pay? Ha! The Sky Crane Lord's aura grew with his laughter, then he charged towards the first-gen Guyu. First-gen Guyu could only try to resist. Naturally, he fell into an absolute disadvantage. The Demon Suppression Iron Chain Gu not only bound his whole body, but the phantom image of the black iron chain also appeared within his aperture and sealed it. The primeval sea surged like boiling water and many Gu worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the suppression of the Demon Suppression Iron Chain Gu. With this, the first-gen Guyu's primeval essence expenditure became extremely huge. Your defeat is certain, accept your death! Sky Crane Lord's attacks came non-stop, like he had fallen into madness. First-gen Guyu's head was riddled with injuries, while his pale ribs were exposed and his two arms severed from the shoulders by the Sky Crane Lord. When it seemed that Sky Crane Lord was going to really kill him, the first-gen Guyu suddenly opened his mouth and gave an unearthly cry. Yanning! Extremely ear-piercing sound waves concentrated and instantly struck the Sky Crane Lord. When Sky Crane Lord heard this sound, he felt like he had just met with an enormous attack, and he was sent flying dozens of steps away, his white eyebrows even pulled tight and straight. After that, he rapidly fell down to the ground. Blood started flowing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The lingering sound was causing chaos inside his body, causing the blood to flow in reverse. He couldn't move at all for a moment. Seeing this chance, many Gu masters threw moon blades, water bullets, and so on from a distance, but they were all blocked by the light halo on the Sky Crane Lord. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed at the first-gen Guyu, but their iron beaks felt like it was smashing against steel skin and iron bones as they attacked the blood-white zombie body, and broke off one after another. A rank 5 Gu's defense was no small thing. Even if Fan Yuan used the chainsaw golden centipede to saw out the blood-white zombie body for some time, he might not be able to cut off even a piece of skin. Right now, in this battle, only these two rank 5 Gu masters could threaten each other. Although they were in a very bad state, as long as their primeval essence didn't end, others could only look on helplessly. Sky Crane Lord saw that the Flying Cranes were unable to accomplish anything, while the Flying Crane King was fighting with the Blood River Python far away. As for himself, he was unable to move anything other than his eyes properly due to his chi and blood being in conflict. He concentrated his mind on the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, greatly accelerating the primeval essence consumption. First Gen Guyu was on the verge of death. The primeval essence in his primeval sea quickly decreased, and once it was completely used up, his Gu worms would have no primeval essence to resist the suppression of the demon suppression Iron Chain Gu. Once this happened, problem nipped in the bud Gu would start extracting the Gu worms and sealing them. That would truly be the end. First Gen Guyu shouted in panic. Quick, lend me a hand! Grab the eyebrows and activate your primeval essence. Let's help. Help the first ancestor. Let's go. A large group of Gu masters went to help not only from Guyu clan, but even Bai and Xiong clan. Even first Gen Guyu was not able to cut apart these white eyebrows, so there was no way these Gu masters' methods would work. They could only do as first Gen Guyu said, stretching their hands and grabbing the white eyebrows. They had just touched the white eyebrows, when some of the eyebrows split up and coiled around their wrists, arms, and then finally extended to their bodies. Ah! Miserable shrieks echoed in succession. How could a rank 2 Gu master's primeval essence fight against a rank 5 primeval essence? In a short while, their primeval essence was consumed clean, their primeval sea was empty, their apertures completely dried up, their apertures started to crack, before finally crumbling and collapsing. The aperture was the most vital part in a human body, even more important than heart. Once the aperture broke, many Gu masters' eyes would roll and lose their lives on the spot. Fuck! First Gen Guyu cursed in anger. The demon suppression Iron Chain Gu was tightening up, piercing into the skin and flesh. The bones were starting to make cackling sounds. It was reasonable to say that with Tai Shueling's death, this demon suppression Iron Chain Gu couldn't get primeval essence from its Gu master, and shouldn't have been able to activate. However, it had been infected by the Berserk Blood Gu, and thus it could absorb the primeval essence in the air. Also, demon suppression Iron Chain Gu was Tai Shueling's Gu, so it contained Tai Shueling's will to subdue First Gen Guyu. First Gen Guyu's primeval essence was depleting quickly, and he would not be able to bear it much longer. Many Gu masters that were rushing to provide assistance saw this and couldn't help but slow down. What are you afraid of? If the first ancestor loses, we will also die. Are you hoping that you will be spared? Fan Yuan shouted. He hurried to the side of First Gen Guyu and grabbed the white eyebrows. The thousandly Earth Wolf Spider had already died, and the enemy had flying cranes that could fly around to pursue and attack. There was no hope for him if he tried to escape alone. On the contrary, if he helped First Gen Guyu and the two sides fought each other to death, he might be able to reap some benefits. The white eyebrows firmly locked onto Fan Yuan's wrists, then it followed to his arms and creeped along like a vine towards his waist. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture was being quickly consumed, but Fan Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered. His actions served as an example. Other Gu masters were spurred and rushed forth in succession. Let's do this together, we might have a chance at life. That's right, there is strength in numbers. Sigh, what else can we do? We can only stake our lives. Countless hands touched the white eyebrows. Gu masters kept on dying and many other Gu masters kept on filling the gaps to add into the consumption. Ha ha! Fighting against a rank 5, how brilliant and interesting! Bai Ningbing also stepped forward. Life or death will be decided by this. Xiong Jiaoman similarly stood up. Fang Jing was nowhere to be seen. He was lost in the wild and hadn't escaped back to the village. Whether he lived or had died, no one could be sure, but everything bode ill for him. Time seemed to be passing very slowly at this moment, becoming unendurable. As time passed, many Gu masters died. Some Gu masters directly attacked Sky Crane Lord, but the white halo around him stood as steady as empty tie. Only rank 3 Gu masters could hold their grounds in this consumption face-off. Many Gu masters' confidence started shaking and they were beginning to hesitate. Both sides were locked up in deadlock. Sky Crane Lord smiled grimly and said, "My victory is certain, you will all die." There was too big a gap between rank 3 and rank 5. Rank 4s would have been able to affect the situation, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders were already killed by Sky Crane Lord. First Gen Guyu was bound by the iron chains while the white eyebrows had also coiled up around him and the problem nipped in the bud goo on his forehead was swaying. There was already very few primeval essence left in his aperture. Suddenly the problem nipped in the bud goo let out a faint yellow light and slowly extracted a ball of yellow light from First Gen Guyu's aperture. This yellow light was bigger than a fist but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down on the ground, and only a faint glimmer of the yellow light remained. A goo that looked like a crystal skull showed up. The goo was like a skull of a child that could fit on a palm, and the skull was like a crystal filled with reddish blood stripes. Blood Skull Goo! After hundreds of years, I finally get to see you again. Sky Crane Lord looked on from a distance and wept tears of joy. He was extremely moved. Note: problem nipped in the bud goo. The name of this goo is an idiom that means solving the problem from the roots itself. Chapter 194. Blood Curtain Skyflower. First Gen Guyu clenched his bloody fangs so hard that it made cracking sounds, but he couldn't even budge, much less struggle. Suddenly, another ball of light was captured by the yellow talisman, and it fell to the ground, turning into an alternating black and white Taiji light sphere. 2 peculiar goo worms were circling and chasing each other within this light sphere. As the Taiji light sphere continued to rotate, they seemed to carry traces of great Tao, shocking many goo masters. What goo is this? Bai Ningbing and many others were bewildered. It actually is a rank 4. Fog Yuan's eyes focused in concentration. Yin-Yang rotation goo! Sky Crane Lord screamed, his face clearly revealing his shock. He remained stunned for a while, then he raised his head and laughed. My good senior brother, I truly have to thank you for finding such a good goo. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn back into a human, but what a pity, for your plan has been destroyed by me. First Gen Guyu anxiously moved his legs and snarled. He had completely lost his manners. Whether it was Blood Skull Goo or Yin-Yang Rotation Goo, they were both crucial to his plan that stretched through a millennium. Now, they were both sealed and extracted. All his painstaking plotting had almost gone and up into smoke now. Sky Crane Lord's smile turned even more jubilant. His desire for vengeance was fully satisfied by seeing this expression of First Gen Guyu. Another yellow light that was captured fell to the ground. It was a scarlet-colored goo and looked like a translucent water sphere. On seeing this goo, First Gen Guyu suddenly stopped his struggle. He was exulted. He opened his bloody mouth, revealing his fangs as he shouted, "Quick, destroy this goo worm." Several goo masters immediately moved forward upon hearing this, and used their attacks. This goo had been sealed by problem nipped in the bud goo, stopping the First Gen Guyu from activating it with his thoughts. There was a layer of yellow light on the surface carrying an imprint. It could only be unsealed by Tai Shuelun, or by using some special goo worms. However, this goo was an expendable goo and was special as it needed to be destroyed to be activated. Several goo masters made their moves. The yellow light imprint was only a sealing goo worm and didn't have any defensive powers. After several attacks, the yellow light imprint collapsed, destroying the sealed goo worm along with it. Buzz! A soft cry resounded, and a blood light bloomed, suddenly expanding and turning into a spherical shield within moments. First Gen Guyu was within the shield, while Sky Crane Lord was outside. The blood-red shield's range was 6 mu, and Bai Ningbing and Fan Yuan were both within the shield, whereas Xiong Jiao Man and some others were outside. The most encouraging part was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut apart into 2 halves by this shield. With the disintegration of the white eyebrows, Fan Yuan and others recovered control of their bodies. The aura of this shield reaches rank 5, but why does it resemble the water curtain skyflower goo? Fan Yuan was bewildered. He had never seen this goo before. Sky Crane Lord was separated by this shield, and he staggered up before laughing coldly. Senior brother, such a good move, you are actually able to counterattack and break my raise eyebrows and exhale goo. It's a pity such a trifle defense won't work against me. You are just prolonging your imminent defeat by doing this. First Gen Guyu instead laughed loudly. Junior brother, how about testing it yourself? That's my intention. Killing intent flashed in Sky Crane Lord's eyes. Countless flying cranes and feather arrows shot towards the shield, while his eyes also sent out the white beams at the same time. However, the blood shield was still unshakable, and was as stable as before. Sky Crane Lord's face turned extremely dark as he stopped his attacks. What goo is this? Gu Yu first threw his head back and laughed. Let me teach you, this is my personally fused Gu, Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu. The Water Curtain Skyflower Gu, a rank 4 Gu, can block rank 5 Gu attacks. This Gu is at rank 5 and has even more powerful defense. Water Curtain Skyflower Gu prevents its owner from going in and out, but this Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu lets me go out. Junior brother, don't be impatient, you can attack slowly, use all your strength. Just wait till I recover, then I'll come out and cut your dog head, ahaha. You thief, keep on boasting. Sky Crane Lord was in turmoil. He had everything in his grasp before, but to think first Gen Gu Yu was able to recover some ground and the situation turned into a deadlock again. He attacked madly and extremely fiercely, killing all the Gu masters outside the shield including Xiong Jiao Man. However, inside the Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu, all was calm and quiet. The blood shield was as stable as empty Tai, and the group of Gu masters inside the shield were relieved. First Ancestor is indeed an unrivaled hero. We are finally saved. The First Ancestor will show his divine might and this person will definitely be defeated. Who, this is the strength of rank 5 Gu Master? I am actually still alive in front of such strength. The Gu Masters cheered and shouted. On the contrary, Bai Ningbing snorted. His death was certain due to the 10 extreme aptitude, but this deadlock decreased the splendor of it, and he was not happy about it. Sky Crane Lord kept on attacking for a long while with no results. At one moment, he suddenly stopped as if he had woken up. First Gen Gu Yu's words were meant to incite him into attacking the Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu and wasting his primeval essence. If he wasn't wrong, this Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu had the same effect as Water Curtain Skyflower Gu. Its fusion price was extremely high and belonged to one-time use expendable category, but it had a high defense, albeit with a set duration. It would automatically dissipate after a certain amount of time. At this thought, Sky Crane Lord sat cross-legged, then took out 2 primeval stones and pinched them, starting to recover his primeval essence. Lend me a hand, you will only have a chance at life by helping me. Primeval stones, I need a large number of them. First Gen Gu Yu shouted. The surrounding Gu masters immediately took out primeval stones and piled them around him. First Gen Gu Yu opened his bloody mouth wide and breathed in deeply, sucking the primeval stones into his mouth. Crack, he chewed the primeval stones. Large amounts of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. On seeing this, the Sky Crane Lord became anxious and started shouting. Don't give them to him, you morons! Once he recovers his movement, he will kill you all and use your blood to upgrade his aptitude. You are causing your own doom. Humph, using such a low-level tactic to sow distrust, so ridiculous. Quick, this old thief is telling us not to give it, so we need to give even more primeval stones. Everything depends on Lord Ancestor. Gu Masters provided the primeval stones generously and soon, great quantities of primeval stones entered First Gen Gu Yu's mouth. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched indifferently from the side. A normal body wouldn't be able to endure such a large amount of primeval essence pouring into them, but First Gen Gu Yu's blood-white zombie body was powerful and strong. The primeval essence in his primeval sea began to rise rapidly. The demon suppression iron chain Gu was becoming weaker, and after quite a while, it turned into a pool of blood. It had thoroughly died out. With the bindings gone, First Gen Gu Yu gave a long roar and activated his blood-white vital Gu. Great quantities of blood were absorbed into his body, and within moments, his powerful arms grew back again with claws as sharp as a knife. He gave a hearty laugh, then stood up. At this exact moment, the problem nipped in the bud Gu on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood and completely dissipated. It seems the heavens do not want me dead. First Gen Gu Yu threw his head back and laughed. We ask First Ancestor to behead this old thief. Once the Lord Ancestor makes his move, he will definitely succeed. The group of Gu Masters was elated. First Gen Gu Yu's laughter gradually stopped, and fire burned in his eyes as he spoke unhurriedly. I will, of course, kill my enemy. But before killing him, I still have something I need to do. Not good. Fan Yuan's heart suddenly jumped when he heard the tone of the voice, and he discreetly moved towards the outer edge of the group. The people beside him were puzzled by this, but they were still filled with high fighting spirit. We are not sure what First Ancestor has to do, but we will serve the Ancestor to the best of our abilities. First Gen Gu Yu threw his head back and cackled with laughter. Ha, the thing I need to do is to take your lives. What? The crowd turned pale with shock. First Gen Gu Yu, however, didn't hesitate to make his move. Squelch! His claw immediately pierced through a rank 3 Gu master near him. When he took back his palm, there was a pulsing heart on it. This Gu master was a Guyu clan member, and his expression was one of disbelief at this moment. He gave a loud scream, blood spurting out like a fountain as he fell down with his head facing up. Good blood, it can't be wasted! First Gen Guyu exclaimed. With a shift of his mind, the blood skull Gu flew up and made one round around this Gu master's body. The Gu master's corpse twitched, and all the blood in him was extracted by the blood skull Gu, entering into its 2 empty eye sockets. After the blood skull Gu drank its fill, the blood stripes on its crystal skull turned even brighter. First ancestor, you? As the group retreated with all their might, someone cried out. Noisy! First Gen Guyu's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing his body into 2 with a knife. Blood spurted out and was absorbed by the blood skull Gu. First ancestor, you ungrateful beast, if not for our primeval stones, how could you have any fighting strength left? This first ancestor is no decent person. Everyone let's attack together and kill him. That's right, there is power in numbers. A bloody massacre unfolded. First Gen Guyu was a peak rank 5 and he had completely recovered his primeval essence. These Gu masters were just rank 1, rank 2 or at most rank 3, so how could they be his match? And this blood-curtained skyflowers separated inside from outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, First Gen Guyu, could go out. But once he exited, he couldn't enter again. He would have to destroy the blood-curtained skyflower or wait for it to dissipate. The group of Gu masters weren't able to escape. They tried fighting but were utterly defeated and killed by First Gen Guyu. Except for Bai clans and Xiong clans Gu masters, he killed every Guyu clansman and used the blood skull Gu to absorb the blood. After killing several hundreds, the rank 4 blood skull Gu was glistening red, as it had reached the limit of what it could absorb. First Gen Guyu laughed loudly and summoned the blood skull Gu. The blood skull Gu came towards him and floated above his head. This day, this moment, my centuries of arduous planning has finally come to fruition. He let out a long exhalation of relief. At this moment, the blood skull Gu opened its tightly shut mouth and threw up a blood fountain. The blood fountain didn't have the fishy odor of blood, but instead let out a sweet, relaxing fragrance. This blood fountain poured from above First Gen Guyu and completely soaked him. However, what was strange and mysterious was that not even a drop of the blood fountain sprayed on the ground. All of the blood stuck to First Gen Guyu's body, then slowly seeped inside, finally reaching the aperture. First Gen Guyu stood on the spot. He was silent, and his head was down as he appreciated this moment. Suddenly, he burst out with a crazed laughter as he spoke. Kaka, my aptitude has advanced, my aptitude has really advanced. The rest of the Gu masters tremored. Outside the blood shield, Sky Crane Lord pointed at First Gen Guyu and furiously shouted, Return my blood skull Gu back to me! Chapter 195. Then let me become a demon. First Gen Guyu laughed with even more joy. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and turned towards Lord Sky Crane, speaking with a voice filled with hatred. Junior brother, you never thought there would be a day like this, right? We were both orphans raised by the Master. But since young, Master always pampered you more. Why? Isn't it because your aptitude is a grade and mine is only C grade? Naturally, with your A grade aptitude, your cultivation progressed much faster. Did you know, with my C grade aptitude, how much sweat and effort I had to put in compared to you, just barely be able to match with your pace? Although we were called the twin cranes of righteous paths, you were always the main and I the second. You were like the brightest star, just because you were an A-grade genius. Even your luck was good, and you obtained one of the true inheritances of Blood Sea Ancestor. Blood Skull Gu could purify the blood of the relatives killed and pour them into the aperture, upgrading it. Did you know what my mood was like at the time? I thought day and night, thinking of countless schemes. I knew the Blood Skull Gu was my only hope. With it, I could change my life, change my fate. But it is mine. Lord Sky Crane was so angry that he stamped his feet repeatedly. Yes, it is yours. First Gen Guyu nodded. Your aptitude is great, and your luck is also great. Clearly, we started out at the same time, killing enemies together, but the heavens only appreciated you, giving you the true inheritance. Did you know, when I looked at your proud expression and listened to you talking about your future plans, when I was forcing myself to smile, I suddenly realized. The heavens favored you, gave you a great aptitude, and the true Blood Sea inheritance. But what could I do about it? I was only an insignificant C-grade talent, so how could I succeed just by relying on myself? I could only seize, rob, change what wasn't mine to become mine. The fate that heaven had planned for me was to let me bow under someone, making me a shadow behind others. But I am indignant, for on what basis did he put me below and you above? First Gen Gu, you actually seemed to be weeping and whimpering at the end. Blood-white Zombie's appearance was extremely terrifying, and adding on to this strange sound, anyone who heard it would feel coldness seep into their bones. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me, other people don't value me, I can only love myself more, I can only value myself more, I can only rely on myself more. I can only put in more effort, I can only take more risks, I can only exert myself more. Only then can I succeed. But the righteous path talks of moral codes, ethics, comradeship, qualifications, hierarchy. I am only a lone person, a nobody with no background, no talent, and no resources. So tell me, how could I succeed? With the righteous path, I could only let myself be exploited and bullied, I could only look up to these young masters and geniuses. Even if I kept on increasing my qualifications until I got old, I would only achieve minute success. This is the righteous path. A bullshit path. Only by becoming a demon, forsaking ethics, comradeship, the social rules, and paying a huge price, I could take another path among the thorns and brambles, a path that belonged to myself. So I schemed against you, seized your blood, see true inheritance, and became a demon. Ha ha, and a demon I became. A demon I became. A demon I became. The voice reverberated within the blood shield. Outside the shield, Lord Sky Crane was in a quiet and somber mood. First Gen Gu slowly stopped laughing, then began killing again. Large numbers of Gu masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the blood skull Gu and concentrated into the blood fountain, pouring into First Gen Gu's aperture and raising his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. As First Gen Gu killed more and more Gu clansmen, his aptitude kept on increasing. After chewing the primeval stones, his primeval essence increased and his fighting strength became more powerful. Outside the blood shield, Lord Sky Crane was burning with anxiety, but the blood-curtained skyflower was like a deep chasm. He could do nothing but sigh. He had tried to prevent it, but he could only give up. As time passed on, there were only a few numbers of people left inside the blood shield. Brat, you stole the heavenly essence treasure, Lotus. I will give you a chance to atone for your crime. Obediently hand it over and your life will be spared. First Gen Gu walked closer step by step, his killing intent firmly locking Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan knew the chance of his survival was scarce, but his expression didn't change and instead sneered. Only 3-year-old children might be deceived by your bullshit. Humph, I will destroy heavenly essence treasure, Lotus, if you come any closer. You should know that I have refined this Gu and can easily cause it to self-destruct with a thought. It's up to you. First Gen Gu's steps slowed, then he resolutely and quickly pressed on towards Fan Yuan. Brat, you have guts and you are smart too. You are indeed my descendant, I will take your blood and use it to raise my aptitude. Of course, I won't let you go. Originally, I used a blood-type Gu to purify my heir's blood lineage, to try and bring out a descendant with the ancient moon desolate in physique. As long as I absorbed the blood of such a genius, I would be able to raise my aptitude sharply to 99% a grade aptitude. If it had been so, I could have let you guys go, but unfortunately your luck doesn't seem to be good. Humph, the thing I hate the most in my life is being coerced. If Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus dies, then so be it, but you are sure to die. His words hadn't even finished when the 2 wings on his back flapped, propelling him forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fan Yuan. First Gen Gu made a grabbing motion with his right hand. In that split second, Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk, and his hair stood on the end as he retreated hastily. However, how could it be easy to dodge a rank 5 expert? The blood-white claws were almost upon him, but suddenly an ice hand pierced in from his side. Bang! There was the sound of a collision, and the ice hand shattered and cold aura flew all over the place. The First Gen Gu had to take a step back. Bai Ning Bing! Fan Yuan was shocked when he turned around to look at the person who had helped him. Bai Ning Bing took back his broken arm, and cold air blew out from the wound and instantly condensed into a new ice hand just like before. It was just that there was no flesh in the hand. He was already reaching the lifespan limits of his 10 extreme aptitude. To think that I can have such a splendid death. It's a pity I won't be able to see the conclusion to this battle. Bai Ningbing heaved a deep sigh, then suddenly smiled and looked at Fang Yuan with his deep blue pupils. Fang Yuan, you and I are the same kind of people. My death is certain, but it would be a real pity if you were to die too. So I will protect you, but I have a condition. Bai Ningbing may only be a rank 3 Gu master, but as his death closed upon him, his fighting strength continued to grow steeply like a water fountain. The final hope to win against first Gen Gu Yu was him. What condition? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Bai Ningbing stretched out his 2 arms like he was embracing the world. Clothed in a white gown, matching with his snowy white hair and sharp eyebrows, he said, "Live on for me and witness the myriad wonders of this world." In that moment, Fang Yuan was emotionally moved. This man. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and he felt like he was looking at his younger self in his previous life. Bai Ningbing's words might sound like nonsense, but they were genuine. Maybe ordinary people would never believe it, but Fang Yuan understood the profound meaning contained within these words. Bai Ningbing was a top genius, his talent in defiance of the heavens but his lifespan superficially short. He had already found his path, and found his faith. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets, but under this situation where he had no other alternatives, he could only entrust them to Fang Yuan. Oh, it actually is Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. TSK, such a pity that you are not a descendant of my lineage, otherwise they wouldn't have needed to die. First Gen Gu Yu smiled malevolently. But you want to block me by relying on this Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique? So naive! His figure disappeared and appeared right in front of Bai Ningbing. Boom! There was a noise of explosion, and the two had traded off a blow. First Gen Gu Yu was forced back 2 steps, whereas Bai Ningbing's whole skull and most of his body was blown away. But in the next instant, crackle crack. Cold air permeated the area, ice and frost condensed together to again grow out the body, and the skull Bai Ningbing was resurrected. What? First Gen Gu Yu got the shock of his life. 10 extreme aptitudes were rarely seen, and this was the first time he was facing one. 2 people traded off blows again. In the end, Bai Ningbing's cultivation level was weak and was firmly pressed in a disadvantageous position, so the situation looked very bad. However, no matter how first Gen Gu Yu killed him, he didn't die. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's Northern Dark Eye Soul body was close to an undying body. No matter how severe the wounds, they would be frozen back to the original state in a matter of seconds. Gu Yu Bo was becoming more furious and also fearful, and he crazily increased his offensive attacks. Bai Ningbing gradually lost all color of life, turning into a moving iceman. Even his white hair had turned into thin icicles. The time had finally arrived. Death was descending at this moment. Infinite brilliance in the mortal realm, to the ends of the world the skies and seas stretch beyond. As the winds blow my ashes back to the earth, it is incomparable to the shining moon in the reflection of the water. Bai Ningbing recited a poem with a faint smile. Henceforth, his facial expression froze. There was a burst of cold wind and the fog like frost suddenly rose up. Crackle. Large amounts of ice started spreading from under his feet, then the glacier rose up like the birth of a mountain. The surging majestic ice was like a landslide, like a tsunami, like a dragon rolling on the waves, as it crushed towards First Gen Gu Yu. First Gen Gu Yu let out a gasp and brought out all his strength to resist it. The red hairs on his head were all standing on end, mist of blood rising from all over his body, and large numbers of blood guillotine and blade-wing blood bat goo were sent to crash against the glacier in an attempt to slow it down even by a bit. In the end, he was still suppressed by the glacier, confined and engulfed. The enormous glacier filled the whole blood shield, but it didn't touch Fang Yuan as he was in a small space left intentionally by Bai Ningbing. Bang! The blood-curtained skyflower burst with a soft sound. With no hindrances, the cold air crazily flew around, and ice immediately condensed into a glacier which continued to spread. It broke the shield of blood-curtained skyflower goo. Such power! Lord Sky Crane didn't dare face the glacier, as he promptly took to the air. Under his astonished gaze, the glacier continued to spread and actually covered the whole Qingmao Mountain from the top of the mountain to the bottom. In this instance, the lush, thriving Qingmao Mountain turned into a sinister land of ice and snow. The icy ground under Fang Yuan's feet continued to raise higher. He too was personally observing this scene. This 1,000-li glacier was the evidence of the fall of a young genius, and contained within it was Bai Ningbing's indignance and helpless sigh. Not good, I need leave this place soon. Bai Ningbing's consciousness is weakening and gradually dying out. He is already losing the control of the glacier. Fan Yuan found that the space he was on was shrinking. Ice continuously condensed and moved forward, compressing the space he was on. Chapter 196. Rebirth once more. Fan Yuan immediately used the chainsaw golden centipede, as well as the blood moon goo, trying to break the ice. But the ice layer was way too thick, and the coldness was oozing. Every layer of ice he shaved off, 2 layers would grow. Fan Yuan was trapped in a desperate situation, without any way to free himself. At this same time, blood light emerged from under the icy river. There was initially a hint of blood light, but it soon spread, becoming stronger and stronger, until a blood-colored aurora enveloped the area. Ha! With a long laugh, blood light rushed towards the sky as First Gen Guyu broke the ice and escaped. Although he looked miserable, his tone was arrogant. This northern dark eye soul physique, if he reached rank 4, he might be able to kill me. Sadly for him, he is only a rank 3 peak stage. Saying so, he turned his gaze to Fan Yuan within the ice river. Northern dark eye soul physique couldn't kill you, then let me do it. Far in the sky, Lord Sky Crane flew over casually. The iron-beak flying crane king he was sitting on had already returned after killing the Blood River Python when they flew away earlier. At this point, in the entire Qingmao Mountain, only 3 people remained. Bai Ningbing had already turned into the ice mountain, his consciousness expended. Fan Yuan was like an insect inside an amber, trapped within the ice. As for the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, however, after First Gen Guyu raised his aptitude, his aperture could store much more primeval essence. Lord Sky Crane had already recovered most of his strength after resting. The 2's gaze were focused on Fan Yuan. First Gen Guyu wanted to kill Fan Yuan, to take his blood. Lord Sky Crane wanted to stop First Gen Guyu, and he would naturally not restrict himself by protecting Fan Yuan, thus he could only strike first and kill Fan Yuan. With their natures, they would not tolerate a bystander. After all, what if both of them got injured, and a third person profited from it? Fan Yuan sighed. Seeing their gazes, he knew he was finished. He had lost the Thunderwings Gu and Thousandly Earthwolf Spider. Even if he had them, he could not escape from 2 rank 5 Gu masters. He only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, incomparable with rank 5. In this situation, he was like fish meat, easily cut by knives. And these were 2 extremely sharp knives. He could not beat them in combat, and couldn't escape from them either, but Fan Yuan had a final move. That is, Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fan Yuan's mind went into his aperture. The light walls in his aperture had turned into a rough stone aperture. His snow's silver primeval essence was about half left. The stone aperture no longer had recovery abilities, but Fan Yuan's heavenly essence treasure lotus maintained such a scene in his aperture. These were not important. He placed all his concentration on the Gu in the middle. His vital Gu, the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. Only by using this Gu could he travel against the flow of time, creating a new miracle. Using an impossible method to change fate itself. Even then, such a method was extremely risky. The River of Time is a forbidden area in the Great Tao. Mortals are not allowed to traverse in it. Once they enter, it is breaking the rules of heaven and earth, and they would face divine retribution. Secondly, Spring-Autumn Cicada had not fully recovered, so it was like a broken boat forcefully traveling in the River of Time. He might capsize midway and sink. Lastly, Fan Yuan was only at rank 3 peak stage. Activating the Spring-Autumn Cicada now was like a baby using a sword, and he might easily get hurt by the sword. Once I use the Spring-Autumn Cicada, I will have to self-detonate. Using all my cultivation and the flesh and blood of my body, as well as all my other Gu worms, as a driving force to move the Spring-Autumn Cicada forward. Compared to my previous life, even if I self-detonate, this force is too small, and there is a high chance it would kill me directly. But at this point, I have no other ways left. I am forced to use this Gu. Fan Yuan was helpless too. Earlier, he would rather use the stone aperture Gu than the Spring-Autumn Cicada, because of the great risk involved. Given 100%, there was less than even 10% chance of succeeding. Many times, when Gu masters use high-ranking Gu, they would face a strong backlash. Like Gu Yuqin Shu, right now Fan Yuan could only bet on the fact that Spring-Autumn Cicada is his vital Gu. Little rascal, hand over your life and contribute your blood to your ancestor. Lad, you are unlucky, you can only blame this despicable ancestor of yours. I will set you free from your misery. First Gen Gu Yu and Lord Sky Crane both attacked at once. Fan Yuan was forced to the cliff's end, he could only jump. Spring-autumn cicada, do it! His eyes glowed with wondrous light, as two green and yellow lights burst forth from his body. This aura? How can this be? A rank 6 Gu! At once, the two rank 5 Gu masters were shocked, but soon, greed emerged on their faces. Kill him and take the rank 6 Gu! This is an opportunity from heaven, good lad, hand it over and I may spare your life. Their speed was even faster than before. But at this time, a loud boom occurred. Fan Yuan self-detonated. What? Before his death, he heard the two rank 5 Gu masters' cries of shock. Legend says the world has one long river, known as time. Humans were like fish in the river, and under the currents, the fish could only flow downwards. Sometimes 1 or 2 fish would jump above the surface of the river and see the events below. This was predicting the future. Without the river of time, the world would be still, becoming a drawing. Only with this river can change occur, and the world can move, either prospering or withering. The river of time, with roaring currents. Every ripple was a story, an event that occurred in the past. Under the turbulent river water, a tiny Gu worm was flowing upstream. It spread its wings, moving with difficulty. With the waves crashing against it, every impact could nearly cause its demise. It carried Fan Yuan's consciousness and memories, while a yellow-green light was protecting its body. It moved up the river shakingly, like a candle blown by the wind. Eventually it could only move up a little, before the yellow-green light dispersed. The spring-autumn cicada had reached its limit, and with a swoosh, it turned into a flash and burrowed into one of the ripples. Fan Yuan's body shook, his eyes having a tint of yellow-green light deep within. This light flashed by quickly, and Fan Yuan shuddered. Consciousness and memories assaulted his brain, merging instantly. He succeeded. He was extremely happy, he had rebirthed once more. After sensing this, he immediately looked around, observing his surroundings. He found that his primeval essence was being expended as his arms and body were coiled by white eyebrows. Seeing once again, oh! So it was this moment. Tai Xueling's backup plan activated already. First Gen Guyu was trapped by iron chains, not being able to move. His forehead also had a yellow talisman, the demon suppression iron chain Gu, and the problem nipped in the bud Gu. That Lord Sky Crane also landed on the ground, his body covered in a white barrier. He activated the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, trying to exhaust all of First Gen Guyu's primeval essence. Fan Yuan squinted. He was coiled by the white eyebrows, not able to move, thus he could only use up primeval essence, and wait for a good chance. Under the effect of the problem nipped in the bud Gu, a yellow light flew out of First Gen Guyu's body. This yellow light was about fist size, smaller than a person's face. It casually landed on the ground, showing the blood skull Gu inside. Blood skull Gu! After hundreds of years, I finally see you again. Lord Sky Crane, on seeing this, was exhilarated and his expression extremely excited. Guyu first had clenched his bloody fangs so hard that it made cracking sounds, but he couldn't even budge, much less struggle. Suddenly, another ball of light was captured by the yellow talisman and fell to the ground, turning into the alternating black and white Taiji light sphere. Two peculiar Gu worms were circling and chasing each other within this light sphere. It was the Yin-Yang rotation Gu. According to Fan Yuan's memories, Lord Sky Crane shouted again. Yin-Yang rotation Gu, my good senior brother, I truly have to thank you for finding such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn back to a human, but what a pity your plan was destroyed by me. Fan Yuan looked at First Gen Guyu. Indeed, he was anxiously moved his legs and snarled, he had completely lost his manners. Wait a bit longer, my opportunity is coming. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, choosing to wait a bit longer. The third yellow light that was captured fell to the ground. It was a scarlet-colored Gu and looked like a translucent water sphere. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. Blood Curtain Skyflower! It was this Gu that changed the situation and allowed First Gen Guyu to overturn the crisis. Blood Curtain Skyflower was created by First Gen Guyu. Fan Yuan didn't know it earlier, but now he was clear of its effects. Indeed, afterwards, First Gen Guyu shouted, Quick someone, destroy this Gu worm! Several Gu masters immediately moved forward upon hearing this, and immediately used their attacks. Swoosh! A soft cry resounded, Blood Curtain Skyflower appeared again, the blood color sphere shield isolating the two areas. Some people were outside, while some were inside. The blood shield broke the white eyebrows completely, and Fan Yuan and the others no longer had to compete with the Lord Sky Crane in primeval essence, thus regaining freedom. Lord Sky Crane was blocked by this goo, hurriedly getting up and snickering continuously. After some conversation, he could not break the blood shield, and had to stop, asking, "What goo is this?" Gyu laughed smugly. "Let me teach you, this is my personally fused goo blood curtain skyflower. Water curtain skyflower rank 4 goo, can block rank 5 goo attacks. This goo is at rank 5 and has even more powerful defense. Water curtain skyflower prevents even its owner from going in and out. But this blood curtain skyflower can let me leave. Junior brother, don't be impatient, you can attack slowly, use all your strength. Just wait till I recover. I will then come out and cut away your dog head, ahahaha." Lord Sky Crane was furious, attacking again, but failed. After he calmed down, he chose to replenish his primeval essence, waiting for the blood shield to lose effect. The Goo Masters, seeing the blood shield being impenetrable, were overjoyed, thinking their lives were saved, quickly flattering First Gen Guyu, but only by Ningbing snorted. First Gen Guyu thus asked for more primeval stones, and everyone quickly contributed what they had. Although First Gen Guyu was chained up, and could not move, his mouth continued to crush primeval stones as he recovered quickly. Sky Crane Lord, seeing this, started shouting, "You morons! Once he recovers his movement, he will kill you all and use your blood to upgrade his aptitude. You are causing your own doom." No one believed him. He, using such a low-level tactic to sow distrust, will laugh till our teeth drops. Quick, this old thief is telling us not to give, so we need to give even more primeval stones. Everything is depending on Lord Ancestor. Chapter 197. Changing Fate. Large numbers of primeval stones continued to be absorbed by First Gen Guyu, as he chewed and crushed them. Bai Ningbing watched coldly. But Fan Yuan moved. He did not observe but had a different choice than before. "First Gen Ancestor, the situation is dire. I have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus to offer." He was filled with sincerity, as he walked up quickly, a look of helplessness but determination. Guyu laughed heartily. "Very good, as expected of my descendant. Such filial piety, as your ancestor, I am very happy." He had long wanted the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and once sent 2 Bladewing Bloodbat groups to chase after Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan escaped quickly and didn't give him the chance. However, right now he had no suspicions. Firstly, he did not fall out with Fan Yuan yet, and earlier he had lied that he was protecting Fan Yuan when he dispatched the Bladewing Bloodbat group. Secondly, Fan Yuan had taken the initiative to grab onto the white eyebrows and help the First Gen Guyu in the primeval essence expenditure, causing the wavering people to make up their minds. Such a loyal performance, First Gen Guyu still remembered it vividly. Lastly, under such circumstances, Fan Yuan could only place his hopes on First Gen Guyu. Only then could he defeat Lord Sky Crane and protect his life. First Gen Guyu did not believe that Fan Yuan would ruin his own survival chances and attack him. Thus, when Fan Yuan got closer, First Gen Guyu laughed continuously. "With the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, my chances of victory is higher by 20%. All of you move away, and let him in." Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus? Outside the blood barrier, Lord Sky Crane was stunned and quickly shouted, "You mustn't do it!" Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan got to First Gen Guyu's side. "First Gen Ancestor, I have thought it through. It was you who created the village, it was because of you that all of us descendants exist. Back in the day, you made such a great contribution to the village. Today, you even led our clan towards brilliance. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus should be used by you, Great Ancestor." He was full of admiration, his tone excited and nervous. First Gen Guyu nodded continuously, thinking, "This lad is good with words. Too bad I still have to kill him later and retrieve his blood." But at this time, Fan Yuan lowered his back, striking. He grabbed First Gen Guyu, using the strength in his waist to turn his body and moved both arms. He opened his mouth and growled, using the strength of 2 boars, expending all his energy to throw. Swish! First Gen Guyu was thrown out of the blood barrier by him. Dead silence! At this time, it was as if time stopped. The outside winds blew relentlessly. First Gen Guyu was smashed onto the ground, his red hair flying around in the winds as he stared blankly, having unable to react to what had just happened. In front of him, Less than 10 steps away was Lord Sky Crane. This old man was still furious and anxious over Fang Yuan contributing the heavenly essence treasure lotus. He did not expect in the least that in the very next moment, such a drastic change would occur. He was stunned too, staring blankly at First Gen Guyu. First Gen Guyu was his mortal enemy, but at this point Lord Sky Crane was stunned, like he was still dreaming, not moving at all. In the blood barrier, everyone stood like a statue, silent and unmoving. Some people opened their mouths, so large that a fist could fit in it. Some stared with wide-open eyes, almost bulging out. Even Bai Ningbing lost his composure, staring at Fang Yuan in astonishment. Only when half a bamboo building collapsed within the blood barrier did everyone jolt awake all of a sudden. Wah! What? What the fuck? Someone swore. Fang Yuan, what dumb shit did you do? Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, his entire body shivering. First Gen Ancestor. Someone attempted to pull First Gen Guyu back, but was blocked by the blood curtain Skyflower. Despicable thief! Lying to your ancestor, I will tear you to shreds. First Gen Guyu finally reacted, lying on the ground screaming. Ha! Amidst the frightened individuals, someone laughed. It was none other than Bai Ningbing. He laughed till his tears came out, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan. Interesting, truly spectacular. Fang Yuan, are you crazy? Fang Yuan, you harmed the First Gen Ancestor, you plot even against the Ancestor, are you still human? Wah, Fang Yuan must have been bought over by that white-haired old man. You spy, you traitor. The surrounding people pointed at him in rage, but Fang Yuan lightly laughed. I am a rank 3 peak stage, who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? At this point, within the blood barrier, there were few rank 3 Gu masters. They had little primeval essence left due to the fight earlier, and they even gave up their primeval stones, and could not get replenishments. As for the others, they were mortals or rank 1 or 2 Gu masters. Without the First Gen Guyu, within this blood barrier, Fang Yuan really was unstoppable. Fang Yuan laughed, bending down and picking up the 2 Gu worms. His left hand carried the blood skull Gu, and his right hand carried the yin-yang rotation Gu. These 2 were owned by First Gen Guyu, but right now they had a thin layer of yellow light, sealed by the problem nipped in the bud Gu, unable to sense First Gen Guyu's desperate calls. But this seal was an obstacle to Fang Yuan as well. He wanted to break the seal and refine the 2 Gu worms. Forcefully breaking the seal, however, will only cause these 2 Gu to be destroyed. This was different from the blood curtain Skyflower Gu, as the blood curtain Skyflower Gu had to be destroyed to be used. By breaking the seal, it was the same as using it. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. He knew what would happen next. Both the Demon Suppression Iron Chain Gu and Problem Nipped in the Bud Gu would be corrupted by the Blood Frenzy Gu, turn into blood water and die. Ha ha, my good senior brother, to think you have this day. Hand over your life. Lord Sky Crane howled, rushing into the sky and attacking towards First Gen Guyu. First Gen Guyu was suppressed by the demon suppressing chains and could not move, thus he was a target board and could only take the hits. He scolded furiously, howling and struggling. Suddenly the iron chains turned into a puddle of blood water, allowing him to regain his freedom, and he hurriedly flew into the air, crashing against the blood barrier. With a loud bang, unquestionably, he was blocked by the blood barrier. This blood curtain Skyflower was refined by him, and it was his greatest invention. It had superb defense, but once used it cannot be moved nor turned off. For him, he could only exit and not enter. Little rascal, you will die a painful death! First Gen Guyu's grievance and rage towards Fang Yuan was greater than anything, rising like a tsunami. Lord Sky Crane naturally chased him, laughing non-stop. First Gen Guyu could only give up on the blood barrier and resist the Lord Sky Crane. He had eaten large amounts of primeval essence earlier, thus he had ample primeval essence. Even though he had the lower hand, he could stabilize his situation. First Gen Ancestor, good luck! Lord First Gen, we are cheering for you! Ancestor, you are our only hope! The battle between 2 rank 5 attracted everyone's attention. Fang Yuan, however, retracted his gaze and looked at Bai Ningbing. This situation was like 2 tigers competing, while Fang Yuan was a rabbit. Both the Lord Sky Crane and First Gen Guyu were crafty old foxes. To wait for the 2 to injure each other and benefit Fang Yuan, such a chance was slim. No one was stupid, they would not let the battle adrenaline get to their head. Moreover, this blood barrier could only protect them for a while. Once the time is up, everyone inside including him would face the slaughter of Lord Sky Crane and First Gen Guyu. He had already rebirthed once, thus the spring-autumn cicada had fallen into a weak state again, unable to be used. Right now, he could only try to get as strong as possible, exerting the greatest effort to fight for a chance to survive. Fan Yuan already had a plan. But in this plan, there was a person who played a crucial role. That person is Bai Ningbing. The Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique self-detonation would greatly affect the battlefield, especially when the two rank 5s were fighting outside of the barrier. But how was he going to convince Bai Ningbing? Fan Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing sensed it, turning back to look at Fan Yuan. Among the people, they stared at each other. Fan Yuan in his black robe, with black hair and eyes, revealed a devilish smile as his lips curled. I have a way to resolve the 10 extreme aptitudes, and allow you to return to life, he said. Bai Ningbing's body shuddered, he obviously wanted to live. What method? However, Fan Yuan's words changed. But this method does not have much chance of success, it is highly probable to fail. Yet this made Bai Ningbing even more convinced. Next Fan Yuan said his third sentence. But I think even if we fail, it will allow your final moments to be as spectacular as ever. Bai Ningbing's was moved. Fan Yuan used 3 sentences and targeted his heart's innermost desires, convincing him. He was also smart, and after thinking, he asked directly, Then what do I need to do? Fan Yuan's smile disappeared. At the same time, the problem nipped in the bud goo turned into a puddle of blood water. Blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo seal vanished and were about to fly away, but Fan Yuan grabbed onto them. He used the spring-autumn cicada's aura. These 3 goo were merely rank 4, they were immediately tamed. Fan Yuan injected his primeval essence and refined them, turning them into his. What? Fuck! Outside the blood barrier, First Gen Guyu's head hurt as he lost the connection with the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. He was beyond shocked, losing his bearing and rushing towards the blood barrier. How can this be? How could you refine my 3 goo worms so quickly? First Gen Guyu cried out sadly, attacking the blood barrier like a crazed man. Fan Yuan stole food from a tiger's mouth. By taking the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo, it was a fatal blow to the First Gen. Everyone was shocked, taking a step back. First Gen Guyu was like a fierce beast trapped in despair, his eyes starting to burn with fire. But quickly, Lord Sky Crane's attack came. I want you to die, I want you to die! First Gen Guyu went frantic, attacking without defending, exerting all his anger on Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane was taken aback as he received some damaging blows. The two fought it out again, as the battle slowly reached its climax. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, saying to Bai Ningbing, Come, kill them all with me! Before he finished, he acted. As the razors on the chainsaw golden centipede moved, he slashed a goo master nearby into half. Blood skull goo. Soon after, Fan Yuan activated the blood skull goo, absorbing the blood. Chapter 198. Ruthless and murdering people, cruelty exercised to profit from disaster. Fan Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly stop, the enemy is before us, how can we fight among ourselves? Stop now, otherwise. Ugh! Everyone was shocked. Fan Yuan was ruthless, killing another clansman. I am only killing Guyu clan people, outsiders fuck off! Otherwise I'll kill you as well! Fan Yuan screamed. Everyone was stunned, retreating steps away, not expecting Fan Yuan to be so insane. Fan Yuan has lost it. He's lost his logic, attack together. Indeed, if this goes on, even before the first ancestor defeats the enemy, we'd have been slaughtered by Fan Yuan already. It was like Fan Yuan stabbed a beehive, causing everyone to stir, but no one dared to attack. Most could only shout and encourage others to fight. Ha! Interesting! Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, suddenly attacking and killing someone beside him. Lord Bai Ningbing, you! The dying person was a Bai clansman. Oh no, Lord Bai Ningbing lost it too! Everyone shouted. Fan Yuan's gaze concentrated, looking at Bai Ningbing, not expecting him to change so drastically. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally. Since you can kill your own clansmen, I can't lose to you. Sigh, since too many deaths have occurred, my clan's future is ruined already. We can no longer be a village. The clan leader I'm indebted to is dead too. I might as well kill them now, and enjoy the fun. Hee hee, that's great. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, his body moving quickly, starting his slaughter. Since these clansmen were going to die anyway, they might as well die at Fan Yuan's hands, contributing to his aptitude growth instead of first-gen Guyu. These people in the blood barrier, how could they be a match for Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing together? Especially when Bai Ningbing, who was nearing death, was much stronger and killed even more people than Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan took the last hit and extracted their blood. After killing 100 people, the blood skull goo reached its limit, and the crystal skull started to turn blood red. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, activating the blood skull goo, raising it over his head. The teeth opened, shooting out a fragrant blood stream, drenching Fan Yuan from head to toe. Fan Yuan enjoyed the discomfort and breathed in deeply, living in the moment. His black robe and hair together with his bloodbath body made him look like a demon straight out of hell. The surrounding people, upon seeing him, were all scared and cried out in fear. My aptitude really increased! Fan Yuan's aptitude was only 44% C grade originally, but after the man-beast life burial goo, it dropped to 43%. Right now, standing under the blood stream as it gushed into his aperture, his aptitude rose by 10%, going to 53%. Indeed a great treasure, no wonder first-gen Guyu treated it like his life. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, nodding in satisfaction, starting another round of slaughter. The two caused much bloodshed within the blood barrier. This was a large slaughterhouse. Fan Yuan, you mad and crazy monster! Guyu Moyen rushed up. Fan Yuan dodged her attack and raised his chainsaw golden centipede before throwing it down. The young girl was split in half. Fan Yuan, let us go please, we're your uncle and aunt? Guyu Dongtu and his wife kneeled down and begged. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, his left hand waving, and a blood-colored moonblade shot out, beheading the two. Blood skull goo absorbed the Guyu clansman blood, turning into a thick blood stream, pouring into Fan Yuan. What a pleasure! Fan Yuan closed his eyes, breathing in deeply, only to feel a warm feeling traveling through his body and causing his mind to become sharper, like he had been reborn. Aptitude rose again, becoming 63%. A Goo Master's aptitude, 40 to 59% was C grade, 60 to 79% was B grade, and 80% and above was A grade. Fan Yuan had officially left C grade and become a B grade talent. But my cultivation dropped. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, staring intently. Fan Yuan's aptitude rose to B grade, but his cultivation dropped from rank 3 to rank 2. Strange. First Gen Guyu evidently retained his cultivation level as his aptitude rose, so why was it that when it came to Fan Yuan, such a thing happened? This problem should be due to the stone aperture goo. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. Fan Yuan had used the stone aperture goo to squeeze out all his potential, causing his cultivation to rise to rank 3 peak stage. But this blood skull goo injected the quality blood stream into him, raising the aperture's potential and raising his aptitude. Undeniably, these two goo clashed in nature. But blood skull goo was rank 4, while stone aperture goo was rank 3. The blood skull goo ruled over the stone aperture goo, causing Fan Yuan's aperture to turn from stone back to light. However, the cultivation increase that the stone aperture brought was also disappearing, and even reducing his cultivation in the process. This change was something Fan Yuan did not expect in such a short time. But Bai Ningbing was getting stronger, he killed everywhere he went. Thus, Fan Yuan was able to keep his strength and stop attacking, only collecting the bloodline. First Gen Guyu, who was outside the blood barrier, saw the people getting slaughtered and flew into a rage, screaming but to no avail. He spread his bloodline, waiting for hundreds of years. It was all for this moment, killing his descendants to raise his aptitude. After planning for so long, in the end, someone else benefited from it. This lad, so young yet so ruthless, even more demonic than his ancestor. Lord Sky Crane, seeing this, was slightly shocked too. The slaughter continued, until 6 hours later. Fan Yuan's cultivation dropped to rank 1 initial stage, but his aperture returned to being a light wall, able to recover primeval essence on his own. He was bathed in blood over 10 times, and towards the last few times, the effect weakened. The first few raised his aptitude by 10%, but the percentage continued to drop with each try. But his aptitude had increased from the C grade 43% to over 90%. 90%, a great aptitude. A great aptitude. 500 years of my previous life, I only managed to raise my aptitude from C to B about 200 years later through pure luck. To think that this time, I can benefit from a disaster and rise to a grade. Fan Yuan clenched his fist, secretly excited. Bai Ningbing stopped his killing, walking over. Next, what do we do? In the blood barrier, only the two of them were left. The others, whether it was Gu Master or mortal, were all killed. Outside the blood barrier, no one was spared from the aftermath of the two rank 5 experts' battle. In the entire area, there was only the two inside the barrier, and the two outside. Fan Yuan looked outside, saying casually, Next we wait for first Gen Guyu to run into defeat, and the blood-curtained Skyflower to vanish. And then? Bai Ningbing pursued. Then? Fan Yuan turned around and looked at Bai Ningbing, then he smiled. Then you can go and die. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Oh? What do you mean? Immediately, his eyes squinted into a line as his blue irises had a dangerous killing intent. The Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique's self-detonation is extremely strong. Even though your cultivation is weak, and the chances are not high, it should be able to hurt rank 5 experts. After detonating, are you able to control the direction of the snow and frost? Fan Yuan laughed. How would I know? Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. I've never self-detonated before. I know you can. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Unknowingly, the image of Bai Ningbing self-detonating previously appeared in his mind. And that line, Live for me, and witness the brilliance of this world. I will stay by your side. After you detonate, and when the time is ripe, I will save your life and cause you to resurrect. Fan Yuan continued. What if you can't? Fan Yuan laughed plainly. Then you need to bet. When you detonate, I will be by your side. If you suspect my sincerity, you can send the Ice Storm to kill me. You must have noticed already. That's right, my cultivation is already rank 1 initial stage. By then, I will have no way to survive. But if you believe me, then I could be lying too. Eventually I will not resurrect you, because I have no way to do so. Thus you need to gamble, whatever choice you make, not just what you are thinking, but also what you are considering in the moment before you die. Bai Ningbing was solemn. Fan Yuan's words was telling him to gamble away. But actually, wasn't Fan Yuan betting too? He was using his own life as the wager, fully dependent on Bai Ningbing's thoughts. So exciting. So very exciting. Then I shall bet on it, haha. A moment later Bai Ningbing raised his head, laughing loudly. Fan Yuan did not care about him, but concentrated on the battle outside the blood barrier. As expected, first Gen Guyu had the lower hand, suppressed by Lord Sky Crane. Although he replenished his primeval essence, he could not replenish it, so under a sustained battle, how could he compete with Lord Sky Crane? Moreover, Lord Sky Crane was clear of his methods, and he would not allow first Gen Guyu to take back any advantage. I am so fucking furious! A moment later, first Gen Guyu cried out. Little thief, you destroyed my 1,000-year plan, I will spare you today. Someday, I will kill the hell out of you to appease my anger. Throwing this angry statement, first Gen Guyu flapped his wings and escaped the battlefield, flying towards the skies. Don't think of leaving! Lord Sky Crane quickly turned into a flash of light, chasing relentlessly. Without their intense battle, this battlefield became quiet instantly. This was originally the best time to leave, but the blood veil aurora became a huge obstacle. 4 hours later, the blood barrier was thinning, and was about to vanish. But at this time, a white light flew over, turning into the Lord Sky Crane. His body was full of injuries. A wound stretched from his left shoulder to his waist, so deep that his bones could be seen, overflowing with purple poisonous red blood. But his face was extremely uplifted, showing the happiness of getting his long-awaited revenge. His right hand held a skull, a blood-covered face. It was first Gen Guyu. He actually managed to kill first Gen Guyu? Bai Ningbing showed astonishment. Fan Yuan laughed instead. It seems this old fellow hates first Gen Guyu to the core. To kill the first gen, he definitely paid a huge price. While they were speaking, the blood barrier vanished, and there were no longer any obstacles between the two. Little thief, quickly hand over the 2 goo worms. I am still in a good mood now, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, when the blood barrier vanishes, you will all die without a resting place. Lord Sky Crane flew into the sky, looking down and laughing loudly. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other before laughing lightly, not speaking. Lord Sky Crane flew into a rage. Good lad, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, you deserve to get killed. Before he finished his words, he turned into a white light and assaulted. Bai Ningbing laughed grandly, taking a huge step in front. I was waiting for you. Saying so, his body lost all color, turning into an ice statue. Cold winds blew, and as winds turned into a hurricane, frost and ice covered the sky and the infinite ice river appeared. This is. Lord Sky Crane did not expect it in the least that such a development would occur, causing him to be unprepared against Bai Ningbing's attack, and was sealed into the ice. Chapter 199. Walking towards their own destiny. Boom! Boom! The ice glacier shook intensely as Lord Sky Crane carried out his attacks. He was about to break out of the ice layer in just a few seconds. We can't let this old geezer break free. Fan Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing couldn't speak anymore. After Fan Yuan's shout, he resolutely self-exploded one of his arm, turning it into vast amounts of frost wind. The wind swept through everything, the glacier spread and the ice layer rapidly thickened by 100 feet. Lord Sky Crane roared within the ice and started attacking in a frenzy. Bai Ningbing exploded his other arm. More ice condensed and the glacier repeatedly pressed down on Lord Sky Crane, suppressing him every time he tried to break through. Under Bai Ningbing's meticulous control, the ice moved like an army, firmly entrapping Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane may be a rank 5 Gu master, but after killing Gu Yu First Head, he was thoroughly spent. He attacked again and again, but couldn't break out in the end. It is actually Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. But if you want to kill me with just this, you can keep on dreaming. He suddenly realized and immediately activated life-retaining Jade Burial Goo. Green jade light came into being and covered his body. Then the rays of light turned from virtual to material, changing into a transparent jade coffin with Lord Sky Crane inside it. This jade coffin was abnormally hard. Even after trying multiple times, Bai Ningbing was not able to put even a scratch on it. In the end, he could only add more ice layers around the jade coffin, forming an ice peak that was hundreds of feet high. Fan Yuan had watched all this from the sidelines. Worthy of being a 10 extreme physique! He was impressed even though this was his second time seeing it. Fan Yuan was standing right beside Bai Ningbing. Right now, Bai Ningbing had destroyed his 2 arms and was turning into an ice sculpture. Even his appearance was becoming indistinct as the ice slowly covered him. Both his appearance and his consciousness were slowly dissipating. Once his consciousness fades, he would be completely dead. As the ice layer started to spread towards himself, Fan Yuan was clear on what he had to do. It is impossible to escape by myself. I will be sealed and frozen to death by the glacier sooner or later. It's time. Immediately, he took out a pair of goo worms from his aperture. One black goo and one white goo were revolving around each other in an orbit, forming a light sphere of Taiji diagram. This was the yin-yang rotation goo. Go! Fan Yuan willed it. The black goo immediately flew out and merged into Bai Ningbing's ice sculpture. Fan Yuan may just be a rank 1 right now, but his aperture still contained large amounts of rank 3 Snow's silver primeval essence which he almost used up in activating this goo. In the instance when the black goo went into the ice sculpture, black light burst out everywhere. Yin-chi gathered from all around and formed into an energy vortex in the air. A completely new life force came into being within the ice sculpture, and started growing vigorously. The dazzling black light dissipated. The ice sculpture cracked and broke into pieces, which then flew scattered to the surroundings. A white gown, silver hair, intact arms, picturesque appearance with lovely blush on the cheeks. Bai Ningbing broke free of the ice and came out. The blizzard came to a sudden stop and the cold air also completely dispersed. The ice layer stopped a few inches from Fan Yuan. He had lived through this near-death experience. I am really alive! Bai Ningbing was shocked. He looked at his pretty jade-like hands and then felt his whole body. His disbelief changed to ecstasy. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed brightly. I used the yin goo of yin-yang rotation goo on you. This goo can change yang to yin and give you a complete transformation. It is a rank 4 healing goo and has the effect of bringing the dead to life. It has a weak point though, and that is, the goo master's aptitude will be lowered by 10% once it is used. Bai Ningbing possessed the 10 extreme physique which was a 100% aptitude. Now, his aptitude was lowered by 10%, and was equal to Fan Yuan's 90% aptitude. This news, to others, might have been grievous, but to Bai Ningbing, it was joyous news. This feels great. My aptitude has been lowered. I no longer have the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Haha, what does it matter if I only have 90%? Bai Ningbing started laughing loudly. Fan Yuan, however, shook his head. It is very difficult to change the 10 extreme physiques. Although this method lowered your aptitude, as you cultivate in the future, your aptitude will also recover until the day it turns into Northern Dark Eye Soul physique again. When that day comes, you will need to use this Yang Gu. It will turn you around again and lower your aptitude by 10%. Upon saying this, Fan Yuan put back the Yang Gu into his aperture in front of Bai Ningbing's dead straight gaze. Yin-Yang rotation Gu all come in pairs. You have already used that Yin Gu, so only the Yang Gu on me will have any effect on you. Don't even think of stealing it. I have already refined this Yang Gu. I can easily order it to self-destroy with just a thought. Fan Yuan explained. He only had rank 1 cultivation now, but Bai Ningbing was still a rank 3 Gu master. Naturally, he needed some ways to stop Bai Ningbing from taking actions against him. I see, Fan Yuan, you really planned it all. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh. What do you want from me for that Yang Gu? Ha! Fan Yuan laughed for a good while, then turned serious. Qing Mao Mountain has already turned into a desolate ice mountain. The 3 great clans along with countless living beings have all been frozen and will die within 3 to 5 days. Such a scene will definitely attract the attention and investigation of many forces. Moreover, that old man isn't dead and has sealed himself within the jade coffin, waiting to break out. We can't stay in Qing Mao Mountain anymore, we need to leave. But look at me, I only have rank 1 cultivation now. I can't even take out my Gu worms, much less leave by myself. Hence, I need to rely on your strength. This world is so big, so wondrous, and Qing Mao Mountain is only a very small part of it. Follow me as I roam this land, and witness the wonders of the world. It was like this. You really planned out everything. Humph! Bai Ningbing grinded his teeth. He was really happy, but there was also some resignation now. However, as it turns out, Fan Yuan's proposal moved him. I can agree to you, but I need to make one thing clear. What? Fan Yuan asked. It is not me who is following you, but you who is following me as I roam the lands. Bai Ningbing's red lips slightly raised with an arrogant smile. Ha ha. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Then, where are we going next? What do you have in mind? Bai Ningbing asked. Bai Gu Mountain. Fan Yuan answered in between his laughters. What's so funny? Bai Ningbing was truly puzzled. Fan Yuan laughed until his tears flowed. You still haven't discovered anything wrong? What is there that's wrong? Bai Ningbing raised his dark eyebrows. Suddenly, his face turned extremely wonderful. Surprise, fear, puzzled, panic, shock, anger. All these expressions intertwined in her face. She looked at her round and full chest, and cried out with a loud voice. How did I become a woman? The voice resounded throughout the Qing Mao Mountain, shaking the snow. Of course it would be like that. Yin-Yang rotation Gu Yin Gu is used in male body, to turn Yang into Yin, and become a woman. Likewise, Yang Gu is used in female body, to turn Yin to Yang, and become a man. Yin-Yang rotation, rotating Yin and Yang. What do you think it means? Fan Yuan spoke like it was what it should be. What the fuck? Bai Ningbing looked at Fan Yuan with a furious gaze and cursed. With this, she must now get hold of that soul Yang Gu. Brother Bai, calm yourself. Being able to live is the greatest fortune. Fan Yuan consoled her. Fortune my ass, how about you try being a woman? Bai Ningbing's furious growl resounded within the snow-covered mountain and glaciers. 2 days later. The sun hung high in the sky, the ice was melting down, and a stream of clear water flowed through the ice mountain. Crackle. The silence of the surroundings was broken by the cracking of ice. A jade light burst out from within the ice and hovered in the air, turning into a jade coffin. The jade coffin exploded, and Lord Sky Crane gave a long cry upon regaining his freedom and seeing the daylight again. This life-retaining jade burial Gu was a rank 5 Gu and was very mysterious. As long as the Gu master had 1 breath of life in him, it could suspend his life and delay the injuries. Not only this, but the jade coffin it formed was extremely strong and could even be considered a defensive weapon. Goddamn thief! He cursed with a pained voice. Right now, he was both furious and impatient. Even after killing his lifetime enemy, the first-gen Guyu, he couldn't get the True Blood Sea inheritance. How was he going to answer his teacher when he returned? According to his memories, the ice layer where Fan Yuan was supposed to be was already cut open. If only he didn't get far! He patrolled the surroundings hoping for a lucky break. He used his recon goo and discovered many life forces hanging on to their lives in the depths of the ice layers. Living beings were tenacious, and this tenacity could often bring about miracles. It had only been 2 days since this glacier covered these life forms, which was not enough to lead to their complete deaths. Found him! To think he was actually hiding here. The most dangerous area is the safest place, right? This guy is really crafty. Lord Sky Crane's whole body jolted and became indescribably happy upon this discovery. He rushed into the ice layer and soon fished out an ice chunk. Within the ice chunk, Fang Zheng's whole body was covered with a layer of moonlight from the moon raiment goo. He was already at the edge of death's door. Lord Sky Crane could swear he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance in this life. However, he was a rank 5 expert, and after closely looking at Fang Jing, he was immediately disappointed. This person isn't him, only their appearances are similar. Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh before suddenly becoming stupefied. Wait a second, their appearances are so similar, which means they are extremely likely to be twins. If so, then he is closely related to that little thief. Lord Sky Crane's dim old eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp gaze. With a close relative on him, he could refine the kinship blood worm. It was because of this rank 5 kinship blood worm that he was able to locate the first-gen Guyu among this vast world and its diverse life forms. I haven't completely failed teacher's assignment. There is still some hope. This kid is my only hope. I must save him. Fang Jing slowly opened his exhausted and heavy eyes. Where is this? His eyes were still hazy, and he could only see a blurry figure before him. At the same time, his whole body felt weak, along with an intense headache. The last thing he recalled was the 3 clans competition, where iron-beak flying cranes covered the sky and everyone around him had fled. He had activated the moon raiment goo and resisted against the flying crane's attacks. As the battle continued, a flying crane broke through his barrier and pecked fiercely at his forehead. He had immediately lost consciousness, tumbling down the cliff. You are the elder standing on the crane? As he became clear on the identity of the person before him, Fang Jing struggled to get up in shock, but fell down again before he could completely stand up. Kid, you are still thinking of escaping in front of me, Lord Sky Crane? Lord Sky Crane sneered. He sized up Fang Jing once and said, You could say that I am even your lifesaver. If not for me, you would have already frozen to death. I advise you to not move around randomly. Don't blame me if you fall down. Fang Jing looked beside him and immediately got a great shock. There were clouds moving all around him, and he was standing on the back of an enormous crane as it flew in the sky. You, who the hell are you? Where are you taking me to? Fang Jing cried out in alarm. I am Lord Sky Crane, and we are heading to the Middle Continent. Middle Continent? Fang Jing shouted in shock. Chapter 200. The raft overturns along the Yellow Dragon River. Book 2, The Demon Leaves the Mountain. The Yellow Dragon River is the 3rd river in the southern border. It is over 8,000 kilometers. It starts from Mount Huanghua, and passes through mountains and hills like Mount Xianming, Mount Guibei, Mount Qingmao, Mount Baigu and Mount Leicai before finally flowing into the ocean. If the whole southern border was seen through a bird's eye view, one could see the Yellow Dragon River forming a zigzag shape as it ran through over half of the southern border. Several waves roared as they turned over, the violent waves rolling in an imposing manner along the river. It bore through the crack between the shores, and fog was raised up into the blue sky. The Yellow Dragon River flowed rapidly and unceasingly. Many creatures lived in the river: fishes, turtles, snakes, clams, and other life forms. At this moment, there was a bamboo raft bobbing up and down with the waves. This green raft looked quite battered and seemed to be in need of repair. There was a simple and crude mast in the middle with a shabby white sail hanging on it. A pile of goods were put around the mast to stabilize the center of the raft. The bamboo were tied with hemp ropes and there were many loops around some areas. They were clearly hurriedly done as the raft sailed through the river. The bamboo raft flowed with the currents of the river, and every time the waves crashed onto it, the raft gave out a creaking noise which was far from reassuring. This bamboo raft, which looked like it could break apart at any moment, was carrying 2 youngsters. One had an ordinary face with black pupils and black hair, wearing a black gown. Another was a woman with the looks of an immortal fairy, blue pupils and silver hair, wearing a white gown. They were Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. After the battle at Qingmao Mountain, Bai Ningbing, self-exploding his northern dark eye soul physique, and sealed Lord Sky Crane for the moment, they used all their strength to break out of the ice, then cut off some Qingmao bamboos to make this raft before immediately hitting the road to flee. Fan Yuan's thousand-li earth wolf spider was already dead, and ever since Bai Ningbing's white form immortal snake had flown out on its own, there had been no news from it. With no transportation goo worms, the two would definitely be caught by Lord Sky Crane if they were to move on land, as their speed would be too slow. Thus, Fan Yuan could only think of this method. Many tributaries of Yellow Dragon River flowed through Qingmao Mountain. Previously, the rank 5 river Swallowing Toad had flowed with the main course of Yellow Dragon River and accidentally flowed to the foot of the Qingmao Mountain. The bamboo raft flowed through one of the tributaries to the main river course, and as it flowed with the river, its speed was naturally extremely fast. "It has been 5 days, it doesn't look like that old guy will come," Fan Yuan mumbled as he stood on the bamboo raft and took a glance behind him. The bamboo raft's speed could definitely not match the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. But the Ironbeak Flying Crane King would definitely need to rest and couldn't compare with the bamboo raft, which continuously flowed with the river. And as more time went by, Fan Yuan became more assured. Moreover, Fan Yuan recalled that Lord Sky Crane had returned alone after killing the Guyu first head. The Ironbeak Flying Crane King was likely to be already dead. The raging waves of the river bombarded their ears. Bai Ningbing took a glance at Fan Yuan. She might not have understood the details in his words, but knew what he meant. She laughed loudly. "What are you so worried for? If that old geezer chases us, we will just fight to death. Fighting on this Yellow Dragon River will be extremely spectacular. Well, the thing is that if we die here, we will end up in the stomachs of some fishes." "Haha, that sounds interesting too." Fan Yuan ignored her, instead gazing towards the distance. With 5 days of sailing, they were almost at the Baigu Mountain. According to his memories, there was a secret inheritance hidden in Baigu Mountain. The inheritance was arranged by a rank 4 Gu Master of the Righteous Path, for someone fated to it. "I haven't personally seen this inheritance in the Baigu Mountain, and have only heard about it. But it was rumored that this inheritance had some obstacles which required 2 people to coordinate to pass through." When Fan Yuan thought of this, he gave a casual glance towards Bai Ningbing. Although they were traveling together, it was only due to the situation and the pressure of a powerful enemy. He himself was only at rank 1 initial stage and absolutely needed help to roam outside. But with Bai Ningbing turning into a woman, he had the greatest hold on her in the Yanggu, giving her no choice but to compromise. After entering the Baigu Mountain, could they really coordinate with one mind? It was a big question mark. Snap! Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. "Not good, the rope has come off." This sound was very familiar to Bai Ningbing as she immediately shouted. The force of the river flow was fierce, and in these 5 days, who knows how many times the hemp rope binding the raft had rotted out due to it. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had made enough preparations before they had set out. "Quick, get the hemp rope, I will hold it till then." Fan Yuan immediately crouched down and used his hands to hold the areas where the rope had come loose, preventing the situation from getting messed up. The river flowed fast and violently. It would take a lot of strength to hold the bamboo raft. Bai Ningbing wasn't qualified for this, only Fan Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, was. Luckily, this situation had occurred multiple times before and Bai Ningbing had become more experienced in dealing with this. She quickly went to get the hemp rope tied around the simple and crude mast in the center of the boat. "Here, take it!" She rushed over and handed the hemp rope. Fan Yuan agilely took it and rapidly coiled it around the loose areas, with sweat starting to drip off his head as he concentrated on the task. After coiling the hemp rope around the loose areas several times, the raft finally stabilized. "This raft has already suffered a lot of damage. From the looks of it, it can only continue on for a day. We need to reach the shore in this duration." Fan Yuan heaved a sigh. Yellow Dragon River was not safe at all. Who knew how many dangers were hidden within this raging river? If the bamboo raft fell apart in the middle of the river, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing would have no choice but to go with the river, with no way of telling if they would survive. Ta! There was a soft, muffled sound. What was that sound? Fan Yuan immediately furrowed his brows. Bai Ningbing listened closely with a doubtful expression. "What sound?" "I didn't hear anything." Roots grew out from Fan Yuan's ears, and almost immediately he heard the continuous ta-ta sounds. Along with the sounds, the bamboo raft also started shaking. "What is that thing attacking the bamboo raft from the river?" Bai Ningbing cried out in surprise. A black ray flew out from beside the bamboo raft and brushed past Bai Ningbing. This black shadow was too fast and couldn't be seen clearly. Bai Ningbing only felt her ear go cold, with some liquid flowing down her cheeks. She subconsciously wiped it. It was blood. What the hell is this thing? She cursed as she looked up, only seeing a spindle-shaped black fish falling into the river from midair. It is the shuttle swordfish, damn it, we need to pull towards the shore immediately. Fan Yuan shouted before pulling the sail. The shuttle swordfish had a sharp head and tail, whereas its stomach was big, just like a textile shuttle. They only appeared in big rivers or oceans, roaming and hunting in groups of hundreds or thousands. They were carnivorous and would often hunt prey 10 times or even hundreds of times their size. Whoosh! The shuttle swordfishes shot out of the river like black arrows. The bamboo raft shook violently as many of the shuttle swordfishes struck it. Fortunately, Qingmao bamboo was a top-grade bamboo. It was very strong and durable. But as the shuttle swordfishes kept on piercing the bamboo raft from below, the raft looked like it would fall apart at any moment. The sail was adjusted to borrow the force of the wind, thus the raft leaned to a side and sailed quickly towards a riverbank. However, the group of shuttle swordfishes had no intention to give up. They scuttled beneath the river and attacked the raft violently. Crack! A Qingmao bamboo was split open and a shuttle swordfish smashed upon the bamboo raft. Its momentum was already exhausted as it landed beside Bai Ningbing. Its head was like an auger and scales tightly covered its whole body, shining with grim light. Bai Ningbing watched it struggling helplessly. After she had self-exploded, all the goo worms she possessed had been frozen to death, while the yin-yang rotation goo saved her, but it didn't have the ability to resurrect her goo worms. Crack, crack, crack. Following closely, other bamboos on the raft started snapping apart. It was outstanding enough that the bamboo raft could even endure the first wave of attacks. But it couldn't endure the second wave. The bamboo raft was damaged and was starting to sink under the river. Quick, quick, quick! Fan Yuan cursed as he protected the sail. If the sail was lost, the raft would lose the propulsive force. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing would fall into the river, their deaths being a sure thing. The shuttle swordfishes prepared to charge in for a third wave of attacks. Large numbers of the shuttle swordfishes shot out like arrows, breaking the bamboos and snapping the hemp ropes. The bamboo raft was breaking apart. Sky Canopy Goo. Fan Yuan forcefully activated the rank 3 goo, immediately causing the primeval essence in his aperture to decrease in a terrifying rate. This was still under the conditions of him having 90% a grade aptitude along with Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. A rank 1 initial stage's green-bronze primeval essence could hardly meet the requirements for the Sky Canopy Goo. Even if a white light armor took shape, it looked extremely weak and didn't exude the aura of a rank 3 goo. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds issued as the shuttle swordfishes struck against the white armor. They were unable to harm Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing, however, was already injured, and was frantically avoiding the shuttle swordfishes that shot towards the bamboo raft. At the same time, she stood behind Fan Yuan, relying on him to block off majority of the attacks. The situation was very critical. The sail was already covered with holes and the speed of the bamboo raft continued to decrease. There was less than 1/3 of the bamboo raft left, and it was already sinking down with the water surface reaching the ankles of Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn it, a rank 5 goo master couldn't kill me, but I am going to die by this group of measly shuttle swordfishes instead? Bai Ningbing let out a deep sigh. With another wave of attacks, the bamboo raft would definitely sink, and they would surely die after falling into the river. However, the shuttle swordfishes were delaying their attacks, causing Bai Ningbing to hold her breath and watch tightly, seemingly on edge. We have reached the shore. The shuttle swordfishes won't swim in shallow water. Huff! We are safe for the time being. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. His whole body ached and was on the verge of giving out. He had almost no rest in the past few days, what with needing to control the sail and adjusting the direction of the raft from time to time. It had already taxed his body to the limits. Bai Ningbing also gasped in the cold air. Her white gown dyed with blood. There were many injuries on her body, but fortunately she had combat talent, and with full efforts on dodging along with the bamboo raft lowering the charging momentum of the shuttle swordfishes, she suffered only light injuries. Fan Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing, and shortly after, intense pain traveled through his body. He was also injured, with the bleeding continuing even now. The primeval essence in his aperture had completely dried out within few minutes of using the Sky Canopy Goo. Without its protection, his flesh body naturally couldn't resist the shuttle swordfishes. His original plan had been to sail for a day more. However, unexpected events can happen at any moment. Planning could never overtake the changes, and there was still some distance from Baigu Mountain, but Fan Yuan knew they had to pull toward the shore now. The sail was already useless. Fan Yuan had given all his efforts to steer the raft clear from the reefs, stranding towards a beach. The two splashed their way through the water and stepped on the soft beach. They had reached the shore. Bai Ningbing covered her wounds and sat down on her bed. Her face was pale. "If this continues, I might die from excessive blood loss. Quick, bring out your healing goo." Fan Yuan gave a bitter smile. How could he pull a healing goo out of thin air? Chapter 201. Resting at the shallow beach while lending goo worms. 5 days ago, Fan Yuan rebirthed at Qingmao Mountain. Back then, he worked together with Bai Ningbing in the blood barrier, and after his slaughter he obtained much post-battle loot. But these goo worms all had injuries in them. For the past 5 days, Fan Yuan had been floating around Jiang Mountain, so they lacked food and all died consecutively. For healing goo worms, Fan Yuan always lacked one, and he did not find one he liked either. "A pity my goo worms all died in the self-detonation. Otherwise, I would not be injured to this extent." Bai Ningbing sighed towards the sky. But Fan Yuan laughed. "Don't be too pessimistic, not everything needs goo worms to be resolved." "Oh?" Bai Ningbing looked over with a questioning gaze. He saw Fan Yuan secretly activating his primeval essence, shooting something out of his mouth as a red light appeared. A flower goo resembling a lantern, rotating on its own and floating in midair. It was the Tusita flower. Fan Yuan willed and the Tusita flower glowed in red as several objects flew out of it while wrapped in bright red light. There were bandages, medicine cans, and small medicine bottles. Small medicine bottles contain powder that can disinfect and diminish inflammation, you just need to use a little. In the medicine cans there is medicine paste that can stop bleeding and form clots. You should know how to use a bandage, right? Fan Yuan, on saying so, split these items into 2 and gave a portion to Bai Ningbing. "These are all methods used by mortals, but I did learn about them in the academy." Bai Ningbing received them, pouting. "You sure planned ahead." Saying so, she then opened the large medicine can and a disgusting smell rushed up into her nose, causing her to jump back and scream. "Why is it so smelly?" Fan Yuan laughed, not replying. He took off his shirt, pouring the powder from the small medicine can, causing his wounds to feel a sharp burning pain like fire. Next he opened the big medicine can, where inside was the mud-like medicine paste that was a blackish green and smelled horrible. But Fan Yuan was used to it in his previous life, not even flinching. He took out a handful of blackish green paste and spread it on his wounds, his actions being extremely refined. Next he used the bandage and wrapped it many layers over the wound, quickly taking care of his injury. Because of the medicine paste, the injury area felt a cooling sensation, quickly replacing the fiery pain felt earlier. "Your paste is quite useful." On one side, Bai Ningbing was still taking care of her injury as she gasped. Her robe was torn, and after applying the medicine, her breasts and nipples were almost exposed, but she did not have any reaction to it. While using the medicine, she even sighed. "Sigh, thinking about it now, if only we had a healing goo, that would be great." Fan Yuan took a look at her before activating the Tusita flower and taking out 2 sets of clothes he had prepared sufficiently, having intended to leave the village in the first place, so he bought many sets of clothing. Plus Bai Ningbing and his age were quite close together, as they had similar body size, his clothes suited her well too. "Take this." He handed a set of clothes to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the clothing, and chuckled, feeling slightly shocked. "To think you prepared to this extent. Precaution averts perils on the safe side," Fan Yuan replied casually, taking off his remaining clothes and even his drenched socks, into new sets. Immediately, with new clothing, he felt much better. Bai Ningbing also changed her clothes, throwing the torn white robe on the beach. But her expression was not looking good, for although they were out of danger at the moment, after changing clothes and bandaging her injuries she also noticed the changes to her body. "What do you plan to do from now? When are you returning the Yanggu to me?" She walked up, frowning as she asked. Fan Yuan picked up the black robe and socks that he changed out of. "Didn't I say it before, we are going to Baigu Mountain now. As for that Yanggu, at least wait until I am rank 3 first." Bai Ningbing frowned even more tightly, her pitch getting higher. "I have to wait until you are rank 3? She had never thought that one day she would get into such an awkward state. A proper man, transformed into a woman. After the crisis of life and death was over, this strange sensation entered her mind. If possible, she did not want to endure it for even a second more. Fan Yuan raised his head and looked at her, not speaking. He walked to the side of the river and used the water to wash his clothing. Although there were holes on his black robe, it could still be fixed, unlike Bai Ningbing's white robe. He did not know how long he would need to stay in the wilderness, so he could not afford to waste the clothing. Bai Ningbing was a smart person, and Fan Yuan's silence made her realize her true predicament. Right now, she had rank 3 cultivation but not a single goo worm. Even if she had, she could not do anything to Fan Yuan. The yang goo was refined already by Fan Yuan, so as long as he willed it, it could instantly detonate itself. The yin-yang rotation goo was a pair, and if it was destroyed, Bai Ningbing would never be able to return into being a male. Looking at Fan Yuan's back view, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. To think that she, the Bai clan genius, had gotten into such a state, manipulated by others. This feeling caused the arrogant and prideful Bai Ningbing to feel extremely unhappy. Now we do not have a healing dew, so if we get into danger, what can we do? The problem is not just that, but I do not have a single goo worm with me. I have no fighting strength. No, I have to capture some wild goo worms and refine them, otherwise I won't even have any strength to protect myself. Bai Ningbing was rambling on when her stomach suddenly started growling. Damn! She held her stomach, feeling a strong sense of hunger. Hey, guy who is washing clothes, take out some jerky, I'm starving. While floating in the raft for 5 days, they relied on Fan Yuan's jerky as food. Although the jerky was tough, with the texture of wood when chewed on, it could fill the stomach and provide energy. Fan Yuan stood up, using his hands to wring the water off the black robe, shrugging it around before answering Bai Ningbing. Why are you so anxious? Hold this. Bai Ningbing frowned, taking the black robe in reluctance. Fan Yuan called out the tusita flower again, taking out a bag of jerky. Bai Ningbing grabbed it immediately, chewing on the tough meat. She chewed until her jaws hurt, but she was extremely satisfied. Fan Yuan looked at her, smiling. When did this Bai clan genius ever starve before? Thinking of his previous life, he knew exactly how she felt. Bai Ningbing ate another piece of jerky, licking her dry lips. This reduces hunger, but is way too tough. Sigh, having meat to eat, it is already a huge blessing. Fan Yuan's smile became even more intense, for under Bai Ningbing's astonished gaze, he took out an iron pot. You even brought a pot? That's great. We can use water to cook the dried meat. We can just take water from the river, but we need firewood to start a fire, so we'll have to chop down some wood. Saying so, Bai Ningbing looked around, feeling troubled. They were at a shallow beach, with one side being water and the other being a tall cliff. On top of the cliff was dense vegetation, but there was not a single piece of wood on the beach itself. Bai Ningbing wanted wood, so she would need to climb up the cliff and chop the trees. If this was back when she still had her goo worms, it would be a piece of cake, easily done. But now that she had nothing, wanting to climb up this slippery cliff was too tough. Bai Ningbing felt troubled secretly, but at this moment Fan Yuan took out some coal stones. Coal stones were better than wood, and Bai Ningbing was naturally surprised when she saw this. Soon after, Fan Yuan took out some kerosene and flint as well as a metal rack. Soon, he set it up. On seeing this, Bai Ningbing became serious, her blue eyes staring at Fan Yuan. Your preparations are way too much. Did you already have had thoughts of leaving Qingmao Mountain long ago? Fan Yuan's preparation was overboard. With him bringing even these things, the smart Bai Ningbing found something amiss obviously. What do you think? Fan Yuan smiled, not answering her, but pointing to the metal pot. You can go get some water now. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fan Yuan's attitude was annoying her. She took some water, while Fan Yuan had already started a fire. First he got the water to boil in the pot, then he threw a bag of jerky inside. Soon after, the smell of fragrant meat could be felt. Bai Ningbing sniffed, subconsciously licking her lips. Fan Yuan took out his chopsticks and ladle, and started having a feast with Bai Ningbing. The cooked meat was soft, and could be easily swallowed with a few bites, while the boiling meat soup caused the two to feel warm on the inside. The only problem was that this river water had some sand in it, giving a gritty texture when eating. But under such situations, having such treatment was already nothing to be displeased about. I'm not that full yet. Let's cook another half bag of meat. Bai Ningbing was not satisfied yet, saying as she touched her tummy. Fan Yuan immediately rejected. No more, we have to conserve our food. Why so stingy? See this forest behind us? How many wild animals could there be? Bai Ningbing said in displeasure. Fan Yuan gave her a stare. Of course I know there's animals in there, but that also means wild beasts. How many wild beasts can you take care of now? What if we meet a beast group? What if we get ambushed by wild goo worms? Even if we kill the wild beasts, if their meat have poison, can we eat it? Can you differentiate between poisonous goo worms? Bai Ningbing stood dumbfounded, unable to retort. Fan Yuan snorted. Bai Ningbing was the Bai clan genius, so she naturally was full of utter arrogance, thus this was enough already. If he continued lecturing her, she would hit her limit. He sat down cross-legged, taking down the pan and hanging his black robe on the metal rack, using the residue heat from the coal stone to dry it. Fan Yuan continued. It's getting late. Let's stay here for tonight, and continue exploring the forest tomorrow. I specially chose this area with cliff on 3 sides so there would be little wild beasts that can reach us, thus this is relatively safer. But we cannot be complacent, let's keep watch in intervals. This was the benefit of having 2 people. Fan Yuan willed, and summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and sky canopy goo. These 2 goo worms, I'll lend them to you for the time being. Get familiar with them, Fan Yuan said. He was only a rank 1 initial stage cultivation, so it was near impossible for him to use a rank 3 goo worm. Even with a great recovery speed and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he could not display the true power of a rank 3 goo worm. He might as well give it to the rank 3 Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing received the goo worm, looking deeply at Fan Yuan. Between goo masters, goo worms could be lent. In the goo worms, a goo master's will resides. As long as the master acknowledges it, others can also communicate with the goo worm and use their powers. Of course, it is not as convenient as a goo worm one refines personally. Also, as long as the original owner wills it and changes his mind, the others would immediately lose their ability to command the goo worm. But even so, goo masters rarely lent their goo worms to others. Although they were forced by the situation, Fan Yuan's actions were extremely unrestrained and this caused Bai Ningbing to become alert. Chapter 202. Crocodile Killing Intent, a Young Girl's Sorrowful Call. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bai Ningbing mumbled with a complex expression as she stroked the dark golden carapace of this rank 3 goo. She had suffered quite a lot due to this chainsaw golden centipede during her battle with Fan Yuan. Who would have thought that there would be a time where Fan Yuan himself would lend it to her? The way Fan Yuan used the chainsaw golden centipede had left a lasting impression on her. Bai Ningbing immediately copied Fan Yuan's method and waved the chainsaw golden centipede like a great sword. From time to time, she willed the chainsaw golden centipede to lengthen or shorten, waving it around like a whip. The silver blades of the chainsaw rotated and cut through the air, producing a strange distortion of the light. Sky Canopy Goo! She put the sky canopy goo in her aperture, and inwardly poured white silver primeval essence on it with her brows raised. Immediately, her body was covered with an armor of white light. Fate really works mysteriously. To think there would be a day where I would be using your goo. She sighed while looking towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was silent. He was sitting cross-legged beside the warm coal with his eyes closed. His attention was on his aperture, where the full primeval sea of an A-grade aptitude appeared in front of him. 90%. His aptitude had only been just over 40%, and now it had increased by more than double. Although my cultivation has dropped from rank 3 to rank 1, with my years of hard work wasted, it is still all worth it. Fan Yuan was satisfied. In a goo master's cultivation journey, there were 3 most important things: aptitude, resources, and goo worms. None of these 3 aspects could be lacking. Previously, Fan Yuan only had C-grade aptitude and had to resort to all kinds of means of resources and goo worms to try to make up for the deficiency in his aptitude. Those years spent in Qingmao Mountain had been quite difficult and exhausting. His cultivation speed had been pretty good, but that was the result of him exhausting all the means available to him and taking high risks. If his aptitude had been a grade at that time, he would have faced a completely different scene and be able to easily reach rank 3. Such a twist of fate. I now have an A-grade aptitude, but don't have the safe environment to grow up like in the village. Additionally, the resources and the goo worms I have now can't compare to before. Fan Yuan was now wandering outside his home ground, and with his weak cultivation he could face mortal dangers at any moment. This situation naturally couldn't compare with the safe and stable environment back at Qingmao Mountain. And of course, there would be no stable trading areas to exchange for mutual benefits. Fortunately, with the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the greatest problem, that is resources, is resolved, so at least there will be no worries before I reach rank 3. Fan Yuan looked through his 90% green copper primeval sea, where a blue and white lotus had taken roots in the depths of his aperture. Its petals were healthy and plump, giving off a holy and immortal aura. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was a rank 3 and had an enormous potential for development. Just to refine it, Guyu Clan's foundation spirit spring had to be wasted. It was equivalent to a miniature portable spirit spring, and back when Fan Yuan still had rank 3 cultivation, it continuously recovered Fan Yuan's primeval essence, giving him the recovery speed of AB grade aptitude. Rank 3 cultivation possessed white-silver primeval essence. Fan Yuan was now only a rank 1 initial stage with green copper primeval essence. With the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus in his aperture, his primeval essence recovery speed was raised to an extreme rate. If I only use rank 1 Gu, my primeval essence recovery speed would be shocking and almost inexhaustible. Using 1 or 2 rank 2 Gu worms might cause the primeval C to decrease, but the recovery speed would continuously balance it, causing it to be relatively stable. Using a rank 3 Gu will exhaust the primeval essence very rapidly, and the consumption would far surpass the recovery speed. My primeval C would be thoroughly dry within few moments. Fan Yuan calculated in his mind. After all, he now only possessed green copper primeval essence, and that too was the initial stage jade green primeval essence. The quality was far too low. Other than Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Fan Yuan still had other Gu. First of all was his vital Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada. This rank 6 Gu was numbered 7 in the list of mysterious Gu. Once it turned into one's vital Gu, it could no longer be taken out of the aperture and was now residing in the middle of the aperture. After going through another rebirth, its aura was no longer the same, its bright yellow-green light was completely gone, and now looked dispirited and extremely weak. It was concealing its figure, and as time flowed, it silently absorbed time from the river of time and began another round of convalescence. Fan Yuan comprehended inwardly. I absolutely can't use Spring Autumn Cicada within a short period of time. In such a dangerous state, if I used it, it would be absorbed by the river of time and I would just be throwing away my life by self-detonating. Without the pressure from Spring Autumn Cicada, other Gu worms could freely let out their instincts. 4 kinds of light flashed around the rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm's chubby body as it swam around the surface of the primeval sea, enjoying the moment. The carp fossil-like hidden scales Gu calmly laid on the bottom of the sea, letting the primeval sea water cleanse its scales. A black beetle with a pair of iron pincers on its head was soaring in the air above the sea. It was the plunder Gu. And similarly, spiraling with it, and having a fun time was the white-armored Yang Gu of the Yin-Yang rotation Gu. Rank 4 Blood Skull Gu was lying deep in the sea, bright red blood light occasionally flashing on its surface. As for the other Gu worms, Blood Moon Gu had turned into a red crescent imprint on Fan Yuan's palm. Earth Communication Ear Grass Gu had turned into one of Fan Yuan's ears and wouldn't normally show up. The Tusita flower resided on Fan Yuan's tongue as a tattoo. Sky Canopy Gu and Chainsaw Golden Centipede were lent to Bai Ning Bing. Calculating the numbers, Fan Yuan possessed a total of 12 Gu worms. This was a truly big number. Generally speaking, it was normal for a low-level Gu master to have 2 or 3 Gu. When one reached rank 4 or 5, they would raise this number to 4 or 5. Even Divine Investigator Tai Shuilin only raised about 7 Gu. Do not be fooled by Guyu First Head or Lord Sky Crane. Both were special cases and were old monsters with centuries of accumulation. The amount of Gu worms possessed by Fan Yuan was 3 to 4 times more than normal Gu masters. More numbers meant huge economical burden on the Gu masters along with the pressure of managing and raising them. Fan Yuan may have chosen his Gu carefully with most of them being easy to raise, but with the limited goods and resources in the Tusita flower now, Fan Yuan was under a huge burden. Facing the brunt of this burden was the 4 flavors liquor worm as its food was fine liquors. There was a lot of wine stored in the Tusita flower, but it would only be able to support the 4 flavors liquor worm for half a year. I need to find new source of liquors within these 6 months, or I have no choice but to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm back to liquor worm. Next was the Plunder Gu. Plunder Gu's food was difficult to find and the amount of the food stored for it in the Tusita flower could only last for 5 months. Then, it was the Earth Communication Ear Grass. Earth Communication Eargrass's food was ginseng roots, but thankfully there were a lot of it in the Tusita flower, enough to support it for a year. As for the blood skull goo and blood moon goo, both required blood which needed to be thawed out properly. And for the yin-yang rotation goo, if they were intact and formed a complete Taiji light sphere, they would be self-sufficient in feeding on the transformation of the yin and yang qi. However, only yang goo was left now. Fan Yuan would need to take out some time to release it and let it absorb the yang qi in the air. Raising this yang goo was very important. Only with the yang goo could Fan Yuan suppress Bai Ningbing, gaining a cheap bodyguard and a guarantee for survival. This signified that Fan Yuan couldn't casually enter mountain and underground caves. If by any chance were he to be trapped in a special situation where yang qi wasn't available, the yang goo would die from starvation, and at that time, Bai Ningbing in all his fury and despair, would become the greatest enemy to Fan Yuan. All in all, Fan Yuan was in an awkward situation now. He had a lot of high-ranked goo in his possession, rank 3, rank 4 and even a rank 6 goo. But the unfortunate thing was that he only had rank 1 cultivation at the moment. To him now, using the high-ranked goo was quite troublesome and inconvenient. The more crucial point was that he seriously lacked goo with healing and movement abilities. Now what I need to do is gather some wild goo worms and resolve these issues. If only I get lucky and come across a suitable goo. Being able to escape from the shuttle swordfish groups could be considered my good luck. But there is no way I could be so lucky every time. After Fan Yuan sorted out his thoughts, he slowly opened his eyes with a grave expression. When he had just opened his eyes, he saw Bai Ningbing walking over with a white eggshell on his hand. Look at this. I was just trying out the chainsaw golden centipede and drilled the ground, but to think there is an egg hidden under this beach. Too bad it was smashed by chainsaw golden centipede, Bai Ningbing said. This egg was the size of half of a wash basin, and the white eggshell was thoroughly smashed, and only some yolk remained in it. Fan Yuan only took a glance at this eggshell before his expression turned tense. This is bad, this is the egg of a 6-foot crocodile. Is this beach a breeding ground for the 6-footed crocodiles? He quickly stood up. Quick, use the chainsaw golden centipede and check if there are more of such eggs in this beach. Bai Ningbing's gaze shook and pointed behind Fan Yuan. It's too late, look! Fan Yuan turned around and saw hundreds of dead logs floating towards the beach from the river. The dead logs came ashore and revealed their true forms. They were all enormous crocodiles. These crocodiles had thick carapaces, sharp teeth, and 3 pairs of feet. Right now, their bloodshot eyes were tightly staring at Bai Ningbing. 6-legged crocodile groups. Bai Ningbing subconsciously loosened her hand under the glares of the crocodiles. The white eggshell fell onto the sand, smashing further in the process, and what little yolk left in it seeped into the sand. Hiss! The 6-legged crocodiles hissed in rage before charging forward on their 6 legs towards the 2 youths. At the same time, in Qingmao Mountain, in the former site of Guyu Village, snow covered everything and glaciers had formed everywhere. A group of people were standing on the snow like iron nails nailed into this white world. Father! Tai Ruinen kneeled down on the snow and shouted out her father's name with tears flowing down her face. 5 to 6 days ago, Tai Shueling had an intense battle with the Guyu First Head, but when he was at death's door, he kept his daughter's safety in mind and sent out the Mountain Giant Puppet Gu and Iron Fist Grappling Gu. The Mountain Giant Puppet Gu formed into a copper mask and covered Tai Ruinen's face, protecting her. The Iron Fist Grappling Gu turned into a giant hand, taking her away from the mess at Qingmao Mountain. However, these two had already been infected by the blood frenzy goo and had turned into a pool of blood not long after completing their tasks. Tai Ruinen rushed back to Qingmao Mountain in a crazed state, but on the way, she was besieged by a group of beasts. In the moment of her great danger, Tai family's reinforcements had arrived. They had come because of Tai Shueling. Tai Shueling always executed matters earnestly. Just to be safe, he had sent a letter for reinforcements to their clan. Tai Ruinen was able to rush here with the help of the reinforcements. However, the scene that appeared before her was a mountain filled with ice and snow where all the living beings were frozen, and there were no traces of her father. She and the Tai family reinforcements searched for several days and nights, before finally accepting the cruel reality. Divine Investigator had fallen. Her father had died. Father! Tai Ruinen cried out with a hoarse voice filled with extreme sorrow like the wail of the wild goose. Chapter 203. Each with their own objectives. Divine Investigator died in battle. This is the glory of a man of the Tai family. Lady Ruanan, my condolences, a young Gu master behind her consoled. On the snowy grounds, Tai Ruanan kneeled as her crying voice became weaker, her shoulders shivering and her fists tightly clenched as the snow melted in her hands into water. The young Gu master frowned, continuing, Throughout the past few days, we have scoured the entire battlefield. We saw some traces left behind, and it seems there were a few that managed to escape this battlefield. Divine Investigator's letter talked about the Blood Sea inheritance. I'm worried that the demonic Gu master who inherited the Blood Sea inheritance might be among these survivors. When Tai Ruanan heard this, she stopped crying. She stood up from the icy ground as the freezing winds blew, her haggard face showing determination. The feud of killing my father is greater than anything. Whoever the killer is, I will definitely find out the truth. The young girl's voice was hoarse, but when she spoke, her gaze and tone became very determined. The young Gu master sighed. Investigations definitely have to be done. Our Thai family people cannot die with injustice. But Lady Ruanan, you don't have to go. Before coming here, the clan leader already informed us to bring you back to the village safely. Tai Ruanan stared with wide-open eyes. What? Don't think of chasing me away. The young Gu master smiled, looking at the sky. In the azure sky, there were several clouds floating. Tai Ruanan was about to argue some more, but suddenly her iris shrunk. You. Before she finished, her eyes closed and she laid on the snow softly, falling asleep. Gai. The young Gu master called. Here. I order your group to escort Lady Ruanan back safely. Yes. Gai hesitated. Then what about you, young master? Me? I have to follow the Yellow Dragon River and chase after them. The young Gu master laughed arrogantly. The waters from the Yellow Dragon River raged on and winds blew as several hundred six-legged crocodiles ascended the beach, attacking Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling a strong pressure in her heart. If it was before, this crocodile group was nothing to her. One ice blade storm and they would be finished. But now, she only had the Sky Canopy Gu and Chainsaw Golden Centipede, while also lacking the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Her blue irises quickly swept the environment as Bai Ningbing scolded. What a great place you chose! With 3 sides as cliffs, how can we escape? Why so frantic? It's only 100 beast group, not 1,001, otherwise we would be dead meat. 100 beast group means we still have a chance of survival, we can kill them all. Fan Yuan quickly kept his clothes racks, metal pots and retreated behind Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan was extremely confident, causing Bai Ningbing's heart to feel slightly at ease. What are you staring at? Go kill them! Fan Yuan swept his gaze at her, urging. Why else did I lend you Gu worms? Don't forget I have the Yang Gu. Bastard! Bai Ningbing stared in rage, her heart burning as she cursed. No one knew if she was scolding the 6-legged crocodiles, Fan Yuan or both. But no matter what, she held the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and rushed up. Buzz buzz buzz. Razors rotated violently as the aggressiveness of a rank 3 Gu worm appeared, causing the 6-legged crocodile to halt in their steps. A group of ugly maggots! Bai Ningbing chuckled, rushing up and slashing. A 6-legged crocodile was hit on its stomach, crying out as sparks flew, cut into 2 by the razors. Fresh blood spewed on Bai Ningbing's face and clothes. As she felt the stimulation of blood, an intention of battle appeared on her face. Swish swish swish. Chainsaw Golden Centipede hacked and slashed, like a tornado passing through. 20 or so 6-legged crocodiles died in succession. The situation became better instantly, but Fan Yuan's expression grew dim, shouting loudly. Avoid the 6-legged crocodile's back, and attack their stomach. Ha ha ha, what an aggressive Gu worm, much better than the Ice Blade Gu. I like it. Bai Ningbing ignored him and laughed loudly. Even though she turned into a woman and was a jade beauty like an ice fairy, the moment she battled her male instincts would cause her to turn into a battle maniac. But eventually, her attacks started to become slower and weaker. What's happening? Earlier, I could slash a 6-legged crocodile in half, but now even after 3 hits, I can only severely injure it? Bai Ningbing raised the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and looked, only to see that the razors were dented, and the sharpness was greatly reduced. She was born smart, immediately thinking of Fan Yuan's advice, clicking her tongue. A large 6-legged crocodile rushed up to her and leapt. It opened its large, bloody mouth, covering Bai Ningbing with its shadow. You are looking for death. Bai Ningbing moved her tiny body, raising the chainsaw golden centipede and slashing at the six-legged crocodile's belly. Pew! After a light noise, the six-legged crocodile's belly was cut open, forming a severe injury. This unlucky six-legged crocodile was still in the air as a large amount of blood poured out from its wound, and its intestines fell out. With a plop, it landed on the beach, dyeing the sand red. Its body twitched a few times before it stopped moving completely. It was completely dead. So easy? Seeing such effectiveness, Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows in shock. Six-legged crocodile's back was tough as armor, but comparatively its belly was very soft. The white belly was their weakness. With 500 years of experience, Fan Yuan was clear of such information. But Bai Ningbing was born on Qingmao Mountain, never being outside and only had narrow education, thus she did not know much. Howl! The crocodiles cried out. After tens of crocodiles were killed, the wild beasts were infuriated and started to turn wild under the threat of death. Countless red eyes stared at Bai Ningbing in hatred. Wild beasts had limited intelligence. The lightning lichen had human intelligence, but it was an exception among the many species of wild beasts. These wild beasts would always treat the most dangerous enemies as the biggest threat, and the first to eliminate. As for Fan Yuan, who stayed at the back, they ignored him. Come! Bai Ningbing moved forward instead. She was not someone stubborn, and after that hit, she immediately changed her tactics. The centipede tail stabbed onto the beach as its body shrunk, then expanded and slashed at the field with the razors. Six-legged crocodile's stomach were easily slashed, as blood and intestines spewed. Crocodiles after crocodiles fell as Bai Ningbing killed as she wished. At the rate this is going, the crocodile group will be nothing to be afraid of. What truly threatens me is not these beast groups, but Fan Yuan. As the situation turned better, Bai Ningbing considered in her heart, having second thoughts. The Yanggu was in Fan Yuan's hands, causing Bai Ningbing to be restrained, and she had to obey Fan Yuan. But he was the Bai clan genius, thus there was great arrogance in his heart. How could he resign himself to this? If I slaughter Fan Yuan, will I be able to get that Yanggu? Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with coldness as a thought appeared in her mind. But once this thought emerged, it was rejected. She understood Fan Yuan like she understood herself. With Fan Yuan's personality, which was tough as steel along with his ruthless methods and meticulous thoughts, if he really was going to die, he would destroy the Yanggu 100% of the time. There were no other possibilities. Moreover, I do not have a goo worm at all. Sky Canopy Goo, Chainsaw Golden Centipede, they are all his. No matter what, I have to get my own goo worms. Fan Yuan's lips curled, staring at the battlefield. Bai Ningbing's movements became slower while her eyes turned more shiny, and he saw all of it. Towards her little thoughts, Fan Yuan was crystal clear. He did not find it strange. He understood Bai Ningbing's predicament. He would have had the same thoughts if he was in that situation. They were both arrogant fellows. How could they submit to others and be another's puppet? But situations surpass men, so what if it's a genius? Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Fan Yuan was confident. With such a strong bargaining chip in his hand, Bai Ningbing was like a butterfly trapped in a net. It was natural to struggle at first, but eventually she would land in his palms, understanding the situation and becoming tamed, turning into a useful pawn piece. The battle continued. Large numbers of six-legged crocodiles laid on this beach. Bai Ningbing breathed roughly, sweating profusely as her attacks slowed down. Out of stamina. Strength was always her weakness. When fighting Fan Yuan back then, many times did she have the disadvantage due to the strength of two boars. Now that she fought for an hour, her stamina was running out. After all, they did not sleep for almost 5 days when floating on the bamboo raft, and even after the rest, it was too short to recover. What caused her to be even more frustrated were those 2 lumps on her chest. Every time she moved, these 2 burdens moved along, causing her to feel very uncomfortable. Fan Yuan, are you not helping? She breathed roughly, calling. Saying so, she dodged the attack of a 6-legged crocodile narrowly, pressing on her weak knees and standing up. Fan Yuan said coldly, Once I help, I will attract the attack of many 6-legged crocodiles. You want me to die? If I die, you will never get the Yanggu. 3 6-legged crocodiles approached, and Bai Ningbing had no choice but to retreat. She was tired to the point of fainting as her stamina reached its limits, and she saw darkness in front of her. The chainsaw golden centipede appeared even more heavy, constantly dragging her towards the ground. She gritted her teeth. Fan Yuan, if I die, can you live? Rest assured I am behind you. Fan Yuan rested his back on the cliff, as he willed and a blood moon goo flew out of his palm, flying towards Bai Ningbing. Take it, and use it well. Blood moon goo originated from moonlight goo, so Bai Ningbing was very familiar with it. With just a few uses, she got used to it, and the bright red moon blades stabilized the situation. But good situations did not last, and although Bai Ningbing regained her footing, her primeval essence was starting to become insufficient. Chapter 204. Carapace Goo and Crocodile Strength Goo. Ordinary Rank 3 Goo Masters, to deal with beast groups, they have to employ kiting tactics. Using primeval stones to recover their primeval essence, Bai Ningbing's method of facing them head-on and lasting until now, was already outstanding. If a Goo Master's primeval essence runs dry, their battle strength will drop down to rock bottom. Bai Ningbing started to look back at the cliff behind her, wondering if there was a way to escape. When she saw Fan Yuan's casual expression while he was leaning against the cliff, she flew into a rage, scolding. Fan Yuan, I fight at the front lines, yet you watch the show behind me? Fan Yuan snorted. The former Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, the Grand Bai Ningbing, can't even deal with 100 beast group? Bai Ningbing was exasperated. If you have the guts, then you go and fight. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. If I had rank 3 cultivation, it is enough to eliminate all these 6-legged crocodiles. Why would I need you? Bai Ningbing breathed loudly, smoke coming out of her pores. Fan Yuan said seriously. Bai Ningbing, I can tell you're used to fighting without restraint. You are a former Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, but now that you are a grade with 90%, if you still keep fighting like that, your primeval essence will definitely be insufficient. An outstanding Goo Master will use their primeval essence in the most efficient way, never wasting a drop. From now on, battle according to my instructions. Your fighting method is too crude, you have to be more meticulous now. Huh? Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. My battle method isn't meticulous enough? Do you know how many times the clan leader and elders praised me for being the #1 skillful fighter in Bai clan? What's there to compare with a bunch of scrubs? Listen closely. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly 3 times, but Fan Yuan continued talking. His voice entered Bai Ningbing's ears. At first she was indifferent, but eventually, her expression changed. It went from disdain to seriousness, and finally, turning grave. Fan Yuan's words hit the nail right on the head. There was profound meaning in every word, perfectly describing her inability. This was the collection of his 500 years of life, the essence left behind through the accumulation of time. How could it not let this youngster, naive and innocent, be extremely shocked? Fan Yuan lived for 500 years, so he was as sly as a fox. His experience was something not even first-gen Gu Yu or Sky Crane Lord could match with. These 2 old geezers lived for almost 1,000 years, but most of their life was spent in deep sleep, retaining that last breath of theirs. Their true, living phase was merely 200 to 300 years at most. If it was any other time, Bai Ningbing, upon hearing Fan Yuan's advice, would merely take it as a joke. She was a proud, arrogant genius. Even if she was shocked, she would not follow suit. But now, facing the crocodile's pressure, her body could not help but execute what he said, and it showed an immediately effect. 6-legged crocodiles continued to die, but her situation improved by leaps and bounds. Her primeval essence and stamina were depleted, but once she started using them carefully and reduced her meaningless attacks while increasing her attack effectiveness, it caused her primeval essence and stamina to slowly recover amidst battle. 15 minutes later, after at least half the pack of 6-legged crocodiles were injured and over 200 corpses on the ground, they finally stopped attacking and started to retreat. Soon after, a large body appeared from under the water. It had 2 rows of sharp blade-like teeth. Its yellow vertical pupils reflected Bai Ningbing's body as it emitted a cold, killing intent. This was the 6-legged Crocodile King. 100 Beast King level, Grand Crocodile King. Different from other 6-legged crocodiles, this Crocodile King was larger like a yak, and it did not stand on 6 legs, but only moved with its 2 hind legs. It walked like humans, with a back as thick as a bear, and a scaly tail dragging a line across the beach. The other 4 feet that were free were in a claw shape. Resembling forearms, they were thick and the muscles were tough as rocks. Bai Ningbing could not help but laugh bitterly. If she was fighting this 100-beast king alone, she could win. But now that she had undergone an intense battle and there was little primeval essence and stamina left in her, She could not deal with this 100-beast king who was in perfect condition. But at this time, Fan Yuan's voice came from behind her. Catch! A blue and white light entered her aperture, turning into a lotus and rooting deep into her aperture sea. Immediately, her primeval sea level started rising. Bai Ningbing was surprised and overjoyed. What goo is this? Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Fan Yuan said. So this is the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. No wonder first gen goo you wanted it. Bai Ningbing sighed again, then scolded. You have such a goo, why didn't you lend it to me earlier? Fan Yuan chuckled, talking while minding his own business. Thankfully this is only a 100-beast king. Remember, its weakness is that white skin near the chest. Saying so, his body faded like ripples on the water surface, and he slowly vanished. He activated the stealth scale goo. Scheming and cunning! Bai Ningbing scolded, before focusing her gaze on the Grand Crocodile King. Only to see that on its chest, there was indeed a white skin, but it was only face-sized, and was protected by its 4 limbs. How could she strike that area easily? Howl! The Grand Crocodile King growled, before rushing at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only rely on herself and roll around desperately, evading the hits and flicking her wrist at the same time. Chainsaw Golden Centipede smashed on the Grand Crocodile King's back. Sparks flew as the Chainsaw Golden Centipede was rebounded, almost causing Bai Ningbing to trip from the impact. There was a white scratch on the Grand Crocodile King's back armor, but other than that it was unfazed. Howl! It swung its tail, and winds flew. Bai Ningbing only saw a black whip approaching, thick, large and long. She could not evade it, so she was only able to activate the sky canopy goo. With a bang, she was sent flying, landing tens of meters away. Afterwards, she slammed on the tough, sturdy cliff walls. Bai Ningbing was in so much pain until she drew a deep breath. Sky canopy goo is a rank 3 goo, having great defense, but it could not reduce the force from impacts. Bam bam bam. The Grand Crocodile King's thick strong legs left a strong imprint on the beach as it charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone. Seeing the Grand Crocodile King's attack, she did not move. The Grand Crocodile King came crashing with its imposing aura, flashing its claws. If it was any other person, they would be scared shitless or run away in fear, but Bai Ningbing was after all Bai Ningbing, possessing an iron will. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Seeing the Grand Crocodile King was near, at the final moment, Bai Ningbing leapt. Bam! She narrowly evaded the Grand Crocodile King, and the latter crashed into the cliff walls, as large amount of debris fell and buried it. A beast is a beast after all! Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, about to chase after it, but suddenly thought of something and stopped. The next moment, the Grand Crocodile King's tail swept and sent the debris flying all over the place. Bai Ningbing observed silently, and a moment later the Crocodile King finally got free. It was in a desperate state. Half its teeth were broken and blood flowed out of its nostrils. Its golden pupils also turned red. It growled furiously at the sky and lowered its body, rushing towards Bai Ningbing at an even faster speed. Bai Ningbing retreated, smiling as she dodged. Bam! With a huge bang, the cliff walls collapsed, and smoke flew everywhere. An hour later, the injured Grand Crocodile King covered its white skin in futile, as blood continued to ooze out of its wounds. Soon after, it plopped on the ground, on the beach that was completely wrecked by the battle. This blood moon goo is pretty useful, huh? With that bleeding effect, I can kill that Grand Crocodile King so easily. Bai Ningbing looked at the red moon insignia, thinking in her mind. After the Crocodile King died, the remaining 100 six-legged crocodiles lost their drive and morale, escaping into the river one by one. Finally over. Bai Ningbing shook the Chainsaw Golden Centipede on her hand away, sitting on the beach in exhaustion. Fan Yuan's figure came out of the shade, squatting at the Crocodile King's corpse and searching. Found it! When he took back his hand, there was 1 goo in each of his palms. Bai Ningbing, seeing this, breathed heavily in anger. She fought so intensely with the Crocodile King, finally killing it and chasing the crocodile group away. But the unscathed Fan Yuan came out to collect the battle rewards instead. Fan Yuan took a close look. These 2 goo, one was almost dying, but still struggling. It had a turtle shell, around palm size, but its protruding surface was covered in crocodile scales. The carapace goo. Another was uninjured, but was not moving at all, letting Fan Yuan squish it with his fingers. The crocodile strength goo. It was very small, smaller than a finger. It was like a mini crocodile, with head, body and tail, but did not have any legs. Both the carapace goo and the crocodile strength goo were rank 2 goo worms. Normally, 100 Beast Kings have rank 2 goo living in them. In the 1000 Beast King, there was rank 3, and in the Myriad Beast King there was rank 4. As I expected. Fan Yuan, seeing the 2 goo, did not feel strange. He was experienced, and after observing the battle, he had seen through the Crocodile King's abilities. Immediately, he leaked a little of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and refined these 2 goo with his primeval essence instantly. The carapace goo flew to Fan Yuan's back, forming a large-scale insignia, like a tattoo. It extended from Fan Yuan's shoulder to his waist, covering his entire back. As with the name, it was a goo that could enhance the defense of a goo master's back. Crocodile strength goo turned into a dim yellow light, entering Fan Yuan's aperture. It was similar to the black and white boar goo, able to increase the goo master's strength permanently, by the strength of a crocodile. It had high market value, normally a precious goo worm without any available in the market. This again, instantly refining a goo worm. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing could not continue but be furious, as her pupils dilated to pin size. When she fought Fan Yuan earlier, she found this secret. Back at the clan, she searched the records and checked up on some assistance-type goo that can achieve this effect. But at this moment, as she witnessed the scene again, she felt that the truth might be different. This guy has so many trump cards. Sky Canopy Goo, Blood Moon Goo and Chainsaw Golden Centipede aside, but even the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. His battle tactics are also completely superior to the clan's teachings. Also, what goo did he use earlier? Thinking of this, a cold chill went down Bai Ningbing's spine. Chapter 205. Sleeping in the Treetop. Roar. The sky was getting darker as the river surged and ebbed. At dusk, the beach was colored red with crocodile blood, and hundreds of 6-legged crocodile corpses were lying all around 2 youths. From beside one particular gigantic crocodile corpse, Fan Yuan slowly stood up. He did not have any thoughts of fleeing when the 6-legged crocodile groups had attacked. Although he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, he had Bai Ningbing, who was a rank 3 peak stage goo master. Her cultivation base added with his rank 3 goo worms were more than enough to annihilate 100 beast group. On one hand, he was in need of an external force like the 6-legged crocodile groups to oppress Bai Ningbing and also take the chance to train her. On another hand, he also needed to find suitable goo worms for himself. I might only be at rank 1 initial stage, but with my great aptitude and Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, my primeval essence recovery speed is fast enough to let me use rank 2 goo worms. But what a pity that both the crocodile strength goo and carapace goo aren't really ideal for me. Fan Yuan sighed as he pondered in his mind. Sky Canopy Goo was a rank 3 defensive goo which he lent to Bai Ningbing. Now, he needed a suitable defensive goo for himself. However, the carapace goo's defensive area was too small in that it could only defend his back. And even though crocodile strength goo was a precious goo, Fan Yuan already had the strength of 2 boars, strengthening further would instead harm him. Below rank 6, goo masters only possessed a mortal body which had a limit in how much it could endure and couldn't be strengthened continuously. Fan Yuan already used the black and white boar goo to remodel his body and increase his fundamental strength. Using the crocodile strength goo would surpass what his body could endure and would only harm him. That is to say, unless he found other goo worms which could supplement for the crocodile strength goo, he would be committing a suicidal act by using it. In the inheritance inside by Goo Mountain, there is a jade bone goo which can increase the strength of the goo master's bones. After using this goo, there would be no problem in using the crocodile strength goo. However, there is still quite a distance from Bai Goo Mountain and it will take at least 10-15 days. Fan Yuan gazed at southeast direction, then he willed and summoned the crocodile strength goo. He gave the crocodile strength goo to Bai Ningbing, and at the same time, called back the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Use this crocodile strength goo, it will let you gain the strength of a crocodile. The process will be a bit tough, but it should be done after you repeatedly activate it for a month. Fan Yuan instructed. Bai Ningbing nodded, she was inwardly happy. With the crocodile strength goo, she could make up for her weak strength. She had looked for such a goo back when she was in Bai Clan, but she had no luck in finding such goo. To think that she unexpectedly found the goo which she had always wanted out in the wild. Dangers lurked everywhere when goo masters journeyed outside, but at the same time, there were plenty of opportunities. Let's go, the blood odor here is too concentrated and will definitely attract the wild beasts. The cliff is also almost collapsed. It will be dangerous to camp here. Bai Ningbing approved of Fan Yuan's proposal. But before leaving, Fan Yuan gathered as much of the crocodile blood and flesh as he could and stored them in the tusita flour. Crocodile strength goo's food was crocodile flesh. And the fresh crocodile blood could be used to feed the blood skull goo and blood moon goo. The sun had already completely disappeared into the horizon and the night fell. Numerous stars could be vaguely seen in the sky. The cliff had collapsed by the Grand Crocodile King's attack, becoming easier to climb. After Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing climbed the cliff, a dense jungle welcomed them. The jungle seemed to continue on and on, touching the shadows of the faraway mountains. Furthermore, the depths of the jungle were covered in deep darkness, concealing unknown dangers and beasts. Chichi-ha-how. A series of odd noises sounding like the cries of birds or the howling of the apes resounded in the two youths' ears. The two glanced at each other, realizing that the dangers lurked everywhere in the jungle. More so during the night time, where there was scarce light, the jungle became more dangerous than during daytime. They had no other choices, however. Let's go, Fan Yuan hinted at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing grinded her teeth, but she had no choice other than to drag her extremely tired body and walk in front, opening a path for Fan Yuan. The trees in this jungle were at least 4 meters tall. And being close to the river, the air was filled with moisture and the soil was much softer than normal soil. Under this warm and moist atmosphere, moss grew wildly, spreading over the ground, rocks and tree trunks. The darkness deepened and the chillness increased as the deeper they went into the jungle. Fan Yuan was still in a better condition. Bai Ningbing, however, shivered from cold. She had just engaged in an intense battle, and her whole body was soaked with sweat. Right now, as the chill invaded her body, she naturally felt much more cold. Hey, how about making a fire and warming ourselves first? Bai Ningbing spoke while scouting in front. Her voice echoed within the jungle, making the quietness of the jungle even more prominent. Warm ourselves? Ha! Fan Yuan laughed. Don't you feel that this jungle is too quiet? Let's stop and check the trees in front. Bai Ningbing slowed down her steps and concentrated. The trees in front of them were short and thick, with twisted roots that spread over on the ground. The ends of the branches all grew out into vines like green pythons, either coiling around each other or dropping down into the ground. The tip of the vines were like Venus flytrap or like mussels with open shells, quietly waiting for the prey. Beast trap tree! Bai Ningbing thought of what he had learned in the academy, and recognized this tree. This tree was carnivorous, and the ends of its branches had softened down to become vines with only 2 leaves on the ends. The leaves were wide and big, and would normally remain open like a giant open mouth. However, once a prey walks close, the vines would shoot like a snake and the leaves would snap shut, swallowing the prey. Afterward, the tree would secrete acidic liquid and melt down the prey over the course of tens of days or even months, before absorbing it. Bai Ningbing counted the amount of beast trap trees in front of him. There were at least 30 to 40. There was some distance between each trees, upon which grew ordinary trees. This is the area of beast trap trees. No wonder it was so quiet with no signs of any living creatures. But it isn't a problem. I can forcefully open up a path with a rank 3 goo, Bai Ningbing said. Fan Yuan, however, shook his head. We need a safe campsite right now, and from how I see it, this area of beast trap trees looks pretty good. We might not necessarily find a safer place to spend the night in this dense jungle if we charged through this area. Bai Ningbing couldn't help opening up her eyes wide when she heard what was said. In this place? These beast trap trees are safer? Fan Yuan glanced at her, but didn't explain. Instead he turned around and walked back through the way they had come. Bai Ningbing grinded her teeth. Yang Gu was with Fan Yuan, so she had no choice but to follow Fan Yuan back to the beach. Fan Yuan chose 2 sturdy crocodile corpses and opened up their cut bellies. He removed the internal organs and cleaned it thoroughly before dragging the corpses back to the jungle. You are actually thinking of? Bai Ningbing was smart, and as she saw this, she already could vaguely guess Fan Yuan's motive. She couldn't help but be amazed by Fan Yuan's creativity. Humans are above all creatures, having unbound wisdom. Thinking up odd ways to survive is normal. We will sleep inside these today, Fan Yuan said, and after explaining what to do, he entered inside a crocodile belly. The next moment, he rolled inside and got closer to a beast trap tree in the 6-legged crocodile's body. Swish! The nearest vine pounced, as swift as the wind. The huge open two leaves swallowed the whole crocodile corpse in one bite, and then firmly closed together. Following next, the vines twisted and gently supported the heavy leaves to the treetop. Go to sleep, we still need to continue on our journey tomorrow. The leaves on the treetop shook for a moment before Fan Yuan's voice traveled out. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck on the spot, watching this scene with open mouth. She came to her senses only after a long while. The darkness completely enveloped the land, and the night wind gently blew and passed through the jungle, producing sounds like that of a sob. Bai Ningbing clenched her teeth, and just like how Fan Yuan demonstrated, she drilled into the crocodile belly and rolled towards a beast-trap tree. Almost immediately, she felt the attack of an external force, causing the whole crocodile body to shake for a while. After the shaking, she sensed herself slowly rising up. Finally, the force lifting her stopped. Bai Ningbing was lying inside the crocodile's belly, and the crocodile belly was lying flat inside the leaves. She gazed outside and her sight passed through the small crack in the closed leaves, landing upon the many stars in the sky. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and the stars were shining brightly like mischievous kids winking at her. The sky is filled with stars. Our luck is good. The weather is going to be good tomorrow. Fan Yuan's voice came from outside. Bai Ningbing didn't reply. She moved her body to get into a more comfortable position. However, she still felt cold due to the ice-cold crocodile body. At this moment, she got a whiff of a fragrant scent. Bai Ningbing wasn't surprised as Fan Yuan had already explained this to her. This was the acidic liquid being released by the beast-trap tree. However, this acidic liquid would need at least 3 months to melt the crocodile body. Hence, hiding inside the crocodile body was very safe for the moment. Oh right, I'd better use the crocodile strength goo first and then sleep. Bai Ningbing thought inwardly, but her eyelids seemed to be as heavy as a mountain, gradually shutting close. The next moment, she was in a deep sleep. She was too tired. First it was continuously drifting for 5 days and 5 nights, then it was the intense battle with the crocodile groups. And in the battle she had surpassed her physical limits and unearthed a part of her potential. Maybe it was because she had turned into a female, the pressure from Fan Yuan intentionally or otherwise, it made her exhausted in both body and mind. Fan Yuan, however, wasn't asleep. From within the crocodile body, he called out the tusita flower and took out some cotton clothes and cloak. He then divided these into 2 parts, one part for a cushion under his body, another part for covering his body. Although he tossed around, this layer of preparation immediately brought him some warmth. Under the cage of the leaves, the crocodile body changed into a pleasant hotbed. Fan Yuan still had some energy left. He closed his eyes and fell into meditation, using his primeval essence to nurture his aperture. He might have no liquor worm to upgrade his primeval essence, but with the assistance of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and his great aptitude, the amount of time he could nurture his aperture increased by a great amount. The primeval sea was turbulent, rising and falling as its waves cleansed the aperture walls. Every time the primeval essence was consumed, it would be immediately replenished. Even continuing to nurture the aperture for a whole night wouldn't be able to exhaust the primeval essence. However, Fan Yuan did not do such a thing, for nurturing the aperture couldn't replace sleep. He stopped cultivating after midnight and went to sleep. He was a light sleeper and was able to hear the vague sounds of the wind and the howling of beasts in his sleep. Many wild beasts were attracted to the odor of the blood in the beach and trudged through the jungle towards it. And when they passed through this area of trees, they were captured by the beast-trap trees. Chapter 206. Becoming the Leader. The sun hung brightly in the blue skies and white clouds. Sunlight shone on the land as Yellow Dragon River flowed, with a dense forest beside the river, forming an ocean of greenery. On the beast-trap tree's crown, vines hung as 8 or 9 leaves formed a cage, like a gathering of seashells standing tall. Suddenly among one of the cages, there was intense shaking. Pew! A bright red moon blade shot out from there, tearing the leaves apart. A young girl in light-colored clothing, shrouded in a white-colored armor on her body, emerged from the leaf cage. She was agile, her feet landing on some branches on the trees, moving quickly as she jumped down, eventually landing safely on the ground. It was Bai Ningbing. Throughout the process, the beast-trap tree did not move, as if it was dead. Bai Ningbing looked at this beast-trap tree, thinking of what Fan Yuan had said to her the previous night. Towards any prey that escaped, the beast-trap tree will not attack further. Because any prey that can escape is not something the tree can deal with. Even without intelligence, the instinct of the beast-trap tree can allow it to adapt and survive better in the wild. Achoo! Bai Ningbing could not help but sneeze. As she rubbed her nose, she observed the surrounding and checked out her location. In this beast-trap forest, most leaf cages were hanging high up in the tree crown like shiny green seashells. It seems that the blood smell on the beach has attracted many wild beasts. The beast-trap tree had a great harvest last night, Bai Ningbing thought in her heart as she stretched her limbs, cracking her neck. She had an uncomfortable sleep last night. The crocodile's corpse was hard and tough. Coupled with the cold night, although she was extremely tired, she was woken up by the cold several times. Thus, with huge eye bags, she was in a bad condition mentally. But after cultivating for a while, her stamina had recovered by more than half. At this moment, she was standing in an area with sunlight, using the sunlight to dispel the coldness in her body. Bai Ningbing, let me out! A voice was heard, none other than Fang Yuan. He did not need to use the earth-hearing communication grass to notice the commotion. Bai Ningbing glanced at another beast-trap tree. On this tree crown, the leaf cage that had captured Fang Yuan was still at the same spot. She laughed inwardly, not replying, instead closing her eyes and resting while bathing in the sunlight, delaying on purpose. 15 minutes later, she shot out a blood-colored moon blade, cutting the vines apart. The seashell-like leaves scattered on the ground as they tore and dispersed. Bai Ningbing slowly walked over, using another blood moon blade, cutting the leaves as Fang Yuan moved his way out of the cage. What's with the delay? I woke up ages ago, and even managed to cultivate for a while. Fang Yuan's face was gleaming, looking extremely refreshed. The clothes and cloak that he took out last night had already been kept. Bai Ningbing snorted. Fang Yuan's current situation was beyond her expectations. She had thought that Fang Yuan would be like her, not being able to sleep while feeling hungry and cold. Thus she delayed his release, trying to torture him. But to think that his condition was at its peak. It's getting late, we have to start moving. Let's eat first. Fang Yuan shot out the tusita flour, taking out the coal stone, iron rack, iron pot, water bottle and dried biscuits, etc. He moved quickly, cooking a pot of meat stew in a short while. Next he searched around, finding a large number of mushrooms under the cover of the beast-trap tree. These tree shrooms were long, dry and thin, looking dark purple or black. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan as he put these into the pan, questioning. Wild vegetation cannot be eaten without caution, they might be poisonous. Yup, you're right. Fang Yuan nodded. Then don't eat. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. If you get poisoned, I do not have a healing dew worm. Fang Yuan indifferently took out a ladle, drinking a huge mouthful of meat soup under Bai Ningbing's close watch. Bai Ningbing snorted. Only until Fang Yuan drank 5 to 6 mouthfuls of soup did she assure herself that there was no danger in the soup. After drinking from the ladle, her eyes shone. Compared to yesterday, this stew had a much fresher and sweeter flavor. She directed her gaze towards the tree shrooms in the soup. Evidently, the difference was due to these mushrooms. She could not help but look at Fang Yuan as he sat on a rock, drinking soup with his head lowered as he ate the dry biscuits, full of vigor. Although their sleeping condition was the same, Bai Ningbing compared it to her own pathetic state and felt a trace of admiration towards Fang Yuan in her heart, no matter how much she denied it. Of course, if she knew that Fang Yuan had secretly taken out his cloak and clothes to keep warm, then she would have had a different feeling altogether. Fang Yuan felt her gaze landing on him. But he did not raise his head, only smiling lightly, pretending he did not notice it, and continued eating. Ever since Qingmao Mountain, where Bai Ningbing resolutely saved him, Fang Yuan felt that pure demonic nature in her. Demons are crazy, impervious to reason, adamantly walking on their own path. Bai Ningbing's demonic nature gave Fang Yuan some ideas on how to make use of her. But this person, Bai Ningbing, was also complex. On one hand, she was too tender. After getting new life and solving the problem of the northern dark eye soul physique, she did not want to give up anymore, enjoying life and not resolving to die. But on the other hand, her demonic nature made her pursue excitement, thus having a completely unrestrained personality. She did not fear death, and if death was exciting enough, she would chase after it. Such a person is like a young dragon, full of curiosity towards the world, carrying an unrestrained nature, and whose wildness was untamable. She had her own path, her own ambitions and aspirations. Bai Ningbing had not fully grown into a demon lord, she was merely a demon child now. But this true demon will never change her path, and her direction cannot be altered, and she definitely will not submit to anyone. True demons are only loyal to themselves, moving in the darkness alone, walking their own paths. True demons will admire other people, but they will never submit. A true demon is the lord of their own, the supreme existence. Fan Yuan understood Bai Ningbing because Fan Yuan understood himself. He knew that Bai Ningbing would never submit to him, but not submitting does not mean she couldn't be subdued. While not able to change her path, it does not mean she cannot be used. If Fan Yuan had rank 3 cultivation, he would not need her. But with only rank 1 initial stage now, Bai Ningbing's value was great. Of course, wanting to subdue her and make use of her, some efforts needed to be put in. Bai Ningbing was smart and arrogant, and could not be forced. Only through some small matters, or external influence to exert pressure on her, can she slowly be tamed. Secretly taking out clothes to keep warm was not because Fan Yuan is petty. Earlier Bai Ningbing purposely delayed the time, and Fan Yuan did not pursue it. It is not because he is magnanimous. To subdue Bai Ningbing, I need to spend a lot of time. But I'm in no rush. Let's take it slow. I need time to recover my cultivation. After the two ate, it was near noon already. On the ground, there were footprints of wild beasts all over. The two continued moving, as Bai Ningbing paved the way towards the southeast direction. The deeper they went, the taller the trees in the forest. Earlier there were only beast-trapped trees around 3 to 4 meters tall, but gradually, they became 5 to 6 meters tall, and at times there were 7 to 8 meter tall king trees, like a crane among a flock of chicken. Of course there were also dying tree branches that had fallen onto the ground, filled with green moss. Or at some areas, there were budding leaves, or broken wood, split apart by lightning, showing the fury of the heavens. These great beings grew in close proximity in this area, shrouding the heavens. The deeper one went, the colder it got. The strong sunlight was blocked by the lustrous tree leaves, and only a tiny ray could penetrate, creating large shadows in the forest. The wind blew, and the tree leaves made a swish sound, as shadows moved like shattered gold. In the forest, not all was peaceful. At times there would be deer, foxes, rabbits, and other animals moving around. Most were birds, all sorts of birds, either in groups of 3s or 5s, or a large flock flying in the sky. Others stood on tree branches as they sang out in harmony. Sometimes there would be the roaring of tigers from far away. The two moved and stopped, relying on the earth-hearing communication grass to avoid many dangers. But some areas could not be avoided, thus Bai Ningbing's battle strength was needed to force their way through. Rank 3 cultivation is already sufficient to deal with problems in the wild. Night descended again, and Fan Yuan found a safe camping spot. It was a stone hill. Bai Ningbing was extremely tired, falling asleep immediately even on the rough sharp rocks. On the second day when she woke up, her body ached all over and even her head could not rotate properly, having gotten a stiff neck. Her sneezing also became more frequent. It was obvious she caught a cold. Fan Yuan took all these into consideration as they continued on their journey. They moved extremely slowly, because there was no movement-type goo to travel. Previously, Fan Yuan used the thousandly earth wolf spider and Bai Ningbing used the white form immortal snake goo. Both were mobile goo that were rank 5. Unfortunately one died and the other escaped. But Fan Yuan was not in a hurry. His cultivation was weak and he needed time to cultivate. Every time there was a break when they traveled in the day, even during rest he would grab every second to cultivate. At night, he would cultivate into late night. A few days later, Bai Ningbing got sick, catching a cold. Her head hurt and her battle strength fell rapidly, also getting a fever. Fan Yuan had to stop and use the medicine in the tusita flower on her, as well as some medical paste to apply on her body. Although they were burning on the skin, they helped to remove the chill in her body. Only after resting for 6 days did Bai Ningbing recover. This illness was a huge lesson to her. During the period, she was drowsy and barely had any strength in her body, not even able to apply the paste herself. It was Fan Yuan who helped her. If not for Fan Yuan, I'd be in a critical position this time. After Bai Ningbing recovered, she sighed inwardly. Not matter how much she did not want to agree with it, it was the truth. In the past, her tone was tough and was very aggressive. But after this matter, she became much quieter, often keeping silent. At times, she could go for half a day without speaking. The less she spoke, the more Fan Yuan led and his authority rose. This way, he slowly became the leader among the two. Chapter 207. Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Bai Ningbing grew thinner but her body radiated a strong elite aura. Her concentration was better, and her blue eyes shone with brilliance as she observed around. Undeniably, she had adjusted to this primal life, and learnt much from this experience. Fan Yuan knew, although Bai Ningbing was solemn, it does not mean she admitted defeat. Her heart was motivated to learn seriously, and try hard to adapt. At times, she would refute some of Fan Yuan's ideas, and although they were still rather shallow, she had gone past her initial naivety. Fan Yuan could feel Bai Ningbing improving by the day. But this situation was not unexpected. To subdue Bai Ningbing, it was not easy. Any true demon would have the spirits to resist greatly. Under the blazing sun, the two hid in the shaded forest as they carefully observed the mountain valley. In the valley, there was a huge crocodile, sleeping peacefully. A lava crocodile, the size of 3 elephants placed together. Its body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick strong legs support its humongous body. A crocodile tail glowed in a metallic luster as it reached almost 10 meters tall. Most importantly, on its back there are 2 lumps, like 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 columns of black smoke rose from the lumps, varying in intensity. This lava crocodile is a 1,000-beast king. To eliminate it, the risk is too great. Bai Ningbing stared with wariness. On a 1,000-beast king, there are rank 3 wild goo worms. Together with the beast king's strong body physique, even rank 3 peak stage goo masters would have difficulty finding victory in a 1v1. Great risks, greater rewards. It is not easy to find a crocodile in the forest. Crocodile strength goo needs crocodile meat to feed on. We have less than half left now. Let's test out this crocodile's strength first. Fan Yuan said. Lava crocodile lived underground in groups. Only the Beast King have the strength to get to the surface and breathe in fresh air, enjoying the sun. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, standing up. After getting the crocodile strength goo, she had been using it. Now her strength was greatly increased, but there was still a distance from the strength of one crocodile. The increment was not completely done yet. The lava crocodile was asleep, but when Bai Ningbing got around 50 steps away from it, it opened its red golden eyes. Plop! It supported its body as it turned its head, 2 gushes of hot air coming out from its nose. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn, activating the canopy goo, but still feeling a strong feeling of heated air gushing at her face. She did not take out the chainsaw golden centipede, but shot out the blood moon blade. The rank 3 moon blade hit the back of the lava crocodile, shaving off some scales, and succeeded in angering the lava crocodile king. It aimed accurately at Bai Ningbing, opening its huge mouth and shooting out a dark red lava fireball. The lava fireball was the size of a stone mill. Bai Ningbing did not dare to take it head-on, and dodged. Bam! Lava fireball drew an arc in the sky, landing on the mountain rocks. In an explosion, shards of mountain rocks flew apart as the flames burnt. A small-sized mushroom cloud floated into the sky before dissipating. At the explosion area, a huge crater was created, and inside fresh lava was still flowing as they slowly cooled down. Rank 3 lava explosion goo. Fan Yuan, seeing this, concluded in his heart. Few minutes later, Fan Yuan threw down a rope from above the cliff, and pulled Bai Ningbing up. Lava Crocodile King growled several times, but did not give chase. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figure vanished as it continued to lay on the ground, enjoying its sunbath once again. This is because Bai Ningbing's attacks were merely probing. The Lava Crocodile King did not find her a threat, only thinking that she was an intruding wild beast, thus chasing her away. This is a Lava Crocodile King, with 3 goo worms inside it. 1 lava explosion goo, 1 flame stomach goo, and 1 accumulating ash goo. All 3 are rank 3 goo worms. Covering attack, defense, and healing, all 3 basic aspects are assured. Leaving the valley, Fan Yuan concluded what he observed. Bai Ningbing frowned deeply. She herself had probed earlier, and knew that to kill this crocodile king, it was extremely difficult and was near impossible. Never mind that lava explosion goo, even though the flame stomach goo's defense cannot be broken by blood moon goo. Only the chainsaw golden centipede can do it when it gets close. But if we really did that to destroy the flame stomach, the centipede would be crippled as well. These days, after using it to kill enemies, the razors were already in bad shape. Plus, even if we break the defenses, there is still the accumulating ash goo that can heal the Crocodile King. Its stamina is definitely greater than both of us combined. In a battle of attrition we would definitely lose. Most importantly, it can burrow underground and go back to its nest. We cannot stop it from leaving. Bai Ningbing said. Fan Yuan nodded. Your analysis is right, but I want to kill it even more now. Since ash goo that eats ashes as food, it is easy to feed. It is also very suitable as our healing goo worm. Although the goo worm is good, we need to live to enjoy it. Although you have the yang goo, don't think of manipulating me, ordering me to risk my life in such a combat. Bai Ningbing snorted. We cannot fight it head-on, but we can use intelligence. Never mind about other wild beasts, but this lava crocodile king, we can use it to attract other beast kings and cause them to fight among themselves, and then reap the rewards from it. Fan Yuan said as he did not wish to give up due to difficulty. Creating a miracle out of the impossible, it was his favorite thing to do. If it was any other wild beast, unless they just migrated and arrived, they would have their respective territories. Among themselves, they would know each other's existence, and would not cause any infighting. But the lava crocodile king was different. It normally lived underground, and sometimes came to the surface to breathe fresh air. Like the fish deep in the sea, jumping out of the surface of the water. Their existence was not known by other beast kings. They are like illegal immigrants. Unless it was a beast king like the lightning Leakin, most did not have high intelligence. Once a beast king is lured over, they would feel threatened by one another, and begin an intense battle. Once they both got injured, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing would be able to rob the owner when his house is on fire. Fan Yuan's words caused Bai Ningbing's eyes to shine. She nodded. We do not have a movement-type goo, thus this plan is risky. But compared to fighting the lava crocodile king head-on, we have greater hopes of success. We can give this a try. Like human society, among wild beasts, they each have their own territories. Stronger beast kings led beast groups and occupied areas with abundant resources. Just like how a human clan would occupy a spirit spring. Among forces, they would have interactions, and as long as they ventured into other areas, they would have some findings. The next 5 days, Bai and Fan used the lava crocodile as the focal point as they searched around. The northwest direction which they came from did not need more scouting. Looping around the valley, towards the southeast direction, they found a white ape gang. The leader was an old white ape, a 1,000-beast king. A white ape's speed was fast, and if it was lured, the two would definitely get caught up and be surrounded. Thus, they had to give up their plans here. At the southwest direction, it was a rotting swamp. The smell was overbearing. This is the world of the poison. The poisonous snake lay below the roots of the tree, as fist-sized poisonous bees flew around in groups, and large spiders' webs had black spiders around the size of a face. From the center of the swamp, there was frogs screeching. Fan Yuan deduced that it was a healing goo that was the lord of this swamp, poison-swallowing toad. It was rank 4, having a small body and fed on poison as food. If a goo master is poisoned, activating it to absorb the poison would result in a healing effect. Its speed was bad, but entering the deep parts of the swamp and luring it out is harder. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not have any healing goo. If they were bitten by a poisonous creature, it would result in much trouble. Furthermore, finding a tiny poison-swallowing frog in a large swamp was extremely difficult. The two finally moved towards the northeast direction, finding a beehive as huge as a house. Inside there was a large number of a terrifying insect group, the frenzy needlebee. These bees were even greater trouble. Frenzy needlebee, once becoming a goo, had the ability to penetrate all things. That is to say, even with Bai Ningbing's sky canopy goo protection, it would be pierced by the rank 3 frenzy needles. The winds howled in the night. Winds blew into the mountain caves as the campfire flickered in response. This was a small mound, and a cave was found inside. This cave did not have an optimum location. First, it did not face against the wind, thus winds blew into the cave and caused it to be very moist. Next, the top was not covered, like a well, as the stars in the skies could be seen. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were solemn, sitting around the fire. Fan Yuan was expressionless while Bai Ningbing sighed in disappointment. These few days we explored the surroundings completely. Although your idea is great, we have no suitable targets. It seems we can only give up on the lava crocodile king. Plans are made by men, but success is decided by the heavens. We have insufficient strength, thus we can only rely on luck for some things. Never mind, I still wanted to raise the crocodile strength goo, but it seems we cannot kill the lava crocodile king. Tomorrow we will set off, and continue towards Bai Goo Mountain. Fan Yuan nodded helplessly. But at this time, suddenly from the outside, the lava crocodile king's furious growls could be heard. What happened? It is that lava crocodile king! The two made eye contact as they left the cave, looking towards a faraway place. only to see that in the valley, rainbow colors were shining as the flames burnt brightly, giving off an imposing aura. In the brilliant rainbow light, a pheasant as large as a mountain showed its body. Its crown shone like gold, erecting highly. The feathers on its body shone in all colors, changing all the time and giving an out-of-this-world brilliance. Oh no, it is the Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant, a myriad beast king-level bird! The lava crocodile king is done for, Fan Yuan said immediately. Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant? Bai Ningbing was perturbed. This is a lone traveling myriad beast king, able to fly in the skies, only landing to find food. Divine Pheasant is low in numbers, they have all sorts of rainbow goo in their bodies. Once they battle, the skies would be filled with rainbow lights, shining in 5 to 7 different lights. Sigh, we can't get the lava crocodile king anymore. Let's hurry in. This divine pheasant is extremely sharp-eyed like an eagle. If it finds us and comes for the killing, we would be in great trouble. Saying so, Fan Yuan retreated into the cave. Bai Ningbing bit her lips as she followed closely behind. Chapter 208. Escape. An hour later, the lava crocodile king cried out one last time before it went silent. Soon after, Bai Ningbing and Fan Yuan heard the sound of the Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant pecking its food. But Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant's appetite was huge, and one lava crocodile king could not satisfy its hunger. This night, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not sleep. After the lava crocodile king's cries, they heard the white apes screaming, the poison-swallowing toads screech, and the fluttering of the bee groups. Most importantly, there was the Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant's loud cry. Only until evening did the Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant fly into the skies, drawing a rainbow behind its path. Seeing the trail of the rainbow disappearing in the sky, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing finally dared to walk out of the cave. The two came to the original valley. The valley was completely wrecked, half destroyed. The lava crocodile king lay belly side up on the ground, as dead as it could be. Its stomach was pried open by the Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant, and the flesh and intestines within were all eaten. Only its remaining skeleton held together by the dark red crocodile skin was left. The two searched for a while. They soon found a red glass fragment. This was the remains of the flame stomach goo. Evidently, the lava crocodile king activated the flame stomach goo for defense, but it was forcefully defeated by the Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant, causing the flame stomach goo to be destroyed. As for the other two goo, lava explosion and accumulating ash goo, they were nowhere to be found. This was nothing strange. Once the host dies, the goo worms inhibiting the wild beasts' bodies will leave and roam around like they've lost their homes. Accumulating ash goo was a very ideal healing goo, perfect for Fan Yuan's situation. But things did not go according to one's will most of the time. Not obtaining the accumulating ash goo was within Fan Yuan's expectations. But they did not return empty-handed. There was still some flesh left in the lava crocodile king's corpse. The Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant ate most of the corpse, but left behind some scraps that Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing could take. After working for an afternoon, they finally cut out all the meat and stored it in the tusita flour. These crocodile meat is enough to feed the crocodile's strength goo for 3 months. Let's explore other areas. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing came to the territory of the white apes. The dense forest earlier had white ape groups playing and swinging around. But now everywhere there was broken trees, with white ape limbs in the mix. Some old, crippled or young apes defended the corpses of their kin as they cried out loud, the entire forest covered in an atmosphere of sadness and devastation. The Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant had caused a catastrophe to this 1,000-beast group the night before. Right now only 200 or 300 were left, and the last few hundred beast king white apes were all injured. Bai Ningbing stared with shining eyes. Right now the white ape group is at their weakest, shall we attack? Fan Yuan stopped her. Not that he pitied these white apes, but knew that in a way, they were even more dangerous now. An army burning with righteous indignation is bound to win. Don't mess with these white apes. Once you do, they'll attack in rage, relentlessly attacking until we're dead. Those few hundred beast kings, although they are injured, it is not something you can deal with alone. Bai Ningbing, hearing so, looked at Fan Yuan before giving up on her plan to attack. The two moved towards the southwest area, towards the rotten swamp. The swamp had turned into a completely different site, ravaged by the Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant. Their living environment had been greatly destroyed, and the swamp's major forces were redistributed. Although the Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant left, the swamp was not in peace. All sorts of poisonous beings were killing each other, in chaos. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood at the fringe of the swamp. In only a while, they saw 3 battles occurring. One sight was of 2 brightly colored poisonous snakes battling, until one was swallowed by the other. But not long after, a crab-sized scorpion came and stabbed the poisonous snake to death. The second battle was between a poison powder moth and an eerie blue toad. When battle ensued, the toad stretched its tongue and swallowed the moth. A moment later, the moth died of suffocation in the toad's mouth, but the toad was also poisoned to death by the powder. The third battle was between a face-sized black spider, coming out from the mud. Its body was covered in ants. After a while the ants won, and completely devoured the spider. Seeing such a chaotic scene, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing left immediately. Finally they came to the nest of the frenzied needlebee group. The house-like beehive had collapsed completely, the surroundings was quiet, not a single frenzied needlebee was left. The two got closer. Immediately, the fragrant smell of sesame entered Bai Ningbing's nose as she sniffed. What smell is that? The smell of the beehive. Frenzied needlebee do not create honey, but their hives are a great goo refinement material. At the same time, it is a kind of food that humans can consume directly. Fan Yuan said so, stretching his arm into the beehive. Crack! The beehive fragments were dark yellow color. Under Bai Ningbing's curious gaze, he placed the beehive into his mouth, biting and crushing it in a few bites, swallowing it. The beehive tasted like biscuits on earth, fragrant and crispy. But undeniably, this naturally produced food was much more delicious than biscuits. It carried a light sweetness, not oily at all, but instead having a refreshing flavor. Good taste. Bai Ningbing also took a piece to eat, and after consuming it, she felt her mouth salivating. The sweet flavor caused her frowning eyebrows to ease subconsciously. Our salted meat and dry biscuits are finishing. We should collect some beehives and store it in your tusita flour, Bai Ningbing suggested. Fan Yuan looked at the sky, his expression slightly worried. I have the same thought, but we have to move quickly. You're worried that the blood smell of the lava crocodile king as well as the white ape's corpse will attract new wild beasts. Rest easy, there is no wind today, wild beasts will not be attracted over, at least not in the meantime. During this period, we can collect to our heart's content. Bai Ningbing laughed. Fan Yuan shook his head, about to speak when suddenly his expression changed. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of bees buzzing and flying entered their ears. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky immediately, only to see a thick cloud formed by numerous frenzied needle bees, attacking towards them. The frenzied needle beehive, although destroyed by Xian Yuan divine pheasant, and the most delicious piece of the beehive at the center was eaten, the frenzied needle bees were not reduced much in numbers. Frenzied needle bees could not cause damage to the Xian Yuan divine pheasant, so after the latter ate enough, it did not waste extra energy in exterminating these insignificant things. Frenzied needlebee group's house was destroyed, and because they had low intelligence, they started attacking the Xian Yuan divine pheasant. But once the Xian Yuan divine pheasant flew high into the sky, they no longer had the strength to pursue them, and were unable to continue chasing, thus they could only return to their hive and reconstruct their houses. Afterwards, they saw 2 youngsters standing in their house eating their hive. Under this situation, what hesitation was there? The fury towards the Xian Yuan divine pheasant earlier was completely transferred to Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At once, numerous frenzied needle bees flapped their wings and rained down on the two. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Why are you still not running? Fan Yuan turned around and left, taking huge strides. Being reminded like this, Bai Ningbing immediately turned around and chased after Fan Yuan. The frenzied needlebee group was behind them, relentlessly chasing. Fan Yuan ran in front, while Bai Ningbing fell behind. They did not have a movement-type goo, thus Bai Ningbing was quickly caught by the bee group. Chink chink chink. Bai Ningbing activated the sky canopy goo, and a white armor appeared but flickered immediately, receiving almost 1,000 attacks in just a moment. Frenzied needlebee's needle were tough as steel, extremely sturdy. Together with their high-speed flying, it was no inferior to a needle rain attack. Large numbers cause a qualitative change. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence continued to reduce. The bee group's attacks are not to be underestimated. What was more troubling was that some of the frenzied needle bees had become goo. Rank 3 frenzied needle bee goo had piercing ability, so even the sky canopy goo could not defend against it. Bai Ningbing's back was quickly pierced, and she bled, causing her to grunt in pain, while her running speed broke her usual limits due to the stimulation. Bai Ningbing had never thought she could run so quickly on her own. With her speed, it looked like mountain rocks and trees came flying at her, and she had to concentrate with all her mind to dodge them. If she was tripped by anything, the bees would surround her at the first opportunity. Under such an attack, she was dead meat. With Bai Ningbing behind him tanking the pressure, Fan Yuan's situation was much better. He activated his primeval essence, injecting them into his carapace goo at his back. The skin on his back became uneven, slightly bulging and becoming a tough and thick crocodile skin armor. Ordinary frenzy needle bees could not penetrate the crocodile skin armor, and the few bee goo were attracted by Bai Ningbing. After running for another 15 minutes, the bees still chased relentlessly. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were panting as their speed started to reduce. "There's hope! There's a lake in front!" As the situation turned dire, Fan Yuan suddenly shouted. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. Trees became less densely packed as a blue-white light appeared, expanding within the greenery. The two rushed out of the forest, and a lake was seen. Fan Yuan did not hesitate, and with a plop, he jumped into the lake. Bai Ningbing followed closely behind. Swish, swish, swish! Frenzy needle bees were bent on getting them, diving into the water as well. Bai Ningbing's white armor shook intensely, as she received a large number of attacks. As the intense pain hit her, she bit her lips and paddled with her hands, swimming towards the deeper parts of the water. A moment later, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing emerged from the opposite shore. The smell of the beehive on their bodies had been washed away, and when looking back at their original spot, there were large numbers of frenzy needle bees indignantly flying about, attacking the water out of frustration. Although the frenzy needle bees were small, they were resilient. Even if they fell into the lake, as long as it was not too deep, they would resurface. "Damn it!" Bai Ningbing cursed, still feeling the lingering fear from earlier. Her expression was ugly. Be it the Xianyuan divine pheasant, or white ape group, or even the frenzy needlebee group, none of them were those she could deal with. If last night she was found by the Xianyuan divine pheasant, she would become its meal. Rank 3 cultivation in this cruel world of nature was the bottom of the hierarchy. "I've had enough. When will we reach Baigu Mountain?" "Shush, be quiet." Fan Yuan's expression was solemn. He half squatted as his finger touched the remains of a fire that had been put out earlier. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned deeply. Undeniably, these were traces left behind by humans. Chapter 209. Encountering a demonic goo master, the lake water was still, reflecting the clear blue sky and white clouds. Even after losing the frenzy needlebee's chase, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's mood were solemn. Because in front of them, there was traces left behind that signified this area was once used by people to start a fire and cook meat. Earth communication ear grass. Fan Yuan willed and roots grew out of his ear. As they extended into the ground and dug their way in, Fan Yuan's hearing became many times stronger. After listening for a while, his expression loosened up, as there was no one ambushing in the vicinity. Soon after, he went to the remains of the fire and touched the ashes, not letting go of any evidence that he could find. The fire was started half a month ago, the other party is alone and should not be nearby. After a while, Fan Yuan concluded from his findings. Alone? Goo masters from a clan have to travel in fives. It seems this person is a demonic goo master. Bai Ningbing frowned as she sighed. If it was a goo master from a clan, they would be righteous goo masters, and there is hope of interaction. If it was a demonic goo master, once they meet a battle is assured. This situation is not because righteous people are kind, while demonic people are evil, but because when one is alone, they would display their true nature. There are no restraints in the wild, thus they act without reservation. Righteous goo masters move in groups. When they handle matters, they will think about the opinions of the people with them, thus they would act more closely to society's norm. Demonic goo masters often moved alone, and were very vigilant, having a strong instinct towards danger. Without anyone to rely on, they would always act to determine and ensure their own safety. This was not good news to Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. When meeting righteous clan-based goo masters, they could avoid battle. But if they met a demonic goo master, there would definitely fight, unless they displayed sufficient strength that would cause the demonic goo master to shrink in fear and suspicion. Unfortunately, goo masters that could roam around these wilderness alone have around rank 4 cultivation, and special methods of their own. How many weaklings would there be? For Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one was a new rank 3 while the other was rank 1 initial stage. Without sufficient goo worms to cover all grounds, even when they traveled in the woods, it was full of danger and every step was a difficult gamble. If they encountered a demonic goo master, they will most likely be done for. Thankfully we discovered the traces of this campfire, so from now on we should not blinding rush our journey, but recuperate and at least mend our current wounds back to full health, Fan Yuan said. Bai Ningbing nodded. After being reminded, she also felt her back hurting. Fan Yuan summoned the Tusita flower, taking out bandages and medicine, giving a large portion to Bai Ningbing. Although the carapace goo's defensive area was small, usually being useless, this time it helped Fan Yuan by a lot. And because Bai Ningbing attracted most of the firepower, Fan Yuan barely had any injuries. He quickly handled his wounds, and rushed over to help Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took off her upper shirt. Numerous fingertip-sized holes filled her back, causing fear to who saw it. Frenzy Needlebee is rank 3, large in numbers and also having penetrating abilities. It countered the Sky Canopy goo. But Bai Ningbing also used the Ice Muscles goo before, so with 2 layers of defense, her life was saved. TSK. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, breathing in deeply as she endured the pain of cleaning the wound. Soon after, the injury was bandaged. Fan Yuan placed the empty medicine cans and the last remaining bandage into the Tusita flower. We have little medication items left, the same with bandages. Even though we have been thrifty and even reused the bandages when we could, it seems we really need to find a healing goo as soon as possible. Fan Yuan stood up with a solemn expression. Medication is an expendable item, and was difficult to make, and takes time to collect. If they had a healing goo, not only would the effect be better, it also used primeval essence that can be naturally recovered. With this comparison, the superior one stood out easily. But an ideal goo worm is too hard to find. The truth is, within this half a month, they encountered many chances, but they either had insufficient strength, or it was an inappropriate environment, lacking proper preparations to capture the goo. We have to get a healing goo! But before that, I have a problem here, Bai Ningbing suddenly said. What problem? Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing was naked above and she turned over and pointed to her chest. These 2 lumps of meat, they are in the way. When I run they will jump all over the place, and even in battle they are a burden. I want to slice them off, but I'm worried the injury would be too severe. Without a healing goo worm, I might get into even more trouble. She was the Bai clan genius, focused on cultivation. She barely knew anything outside of it, thus having even less concern towards females. Even though Bai Ningbing had turned into a girl, she had lived as a guy for her entire life, thus she didn't care in her mind and did not treat this body as anything sacred. After all, she knew that the yang goo in Fan Yuan's possession could give her back the body of a male anyway. Thus, Bai Ningbing had never thought of herself as a girl. Fan Yuan stared at her emotionlessly. There will be too many problems with slicing them off, you can wrap them up. Wrap what? Bai Ningbing asked. Use the bandage to wrap around your bosom and treat them like an injury. Then they will be fixed in place, Fan Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's expression was helpless and anguished, sighing. Sigh, that's the best I can do now. The sun gradually sank as the night sky descended. There were streams of wild beasts coming to the lake to drink water, and the 2 did not dare to stay there for long. Fan Yuan found a naturally formed cave at a nearby steep cliff. Although it was slightly cramped, it was safe. After clearing the birds living within it, the place became their temporary residence. Few days later, Bai Ningbing's injuries recovered mostly. The 2 continued on their journey, towards Bai Gu Mountain. But considering that mysterious demonic goo master, on this trip Fan Yuan was extra cautious, constantly stopping and using the earth communication ear grass to check the surroundings. On the 2nd day of their journey, their cautiousness reaped them good rewards. He found burnt wood under a tree, evidently caused by the demonic goo master. On the 3rd day, they examined traces of an intense battle near a stream. The corpse of a large green python lay there, the meat fully eaten by wild beasts, leaving behind only a skeleton. The ground was full of its scales, and the stream even moved in a new path, after many trees were broken and chopped down. Fan Yuan observed for a while, his tone relaxing. That demonic goo master once fought an intense battle here with the green python. This is a 100-beast king green python. To undergo such a fight, it seems that this demonic goo master also has rank 3 cultivation. But even so, Fan Yuan did not want to meet with this demonic goo master. He would rather deal with unintelligent wild beasts or goo masters. Goo masters have intelligence, and would use every bit of strength wisely. A rank 3 demonic goo master has much greater threat to Fan Yuan, and Bai Ningbing compared to the frenzy needlebee. But things do not go according to wishes, and on the afternoon of that day, the two found traces of the demonic goo master once again. This demonic goo master is injured. There is some flesh that was cut away, on the ground here, so it seems the goo master got poisoned, Fan Yuan said. On Earth, there are no poisonous pythons. But in here, they were extremely common. Upon hearing so, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone brightly. Undeniably this was good news. The weaker the demonic goo master, the more advantageous it is for them. For the next few days, the trace left behind by the demonic goo master increased. With his 500 years of experience, Fan Yuan deduced that they were getting closer towards the injured demonic goo master. Be extra careful. I can deduce that this goo master's injury is getting more severe, and the green python's poison has severely infected her body. But because of this, a demonic goo master's attitude would easily become more extreme. Fan Yuan reminded Bai Ningbing. Battle would definitely be handled by Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan's rank 1 initial stage cultivation is useless. The greatest advantage now was that the enemy was out in the open, while Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were hidden. The two moved with even more vigilance than before. They moved even more slowly, and moved with less distance than before. Eventually, on one afternoon, Fan Yuan opened his eyes, keeping the roots coming out of his ears. I found that demonic goo master. That person is in that cave, at their last breath. Just earlier, he heard the sound of human breathing in that cave. Strike while the enemy is weak. Bai Ningbing aspired to battle, revealing ruthlessness in her eyes. But she was stopped by Fan Yuan. Be patient. We do not need to strike. With this situation, in just a few days she will die of poison. I see. Bai Ningbing's killing intent reduced. But at this time, the two outside, why bother hiding? I've already found you. A weak voice came from the cave. Hearing this, it was clear that the demonic goo master was female. Fan Yuan's expression changed, immediately retreating. Don't you want my primeval stones, my goo worms? The voice came from the cave again. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved even more quickly. Although the other party was weak, her tone was firm. There was definitely some traps put in place that allowed her to be fearless. Moreover, no one is foolish enough to risk it out with a dying person. Leaving after coming here? Hee, there's no such easy way out, you shall all stay. Suddenly, a body came out of the cave. All up to you. Fan Yuan's body flickered, hiding his presence. Bai Ningbing clicked her tongue, activating the sky canopy goo and summoning the chainsaw golden centipede, engaging the enemy. The two fought for 3 rounds, and the demonic goo master was suppressed. She was a middle-aged woman without shoes, having large feet and thick black fur growing on her soles. Her face and limbs had a peculiar green color. It was caused by the green python's poison. After a moment, the demonic female goo master gradually could not contest. Suddenly, she stepped the ground firmly, and jumped back into the cave. Bai Ningbing chased after relentlessly. Don't chase her! Fan Yuan suddenly reminded, but did not make it in time. Bam! A loud explosion occurred right under Bai Ningbing's feet as her entire body was blown away. Chapter 210. Plotting. Rocks and fragments flew, as smoke rose into the air. Bai Ningbing was sent flying to the ground, but with a jump she stood up again. She had the protection of the sky canopy goo and was uninjured, but the sky canopy goo in her aperture took the impact, her white armor fading by at least 30%. What the fuck? Bai Ningbing cursed, concentrating and looking over. The explosion's site had turned into a 2 to 3 meter crater. Inside the cave, the demonic female goo master laughed smugly. Good. Even if I didn't kill you this time, come at me again if you have the guts, little woman. Humph. Bai Ningbing snorted. Although she was furious, she was not an impulsive person. During the earlier explosion, although the sky canopy goo protected her, if she took a few more hits, the sky canopy goo would have been destroyed. What was that earlier? An explosion suddenly burst from the ground, so if I left the ground, would I be able to avoid such an attack? Bai Ningbing thought in her heart. She was not stupid, although naive and pure in some areas, and her battle instincts and wits were still at genius level. I do not have a flying goo, and if I leap I am bound to touch the ground. No, I do not have to attack. This person's words earlier was trying to incite me to attack, hee. Thinking so, Bai Ningbing laughed darkly. Do you think you are safe if you hide in the cave? I just have to camp here, you will come out eventually. Ha ha ha, then wait all you want. I have prepared a large amount of food, and you are vulnerable to the weather outside, so let's see who will outlast the other. The demonic female Goo Master retorted. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, for the longer they dragged, the more beneficial it was for her. Because this demonic female Goo Master was poisoned by the green python, she would get weaker as time passed. But at this time, Fan Yuan cupped his fist at the demonic female Goo Master. We met by coincidence in the wild, we are purely passing by. Sigh, making things difficult for you is the same as making life hard for ourselves. I hope we do not meet again. Farewell. Saying so, he turned around and left. Go where? She is only a rank 3 Goo Master. As long as we grasp that explosion method, we are assured to win. Bai Ningbing frowned. Fan Yuan snorted. You are also rank 3, but I am rank 1. Let's hurry on the journey, stop creating so much troubles. Better safe than sorry. Bai Ningbing was stunned, but quickly understood Fan Yuan was acting. Although she did not know what he was planning, with her understanding of him, she decided to cooperate with him, pretending to be angry. You are always so cowardly, sigh, never mind, I'll spare your life. She looked at the demonic female Goo Master deeply, not hiding her killing intent. Soon after, she followed Fan Yuan into the woods, out of the demonic female Goo Master's field of vision. After they got enough distance, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. That explosion technique of hers is not a problem. When she fought me earlier, she did not use it. Only when she stepped into the cave and I got into range did the explosion occur. I'm guessing she buried the goo ahead of time, and cannot move it. We can lure a group of wild beasts, and use them to test out her traps. These words fully displayed Bai Ningbing's talent for battle. But Fan Yuan laughed, asking instead, Then what comes next? Bai Ningbing was stunned. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes shining brightly. According to what you said, luring a group of wild beasts to test her traps, so what? Forcing her into a dead end. Once she knows she has no chance to survive, she will risk her life to battle, at least bringing one of us with her. Even if we survive, we will suffer losses. Plus, even if we defeat her, she will carry the thought of not leaving anything valuable to us, and destroy all her goo worms. For a Goo Master to destroy his own goo worms, it only takes a thought. We have no method to prevent it, so after we kill her, we won't get any goo worms. What benefit is there to us? Bai Ningbing frowned. Earlier, they had guarded against this demonic Goo Master, afraid of getting ambushed by her. It was to protect themselves. But once they found out that she was not too strong, their intentions changed completely. It was to kill this weakened demonic Goo Master, and take her goo worms, strengthening themselves. Wild goo worms were of all types, but those with suitable ranks and were easy to feed were few. A Goo Master's goo worms were all carefully selected, considering all aspects. If they can be obtained, it would be much better than capturing wild goo worms. But very few people can obtain goo worms after killing their enemies. Other than dying in battle, Goo Masters just need one thought to order the goo worm to destroy itself. Many of those defeated have enough time to react, and would not leave their goo worms to the mortal enemies that kill them. It would not be hard to kill this demonic Goo Master. But to take all her goo worms, it would be difficult. Don't you have a plunder goo? Bai Ningbing asked. One plunder goo can have little effect. Dealing with wild beasts is still fine, but against Goo Masters, to succeed we need to fulfill harsh conditions. Fan Yuan shook his head. Bai Ningbing suddenly thought of something, worried. If we leave like this and end up allowing her to escape easily, what would we do then? Fan Yuan laughed heartily, saying confidently, In this short period, she will not escape. Righteous Goo Masters, either clan or sect-based, would receive a degree of nurturing, and had higher quality. Conversely, demonic Goo Masters were often uneven in quality. Some were traitors of the righteous path, thus these people have been trained and have Goo Master foundations. However, some were farmers or hunters that obtained a chance to awaken their aperture, obtaining some inheritance, and were considered half-baked. This demonic female Goo Master has a rough accent and poor fighting tactics. She does not have enough survival experience either. Everywhere she goes, she leaves behind traces, and even after getting injured, she does not conceal the blood traces. I see that her body is tough and healthy, having large hands and feet. She is most likely a farmer, only lucky to have gotten an inheritance. Fan Yuan continued analyzing. That explosion earlier should be a rank 2 grass goo that she buried in advance, called the charred thunder potato. No matter who steps on it, an explosion will occur. A farmer peasant, How much knowledge can she have? Getting python poison and being unable to cure it. With her worsening injuries, she feels frightened and unsafe, thus she subconsciously planted many charred thunder potatoes in front of the cave. If we force her, she might do some extreme things. But if we leave on purpose, she will have a breather and temporarily relax her emotions. She might even suspect whether or not did we truly leave. There are dangers outside, and she might encounter us. Meanwhile, those charred thunder potatoes give her the greatest assurance. Thus in this short period, she is not going to leave. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, listening quietly. As much as she denied it, she had to agree with Fan Yuan's analysis. What he said made sense, almost like he could see the events before him. She could not compare to him. You analyzed well, but she has poison on her, there is no way to drag. She will eventually leave the cave, Bai Ningbing retorted. Fan Yuan nodded, pointing at his right ear. Thus, we have to surveil her. His earth communication ear grass goo, although only rank 2, had much greater range than most rank 3 goo worms. Bai Ningbing shook her head. Your decision has problems too. Activating the earth communication ear grass requires continuous primeval essence expenditure. Even if you have the heavenly essence treasure lotus and can recover primeval essence quickly, one person's effort is ultimately limited. You have to rest and sleep, you can't be checking on her all the time, right? Facing this suspicion, Fan Yuan rolled his eyes. How come you're becoming stupid? There is one of her and 2 of us. Goo worms could be lent, so they could use the earth communication ear grass goo interchangeably, in intervals. Bai Ningbing's expression froze, shame flashing across her eyes. Fuck! Such a simple issue, how could I not think of it? She gritted her teeth, begrudging her own lowly mistake. Fan Yuan laughed secretly. The root of the matter was that Bai Ningbing did not want Fan Yuan to suppress her, thus she subconsciously wanted to retort Fan Yuan as much as she could, instead causing her to lose her bearings instead. Fan Yuan was happy to see such retorts, for each time Bai Ningbing failed, it would cause her to be subdued further. This submission is negligible, but it was a subtle influence, and even Bai Ningbing herself could not detect it. One day when she finally realizes it, she would already be under Fan Yuan's rule. To Fan Yuan, this demonic female goo master was only one target, while Bai Ningbing was the second target. Chen Shuihua was shell-shocked. She was originally a farmer, and one day when plowing the fields, she fell into a cave. In the cave, she found a corpse, and became a goo master after receiving the inheritance out of the blue. Goo master! Chen Shuihua never thought that one day she would become one of the esteemed Lord Goo Masters herself. But after a short happiness, disaster ensued. A mountain leopard as large as a buffalo assaulted her village with green winds surrounding its body. The entire village was wiped out, and she was chased by the mountain leopard, but managed to escape due to her goo worms. After roaming the wilderness for half a year, her goo worms died out one by one, and finally, she encountered a large python. Although she killed it, she was also poisoned as a result. And today, she met 2 goo masters. This was the 3rd time she met goo masters. The first 2 taught her a painful lesson, letting her learn how to protect herself. But she was still a half-baked goo master, severely lacking foundations. Thinking of the earlier battle, she panicked. She was not the girl's match. Luckily, she had buried many charred thunder potatoes earlier. And thankfully, the male was meek and cowardly, choosing to leave. Chen Shuihua saw their bodies vanish into the forest, and breathed a sigh of relief. But she was not certain that they had truly left. Her investigative goo worm could allow her to see everything within 350 steps. The clarity was as if they are right in front of her. But she did not have X-ray vision. I'll wait a few days, I'll go out after 3 days, Chen Shuihua thought to herself. At this point, she had already learned to be vigilant and patient. Chapter 211. Road. High in the sky, the winds roared. Die! Lord Sky Crane screamed, using his remaining strength to turn into a white light, crashing towards first-generation Guyu. You're too naive to think of killing me. Blood White opened his mouth, his fangs exposed, as he charged ahead. Bam! A large explosion occurred, the impact pushing the 2 away by a long distance. Both were injured. As long as the mountain remains, water continues to flow. Junior brother, remember today's grudge, I will repay it someday. First-generation Guyu laughed loudly, activating his bat wings, trying to fly away. Suddenly a huge shadow appeared in the sky. He raised his head, only to see that heavily injured Iron Beak Flying Crane King. Not dead? Damn it! First Gen Guyu's expression changed. Being intercepted by the Iron Beak Flying Crane King, Lord Sky Crane caught up and unleashed a pincer attack. Eventually, the Flying Crane King's corpse fell to the ground, while Blood White was completely destroyed. Lord Sky Crane grabbed First Generation Guyu's head, floating in midair. After his gaze was scattered for a while, he finally regained his concentration. He raised his head and laughed 3 times, and then started crying. After venting his emotions, he flew towards Qingmao Mountain, but was suppressed by Bai Ningbing's self-detonation, forcing him to use the life-burial Jade Gu. After he broke out of the ice, he frantically searched around, but only found Fang Jing, who was at his dying breath from under the ice. The images on the wall showed this scene truthfully. What happened next will be skipped. It is the scenery along the path Lord Sky Crane traveled. Immortal Crane sect is one of the oldest sects in the Middle Continent. In practice, when a person in the sect goes out for an emergency mission, they would bring along a Gu worm that will record the process. Regardless of whether the mission succeeds, the Gu Master will return to the mountain and report the results, and the sect will evaluate the assessment based on the events that were recorded. Lord Sky Crane, although a sect elder, was also not freed from this rule. However, he was too senior in authority and barely any Gu Masters had the qualification to assess him in the sect. Not even the current Immortal Crane sect leader could. But at this point, the elderly sitting in front of Lord Sky Crane was not an ordinary person. Supreme Elder He Fengyang, rank 6 Gu Master, titled Winged Crane Flying Immortal. He was wearing a white robe with a black belt, sitting on a futon with wide sleeves. His face looked like a youngster, smooth as jade. His eyebrows were green and long, extending to his waist. His eerie dark eyes stared at the scene in the wall, and then slowly retracted his gaze. Lord Sky Crane stood beside him politely, not even daring to breathe loudly. Truthfully speaking, Lord Sky Crane had been asleep for almost 1,000 years, and the Crane Immortal was still his junior. However, seniority was not determined by age, but by strength. Lord Sky Crane was rank 5, and although he was only a rank away from He Fengyang, this distance was like an entire world apart, the difference between heaven and earth. Rank 5 are mortals, rank 6 are immortals. Lord Sky Crane. He Fengyang spoke slowly, his voice as soothing as the calm river water. I am here. Lord Sky Crane quickly replied. Although you killed our sex traitor this time, you did not manage to retrieve the Blood Skull Gu. Instead, you were suppressed and toyed around by 2 juniors. In the room, He Fengyang's voice reverbed. Lord Sky Crane's head was hung even lower, showing signs of shame. However, one of them is the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. No surprise you got suppressed. What's fortunate is that you tried to make amendments later. Let me ask you, the young man that you brought back, is he really the twin of the young man in the video? He Fengyang asked. I've already investigated, it is so. The one that escaped is his older brother Fang Yuan, the one captured is the younger brother Fang Jing. What's stranger is, these 2 are not on good terms. When I showed him the video of his brother slaughtering their clansmen, he hated his brother so much he would kill him on the spot. Lord Sky Crane laughed eerily. He Fengyang nodded. It seems you have a plan, but do you have enough time? Lord Sky Crane's expression changed, his face turning solemn. Supreme Elder's right. My lifespan is at its limit, I am about to die, with only a few days left to live. Even the life-burial Jade Gu cannot change my fate. His situation can only be resolved by finding a lifespan Gu, to solve the root problem. But lifespan Gu is hard to find, there are a few in Immortal Crane sect, but they are not for him. They are held in the hands of the sect leader, and some supreme elders. Thus, I have given up my lifetime saving in Gu worms earlier, to exchange for a spirit incubating flea. I brought Fang Jing into our sect, and made him my pupil. Afterwards I will teach him, and refine the bloodkin worm. I will then incite him to kill his brother, and retrieve the Blood Skull Gu for our Immortal Crane sect. Lord Sky Crane said. He Fengyang raised his eyebrows. It sounds like you are confident of your plans. But will that Fang Jing really be manipulated by you? Although he had good talent, he is after all a kid. After I die, and store my soul in the spirit incubating flea, I will accompany him to grow, and advise him in cultivation. The road has already been paved for him, all he has to do is to walk. Saying so, Lord Sky Crane kneeled on the ground begging. Please give me another chance, Supreme Elder. He Fengyang was solemn, before saying. Never mind, this might be your last attempt anyway. Thank you, Elder, thank you, Elder. Lord Sky Crane was overjoyed. Go, I await your good news. Within 20 years, I will attain success. Lord Sky Crane was excited and his tone was trembling, as he made his way out. Southern borders, Wancheng Mountain, Tai Clan City. The tall thick black rock walls, extended thousands of li. Tai Clan City was built at the upper half of the mountain. Many rock houses, steel towers, lined up and extended to the mountain peak. The sunlight shone down on people who moved about in the city, carriages, horses and crowds, showing off a scene of prosperity. Clan Leader Pavilion is situated at the mountain peak, heavily defended, and have little people moving around. Patrolling groups take turns and the Gu Masters are all vigilant, with not a hint of slack. On top of the Clan Leader Pavilion, 2 people were standing. A middle-aged man with a face cold as steel, with some warmth in his eyes. Beside him was a young girl, having a sad but determined gaze. It was Tai Ruanan. You've only been back for a few days, right? This is the 19th time you are asking me. I am extremely upset by your father's death. You lost your mother early, and now your father too, but you must remember, you have me, your uncle. You are my niece, I will not put you in danger. Tai Clan Leader sighed. Tai Ruanan's eyes were shining, staring straight at Tai Clan Leader. Uncle, do you know? Although father passed away, I feel happy for him amidst my sadness. Father has spent his life eliminating evil, punishing crime. He did it, even with his injuries he did not back down. He walked on his path and finished it with resolution. And now, it is time for me to do the same. Tai Clan Leader was stunned. This moment, he could see Tai Xiaoling's shadow in Tai Ruanan. So similar these eyes, this gaze. In his recollection, he seemed to have returned to his younger days, with Tai Xiaoling by his side, staring at the demon suppression tower at the peak of the mountain, saying with determination, I will bring down all crime in this world, and fill the world with justice and love. Locking all demonic Gu Masters in the demon suppression tower, even if I have to fill it up. The oath back then was still echoing in his ears. But his friend is no longer around. Seeing the 2 images overlap, Tai Clan Leader shook his head, dispelling the memories. He looked at the adamant Tai Ruanan with an admiring, loving, worried, and encouraging gaze. The path that you chose is not an easy one. Tiaran did not answer, but looked at the mountain peak. On Wancheng Mountain's peak area, there's a majestic steel tower. Its aura was overwhelming, like it is holding up the heavens, stepping on the mountains. The white clouds surround it like a mist, causing others to see it in a foggy image, adding a hint of mystery to the tower. This tower is not only famous in the southern borders, but also famous all over the world. Even in Middle Continent many people know of it. Demon Suppression Tower! The tower itself is over 300 meters tall, with almost 100 floors. It was designed to be rustic and ancient, overflowing with righteousness. Since it was built, hundreds, thousands, and even 10,000 demonic Gu Masters have been imprisoned by Tai Clan. Even Tai Clan Leader was not sure. It was the symbol of righteousness, the pride of the Tai Gu Masters. It is also the resting place for many demonic cultivators, leaving behind their anguish, regret, indignance, and remorse. Demonic Gu Masters pale when talking about it, and righteous Gu Masters dance in pride when speaking of it. Tai Ruanan opened her mouth, her tone determined, like she was talking to Tai Clan Leader, and also herself. Wancheng Mountain Peak has a demon suppression tower. My heart also has a demon suppression tower. This path, father could not finish walking on it. I will walk it for him. I can't hold on much longer. Qin Shuihua felt her head spinning, feeling sick and wanting to vomit at times. But she had nothing to vomit, and her body felt weak, as a sense of lethargy hit her. Her plan was hold on for 3 days, but a day had passed, and she knew she was too optimistic. The danger the python poison caused her was worsening. She knew she was being forced into a dead end. She needed to find a healing Gu worm as soon as possible. God damn it, if not for those 2 bastards I might have caught a wild Gu and cured my poison already. She felt uneasy. After getting poisoned, she had been trying to find a healing Gu, but amidst a large forest, filled with danger, she did not have any catching methods and have no made any progress. Bai Ningbing raised her dagger, cutting towards her right ear. Hold it! Fan Yuan stretched out his arm, grabbing Bai Ningbing's limb. The sharp knife was only a millimeter away from her right ear. To use the earth-hearing ear grass, one needed to cut off their right ear and replace it. It was just the ear, nothing much, especially compared to the rewards. Bai Ningbing did not feel any hesitation. Demonic cultivators were ruthless in nature, ruthless to others, and even more to themselves. Only people like who can give up what is needed and can have a great achievement. No need to do so, she's out, Fan Yuan said, starting to move. He used the earth hearing ear grass, following Qin Shui Hua from far away. Not long later, he heard fighting noises. The two moved closely with the dense shrubs, following behind secretly, only to see this demonic female Gu master fighting with a twin-headed boar. After watching for a while, their eyes shone with excitement. Qin Shui Hua's situation was disastrous. Her battle strength was lower than ordinary by a large margin. This twin-headed boar is a 100-beast king, having a defensive Gu. This is a battle of attrition, we can take advantage of them. She really buried the charred thunder potato Gu. A bit strange, this Gu master fought for so long, why isn't her primeval essence running out? It seems she has some support Gu like the heavenly essence treasure lotus, or fish bubble Gu, etc. After another short while, Fan Yuan saw that the time was right, and called the stealth scales Gu, handing it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing understood and nodded in agreement, hiding her body and getting closer secretly. Bam! Another explosion occurred. The twin-headed boar stepped on another charred thunder potato Gu. This time, it fell for good, never getting up again. It laid on the ground, continuing to struggle as its stomach was blown open. Its intestines started to flow out as its blood oozed out. This damn boar, what a thick skin! Only after so many explosions did it die. Qin Shui Hua breathed roughly, leaning against the tree, seeing darkness ahead of her. This battle drained her last remaining energy, as extremely fatigue hit her. The fear in her heart sustained her, preventing her from just fainting immediately. No, I have to hurry back to the cave. If I collapse in the wild, it will be too dangerous. She was about to move, when she felt wind by her ears. Strange, how can there be wind? This was the last question in her lifetime. Bai Ningbing patiently got closer, and struck like lightning. She used the boar's death to cause the demonic female Gu master to let down her guard, then killed her in one strike. Qin Shui Hua's brain was smashed by the chainsaw golden centipede, as her headless body plopped on the ground. We did it! Fan Yuan laughed heartily, walking over quickly. Bai Ningbing had already squatted down, her mind entering Qin Shui Hua's aperture, slightly disappointed. There's only 3 Gu in the aperture. Gu worms that were refined by Gu masters were slightly rigid, not as witty as wild Gu worms. The demonic female Gu master was dead. Her aperture started to get dark, as the 3 Gu worms remained inside. But this was no problem for Fan Yuan. Plunder Gu! He willed, easily retrieving these 3 Gu. They were 1 rice bag grass Gu, 1 iron thorn thistle Gu, and a charred thunder bean mother Gu. These were not all. Fan Yuan searched around, and found a hairy leg Gu in the demonic female Gu master, a jumping grass Gu. Lastly, he found a bookworm in her smashed brain matter. Unfortunately, this bookworm had already been killed by Bai Ningbing's attack earlier. This bookworm has to be the inheritance item. The information inside helped her to learn many things about Gu masters. It should have some secret recipes, etc. Fan Yuan said in pity. Never mind the bookworm, there's no healing Gu in this demonic Gu master? Bai Ningbing was greatly disappointed. Fan Yuan was solemn, not speaking. He expected her to not have a healing Gu already, since she was poisoned, and if she had a healing Gu, even if it could not remove the poison, she would not be in such a bad state. What he felt weird was, in the battle earlier, this demonic Gu master's performance was weird. Especially in terms of primeval essence, her recovery speed surpassed the grade, in par with the 10 extreme physiques. But she was not a 10 extreme physique, only having a grey talent, and among these Gu worms, none could help recover primeval essence. So this is how the breasts are tied. At this time, Bai Ningbing unfolded the demonic female Gu master's breast wraps. Fan Yuan's gaze was fixated on the silver triangle tattoo on the corpse's breasts. The 3rd watch Gu! Fan Yuan was surprised. 3rd watch Gu, what's that? Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows. This Gu is rank 5, able to accelerate time by 3 times. It is gone after 1 use, an expenditure type Gu. Once used on a Gu master, it will form a silver triangle tattoo on their chest. Soon after, Fan Yuan explained in detail. 3rd watch Gu, when used on a Gu master, caused their time to flow 3 times as fast. The river of time, flowing at its pace, measured at a singular speed. To normal people, a day is a day. But to the third watch Gu's user, a day is akin to 3 days condensed into one. Qin Shui Hua, who had the third watch Gu, experienced rapid cultivation growth. When others used 1 day to nurture their aperture, she used 3. The difference in speed is evidently seen. There is another advantage, that is primeval essence recovery. On her, the river of time flows faster, 3 times of normal people. Thus, her primeval essence recover is also 3 times. This is also why, in the battle earlier, her recovery was something that caught Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing by surprise. But everything has 2 sides, good and bad. With such a great effect, the third watch Gu has an equivalent weakness. The worst was, it expended lifespan. When time flows 3 times as fast, her lifespan shrinks in proportion, reduced to 1/3 of the original. Qin Shui Hua only got her inheritance for less than a year, but to her it was almost 3 years. Also, any injuries or illnesses that required time to aggravate would intensify on her. The green python's poison needed time to infiltrate her body and worsen. When others get poisoned, they experience the worsening of poison at a daily rate. But to her, it was 3 days' worth of worsening every day. This is also why the poison affected her so greatly. To be given this third watch Gu, it seems this woman's inheritance is at least a rank 5 inheritance. Unfortunately, it had gone to waste, falling in the hands of such a person. Bai Ningbing snorted, looking at the headless corpse in disdain. In the long run, the third watch Gu's danger is huge, shrinking the Gu master's life to 1/3. But the truth is, this Gu is very useful to a demonic Gu master. Demonic Gu masters fight alone, without any clan or sex support. They also have to guard against the ganged attack of the righteous faction, and thus put survival as their priority. Only living is important, everything else can be discarded. The higher their cultivation, the greater their chances to survive. Third watch Gu can condense a Gu master's life, displaying their full potential at once, like the sakura blossoms, or fireworks, short-lived but brilliance. But without the third watch Gu, the sakura's buds won't grow in time, and would have been uprooted already. This is nothing strange, those who use the third watch Gu are all courageous and forward-looking people. But this woman had a different personality, weak and meek, like dragging and have no courage to move ahead. Thus she ended up like this, it is life. Fan Yuan gave the corpse a final look, before concluding. Bai Ningbing's expression was ugly. Without a healing Gu, what outcome would they face? This demonic female Gu master was the best example. Would this be her future as well? Fan Yuan laughed instead, patting her shoulders, consoling. The paths in this world are carved out by humans. Everyone has their own paths, no matter how wide others' path is, it might not suit you. We are both walking on our own paths, what is there to worry? Hearing so, Bai Ningbing's expression froze, before lightening up, nodding. You are right. Fan Yuan squinted, gazing at the dense forest ahead. After killing this demonic Gu master, and obtaining her Gu worms, his strength increased tremendously. But he knows that he lacked a healing Gu, and did not place his hopes in his luck. From now on, he might get a healing Gu, or be like this demonic female Gu master, not getting anything even until death. Or the next moment, he might get trampled by wild beasts and die, ending his ambitions. But so what? Stepping on his path, and continuing forward, that is all there is to do. Chapter 212. Monkey Brain Delicacy. Swish 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 in the aperture, waves of primeval essence ebb and flow, rushing towards the surrounding aperture walls. The sea was jade green, crashing continuously. It was rank 1 initial stage primeval essence. Rank 1 Gu masters have green copper primeval essence, initial stage being jade, middle stage is pale green, upper stage is dark green and peak stage is black green. The surrounding aperture walls were shining brightly. Under the attack of the jade green waves, his foundation was slowly built up. Afterwards, the white light burst and dimmed. White light condensed with each other, forming a waterish light ripple. At this point, the aperture light wall turned into a water wall. Finally, from rank 1 initial stage to middle stage, a light excitement emerged in Fang Yuan's heart. Initial stage aperture walls are light walls, middle stage is water walls. Once the water walls are created, it means Fang Yuan was back to rank 1 middle stage. It has been over 20 days since we killed that demonic female Gu master. During this period, I've been cultivating non-stop, not wasting a single minute. It is no wonder I advanced to middle stage. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What a pity I do not have the liquor worm on me, otherwise my cultivation would be even faster. Liquor worm can cause a goo master's primeval essence to be refined into one small realm higher. Using it to assist in cultivation can achieve a greater result with less effort. Since Fan Yuan's rebirth, other than the spring-autumn cicada, the first goo worm he got was the liquor worm. After that, he purchased a second one and refined the two into the 4-flavor liquor worm. A pity, though, was that the 4-flavor liquor worm only works on rank 2 goo masters, being useless to the current Fan Yuan. The truth is, Fan Yuan had gotten 3 liquor worms in Qingmao Mountain. The third was from Gu Yiyao Li's body. This liquor worm was kept in Fan Yuan's hands, but after the Tai father and daughter came, to prevent himself from getting exposed, and being worried about Tai Xiaoling's investigative methods, he destroyed the liquor worm along with his other loots. After it happened, whether it was the right move or not, since Fan Yuan did it, he had no regrets. Even though now, if he had kept the liquor worm, it would be used to him, but at least, during that time, it did not allow the Tai father and daughter to investigate the matter on Gu Yuyaole. If I reverse refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, I can get the rank 1 liquor worm, but there are many requirements to reverse refine. I cannot fulfill the conditions. Goo masters nurture goo, use goo, refine goo. For refining goo, it is split into fusion and reverse refinement. Fusion is to turn low-rank goo worms into a higher rank. Reverse is the opposite. To reverse refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, there are many ways. Using the prodigal son goo, will obtain 2 rank 1 liquor worms. Using the revert goo, only 1 liquor worm is obtained. The butterfly transformation goo will get the eerie chi butterfly. Using the unpredictable goo, what goo is obtained will be unknown, possibly something new altogether. For Fan Yuan, the best case was the prodigal son goo. But prodigal goo was rarer than the liquor worm, and was hard to obtain. Best case scenario was revert goo. Using revert goo, although he will lose a liquor worm, Fan Yuan would not hesitate to do it. Retaining the 4-flavor liquor worm, and wait for rank 2 cultivation, that is under a safe environment. Now that Fan Yuan was in danger all the time, everything he does has to be for survival. The higher his cultivation rose, higher the chances to live. Cheep 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 outside the cave, monkey screeches and footsteps could be heard. Fan Yuan's ears twitched, he was familiar with the owner of the footsteps. As expected, not long after, Bai Ningbing appeared. Her entire body was covered in a layer of thorn clothing. This special clothing is completely made of green vines and black sharp thorns, giving Bai Ningbing defense and also used for attacking purposes. To those fighting barehanded, these thorns that were as sturdy as steel would leave a lasting impression on them. This thistle shirt was formed by the iron thorn thistle goo. After killing the demonic female goo master, Bai Ningbing wanted this rank 3 grass goo, requesting for it and refining it as her life-bound goo. So troublesome. Every time I leave and return, I have to be so careful of those charred thunder potatoes. Can't you bury less of them? She said as she begrudged, staring at the ground below her, jumping around as she avoided some pitfalls. Better to be safe than sorry. Fan Yuan replied lightly, turning his gaze towards Bai Ningbing's waist. On her waist was a string of monkeys. These monkeys were tiny, the largest was merely arm length. They had round heads, and thick black monkey hair, smooth and shiny. What was most prominent was the tree leaves growing on their waists. These green leaves formed a circle, linked together around the monkey's hip bone and butt like a grass skirt. These were the grass skirt monkeys. The grass skirt monkeys were delicious, being the source of food for Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing these days. These captured grass skirt monkeys were aware of their outcomes, struggling intensely but to no avail. The entire cave reverbed with their cries and horrified screams. It was lunchtime. Grill them, I am a little hungry. Bai Ningbing rubbed her tummy, throwing the tied grass skirt monkeys on the ground. Let me prepare them first, you can grill them later. Your grilled meat tastes much better than mine. She squatted down, about to kill them. Fan Yuan stopped her. Let me teach you a new eating method. Afterwards he moved his finger, and a goo flew out of Bai Ningbing's aperture with a bloody light. The blood light landed on Fan Yuan's palm, turning into a blood moon insignia. It was blood moon goo. Fan Yuan's palm started to glow with red light. Although the blood moon goo was rank 3, Fan Yuan was not using it to attack, thus he could still barely control it. Bai Ningbing did not know his intentions, her blue eyes staring intensely. Only to see Fan Yuan stretching his hand, raising a grass skirt monkey. He grabbed its neck, causing its head to be unable to move. Soon after, the palm shining with red light landed on the monkey's head, and circled one round. Back then, he used the moonlight goo to open the gambling rocks, now he used the blood moon goo to cut the monkey's head. After one round, Fan Yuan's primeval essence hit rock bottom. As the red light vanished from his palm, Fan Yuan smiled as he grabbed the monkey's head, pulling it, and opened its skull. The white monkey brain was revealed from within. The grass-skirt monkey struggled profusely, screaming in utter pain, its shrill screams echoed in the cave. But Fan Yuan has the strength of two boars, his arms like steel, not moving at all. The grass-skirt monkey's limbs were tender, and did not have claws, unable to harm Fan Yuan at all even if it tried. Have a taste of this fresh monkey brain. Saying so, Fan Yuan handed a spoon to Bai Ningbing. Like this, raw? Bai Ningbing, looking at the white brain with some blood traces, hesitated. Fan Yuan smiled, demonstrating. He placed the spoon into the monkey brain, scooping and placing it into his mouth. As he swallowed, the brain flowed down his throat. At that moment, the grass-skirt monkey's screams intensified, its body spazzing like it was electrocuted. Bai Ningbing tried too, scooping the monkey brain and placing it into her mouth. At once, a fragrant grass smell spread from her tongue, without a tint of blood. Like the texture of bee curd, with just a little strength, the entire monkey brain melts in your mouth, with a little sweetness, giving a refreshing taste, in the entire mouth. Her throat gulped, swallowing this monkey brain. Her blue eyes shone with bright light, crystal clear, as the fairy-like face showed an enjoying expression. So incredibly delicious! The young girl exclaimed. Only this grass-skirt monkey can have such a taste. Their brain is a natural delicacy, Fan Yuan said as he scooped another into his mouth. He advanced to middle stage, and it calls for a mini-celebration. This monkey brain is a good reward. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, moving faster than before, swallowing the second mouthful. This grass-skirt monkey whose skull was cut open, after a temporary madness, was at death's door. Its bright jewel-like eyes had already turned dim. Other grass-skirt monkeys, seeing their companion's state, struggling like crazy trying to escape. Under the restraint of the ropes, their struggles were futile, only allowing them to roll around on the ground. Eating this monkey brain feels like eating ice cream on earth. The two worked together, and very quickly finished this monkey brain. One more, one more. Bai Ningbing did not have enough, licking her lips and waving the spoon, demanding. Fan Yuan's primeval essence had recovered to 90% already. He did the same thing and cut open another skull. At once, the two continued their meal, satisfied. In the cave, the echoes of the screaming grass-skirt monkeys were shrill and painfully heard. After eating the monkey brains, they grilled the monkey meat. The monkey meat of the grass-skirt monkey were fresh and succulent, especially their breast meat. The entire taste was like fish grilled on bamboo leaves. Rice bag grass. Fan Yuan willed, and a green light shot out of his aperture. The light landed on the ground, growing green buds. In a few breaths' time, the bud grew into leaves, and the leaves expanded, turning into vines. The vines extended, and after covering 10 meters, a few branches grew large leaves. These leaves looked like buckets. Firstly, only a finger could fit. But eventually it became fist size, bowl size, and finally ripe. Bai Ningbing meticulously plucked a leaf. Opening the leaves at the top, rice could be seen inside. Large plump kernels, perfectly white. Bai Ningbing raised her head and opened her mouth, pouring a mouthful of rice into her mouth. After chewing, she ate some monkey meat to add some flavor. Eating till full is satisfaction, she exclaimed. How are those grass-skirt monkeys? Fan Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing's mind came back. No issue if we do not enter that forest deeply. But once we do, 3 monkey kings show up. The wine you want to get is at the most central area of the forest. It will not be easy to obtain. Chapter 213. Pitfall. In this world, humans weren't the only ones who knew how to brew wines. The earliest records of wine came from the legend of Renzu. Renzu's 2 eyes turned into his eldest son Verdant Great Sun and daughter Desolate Ancient Moon. Verdant Great Sun was always with Desolate Ancient Moon, and this close association created feelings towards his own sister. However, Desolate Ancient Moon refused his wooing. Verdant Great Sun was annoyed because of this, and knew he needed some help, thus he asked the Wisdom Goo. At first, the Wisdom Goo ignored him and avoided him as much as it could. But Verdant Great Sun kept on persevering, and the Wisdom Goo couldn't endure this annoyance anymore, so it told him away. In the east dwells a group of honey peach monkeys. Drink the wine brewed by them and come find me. Thus, Verdant Great Sun went to the east and drank the wine. The wine brewed by the honey peach monkeys was fruit wine. And ever since Verdant Great Sun drank the wine and returned, his face had a rosy flush. He smacked his lips as he recalled the taste. So, wine is sweet. The wisdom goose smiled and said, In the west lies a group of psychic monkeys. Go taste the wine brewed by them. The wine brewed by psychic monkeys was bitter wine. Verdant Great Sun went to the west and drank the wine. Since then, his tongue had a yellowish-brown hue to it. He recalled the taste with a bitter expression. So, wine can also be bitter. Wisdom Goose said to him again. Wine is both bitter and sweet. Love is the same, and human lives are even more so. At the north dwells a group of Vajra monkeys. They also brew wine, go taste it. The Vajra monkeys brewed strong wine. Verdant Great Sun enjoyed this wine very much, and drank till he was dead drunk. He felt this wine was really to his taste, and wanted to drink even more after getting drunk. He drank from the bowl at first before trying to drink it directly from the wine jar. Finally, he started throwing up. The wine started showing its effects, making him feel an unbearable pain. He felt the insides of his body was on fire, as if lava was flowing through them. It's too hot! He screamed. All the fire flowed in reverse towards his head, and his hair started burning. From then on, his hair burned endlessly like fire. When Verdant Great Sun woke up, he saw the Wisdom Goo looking at him. What did you think of this strong wine? The Wisdom Goo asked. Verdant Great Sun heaved a sigh. I understand now. No matter how good the wine is, you will vomit it out if you drink too much. Everything should be taken with moderation. The Wisdom Goo laughed out loudly. In the north dwells a group of Skywater monkeys. Their wine is also quite good, go taste it. Skywater monkeys' wine was clear wine and was completely opposite of the strong wine. Verdant Great Sun lightly tasted the wine, and the moment he did so, he completely forgot all his worries and felt like he was floating in the air, with a hazy and intoxicated look in his eyes. The Wisdom Goo again asked him about his experience. He lightly waved his hands. Having known the joys of wine, I will not pass it on to those who are sober. The Wisdom Goo chuckled and left quietly. Thus, humans weren't the first species to brew wine, rather it was the monkeys who were ahead of the humans. Ordinary monkey groups all knew how to brew wine. The wines were different from one monkey group to another, with all kinds of taste. However, humans collectively called the wine brewed by the monkeys as monkey wine. Fan Yuan had chosen this cave to rest because he sensed the sign of the breakthrough in his cultivation and stopped at this cave to concentrate on breaking through the bottleneck. Another reason was for the monkey wine. The higher the rank of the goo worms, the more food they consumed, and at the same time, the period for their feeding increased. Fan Yuan had made sufficient preparations, but there was a limit to the storage capacity of the tusita flower. After the consumption in this whole journey, there was some space cleared up which would be more than enough to store some monkey wine. Wine had other uses as well, disinfecting the wounds and warming the body. The reverse refinement of 4 flavors liquor worm also required wine as an auxiliary ingredient. Even if the conditions for the reverse refinement weren't met, having wine as a backup food for the 4 flavors liquor worm was good enough. However, getting the monkey wine wasn't easy. This grass skirt monkey groups were 100 beasts group, but their scale was close to that of the 1000 beasts group, and had 300 beast monkey kings. Monkeys were a united bunch and faced their enemies in groups. Bai Ningbing might be a rank 3 peak stage goo master, but she was alone, and trying to brute force her way through would only lead to disaster. And although Fan Yuan had advanced to rank 1 middle stage, the amount of help his advancement could give was next to nothing in this situation. However, Fan Yuan was determined to get the monkey wine, and Bai Ningbing was worried about this. So, we need to use our brains, follow me. Fan Yuan stood up and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. He carefully stepped on the ground, avoiding the berry charred thunder potato, and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave were lush trees, bright sunlight, with the bird songs and fragrance of flowers in the air. In moments, the two neared the territory of the monkey groups. Fan Yuan carefully observed and finally chose a sloped area. He surveyed the area from the higher grounds before nodding his head in satisfaction. He stepped around on the ground and said, "Let's dig here." After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, this sloped area that faced the sun was dug out by the two, with a depth of 30 feet and a diameter of 50 feet. Charred thunder potato mother goo. Fan Yuan crouched on the bottom of this pit, and summoned the goo with a thought. This goo resembled a potato, with uneven surface and tiny little holes all over it. Regardless of its appearance, it was a genuine rank 3 goo. My primeval essence won't be enough, I will lend it to you. Fan Yuan handed the charred thunder potato mother goo to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing held the goo and poured her primeval essence to it. Soon, green sprouts sprouted out from those tiny little holes in the potato mother goo's surface. The sprouts grew rapidly, blossomed and bore fruit. After several breaths of time, the finger-thick dark green fruit was fully matured. The sprout withered and came falling down with the fruit on Bai Ningbing's hands. Fan Yuan took these dark green fruits and carefully filtered through them, removing the bad, dead or empty shells. After the selection, there were less than 1/3 of the fruits left. These fruits were the charred thunder potato goo, a rank 2 goo. Once they were buried in the ground, they grew with the help of the fertility of the soil, and as long as any living being stepped near it, the vibration would cause the charred thunder potato goo to self-detonate. Fan Yuan held one of the fruits and refined it instantly. As he pinched it in between his fingers, he poured his green copper primeval essence towards it. The charred thunder potato goo started giving off a faint green light and slowly hovered up. With a shift of his mind, the charred thunder potato goo quickly drilled into the ground. Fan Yuan deliberately buried it deep on the ground, stopping only when the potato goo was buried an arm's length into the ground. The primeval sea in his aperture rapidly decreased as the surrounding fertility of the soil gathered towards the charred thunder potato goo. In Fan Yuan's perception, this tiny grass goo instantly grew up to a fist-sized potato. This was a matured charred thunder potato goo which could explode with even a slight vibration. Bai Ningbing marveled at this scene. Looks like that demonic path female goo master buried the charred thunder potato goo near the surface of the earth, making it easy to self-detonate. The way you buried it, it should not explode even if I step above it, right? Naturally. Fan Yuan replied and continued on his work. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched. Fan Yuan didn't reply her properly, and with her proud demeanor, she didn't question anymore, but rather concentrated her gaze and began to ponder upon it herself. After being with Fan Yuan for such a long time, she knew Fan Yuan never made useless moves. Fan Yuan stood up only after burying this layer of the pit. He wiped the sweat on his forehead before calling Bai Ningbing to bury the pit together. But after just covering the pit for a bit, when the bottom of the pit was raised by 15 feet, Fan Yuan ordered to stop, then he continued burying another charred thunder potato goo. Bai Ningbing immediately realized Fan Yuan's plan upon seeing this. So it was like that. Charred thunder potato goo is only a rank 2 goo and self-detonation of just 1 has a limited power. By burying them like this, once they explode, even 1,000 beast kings might not get off easy. But how will you lure those 3 monkey kings here? Charred thunder potato goo was offensive goo, but it couldn't be moved, which greatly lowered its practical value. How difficult can that be? At the opportune time, we will just capture 2 to 3 young grass skirt monkeys and taste their brains here. At that time, their miserable screeches will definitely attract the furious monkey groups. It will only be ordinary monkey groups at first which you will be able to block and fend off. Then it should be those 3 monkey kings. Fan Yuan replied while burying the grass goo. Bai Ningbing couldn't help nodding her head. Wild beasts were wild beasts, possessing limited intelligence. Fan Yuan's plan might be very rough, but it was absolutely practical. As long as we kill the 3 monkey kings, getting the monkey wine will be as easy as a pie. Of course, it will be even better if we can take the goo worms on those monkey kings. Bai Ningbing mulled over it. Following this, they spent the whole afternoon in this pit. Bai Ningbing produced the charred thunder potato goo continuously, after which Fan Yuan would personally bury them into the ground, and then the 2 would bury that layer of soil. After 1 layer of soil was another layer of soil, till the pit was filled to the surface. The 2 were drenched in sweat. Fortunately, Fan Yuan possessed the strength of 2 boars and Bai Ningbing had also fully cultivated the strength of 1 crocodile. However, the next day, Fan Yuan wasn't showing any signs of stopping and continued to dig out another pit. Bai Ningbing was puzzled by it. Fan Yuan replied, "Just 1 pit isn't enough of a guarantee, there should always be backup plans. Being a bit more prepared is always a good thing." Like this, in the following 3 days, Bai Ningbing finally became aware of Fan Yuan's close to perverted cautiousness. They had dug no less than 5 pits and buried great numbers of charred thunder potato goo. Naturally, the scale of the first pit was the greatest. Due to all these preparations, the grass skirt monkey plan went by extremely smoothly. The monkey groups were all defeated with just 2 pitfalls. Out of the 3 monkey kings, 2 died and 1 was injured. The injured monkey king escaped with the remaining monkey groups. The dead monkey kings were blasted to pieces, the goo worms on them didn't survive. Fan Yuan stored great amounts of monkey wine till the Tusita flour couldn't store anymore. The amount of wine was enough to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. There wouldn't be a problem in feeding the liquor worm for at least 2 years. And if they came across a caravan, these monkey wine could also be sold for good price. Before we go on, we need to clean the battlefield and fill up the 2 exploded pits. Is there a necessity for such cautiousness? Bai Ningbing felt pain whenever she thought of the pitfalls, now. Fan Yuan glanced at her before saying one sentence which made Bai Ningbing obediently work. Did you forget how we chased that demonic path female goo master? It was by relying on the tracks left by the demonic path female goo master on her way. Those pitfalls that you dug, don't end up burying yourself with it. Chapter 214. Boom! By Goo Mountain, I am finally here. Fan Yuan sighed as he stared at the white mountain from a slope. Bai Ningbing was beside him, standing silently. The 2 were in rags with tiredness showing all over their faces. Just earlier, they had escaped from the steel-raged boars family of 5. Steel-raged boars were a peculiar beast group, having small numbers and moved around in families of less than 10 members. But any mature steel-raged boars were at least 100 beast king. In the family of 5 that was chasing after Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing, Grandpa Boar was 1,000 beast king, while Daddy Boar and Mother Boar were 100 beast kings, and even their son and daughter had rank 1 goo worms in them. It has been 5 days since they stole the monkey wine. After a long and arduous journey, Bai Goo Mountain was finally in reach. The southern border was full of mountains. Ordinary hills were not called mountains. Only when they were at least 10,000 feet can they be qualified to be called a mountain. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope, staring at the faraway mountain. This was her first time seeing Bai Goo Mountain. There were many hills surrounding the Qing Mao Mountain. But this Bai Goo Mountain was like a solitary general, rising high above the ground while the surroundings were flat, and the scenery around it was deathly white. This white was not the snow-like white, but more of a bone-white color. Bai Goo Mountain, as the name implied, every rock on the mountain were made of bones. People called it bone rocks. Bai Goo Mountain was not an absolute dead area. There were many special vegetation and large numbers of bone beasts living here. At the same time there were many bone-type wild goo worms. Bai Ningbing looked and looked, frowning. Any tall mountain and long river were the condensation ground of primeval essence. Bai Goo Mountain was uninhabited, a completely wild mountain. There were many wild beasts, goo worms and fatal plants. This is such a dangerous place, yet Fan Yuan insists on entering the mountain. What intentions does he have? Or rather, what thing was there that deeply attracted him? Fan Yuan was flipping through his memories at this moment. Bai Goo Mountain was still a wild mountain now, without any human inhabitants. But this situation will change completely 10 years later. A large-sized village will move their base here and develop. This clan was named Bai, the Bai village. In the future, with Bai Goo Mountain as their center, they would become the overlord of the surrounding 1,000 miles of land. What Fan Yuan remembers most clearly is not the rise of the Bai village's power, because in this world, a single person's strength can be above a group's. Rather, he was thinking of a pair of twins in the Bai village. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. This pair of siblings discovered a cave by accident during a test at Bai Goo Mountain's back area, when they were 18. In this cave, they activated an inheritance. It was a complete inheritance of a rank 4 righteous Goo Master. This Goo Master's name was unknown, only his title was left behind. Flesh-Bone Lord. Bai Xing and Bai Hua benefited greatly from this, and became the twin stars of the righteous path after getting the inheritance. 100 years later, they both rose to rank 5, taking over Bai village. The strength of 2 rank 5 Goo Masters pushed the clan's strength to an apex. The Goo Worms in a complete inheritance would cover all 6 aspects of attack, healing, defense, movement, storage and investigation. After getting this inheritance, I will be able to hold my own and have the ability to advance or retreat. Earlier when Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing escaped from Qingmao Mountain, their Goo Worms were not well-rounded because of their low cultivation. They were like a boat moving against the tides, moving up the cliff. With just a little bad luck, they would be in danger. After a tough struggle, their chance came, and they killed a heavily injured demonic female Goo Master. By taking her goo, which included the rice bag goo and jumping grass goo, they could barely get by. But they still had weaknesses. Not only due to the lack of healing goo, but also because of their low cultivation. Even if Fan Yuan advanced to rank 1 middle stage, so what? Green copper primeval essence was still green copper primeval essence. What he was relying on now was his grade talent, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus recovery speed to sustain his consumption. But to be strict, his battle strength was negligible. If not for Bai Ningbing, he might have died to the crocodiles during the battle in the beach. He was able to get this far due to Bai Ningbing. But relying on others could never compare to relying on oneself. If I can get the Baigu Mountain inheritance, many problems would be easily resolved, Fan Yuan thought to himself. Firstly, it was the jade bones gu. With this gu, the bones in his body would cast away the brittleness of mortal bones, and become more firm and tougher. His current body can only sustain the strength of 2 boars, but after he used the jade bones gu, he would be able to add the strength of a crocodile on top of this. After that was a healing gu. Fan Yuan remembered this inheritance has a very famous rank 3 healing gu, flesh white bones. In his previous life, it was received by Bai Hua, causing her to become a famous healing gu master. Finally, it was the one Fan Yuan ranked as the most important. Bone Flesh Unity Gu. This gu was the Bone Flesh Lord's innovation, the only one in the world. This gu's incredible usage riled up many large forces in the southern borders, in his previous life. If gu worms were to be classified according to their use, they could be divided into 7 categories: attack, defense, healing, investigation, storage, movement, and cultivation. Liquor worm, for flavor liquor worm, man-beast burial gu, relic gu, or heavenly essence treasure lotus, they were all under cultivation category. And this bone flesh unity gu was a mystical gu under the cultivation category. Similar to yin-yang rotation gu, it was a pair of gu, used on 2 gu masters. It could let the 2 gu masters undergo dual cultivation and advance their cultivation together, getting greater effects with less effort. If I can obtain the bone flesh unity gu, with Bai Ningbing's help, I can advance my cultivation quickly. My cultivation will be shocking after I reach rank 3 stage. Especially in early stages, its effects will be even better than the liquor worm. I must get it no matter what. Fan Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing through the corner of his eyes. Bai Ningbing realized nothing, still staring at Baigu Mountain. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. When they were about to move out, a few silhouettes suddenly flew towards them. Righteous gu masters. Both Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were taken aback. A total of 4 gu masters were approaching them. When they were 100 steps away, they landed on the ground and moved towards Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. The leader was an old gu master, giving off a rank 3 aura, while the remaining 3 were all rank 2. Their uniform were the same and their movements were in synergy, showing the signs of an elite group. How can we encounter righteous gu masters in this desolate mountain range? Gu masters and wild beasts are completely different, even though I am rank 3 peak stage. With the chainsaw golden centipede's razors dulled and Fan Yuan as a burden, I might not be their match. We're in trouble now. The 4 gu masters got closer amidst Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's bitter sighs. Dusk. The last few rays of the sun were like blood, and crows screeched as they flew back to their nests. Tai Ao Tian walked in the center of the group with a cold expression. There were 8 people in their group when they had set out at Qingmao Mountain, each were an expert of the clan. But now only 3 of his group remained. Tai Ao Tian's heart bled when he thought of the sacrifices. The losses were too severe. This was way out of his expectations. The losses were not because their cultivations were insufficient, but because their luck was too bad. After finding out Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's traces, they started to move along Huanglong River. But Huanglong River flowed too rapidly, leaving behind barely any traces. Even if they used gu worms and had investigative experts, they still deviated from the path. With no choice, they had to move against the current, spending a lot of time before discovering Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's raft. However, troubles came soon after. They encountered a large number of 6-legged crocodiles and were attacked. To be honest, they were pretty unlucky. This beach was the breeding ground of the 6-legged crocodiles, and after it was destroyed, the 6-legged crocodiles that dominated the area were wiped out. Beast groups were also split up into different forces. After the original owner died, this place became free for all, and many surrounding groups of 6-legged crocodiles competed for it. Just when they were about to take control of this area, Tai Clan's group arrived on the shore. What thing dares to invade our territory? This land belongs to us 6-legged crocodiles. Snatching territory from us, you're asking for it. The territorial concept of wild beasts was not to be trifled with. Thus, a huge battle broke out, and under the united attacks of 2 groups of 1,000 beast groups and 3 groups of 100 beast groups, the Tai clan group lost 2 members and were forced to escape. Fan Yuan's methods of removing traces were very experienced. Thus, their investigations did not make much progress. With the help of goo worms, they eventually found out the direction Fan Yuan was headed to. But then, a colorful nightmare descended. The Xian Yuan divine pheasant descended from the sky, staring at them and thinking of them as food. Even now, the entire escape process was deeply buried in Tai Aotian's heart. The image of the Xian Yuan divine pheasant became his nightmare, waking him up from his sleep every night. Xian Yuan divine pheasant took away 3 of his companions' lives. Among them were their most professional investigative goo master, and even a rank 3 defensive goo master. Truly insane losses. Right now, the goo master in charge of investigation was a half-baked one. Even with such a loss, Tai Aotian did not think of giving up. He was the 4th young master of Tai clan, with a great aptitude and carried the hopes and dreams of the clan since young. He cultivated intensely, inheriting the iron will personality of the Tai clansman. Reinforcing Tai Xueling and his daughter was his first mission out of the village. But he only managed to save Tai Ruonan, and the divine investigator was sacrificed. This was a great contrast to his original intention. However, if he caught the demonic bastard that got the Blood Sea inheritance, and take revenge for Tai Xueling, it would be a great success. Such a merit would turn into his asset when vying for the clan leader position in the future, getting him more support from the clansmen. He was not worried about the strength of the demonic bastards. In the process of chasing them, they had discovered from the traces that the 2 had limited battle strength, or maybe they had suffered some injuries, only having the collective strength of 1 rank 3 goo master. Even though I lost many companions, I am a rank 3 goo master, and so is Tai Dao Ku. With 2 other rank 2 goo masters to assist, our strength dominates those 2. Once we capture the demonic bastards, the loss of manpower will turn into proof of my iron will, and never give up traits. Tai Aotian's eyes shone with determination. 4th young master, we have found some traces ahead. It seems the direction we are heading is not wrong. At this moment, the investigative goo master reported. Oh? Quickly bring me there. After the time taken to drink a cup of tea, 2 holes were dug open, revealing corpses of a large number of grass skirt monkey. These grass skirt monkeys have died for less than a week. It seems we are catching up to those 2. Tai Daoku said in joy. Tai Aotian breathed in deeply. His mood was suddenly lifted. Finally, we're nearing the end. He clenched his fists, walking forward excitedly. He stared at the beautiful sky. The night lights shone on his young face, reflecting brightly in his eyes. All his patience and efforts were not in vain. He was finally getting the results. Although the sun is setting, I can see hopes and the future from it. He sighed in his heart, suddenly having the mood to ascend this slope and enjoy this beautiful moment. The few goo masters near him gazed at him with admiration. 4th young master is indeed 4th young master. On this journey, we had thought of giving up, but 4th young master persevered alone, and now he is about to get the fruits of his labor. In 4th young master, I can see the clan's hopes, and a bright future ahead. I swear I will only follow 4th young master in this life. They stared in daze at Tai Aotian ascending the slope. They could almost see the scene where one day, Tai Aotian ascends to the position of the clan leader. But at the next moment, an intense explosion occurred. Boom! Chapter 215. Fan Yuan sheds tears. Bai Mo Xing was already 68 years old. He should have retired already at this age. However, Bai clan was in a rough situation these few years, and as an important clan elder, and the uncle of the clan leader, he who had always been working hard and doing his best couldn't abandon the clan. Now, during this crucial moment of his clan's fate, he undertook the orders to leave the mountain, but during the journey, he accidentally sensed the aura of 2 goo masters. Were they demonic goo masters? This trip was very important to Bai clan and there could be no mistakes. Thus, he immediately led his group and approached the source of the aura. 2 youngsters? He was shocked when he saw Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. His gaze paused on Bai Ningbing first. Bai Ningbing looked frosty, and her blue eyes gave off cold light as she stared fearlessly at Bai Mo Xing, revealing her rank 3 aura. So young and already a rank 3, a genius! Not only Bai Mo Xing, the other 3 in his group also had such thoughts after seeing Bai Ningbing. At once, 4 pairs of eyes were fixated on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had transformed into a girl, Her beautiful features gave off a cool aura, causing her to appear like a snow fairy. Her pearl-like brilliance that couldn't be concealed by her tattered clothes portrayed her firm personality, causing others to love yet pity her. Compared to her, Fan Yuan's presence was much dimmer. He had an ordinary look, with cultivation of merely rank 1. Many gazes swept through him and went back to Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan like this. The less attention he receives, the better. Bai Emoxing, however, was different. His gaze quickly turned towards Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing was protecting Fan Yuan, and her stance showed that she would not give up without a fight. And Fan Yuan had a calm look, even though he was hiding behind her. To be closely protected by this young genius girl, this young man seems to be the leader of the two. Who is he? Bai Emoxing was after all very experienced, his discerning skills were very accurate. He had thought they were two demonic Gu masters, but now his heart wavered. Seeing Bai Ningbing and Fan Yuan's appearance, as well as their righteous Gu masters' clothing, they seemed more like young masters in distress. If they are demonic Gu masters, just kill them. But if they are young masters from other clans, we have to watch out. If we cause the forces behind them to take revenge on our Bai clan, I, Bai Emoxing, will become the clan's sinner. But thankfully our side is stronger than them, thus the situation is under control. Bai Emoxing was still thinking, when Fan Yuan suddenly took a step forward. He cupped his fists. I am Guyu Fangjing, young master of Qingmao Mountain's Guyu clan, my respects to senior. Qingmao Mountain? Guyu clan young master? The people were bewildered. Bai Ningbing was also shocked, but she lowered her head so as to cover her gaze from giving them off. She knew that Fan Yuan was starting to cook up a story again. The enemy was stronger than them, thus they had to rely on wits to get out of their predicament. She clearly understood the situation. The rapport they had built up these few days caused her to move one small step back towards Fan Yuan's side. She continued staring at them angrily, like a close bodyguard who was not afraid of dying. Young lad, you are lying. Qingmao Mountain has long been destroyed. You think I don't know that? Bai Emoxing shouted with a cold expression. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly, waving his hands. Exactly because Qingmao Mountain is destroyed, I ended up here. Could I be so presumptuous as to ask for senior's name? Bai Emoxing hesitated, but a young man beside him quickly spoke. Then listen closely. We are the elites of Bai clan and this is our Bai clan's #1 elder, also my uncle, Lord Bai Emoxing. Bai Emoxing really wanted to strangle this nephew to death. This secret operation by Bai clan this time was on a large scale, but their true intentions were unknown to those who were not higher-ups. Thus, these people were completely in the dark. On the surface they were out hunting to temper the young master's bravery. But their true motive was to find the spirit spring in Baigu Mountain, and start their wild beast extermination operation. But there's no way they can guess it. Bai Emoxing calmed down as he looked at Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. As expected, it was Bai clan. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He had already guessed the situation from these four Gu masters' appearance. Bai clan's spirit spring was drying out. They needed to find a new one and relocate their clan. The act of relocating a clan was very important, and many preparatory work went into it, and secrecy was also one of them. Otherwise, once the enemy forces found out, they could disrupt their plans and cause the entire Bai clan to fall into danger of getting wiped out. What Fan Yuan had not expected was the Bai clan leader planning so far ahead, starting the preparations 10 years earlier, sending these clansmen to Baigu Mountain occasionally to carry out their scouting. There were indeed reasons beyond luck in Bai clan's eventual prosperity. The appearance of Bai clan Gu masters was a surprise to Fan Yuan, and this would have a great impact on his following actions. On the surface, however, Fan Yuan smiled and cupped his fists. Oh, so you are from Bai clan, a fellow clan from righteous faction, nice to meet all of you. He then turned to Bai Ningbing and said, Ningbing, stay down, we are safe. Bai clan does not have demonic Gu masters. Bai Ningbing felt goosebumps all over her body when she heard Fan Yuan speak in such a gentle manner. She held in her disgust, and withdrew her battle intent, taking another step back while still remaining silent. This act caused the four opposing Gu masters to sigh in relief. After all, she was a rank 3 Gu master. So her name is Ningbing. Bai Emoxing's nephew repeated the name in his heart, his expression slightly dazed. Bai Emoxing narrowed his eyes and probed. It sounds like Junior Guyu has met some demonic Gu masters along the way? Yes, my heart still palpitates when I think about it. Fan Yuan patted his chest with fear in his eyes. But luckily, the clan leader and a few clan elders came in time, and killed that rank 3 Gu master. Clan leader and elders. Bai Mo Xing's heart jumped as he quickly followed up. Don't tell me your clan leader and elders are nearby? Fan Yuan shook his head, sighing. We got lost from the main team. Bai Mo Xing's heart eased. But Fan Yuan's next sentence caused him to be alert again. But I believe that before long, we will regroup again. Because our destination this time is Bai Gu Mountain. Bai Mo Xing was nervous. Bai Gu Mountain? Why are you all coming to Bai Gu Mountain? This. Fan Yuan hesitated and didn't speak up. Bai Mo Xing snorted while a bad feeling emerged in his heart. Now that Qingmao Mountain was destroyed, what would the remains of the Guyu clan do? Obviously finding a new location and rebuild their home. Don't tell me they chose Bai Gu Mountain too? Damn it. In an instant, Bai Mo Xing's heart surged with killing intent. If his guess was correct, then Qingmao Mountain's main team was his Bai clan's enemy. But he soon contained his killing intent. He was old and was no longer as impulsive as back when he was young. When an elder handled matters, stability was their main priority. He calmed down and thought about it. Even if he killed these two immediately, it might not salvage the situation. Killing these two would not stop the remaining Qingmao Mountain inhabitants from coming. It would instead worsen the situation, creating foes even before they met. These enemies had no foundation here but were powerful. Didn't you hear what the Guyu young master said? The main team had the clan leader and several elders. The most troublesome part was these people wouldn't hesitate to fight to death if the situation became desperate. Furthermore, even if he attacked now, that girl called Ning Bing was a true rank 3 Gu master. His side would still have casualties, although they were stronger. Finally, such an important matter should not be decided by him. The clan leader was not far away, why not ask her for instructions? Bai Mo Xing decided to stabilize the situation with Fan Yuan and Bai Ning Bing first as he thought of this. He started smiling and said enthusiastically, "This is really a coincidence, Junior. Our Bai clan's main team is just nearby. We are holding an annual hunting event. As half the landlord, we invite you to come and be a guest. Please allow us to host you." This. Fan Yuan hesitated purposely. "Come, our Bai clan's grilled lamb leg is top tier." Bai Mo Xing's nephew also began to persuade, but his gaze was fixed on Bai Ning Bing. Fan Yuan touched his tummy, showing a conflicted expression, a bit of hesitation but also yearning. Bai Mo Xing's eyes shone and laughed loudly. "Junior, don't hesitate anymore, and you are not giving me face." Only then did Fan Yuan bow. "Then I shall impose upon your clan." A banquet was held inside a spacious tent. Fan Yuan and Bai Ning Bing took a seat next to each other. A few clan elders sat opposite each other, and in the head seat was the Bai clan leader. The tent's roof was opened, allowing them to see the blue sky. And in the center was a lamb being grilled, its fragrance extending throughout the entire tent. "Come, lamb leg is the most tender. Guests from afar, please have a taste," Bai clan leader said with enthusiasm. She was a middle-aged woman, and under her indication, the servants grilling the lamb cut the lamb leg and offered it to Fan Yuan. Soon after, they cut off the other leg and placed it in front of Bai Ning Bing in a silver plate. The lamb leg was still sizzling hot. Fan Yuan took a bite. He could taste the crispy, fragrant skin and the tender, juicy meat. If it had been marinated with some honey or some cumin powder, it would have been even tastier. Indeed, a delicacy, no less than the grass-skirt monkey's brains. Even Bai Ning Bing was full of praises. "Our guest's happiness is our utmost pleasure." "Ha!" Bai Mo Xing laughed. Fan Yuan ate and ate, when suddenly, his tears started flowing out. Everyone was shocked. Bai clan leader asked, "Junior Fan Zheng, why are you crying? The taste is truly divine, but thinking of the last few days where I and Ning Bing could barely survive, going through one danger after another, and thinking of our clansmen suffering in the wild without food to eat, I can't help but feel heartache. Please forgive me, Bai clan leader." Fan Yuan stood up and cupped his fist. The few clan elders glanced at each other and sighed. Bai clan leader asked, "My clan feels deep sympathy towards Guyu clan's disaster. Junior, can you tell me what in the world happened at Qingmao Mountain?" Chapter 216. Green Copper Relic Gu. The once lively Qingmao Mountain had turned into a world of ice and snow. Such a change had long attracted the attention and investigations of nearby forces. In these few months, news of Qingmao Mountain being destroyed had gradually spread far. I don't dare to recall. Every time I think of it, it feels so painful. Fan Yuan sat down, his face full of grief. "Servants, bring the wine." Seeing Fan Yuan unwilling to speak, Bai clan leader did not pursue the matter, but ordered her servants to bring 2 vats of wine. Bai Ningbing was indifferent, she never drank wine, only water. Fan Yuan opened the seal immediately, gulping and drinking a mouthful as his tears fell once again. Bai clan leader was stunned. Junior, why are you crying again? Your clan's wine is intoxicating, but it makes me recall our green bamboo wine and of those days when I drank on Qing Mao Mountain. Fan Yuan wiped his tears as he said. The clan elder's sighs became even louder, and many started consoling Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's encounter caused them to feel a sense of resonance. After all, Bai clan's spirit spring was starting to dry out, and if they couldn't find a new spirit spring, Guyu clan's sorry state would be their Bai clan's future. Bai clan leader consoled him once more. Only then did Fan Yuan stop crying. Who would not feel pain when their home is destroyed? I can understand Junior's feelings. But as long as people remain, there is hope. Junior, don't grieve. I believe that in a few days, you will be reunited with your clansmen. Bai Emoshing probed. Fan Yuan acted as if he was unaware, wiping his tears and answering casually. Yeah, it should be in a few days. Hearing this reply, Bai Emoshing and Bai clan leader glanced at each other. After the banquet, Bai clan leader called Bai Emoshing and entered a secret discussion. Clan leader, the situation is bad. Giyu village was destroyed. Why did these remaining people come to Baigu Mountain? It is likely that they want to snatch this territory. Should we strike first instead? Bai Emoshing was worried. Bai clan's female leader laughed lightly instead. Bai Emoshing was bewildered. Why is clan leader laughing? The female clan leader squinted and explained. Don't be rash, Elder Emoshing. This situation has boon and bane. As long as we operate this well, we can save much effort. Bai Emoshing started to ponder the clan leader's words deeply. That's right. Bai clan's spirit spring was running dry after so many years of usage. They needed to find a new spirit spring as soon as possible, and this time they were searching for a suitable spring on Baigu Mountain under the cover of hunting. Bai clan's main group had just arrived and could not find anything yet. But if Guyu clan's remnants were coming to Baigu Mountain, they had to know some intel. It could even be deduced that Guyu clan definitely held information on that spirit spring. Bai clan leader saw Bai Emoshing's expression change and continued. Looks like you got it. Actually, any large mountain is a gathering of primeval essence, and thus a spirit spring will be there. But to find the spirit spring's specific location, it is not easy and requires a lot of manpower and resources. There are Fang, Liao and Fan clan around our Bai clan. They are all strong clans with equal power. If the matter about our Bai clan spirit spring running dry gets out, they will take advantage of the situation and attack our weakness. Thus we decided earlier that we have to secretly find the spirit spring's location under the guise of a hunting competition. But by doing this, we are greatly restricted and have to expend even greater manpower and resources in searching for the spirit spring. Bai clan leader was full of worries, but could not express her helplessness. Bai Emoshing continued. Thus, clan leader wants to obtain information about the spirit spring from Guyu clan? That's right. Bai clan leader nodded, her eyes shining brightly. Guyu clan's leader and elders won't be easy to deal with, but with those 2 youngsters in our control? This is a godsend opportunity. Bai Emoshing frowned. But I see that those 2 are not stupid. That last is obviously one of those iron-willed stubborn type, while that young lad, although weak, was unfazed in dangerous situations, being calm at all encounters. The first time we met, even when he was surrounded by us, he did not show a hint of panic. It will not be easy if we want them to divulge information. Bai clan leader chuckled. If he did not have such composure, how would he be a clan's young master? These 2 young masters are very outstanding, but if they weren't, I would be doubting their identities. Bai Emoshing continued. Thus, you have to think twice, clan leader. If we interrogate them forcefully, they might not submit to us. With the traces they left behind, Guyu clan will be here soon. These are the type of desperate people with nothing to lose, except their lives. Bai clan leader waved her hand. That is not a worry, clan elder, I have a plan. Oh? This old one shall listen. Bai clan leader said it softly while Bai Emoshing's old eyes kept on getting brighter. After Bai clan leader finished, Bai Emoshing could not help but praise. This is a good plan. I saw that Guyu Fangjing is very attached to his clan. He even cried twice for his clan in the banquet. He is after all a youngster, clan leader. This plan that you came up with is like placing honey in front of a young bear or placing a carrot before a young rabbit. There will be no issues getting him hooked. Fan Yuan opened a corner of the tent's cover. It was night time already, but Bai Clan's temporary camp was well lit. The tents were placed perfectly in order, with iron racks and torches at every certain distance, and patrolling Gu master groups all night round. Young Master Fan Zheng, what is the matter? Fan Yuan had just opened the cover, and the 2 guards at the door immediately walked over. Fan Yuan burped out some wine. I drank a lot of wine at the banquet. Is there anywhere I can relieve myself? Young master, right this way. You are our esteemed guest. The clan leader has arranged a special spot for you, no further than 30 steps away. One of the guards immediately said. Give me a direction. I do not like anyone near me when I pee. Fan Yuan rejected. I do not dare to disobey, young master. The wooden lavatory is right there. The guard pointed towards it, bowed and left. Fan Yuan got to the wooden lavatory, and after peeing, he pretended to be drowsy and walked in an opposite direction. He was not even 20 steps out when a few patrolling Gu masters came over. Esteemed guest, that is the wrong direction. Your tent is over there. Is that so? I remembered it was there. Fan Yuan burped. Esteemed guest, this way please. Bai Clan Gu masters smiled hypocritically, with a forceful tone. Fan Yuan was brought back to the tent again. In the tent the lights were turned on. There were 2 beds on eastern and western side in the tent. Bai Ningbing was sitting on her bed and cultivating, using primeval essence to nurture her aperture. Hearing Fan Yuan enter, she opened her eyes, inquiring with her gaze. Fan Yuan glanced at her, before falling down on the bed. Ningbing, sleep early. You were exhausted these few days. Don't worry, we will join up with our clansmen in few days. His words slurred at the end, and eventually he closed his eyes, snoring, evidently falling asleep. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk. She knew Fan Yuan was acting, purposely saying that as a precaution against any surveillance-type Gu worms. He had gone out earlier to pee, but returned so early, which meant the area was tightly secured and it was impossible for them to escape quietly in dark. She couldn't help but be worried. Although she was at rank 3 peak stage, her Gu worms were not optimal, causing her battle strength to be insufficient. While in this camp, Bai Clan leader was at rank 4, and there are 5 to 6 clan elders, and a lot of rank 2 Gu masters. To be meat on somebody's chopping board. That was the current situation. Although Bai Clan was a righteous faction, people die for fortune and birds die for food. Once the benefits exceeded the risk, they would definitely commit murder in secret. Bai Ningbing knew the Gu worms in Fan Yuan's possession were all extremely rare. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Blood Skull Gu, once exposed, would definitely attract the greed of Bai Clan Gu masters. The reason they did not act yet was because Fan Yuan used the threat of the non-existent Guyu clansmen to temporarily lie to them. A few days later, when they do not see Guyu clansmen arrive, they would be suspicious. By then, Fan Yuan and her would be at a tight spot. How do I get out of this predicament? Bai Ningbing frowned, staring at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had already turned around, his back facing her, and he seemed to have really slept from the sound of his relaxed breathing. You sure take it easy. Bai Ningbing snorted, feeling anxious and helpless in her heart. The next day. It was a bright sunny day. There were 3 loud drum beats which signified the Bai Clan leader summoning the clansmen. Our Bai Clan annual hunting competition starts from today and will continue for the next 7 days. It is time for you to display your strength. According to our rules, those who get a decent ranking will be heavily rewarded. Next, feel free to display all your bravery and strength. Bai Clan leader waved her hand, and the village gates opened. The Gu masters were eager to start the competition, rushing out impatiently. Not long later they entered the forest from their respective positions, vanishing into the wilderness. The crowded camp had become more spacious and empty. Junior Fan Zheng, did you sleep well last night? Bai Clan leader turned around, asking Fan Yuan with a smile. Fan Yuan cupped his fist. Thank you, clan leader, for the hospitality. Last night I fell asleep immediately after lying down, and it was morning already when I woke up. Ha! Bai Clan leader smiled, patting Fan Yuan's shoulders, giving off a kind and affectionate feeling. Does Junior want to enter our clan's hunting competition? Let us see the valor of a Guyu clansman. Fan Yuan showed a difficult expression, rejecting. I am ashamed. Junior was heavily injured not too long ago, and my cultivation fell from rank 3. Thankfully I was saved by the clan, but now I only have rank 1 middle stage cultivation. Even without Fan Yuan mentioning it, his rank 1 aura was clear to the eyes. No worries, Junior. As our clan's esteemed guest, you will definitely be well treated. How about this? As long as Junior can hunt an adult black bear, this green copper relic goo will be your reward. Bai clan leader clapped her hand, and a goo master beside her opened his palm, as a finger-sized round ball-shaped goo emerged. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but showed an earnest expression. Then this junior shall take up the invitation. Chapter 217. Giving others a hold on oneself. Howl! In the forest, a plump black bear as large as 2 meters was standing on its 2 legs. It growled towards Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing, but the two were indifferent, causing the black bear to become furious. It landed on all fours and pounced towards the 2 youngsters. Do not be fooled by the bear's clumsy looks. Its running speed was, in fact, very fast, twice the speed of ordinary humans. Seeing the black bear nearing 50 steps from him, Fan Yuan's lips curled up into a smile as if he had achieved his target. Bam! With a loud bang, soil was sent flying. The black bear cried out pitifully. Its advancement came to a stop as if it had suffered a blow to the head. Overcome by anger due to suffering such an absurd attack, it quickly changed to another direction and rushed towards Fan Yuan once again. But after only stepping out for 10 steps, the ground exploded again. Howl! The black bear's chest was blown to a bloody mess, its eyes turned red as its rage reached a tipping point, rushing forward once again. A wild beast after all, lacking in intelligence. Fan Yuan sighed as he retreated. The black bear chased relentlessly, but there would be an explosion every few steps it took. After rushing for another few dozen steps, the black bear's body was full of injuries with none of its fur intact. It was limping as its 4 limbs were crippled. There was no longer the fearsomeness of before. Its anger had subsided, and the instinct for survival kicked in. Even though Fan Yuan was standing no further than 20 steps away, it chose to retreat. But Fan Yuan had already anticipated its retreating path, and dug a deep hole on the path, burying at least 5 charred thunder potato goo in there. Boom! With a loud explosion, the battle ended. At the same time, in the tent, wisps of smoke hovered in the air. In the smoke, images flashed, as they portrayed the process of Fan Yuan's battle in real time. Elder Mo Xing, what do you think? Bai clan leader spoke after the battle ended. Only she and Bai Mo Xing were inside the tent. If I am not wrong, this Gyu clan young master is using the charred thunder potato goo? This goo is an expendable type, absorbing energy from the ground to grow, and explodes after impacted with vibrations. Among rank 2 goo worms, it has strong attacking power, but this goo is severely weakened on Bai Goo Mountain. Bai Goo Mountain has no soil, and even the mountain rocks are made of bones. The charred thunder potato goo cannot be planted. Bai Mo Xing continued evaluating. Bai clan leader shook her head. You analyzed well, but that's not the point. Did you not notice, Fang Jing did everything by himself from burying the charred thunder potato goo to the end of the battle. He has a rank 3 bodyguard but chose to use the rank 2 charred thunder potato goo himself through a tedious process. Every time he buries a seed, he has to use primeval stones to recover his primeval essence, but he insists on doing it himself. What does that say? Bai Mo Xing's eyes shone. I understand, this Fang Jing is an upright person, not one of those who like to scheme and skive. He agreed to enter the hunting competition, thus no matter how hard it is, he will not use outside forces to cheat. Scheming and skiving characters have weak will, while upright characters are indomitable. If we want to find out the location of the spirit spring from these 2 people, the best way is to do so is indirectly, by using our wits. Hee, my confidence in last night's plans have increased again. Bai clan leader smiled. Luckily I was able to accomplish my goals. After half an incense was burned through, Fan Yuan placed a torn bear's skin in front of the Bai clan leader. In such a short time, Junior managed to kill an adult black bear, as expected of Guyu clan's young master. Bai clan leader's face showed a trace of shock, which immediately turned into a smile. Junior might as well go back to rest. The green copper relic goo will be sent over shortly. Thank you, clan leader. This Junior will take his leave. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved out of the central tent and back to their tent. Soon after, a goo master brought over the green copper relic goo. Fan Yuan took it, and immediately used it on the spot, raising his cultivation from middle to upper stage. Goo Master's small realms were easy to break through and was just a matter of efforts and time. Big realms, however, needed aptitude to break through. Relic Goo, Stone Aperture Goo along with many other Goo worms could reduce the time needed by Goo Master to raise their cultivation. As for rank 1 upper stage, it is still rank 1. This small growth could not change or affect the situation at all. At night, Bai clan leader organized a banquet again, inviting Fang and Bai. Bai clan's tradition was to hold banquets every day during the hunting competition. Large bonfire banquets were held in the open areas. As for the small banquet in the central tent, only the first few ranked participants would be invited. But because Fang and Bai had different identities, they still remained on the guest seats. Come, let me introduce to Junior, our clan's rising star. You youngsters should interact with each other. During the banquet, Bai Xing started the conversation. There were 4 youngsters in the tent, 2 males and 2 females. All were rank 3 Gu masters. One of the guys was Bai Xing's nephew, Bai Ting. He had a slim body and was ranked 3rd in today's hunting. Among the 2 girls, one was called Bai Chao Shui, who looked very careless, but was ranked 4th. The other was called Bai Lian. She had white skin and thick eyebrows which gave her a fresh aura. She was the most beautiful girl in Bai clan. The 2 girls sat opposite each other, forming a stark contrast. Bai Zhanlai greets the 2 esteemed guests. A young male Gu master took the initiative and stole the words out of Bai Xing's mouth. He was muscular and his manners contained arrogance along with strong battle intent. Looking at Fang and Bai, he first paused at Fan Yuan before showing a smile of disdain. Next his gaze was locked onto Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was like a snow fairy with her silver hair and blue eyes, surpassing Bai Lian in terms of beauty. More importantly, she was at rank 3 peak stage, attracting Bai Zhanlai's attention. He snorted. It seems that your Guyu clan has strong women and weak men? Bai Ningbing was like an ice block, showing no reaction. Fan Yuan's expression turned cold and slightly ugly. Bai clan leader interrupted. This is the #1 youth expert in our clan. Junior, don't blame him for his inconsiderate words. Of course not. Fan Yuan moved his lips, facing Bai clan leader. Brother Zhanlai is a dragon among men. I am deeply amazed. His tone was complex, and his expression was perfectly displayed, some tolerance due to being under others' roof, the helplessness of his own weak cultivation and some indignant pride of a youngster. Even Bai Ningbing was taken by surprise. Bai Zhanlai snorted, while Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He knew the Bai clan situation, but Bai clan did not know his true trump cards. The situation might seem dire for him, but he had a strong grasp on the advantage. He had information. How to make good use of this advantage, that is the key to getting out of our predicament. Green copper relic Gu is a good sign, showing that Bai clan is worried about the non-existent Guyu clan remnants. They do not want to do it by force, but instead trick and manipulate us. Is this Bai Zhanlai the next chess piece? Now that I think about it, his tone earlier was too forceful. If he really is the Bai clan's next move, there will be some problems. I might as well give my handle to them, and expose my weakness. If he allowed the Bai clan to set up traps this casually, Fan Yuan would no doubt fall into a more passive situation. Instead, he might as well give others a hold on himself, and expose some fake weaknesses, to gain some initiative. Thinking so, Fan Yuan's gaze swept through the tent, a ploy brewing in his scheming mind. He looked at Bai Lian, opposite him. After staring for a while, Bai Lian seemed to have noticed his gaze, but Fan Yuan turned his head over, seemingly observing something else. As the banquet continued, Fan Yuan took peeks at Bai Lian from time to time, but avoided eye contact with her. When the banquet was almost over, Fan Yuan peeked more often. This situation was easily noticed by the Bai clan leader, and some clan elders. The clan elders showed some amusement in their eyes. It was a common thing for youths to get infatuated. Bai Lian was the beauty of Bai clan. It was natural for her to attract the attention of Guyu clan young master. After the banquet was over, Bai Xing excitedly went to see the clan leader. Clan leader, did you see what happened during the banquet? Bai clan leader smiled. Let me plan a bit more. The night passed by silently. During the second day of the hunting competition, Bai clan leader called Fan Yuan again, telling him to hunt a earth horn rhino. Fan Yuan reenacted the same method, using the charred thunder potato Gu and blasting the earth horn rhino, bringing back its horn. Bai clan leader praised him and rewarded him with a clearing heat Gu. Clearing heat Gu was like an armored worm fossil, with a half-transparent jade rock texture. He felt the cool air passing onto him when he held it in his hand. This Gu was a rank 2 healing Gu, used to cure poison. Fan Yuan had finally fixed his greatest weakness after getting this Gu. During the campfire banquet that night. This is my son and daughter. Bai Xing, Bai Hua, stand up and toast this brother, Bai clan leader said. A pair of twins stood up, raising their cups like an adult, saying together. Bai Xing toasts you, young master. They bowed slightly with a solemn expression, showing their good upbringing. There was no hint of any childishness. Fan Yuan was slightly stunned and sized up this pair of siblings attentively. According to his previous life, these two kids would be the famous righteous twin stars. Their fame would last a long period of time. Both cultivated to rank 5 and expanded the Bai clan village to an unprecedented height. At the same time, they were the inheritors of the Bai Gu mountain inheritance, and Bai Xing even became the Bai clan leader eventually. In a clan, the clan leader position was usually inherited by the clan leader's own children. But for Guyu village, where the clan leader does not have children, they would choose an outstanding youngster from their pure bloodline descendants. People have a growing process. Bai Xing and Bai Hua might be grand heroes in the future, but now they were still too young, not even students yet. Fan Yuan retracted his gaze and concentrated on Bai Lian again. The banquet continued. During the period, Fan Yuan continued to pique on Bai Lian, as Bai Zhanlai continued to find problems, his tone haughtier than before. Bai Mo Xing's nephew Bai Mo Ting was instead peeking at Bai Ningbing. Chapter 218. Performing a great show. On the third day, Bai clan leader called for Fan Yuan again and gifted him many primeval stones in the name of hunting. During the banquet, apart from stealing glances at Bai Lian, Fan Yuan took the initiative to toast to Bai clan leader with a sincere and grateful expression. Bai clan leader didn't speak but was inwardly very satisfied. This night, Bai Lian visited Fan Yuan on her own accord. Her friend had been poisoned and clearing heat goo would be very effective on it. However, clearing heat goo was rare, thus she came to Fan Yuan to borrow it. Can't endure it anymore, huh? Fan Yuan sneered inwardly while lending the clearing heat goo without any objection. Bai Lian seemed to be very grateful for this. Fan Yuan then took the initiative to enthusiastically chat with her. The two started becoming closer, and their relation rapidly improved. The fifth day, at the banquet, Bai clan leader suddenly asked, Junior, is your Guyu clan thinking of settling down in Bai Gu mountain? Fan Yuan immediately stood up. He tried to appear composed, but couldn't conceal the panic in his eyes. Bai Gu mountain lies close to Bai village. We could say it your esteemed clan's territory. How could we dare to encroach upon it? Bai clan leader smiled inwardly. She became more certain that the Guyu clan's objective was Bai Gu mountain. However, she hypocritically said, Junior might not be fully aware of the complicated situation here. The pressure on our Bai clan is very big. It would be great if Guyu clan could stay here at Bai Gu mountain as our clan's ally. Fan Yuan promptly denied. Bai Mo Xing also persuaded. Fan Yuan seemed to be moved but he did not yield. After the banquet, Bai Lian also came over to indirectly talk about it. Fan Yuan's expression became complicated, but he still didn't admit it. This kid, his mouth is very tight. After the banquet, in the tent, Bai Mo Xing gritted his teeth and sighed. This is the demeanor of the young master of a clan. I am not surprised. We just have to raise the heat. Bai clan leader's gaze was pensive. The next day dawned. Fan Yuan was still sleeping, when he was woken up by quarreling noises from outside the tent. He walked outside the tent to take a look, only to see Bai Zhanlai aggressively pulling Bai Lian's hands. Bai Zhanlai, I told you many times to stop bothering me. Love can't be forced. Bai Lian swung off Bai Zhanlai's hand and said with an icy expression, I still have things to do, take your leave. Today's hunting competition is about to begin. What things do you have to do? Or are you going to look for that gigolo from Guyu village? Bai Zhanlai furiously roared. Say whatever you want. Young Master Fang Jing is very kind and even lent the clearing heat goo when I asked for it. If it was not for his help, could Bai Xingjing recover so quickly? Lian can you not be so simple-minded? Clearing heat goo, haha, the way I see it he is just thinking to get intimate with you. Don't tell me you didn't sense his glances? Bai Zhanlai worriedly said. Bai Lian glared. Bai Zhanlai, enough is enough. Ah, young Master Fang Jing. As the two quarreled, they saw Fan Yuan who was standing outside the tent. Fan Yuan looked a little embarrassed and his gaze showed some worry as he said to Bai Lian. So it was Lady Bai Lian. Please come in if you have something to say. You lad. Bai Zhanlai turned furious and seemed about to find trouble for Fan Yuan, but was stopped by Bai Lian halfway through. Bai Zhanlai, what do you think you are doing? Are you crazy? This is our clan's esteemed guest. What esteemed guest? He is no more than a stray dog. Bai Zhanlai spat in contempt as he pointed at Fan Yuan. Kid, if you have guts then let's have a real contest. The loser will have to stop bothering Lian. I am only a rank 1 whereas you are a rank 3 and you have the nerve to say this. Could it be the Grand Bai clan has no fairness? Fan Yuan's expression turned ugly. In this world, there has never been fairness, there are only strong and weak. You are a coward if you don't dare to compete. So it turns out the Guyu clan produces cowards, ha ha ha. Bai Zhanlai threw his head back and laughed, the sound attracting many people. What's going on? Bai Mo Xing hurried over at this moment. Bai Lian explained everything to him. Bai Mo Xing immediately criticized Bai Zhanlai. Stop fooling around, you actually dared to be rude to the esteemed guest. Bai Zhanlai raised his head. He didn't dare to take up my challenge, he is not a warrior. Since he is not a warrior, why should I be courteous to him? You! Bai Mo Xing stared in fury. Bai Lian said, anyone who accepts such challenge would be an idiot. Young Master Fan Yang's cultivation has fallen because of injuries. If he was at his peak state, you might not be his opponent. A young lady was saying such things towards Fan Yuan. If Fan Jing was really here, his heart would have been completely filled with appreciation. Fan Yuan, however, sneered, such a good performance. I will compete with you in place of young Master Fan Jing. Bai Lian continued. Bai Zhanlai gasped with rage. Why are you sticking out for him? Besides, on what basis are you representing him? He is only a gigolo, a spineless coward. I alone can win 10 of him. I won't compete with you. Kid, if you have guts then stand up. Not even saying anything, are you still a man? If you want to compete, then let's compete. Who is afraid of whom? Fan Yuan seemed to have been spurred on by the remarks, as he straightened his neck and said in an impulsive manner, Lord Elder, did you hear it? He agreed. Bai Zhanlai immediately shouted out with glee all over his face. Bai Mo Xing furrowed his brows. One should always be brave enough to receive challenges. Junior Fan Jing, we all see your bravery, but you are our clan's esteemed guest. How will we explain to Guyu clan if there are any mishaps? And your cultivations are not at the same level, so the challenge loses its fairness. Lord Elder is correct, Junior was thoughtless. Fan Yuan deliberately hesitated. Seeing Fan Yuan seemingly about to withdraw, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian quickly communicated with their gazes. Bai Zhanlai continued to speak, provoking Fan Yuan's anger and spurring him on. Bai Lian bit her lips, before walking in front of Fan Yuan. She opened her watery big eyes and spoke softly. Young Master Fan Jing, if I may be so bold to ask a favor. Oh, what request? I really wish young Master would accept this challenge and help me get rid of Bai Zhanlai's persistence. I really can't endure his harassment. Bai Lian said with eyes filled with tears. A young girl was imploring a boy like this, to drive away a nasty pursuer. Especially if this boy also had good feelings about this young girl. Tell me, which boy could refuse? Thereupon, Fan Yuan immediately patted his chest and agreed. Not to worry, Lady Bai Lian, your affairs are my affairs, I will give it my all. Fan Yuan paused before speaking with some hesitation. It is just that my cultivation is weaker than his at the moment. Just in case I lost. Please be at ease, young master, I have a plan already. Bai Lian's smile was like the blooming of a daffodil. She turned around and said to Bai Mo Xing, Lord Elder, young Master Fan Jing might have agreed to the contest, but if we really were to continue with the duel, we might injure our harmony, and it also wouldn't be fair. I have a proposal. The hunting competition is ongoing currently. How about we take this chance to divide them into 5-person group and compete with the hunting accomplishments? Yes, it is a good proposal. Bai Mo Xing felt his beard and slightly nodded. Okay, you will choose your own teams. But to be fair, the cultivation level of your teams must be proportionate. Bai Zhanlai snorted in annoyance. Yes. Bai Lian promptly bowed in happiness. After an hour, the two sides set off. On Fan Yuan's side, there were rank 3 Bai Ningbing, Bai Lian and 2 other female Gu masters with a similar age to Bai Lian, both all having rank 2 cultivation. Among them was Bai Xingjing, who was very grateful to Fan Yuan. She was the one who was poisoned and had been cured by Fan Yuan's clearing heat Gu. The group was harmonious, and although Fan Yuan had the lowest cultivation, he was the core of the group. Young master, you don't need to worry, we have already gotten detailed information on the locations of the more precious preys. You only need to follow us. Bai Xingjing was responsible for scouting, and she was quite lively. The group followed her, and sure enough, they were able to kill many unique prey. Fan Yuan didn't have to exert himself, and the whole thing felt like he was going on an excursion rather than hunting. Young Master Fan Jing, I heard others saying your Guyu clan is migrating to Baigu Mountain, is that true? Bai Xingjing seemed to have asked casually when they were returning from their rewarding hunt. Those talks are all baseless. Fan Yuan smiled. Young master, you are gentle and refined, an upright gentleman, much better than that Bai Zhanlai. Sigh, if you could stay at Baigu Mountain, then we could meet each other more often in future. Bai Xingjing continued. Fan Yuan laughed, and secretly glanced at Bai Lian, who was walking alongside him. Bai Lian seemed to be worried. Settling down and establishing the village is not an easy thing. The most important condition is to find a spirit spring. However, the primeval energy around the spirit spring is very dense, so there will definitely be beasts pack or formidable wild goo worms living near it. To establish the village, the very first exploration group will have to go through intense battles, either killing beast packs or the wild goo worms. This process will definitely be accompanied by bloodbath and sacrifices. Upon saying so, she looked at Fan Yuan. Actually, there are many bone goo living in Baigu Mountain. These bone goo have tough physique and are difficult to deal with. There are also no soil in Baigu Mountain, the ground is all made of bones and stones. It is not impossible to establish a village and survive on this mountain, but the price to pay is very high. Oh, is it so? Fan Yuan's smile contained a trace of reluctance, and his gaze seemed to reveal deep worry. Then, he pretended to act nonchalant, asking, I am quite interested in Baigu Mountain. Bai Lian, your clan could be said to be half the owner, could you tell me what dangers are on this mountain? Bai Lian smiled. Then please listen, young master. She exaggeratedly spoke while secretly activating the anxiety accumulation goo inside her aperture. This goo worked as quietly as the spring breeze and would silently influence everyone within 10 steps of it. It aggravated people's thoughts and increased their worries. Fan Yuan's smiling expression gradually faded and the worries in his eyes became more visible. Young Master Fan Jing doesn't need to worry, we will definitely win against Bai Zhanlai this time. Bai Xingjing intentionally eased Fan Yuan's worries. Fan Yuan nodded, and after replying few sentences, he appeared absent-minded. Following, he kept on asking many questions. They were all about Baigu Mountain, especially about certain areas in the back of the mountain. Bai Lian patiently answered all his questions. This scene was playing in real time in the camp. The fish has taken the bait. Bai clan leader showed a smug smile. Back of the mountain. She started looking at the map on the table. Chapter 219. Entering Baigu Mountain. After a short period of time, Bai clan leader took her gaze off the map, giving up. Baigu Mountain was huge. Even though the range was restricted to the back mountain, it was still a long way to pinpointing the exact location. That Guyu lad, he is on guard against our Bai clan and would not ask for the direction directly. It seems that to find out the location of the spirit spring, we will need to buck up. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth, evaluating. Once they obtained the location of the spirit spring, Bai clan would hold a thorough investigation. But if the spirit spring surrounding beast groups isn't a lot, and the price for killing them isn't huge, I will strike directly. After all, we have the initiative to act first. But if the surrounding wild beasts and goo worms are too many, we will provide support and reinforce Guyu clan, making them bear the brunt of the attacks, while we wait for the opportunity to reap the rewards afterwards. If we do this well, we might even absorb the remnants of Guyu clan. Thinking of the great plan, Bai clan leader laughed out. She had no idea now that the so-called Guyu remnants were just a big fat lie. In fact, Fan Yuan obtained even more valuable information from Bai Lian. The righteous inheritance was at the back mountain of Baigu Mountain. Fan Yuan did not fake the information. However, there were many bone beasts at the back mountain, and even more goo worms dominating the area. It would be tough and full of obstacles to claim the area as a clan territory. He knew from Bai Lian's words that there was some exaggeration. Relying on his 500 years of experience, he filtered the exaggerated parts, and obtained one truth: if he and Bai Ningbing worked together, to get to the inheritance ground, it would take at least half a year. The situation on Baigu Mountain was not like the woods. There were large numbers of wild beast groups, and many ferocious beasts and dangerous goo worms lurked. Many areas needed to be avoided, and some places even needed to be steered clear of. Once back at the village, it was like what Bai Xingjing said: their battle results were superior to Bai Zhanlai. After a day of circulation, this competition was widely known. The 5 walked in the campgrounds, receiving much attention. Senior Bai Lian won today. That is just Lord Bai Zhanlai being unlucky. You know, hunting relies on luck too. If you do not encounter rare prey, so what if you have strength? Those two, are they the ones from Guyu clan? Who is that girl? So beautiful. Not any less than Bai Lian's beauty. I heard this Guyu clan young master is interested in Lord Bai Lian, truly a lame toad trying to eat swan meat. According to my observations, this person's nature is flawed. Having one beside him already, yet craving another, no wonder Lord Bai Zhanlai was furious. Everyone can tell Lord Bai Zhanlai is interested in Senior Bai Lian. After all, I heard they were childhood friends. Sigh, unfortunately the feeling isn't mutual. Many whispers and secret talks were undergoing, as people lowered their heads. Fan Yuan looked like he was gloomy. Even though he won, he did not show any joy on his face. Only until at night, at the central tent, as another campfire banquet was held. The twins, Bai Xing and Bai Hua, toasted to Fan Yuan before being brought away. In the tent, many new faces emerged. Bai Lian and Bai Zhanlai's competition caused them to leave the ordinary hunting competition. Thus, the spots they used to hold were freed now, causing many youngsters in the Bai clan to step up. These two males were evidently closer to Bai Zhanlai. One stared at Fan Yuan angrily during the banquet while the other was apathetic. Junior, it has been so many days, where are your clansmen? At the banquet, Bai clan leader asked. Fan Yuan showed some worry. According to my calculations, it should be these few days. Sigh, maybe they encountered some trouble, but with their strength, there should be no problems. Bai clan leader nodded. What she was concerned with was Fan Yuan. After spending so much effort, and establishing this stage. At this point where progress was being made, and success was around the corner, she did not want the Guyu remnants to appear and thwart the entire plot. What she did not know was, her worry was unnecessary. In this world, only two Guyu remained, Fan Yuan and Fan Jing. No worries, Junior, I have sent people to scout around. I believe that not long later, you will hear news of your clansmen. After reacting, Bai clan leader consoled Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan quickly thanked her, as Bai Ningbing frowned. The situation was getting more critical. The longer they dragged, the worse it was for them. Na was still fine, using excuses to answer them. After all, in the wild, encountering unexpected troubles is normal. But after they dragged it out, Bai clan would be suspicious, and may even find out the truth behind their lies. But these days, they continued to hunt in the wild, and Bai Ningbing did not dare to do anything. She knew that there were Bai clan Gu masters invigilating the entire process, hiding at a corner. They lacked a strong movement Gu, and with the complex forest terrain, it limited their speed. In Bai Ningbing's perspective, the situation was worsening by the day. They seemed to have fallen deep into the quicksand, sinking deeper as time passed. At this rate they would be thoroughly consumed. What exactly are you planning? Bai Ningbing stared at Fan Yuan. She understood Fan Yuan. He was not the type of person to wait and die. But because of her little life experiences, she could not think of a way to break out of the situation. In this environment, she could not discuss openly with Fan Yuan either. The pressure in Bai Ningbing's heart was intensifying. Another day passed. Fan Yuan's group was narrowly beating Bai Zhanlai's group in terms of results. At the banquet, Bai clan leader called Bai Mo Xing for another secret discussion. Clan leader tapped on the table with her finger. This cannot go on. Although today during the hunting, Bai Lian continued to talk about the dangers of Baigu Mountain, I could feel Fan Jing wavering, but time waits for no one. Once the Guyu group shows up, Fan Jing would have found his pillar of support, and our efforts would have been in vain. Time is not on our side. Bai clan leader sighed, unable to hide her worry. What she did not know was, Bai Ningbing was more worried than her. Time was even more precious for Bai Ningbing and Fan Yuan. Bai Mo Xing pondered for a while. Clan leader, the way I see it, it is not realistic to expect Fan Jing to trust us in the short run and give us the location of the spirit spring. I have an idea here, but we still need to continue manipulating and intensifying his pressure. Oh? Speak. Bai Mo Xing whispered softly. Bai clan leader nodded slightly. You are right, that Fan Jing is very anxious, probably worried that his clan would suffer too much losses from fighting for the spirit spring. Doesn't he want information on the area near the spirit spring? He definitely wants it, but is wary of us. Moreover, their cultivation is weak too. Your idea seems good. Subconsciously, the female clan leader felt that this method was inappropriate, but now that they had no better plans, they could only try this. Thus, on the third day of the duel, Bai Zhanlai accidentally caught a wild swimming dragon butterfly during hunting, and the entire camp was in a commotion. Bai Lian showed a grim expression. The situation is looking bad, swimming dragon butterfly goo, rank 3 and very precious. Bai Zhanlai's score is way ahead of us, we can only take a risky move to have a chance to win. I am very clear of the forest's terrain. We can only go into Bai Goo Mountain to hunt, and kill bone beasts or capture wild bone goo. Bai Ningbing heard this, and her heart jumped. Bai Goo Mountain, isn't that the best way to break out of their predicament? Haha, to think that an opportunity would arrive like this. Although Bai Goo Mountain was dangerous, it was the best way to escape Bai Clan. Fan Yuan shook his head. This is too dangerous, Lady Bai Lian, we have limited strength, forget it. Bai Ningbing stared with wide-open eyes, wanting to strangle Fan Yuan so badly. Bai Lian laughed instead. No worries, young master. I have a plan. I have a good relationship with Bai Xing and Bai Hua. We can coax them into joining the hunt tomorrow. They have no cultivation, thus they are not considered reinforcements for us. But they have Goo masters hiding around protecting them from danger. If we enter Bai Goo Mountain and encounter danger, how can they not help? We will not take the wild beasts they kill, but only hunt our own. The beast groups are bound to have the old, sickly and weak. The wild beasts on Bai Goo Mountain are way more valuable. Fan Yuan was shocked. To think that Bai Clan is doing this, all just to prevent my suspicion. As he thought so in his heart, he said instead, Great idea! Lady Bai Lian is truly pure-hearted. I am very amazed. No, I am flattered. Bai Lian smiled shyly, but smugness flashed across her eyes. The next day, at dusk, in the central tent, Bai Clan leader stared at the rainbow smoke in the air tightly. In the smoke, an image appeared. In the image, there were 7 people. Other than Fan Yuan, Bai Lian and the 3, there were also 2 children, the Bai Clan young masters. It seems Bai Goo Mountain is very peaceful. We've moved for so long, and not encountered any trouble. In the image, Bai Xingjing spoke. Bai Clan leader snorted out of anger. To protect them, she sent out a large number of Goo masters to pave the way, not leaving behind a single elder, all protecting them in secret. The reason Fan Yuan's group was having such an easy time, and encountering sporadic wild beasts, was because they were purposely left behind by the Bai Clan Goo masters. In this 6 hours, Bai Clan had sacrificed tens of outstanding Goo masters, and even 3 elders were injured. Among them, 2 were severely injured, falling unconscious and were on the way back to camp. But this was still Bai Goo Mountain's foot. The more they ascended, the more danger lurked. Don't see how easily Fan Yuan and the others traveled. This was all due to the other Goo masters' sacrifice of life and blood. Especially Bai Goo Mountain, no one lived there, and it was a wild beast territory. To pave the way and explore, the price to pay was huge. Fan Yuan continued to ascend, and with Bai Lian's guidance, they arrived at Bai Goo Back Mountain. We have limited information. I do not know where to continue going. The sky is getting dark, maybe we should get back, Bai Lian purposely said. Since we're here, we might as well explore, Fan Yuan said instead. He looked around, trying to discern, like he was trying to find something. He started to lead them. According to his memories, he knew the inheritance ground was close by. Hey, can you at least try to pretend? Beside him, Bai Ningbing saw this and was screaming in her heart. Fan Yuan's behavior was already out of character. Bai Ningbing looked around worriedly, but what was strange was, be it Bai Lian, Bai Xingjing or the others, it seemed they could not tell anything, letting Fan Yuan search in silence. Good, this is it. It seems this place is very close to the spirit spring. In the tent, the clan leader said agitatedly. Fangjing, you are still too young. Eh? They entered the cave. Is the spirit spring inside the cave? The image flashed, showing the insides of the cave. Right when Bai Clan leader was getting confused, someone reported from the outside. Reporting to clan leader, an investigative Goo master is back, bringing a Thai clan Goo master. They have important news to report. Chapter 220. Turns out they were demonic scoundrels. Important information? Bai Clan leader frowned. What could be more important than the spirit spring? Since it's not an emergency, let them wait first, she instructed before turning her gaze back to the smoke image. The image showing the situation in the cave. Fan Yuan and the group moved deeper into the cave, till they reached the end. This cave wasn't big. Bai Clan leader was disappointed as she did not see the spirit spring. There was no way it could be in a place like this. It seems that we still need some time to find the spirit spring, Bai Clan leader muttered. She swung her sleeves and kept the smoke back in, before saying towards the outside of the tent. Call them in. The tent flap was opened. A fierce and vigorous investigative Goo master walked in and bowed. This subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. I have an important news to report. There was a trace of anxiety in his voice. You captured a Thai clan Gu master. Bai Clan Leader frowned slightly. Thai clan was a huge powerhouse which not even 10 Bai clans could match. There would be huge trouble if the matter was not handled properly. Bai Clan Leader was blaming the subordinate in her heart. This Thai clan Gu master was like a bomb. He should have killed him secretly in the woods. Bringing him back to the clan would leave behind evidence and cause complications. This subordinate had received a mission, and while investigating the directions of the Guyu remnants, I accidentally found a heavily injured Gu master. I was suspicious at first, thinking he was a Guyu clansman. But after healing him, he claimed to be a Thai clan Gu master. And he told me a shocking news. Qing Mao Mountain's 3 clans were completely wiped out. A mysterious demonic Gu master managed to escape from the disaster, and the Thai clan mobilized their Gu masters to pursue these demonic Gu masters. The investigative Gu master reported. What did you say? Bai Clan Leader was surprised. Her heart jumped, and she started frowning. At this instant, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's images flashed in her mind. Are these 2 youngsters demonic Gu masters? They didn't look like it. Especially when she thought about Fan Yuan's crying image at the banquet. How can such a person be a demonic Gu master? How can you be sure this person is a Thai clan Gu master? Bai Clan Leader asked again. This is the Thai clan token I got from his body. And his Gu worms are also Thai clan's characteristic Gu worms. The investigative Gu master said while handing over a metal token. Bai Clan Leader received the token. She felt a cold sensation from the token. It was indeed the Thai clan token, but there is also a possibility that this person killed the Thai clan Gu master and took the token as their loot. Maybe this person is trying to mislead us. He might just be the demonic Gu master the Thai clan is pursuing. Bai Clan Leader thought of a possibility. In order to live, demonic Gu masters obviously have to lie about their identity. The Bai Clan Leader had too deep of a preconceived perception. But no matter what, she would have to confirm it herself. She squinted and said, Bring that captive here. Move. Soon, the tent was opened and a Gu master was brought over. It was Tai Dao Ku. His hair was a mess and his face pale as he walked towards the Bai Clan Leader. Kneel down! The Gu master behind kicked, and this strong-willed man grunted, kneeling on the ground. But he strongly resisted and tried to remain standing. Stay still! 2 Gu masters behind him held each of his arms, forced him down. Tai Dao Ku's struggling was to no avail. He shouted. I, Tai Dao Ku, will kneel to the heavens and earth, will kneel to my parents, will kneel to the clan leader, but do not humiliate me, or I'd rather die. Oh, great acting. Bai Clan Leader's eyebrows raised, but she just sneered and interrogated. Speak, you are a demonic Gu master. How did you kill the Thai clan Gu master and obtain this token? Tai Dao Ku was stunned before spitting out some bloody phlegm. Spit. I am Tai Dao Ku of the Grand Thai clan. My name and surname will never change. Now that I've landed in your hands, do whatever you wish to me, but trying to frame me like this, isn't it too hypocritical? The phlegm did not land on Bai Clan Leader, as it hit an invisible wall in midair and fell on the ground. Bai Clan Leader's expression turned ugly. Tai Dao Ku laughed coldly. Our Thai clan is an expert in pursuing an investigation. Bai Clan, you captured me and humiliated me like this, hee. You better decimate my corpse, and pray you are not found out. If not, hee, you shall face the wrath and revenge of our entire Thai clan. Bai Clan Leader sneered. You keep claiming to be a Thai clan Gu master, but I've seen many Thai clan Gu masters. Those who are below rank 5 would move in large numbers, and are extremely spirited, and iron-willed. Not only are you traveling alone, just look at your state. You should act better if you want to pass off as a Thai clan Gu master. Tai Dao Ku's cold sneering froze. Bai Clan Leader's words triggered the most painful memory in his heart. Back when they left Qing Mao Mountain, all 9 of them were high-spirited, but now only he was left, and that too as a prisoner. Sadness. Especially when he thought about how Tai Ao Tian died, the huge regret and pity intensified his pain. Tai Ao Tian was the Thai clan's 4th young master, with superior talent and a determined nature. There were many expectations placed on him since young. He was a strong competitor for the clan leader position, and was the future hope of the Thai clan. The intellect and talent he displayed made Tai Dao Ku see the future of the Thai clan in his hands. But when that overwhelming explosion occurred, everything ended. It was too abrupt. Tai Aotian, who was in the middle of the explosion, didn't even have time to activate his defensive goo before he was blown to bits. A generation's genius, the star of the future, died in such an obscure way. Not only Tai Aotian, some others were affected as well and died in the explosion along with countless goo worms. There were only 2 people alive, both heavily injured. Tai Ku Dao was one of them. Back then he was at the back of the team, and because his skin had turned into brown skin by his goo worm, he preserved his life. Another injured person had lost half his body, and in a short while, fell into a coma, eventually dying after resuscitation failed. Tai Dao Ku cried as he buried his clansmen. He had wanted to bury them separately, but most of the corpses were in pieces. Tai Aotian was the most pathetic. Only a palm-sized piece of flesh was left of him. He carried his extreme pain and grief, and built a tomb, cutting a huge rock and moving it there as a marking. Next, he investigated the explosion's site. With his experience, he concluded it was the charred thunder potato goo. Almost 100 charred thunder potatoes, buried together. Without a doubt, this was a huge, devious, ruthless, and extremely evil trap. Who would do such a wicked thing? Who set this trap? Tai Dao Ku thought about it hard, and felt that Fang and Bai were the most suspicious. Of course, he did not know their names or the exact info, but he understood that this culprit was most likely the demonic goo master they had been chasing. Too despicable. Too vicious. Tai Dao Ku flew into a rage, his hatred as deep as the sea. Revenge, he must give revenge, and bring this demonic goo master to justice. Tai Dao Ku could no longer return to Tai Clan. He was responsible to get to the end of the 4th young master's death. Furthermore, if he returned empty-handed like this, it would be a huge disgrace to his character. He had to continue the chase. His life had suddenly turned from colorful to gray. He wanted to kill the demonic goo master of Qing Mao Mountain to vent his anger. Even if he could not, he wanted to give his all. Revenge! Revenge! He shouted. He would not stop until he killed Fang and Bai. However, reality was cruel. His injuries could not receive proper healing, and in a few days, he suffered from a high fever and terrible headache. He also encountered Beast Group's attack, and barely managed to escape through the river. But without proper supplies, he still fainted in the end. When he was awake, he found that he was saved, but became Bai Clan's captive. Thinking back, it was all a series of painful events. Tai Dao Ku kneeled in the tent with tears flowing out uncontrollably. Bai Clan leader was amazed. Tai Dao Ku did not answer her questions and just kept on giving off a determined aura. This did not look like a fake identity, like a demonic goo master who wanted to live. Is this person really from Tai Clan? Bai Clan leader started to feel something amiss, the bad feeling in her heart starting to spread. She wanted to find out more details, but Tai Dao Ku did not reply and even closed his eyes. Bai Clan leader's mind turned as she suddenly said, "Not long ago, our Bai Clan entertained 2 Guyu Clan guests. They are 2 youngsters, one claiming to be Guyu Clan's young master." Before she finished, Tai Dao Ku opened his eyes abruptly. His once dead eyes started shining with radiance. Hatred, anger, joy, all sorts of complex emotions burst forth. He wanted to get up agitatedly, but was pushed down by the 2 Gu masters behind him. He shouted, "It's them, it's definitely them. To think I met them here. 2 people, and even youngsters, humph, they must be the demonic Gu masters that escaped from Qing Mao Mountain." Tai Dao Ku did not know the situation on Bai Clan, the investigative Gu master only interrogated. There was no way he would tell him such information. Bai Clan leader quickly asked, "If you are a Tai Clan Gu master, where are your companions?" Tai Dao Ku's attitude changed completely at this point. For the sake of revenge, he answered seriously, "They're dead." "Where did they die? Where are the corpses?" Tai Dao Ku's expression changed. "I cannot tell you this. The dead shall rest in peace. Even if you suspect me, I will not allow you to dig their graves." Bai Clan leader's heart sank after hearing this. These were not words a demonic Gu master would say. "Don't tell me." An intense worry grew in Bai Clan leader's heart. She could not help but wave her sleeves, as a colorful smoke flew out and coiled around in the air, forming an image. "Your clan's young master is in our hands, all of you get out now!" In the image, Fang Yuan had already fallen through with Bai Clan. He was gripping Bai Hua and Bai Xing's throats, as he threatened. Bai Clan leader was instantly dumbstruck. After a few breaths' time, she flew into a rage, slamming the table in front of her into smithereens. She wanted to scream. Turns out they were demonic scoundrels. Chapter 221. Welcome to Baigu Mountain. Bai clan leader's face looked extremely dark. She had understood everything. At first she was hesitant, but after seeing the image in the colorful smoke, only an idiot would not understand what had happened. Bai clan leader was no idiot. In fact, she was wiser than ordinary people. In Fan Yuan's previous life, she was the one who led Bai clan on the resettlement, and set the foundation for the next generation's prosperity. Damn it! How could this happen? Those two scoundrels were actually demonic Gu masters. They are too good at acting. Clan leader, the two young masters are in their hands, what do we do? In the tent, the other Gu masters were panicking when they looked at this scene. The situation was terrible. Fan Yuan was holding the two young masters hostage, and caused everyone to be cautious in their actions. Bai clan leader forced herself to calm down. She was the birth mother of Bai Hua and Bai Xing. Her worry and anxiety far surpassed the others. However, as someone in power, she had to have her strengths. Other than her identity as a mother, she was also the clan leader. She first ordered her subordinates to release Tai Dao Ku. We were wrong about you, Tai clan's warrior. I apologize to you here. She stood up and bowed with a sincere expression. Tai Dao Ku snorted. Although he was extremely displeased, he admired Bai clan leader's resolve. After all, he was only a prisoner now. His life and death could have been decided merely at her thought. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but because his body was extremely weak, even this action was taxing on him. Come, bring the Tai clan guest to his seat. Bai clan leader instructed. Tai Dao Ku sat down, fixing his gaze at the colorful smoke. His gaze seemed to be on fire when he looked at Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing, causing others to look away. These two are the demonic Gu masters who escaped Qingmao Mountain. That explosion trap was set by them? Young Master Tai Aotian's death, the ones I am pursuing, are these two youngsters? Tai Dao Ku etched Bai and Fang's appearances and their body shapes into his mind. No, it might not be them. This could all be a misunderstanding. Tai Dao Ku thought of another possibility. He was upright, and never killed an innocent. Regardless, I have to confirm it myself. If they aren't, I will pursue the true criminals. If they are, I shall cripple these two rascals' apertures and tear them to pieces. Thinking so, he spoke. Bai clan leader, the matter at hand is to arrest these two scoundrels, as well as saving your clan's two young masters. Tai clan warrior, what do you have to advise me? Bai clan leader wanted to get some useful information from Tai Dao Ku. But she was destined to be disappointed. Tai Dao Ku shook his head, smiling bitterly. In the cave, swords were brandished. All of you, get out. Do you want me to repeat myself again? Fan Yuan threatened in a cold snicker. Fan Zheng, what are you doing? What is going on? Why are you holding the two young masters hostage? Bai Lian, Bai Xing and the others were tongue-tied. They thought he had found the spirit spring, but everything happened in a flash. Who would have thought that Fan Yuan would suddenly go crazy and kidnap the two young masters? Whoosh! 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 3 figures suddenly appeared. Fan Jing, you dare to hold our clan's young masters hostage? How dare you? Your crime is unforgivable. Release them, and we may spare you your life. Fan Jing, release them now, and come back with us. We will let you leave safely. The 3 clan elders spoke, their expression extremely ugly. They were strong, and followed this group the entire time. But the moment they sensed this change, they rushed to the scene. You guys finally decided to show yourselves? Excellent. Fan Yuan snickered. Bai Xing and Bai Hua struggled intensely in his hands. Evil scoundrel, release us! If you kill me, you will die too! The 2 children shouted with all their strength. Their faces were turning red from suffocation. These 2 children were future rank 5 Gu masters, lords of Bai clan, the righteous twin stars. But now, unfortunately, they were defenseless and were being strangled by Fan Yuan. After a while, their eyes started rolling back and their breathing slowed. Fan Jing! Don't make a mistake, release the 2 young masters. We've given you the chance. As long as you release the young masters, we will let you leave. We will definitely not pursue you. What do you want? Primeval stones, Gu worms? The 3 clan elders were anxious, and their eyes revealed a ruthless expression as if they couldn't wait to attack. Humph, weren't my earlier words clear enough? All of you get out if not. Fan Yuan laughed deviously, using his gaze to signal to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing understood, taking out the chainsaw golden centipede. She injected primeval essence into it, and the razors started rotating furiously, moving towards Bai Hua's tender arm. Let go of my sister! Lu! Let go! Bai Xing stared furiously. His breathing started getting rough as he struggled with all his strength, but Fan Yuan used just a little more strength and his words were stuck in his throat. Don't be rash! Stop, stop! At this point, more and more Gu masters entered, and everyone were screaming in anxiety. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. On the count of 3, if you are not all out of this cave, your young master's limb will be gone. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes burning with fire. They wanted nothing more than to chop Fan Yuan into pieces. Still not leaving? Fan Yuan's eyebrows rose and he moved Bai Hua closer towards the chainsaw. Ah! Everyone screamed. My God! A young female Gu masters covered her eyes. Quickly, get out of the cave! The clan elders shouted. They did not dare to gamble with their young master's lives. Everyone gradually retreated, staring at Fang and Bai on the way out. If gazes could kill a person, Fan Yuan would have been dead 1,000,000 times. If rage was like water, they would have drowned under the tsunami already. When everyone was out of the cave, Fan Yuan passed Bai Hua and Bai Sheng to Bai Ningbing, before surveying the surrounding. Bai Gu Mountain was made of bones with no rocks or soil. This cave was the same, white throughout. The cave walls even had sharp bone spikes, although these bone spikes looked the same as in other caves. In fact, if one observed properly, they would find that these bone spikes were spiral at the tip, different from others. This was the Spiral Bone Cave, also the entrance to the Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance. The entire Baigu Mountain had many caves, but this was the only cave with so many spiral bone spikes. Fan Yuan had never been here. But in his previous life he had heard many stories which were even testified by Bai Xing and Bai Hua personally. We entered the Spiral Bone Cave first, then accidentally found a bone spike that could be twisted. It was the mechanism to open the entrance. Fan Yuan thought for a while, before starting to search for that special bone spike. There were uncountable bone spikes in this cave, but in Fan Yuan's previous life, Bai Hua had revealed that back then when she and her brother had been playing in the back mountain, she saw a large bone spike in the cave, with very closely carved spiral markings. She touched it casually, and accidentally twisted it, opening the entrance. Fang Zheng, you are surrounded. There is no way to escape, come out. To be honest, we were quite kind to you. To think you returned our kindness with ingratitude. Fan Jing, I'll give you some advice, leave some leeway for yourself. If anything happens to our young masters, we will take revenge on you with all our might. The cave was not deep, the shouts of the Gu masters could be heard echoing inside. Bai Hua started to sob. Bai Xing said, Fan Jing, stop it. Release us and I will let you two leave in peace. I assure you as the young master. He was young, but was calmer than an adult facing this predicament. The brilliance of a future star was already being displayed in him. Fan Yuan paid them no heed, suddenly his eyes shone. He took a step forward before stretching his hand towards a rather conspicuous large bone spike. Next, he twisted it lightly. Creak. There was a loud sound and the bone spikes began to contract. A secret door opened from the side, revealing a squarish cave opening. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone. Bai Hua stopped crying, staring at this change in shock. Ah, there's a cave. Bai Xing shouted. Humph, keep your mouth shut. Bai Ningbing chopped on his neck, knocking him unconscious. Bai Xing had screamed on purpose to leave traces for the people outside. As expected, a commotion occurred outside. Cave? Not good, they're trying to escape. Chase. Fan Yuan growled. If anyone dares to step inside, I will kill Bai Xing first. This shout stopped the Bai clan Gu masters. Fan Yuan quickly walked into the cave. Bai Ningbing also knocked Bai Hua unconscious, carrying them on each of her hands and followed. This secret path was well lit, shining with a pure white light. It was just that there were bone spikes everywhere, stabbed into the walls like sharp spears. These bone spears were densely packed, sealing the whole tunnel. There was only a little space between them, allowing Fan Yuan to see a hall beyond them. It seems this is the reason you came to Baigu Mountain. I'll open a path for us. Bai Ningbing moved ahead, trying to use the chainsaw golden centipede, but Fan Yuan stopped her. These bone spears are extremely tough, don't be in a hurry. Fan Yuan searched around according to what Bai Hua had said in his previous life. He found the shortest spiral bone spike, and pulled it. Creak. Another sound of some mechanisms being activated. The cave behind the two sealed itself while the bone spears in the tunnel contracted back into the walls. Suddenly, the path ahead was smooth and unobstructed. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, turning and saying to Bai Ningbing, "Welcome to Baigu Mountain." Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, as she looked behind subconsciously. The cave entrance behind her had sealed itself. The Bai Clan Gu masters would need to spend quite a bit of time to pursue them, at least to open this cave entrance. Bai Ningbing's lips curled, revealing an excited smile. Everything had become interesting. This was the life that she was after. Chapter 222. White Bone Inheritance, Part 1. The secret tunnel was not long. After walking for a while, Fang and Bai arrived at a huge hall. The pure white hall was made out of bones. In the center was a huge vat. The vat was filled with milk-like white liquid that was giving off a fragrant smell. As Fan Yuan got close to it, his memories resurfaced. According to Bai Hua, this vat should be connected to a spring below it. This spring was a milk spring. The spring water tasted like milk, a clean, sweet taste. Not only was it a top-tier beverage, it was also extremely nutritious. Children grew better drinking it, and the elderly could maintain a strong, healthy body as well. Milk spring was the specialty product of Baigu Mountain. In Fan Yuan's previous life after Bai Clan relocated here, they unearthed 5 milk springs, causing it to become their specialty production, and even used it as a commercial product to attract many traders and merchants to come and make a deal. "There is a gu inside this vat," Fan Yuan said, indicating to Bai Ningbing using his gaze. Although according to his memories, there was no danger at this location, Fan Yuan was vigilant. After all, this was not something he had experienced personally, and his information was all from a third party. Things that carried risks, he'd rather let others do it. Bai Ningbing snorted, activating her defense and putting her hand into the vat. "There are so many gu inside!" Her brows raised in shock. When she pulled her hand out, her hand was full of gu worms. These gu were as large as a human finger, and were completely white. One end was round while the other was sharp, like a miniature spear. This was the bone spear gu. Although this gu is only rank 1, the whole vat is almost filled to the brim with it. Bai Ningbing was slightly excited. Bone Spear Gu was similar to Guyu Clan's Moonlight Gu in that it was the foundational Gu of the White Bone inheritance. In his previous life, after Bai Clan found this inheritance, many of the clan's Gu masters equipped this Gu, thus the Bone Spear Gu also became a characteristic of Bai Clan's Gu masters. "Look around again, there should be a rank 2 Gu inside." Fan Yuan stood at the side with a plain expression. Bai Ningbing hauled for a few more times, before finally finding a rank 2 Gu. This gu was similar to the Bone Spear Gu, but on the surface of the bone spear, there were spiral markings, Spiral Bone Spear Gu. This gu was the evolution of the Bone Spear Gu. Its attack power and penetrative force was higher than the Bone Spear Gu. In the huge vat, the Bone Spear Gu was in the majority, and only a small number were Spiral Bone Spear Gu. "This way, I finally have a standard method of attacking." Fan Yuan grabbed a Spiral Bone Spear Gu and thought. Charred Thunder Potato Gu was very unstable. It needed to be planted in the ground, and it would have been planted in vain if others do not step on it. Also, if a Gu master with poor memory planted it, and forgot the location of the potatoes, he might even injure himself by accident. Moreover, the Charred Thunder Potato Gu's use had restrictions. It must be used in soil, and the more fertile the soil the better. As for a special location like Baigu Mountain, the Charred Thunder Potato could not be used. Otherwise, Fan Yuan would not mind setting 1 or 2 more traps here. "A pity there isn't a rank 3 Gu." Bai Ningbing was slightly disappointed. She chose a Spiral Bone Spear Gu and placed it into her sleeves, planning to refine it later. She only felt curiosity towards these types of rank 2 Gu worms. They could not display the true power of a rank 3 Gu master in battles. Seeing no danger in the vat, Fan Yuan started to act. He hauled Gu worms after Gu worms out of the vat, and used the Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to instantly refine them using his primeval essence. You this. What?" Bai Ningbing was tongue-tied at this scene. In the matter of a few minutes, Fan Yuan had already refined a few dozen Gu worms, and he was still continuing. Because of the Spring Autumn Cicada, he could instantly refine them. And because of his aptitude, and the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery speed was much greater than the refining expenditure. Thus he could continue the refinement non-stop. This was a crazy sight. Fan Yuan refined over 200 Bone Spear Gu in his aperture, and over 20 Spiral Bone Spear Gu. Gu refinement was a tough barrier for Gu masters. Although Bai Ningbing had seen Fan Yuan instantly refine Gu a few times before, It had never been so visually impactful. In Fan Yuan's hand, refining goo worms was as easy as eating and drinking. No, it was simply as easy as blinking. Simply way too easy. What secret does he have? Bai Ningbing was very shocked. Fan Yuan's image became even more mysterious in her heart. But on the surface she just curled her lips and said calmly, "You got so many goo worms at once, can you afford to raise them?" Fan Yuan laughed. "Of course not. Bone spear goo, spiral bone spear goo, they all fed on milk. Thus they were kept in this vat of milk. Don't see how this milk spring is one full vat. The expenditure was huge. Only because there is a spring eye at the bottom of the vat can it sustain till now. If Fan Yuan wants to raise and feed so many goo worms, he would need to have a milk spring himself. Even though I can't feed them, I would rather bring more with me than let the Bai clan people gain them." Fan Yuan laughed, pointing to the vat. "All right, destroy the rest of the goo." The vat had way too many goo worms. Although Fan Yuan refined a lot of them, considering the limits of his rank 1 aperture, there was still a large number left behind. A moment later, Bai Ningbing looked at the floor of goo corpses with a complicated expression. She knew clearly what the value of these goo were. Destroying them was tantamount to destroying a small mountain of primeval stones. Even Bai Ningbing felt heartache. But rather than leaving them for enemies, and letting Bai clan take them and grow stronger, they might as well destroy all the goo. The two left the hall and moved along another secret tunnel, getting to the second white hall. At the center of the hall, there were 3 white bone pillars. At the tip of the pillar, it was carved into a human hand, without skin or flesh, only left with bones. In the white bone hand, they each held 1 goo. 3 pillars, 3 slumbering goo worms. Fan and Bai got closer, and saw what was carved on the pillars, explaining characteristics of the 3 goo. Ribcage shield goo, flying bone shield goo, arm bone wings goo. Bai Ningbing stared at the pillar, muttering. Very quickly, her gaze was focused on a line. 3 choose 1, satisfied at heart. Bai goo inheritance, left for future descendants. The meaning was obvious, they can only choose 1 goo, and leave the others to future inheritors. Ribcage shield goo could cause a goo master to grow 2 rows of ribcages, shielding their chest, and had great defense. It was a rank 3 goo, advantages being, other than the initial growth period, which needs a lot of primeval essence. Afterwards it can be sustained without primeval essence, something like the heavenly essence treasure lotus. After it is refined, it can be used without injecting primeval essence. Flying bone shield goo, after using, 3 flying bone shields would fly out, being small and floating around the goo master's surroundings. Arm bone wings goo would grow a pair of bone wings at the forearm area. Waving the wings would increase movement speed slightly. Most importantly, it increased attack speed. Ribcage shield goo can be used together with the carapace goo to form defenses front and back. But the carapace goo is bound to be replaced, and only the ribcage shield goo alone is not wide enough. I have the jumping grass, and do not fight close combat. The arm bone wings goo is also useless. Fan Yuan thought about it, and chose the flying bone shield goo. He smashed the bone arm, refining the flying bone shield goo and keeping it in his aperture. As for the other 2 goo, he did not touch them. This is a righteous faction inheritance. This area tested the self-control of the inheritor. If they cannot control their greed and desires, taking all 3 goo, then the future tunnels would change drastically. Although there would not be devious traps, their rewards would be much lower. Righteous inheritance is unlike demonic inheritance. Normally speaking, they are designed kindly. Goo masters having luck to encounter their opportunities would gain them. The only difference is how much. Bai Ningbing, seeing Fan Yuan not moving, also did not dare to move the pillars, afraid of special traps. The 2 moved along the secret tunnel, entering a 3rd hall. There was no more tunnels now after the hall, only 1 human skeleton in the cave in a sitting position. Before the human skeleton, there was a huge book. This book was made with bones, as long as an arm, wide as half an arm, and as thick as 8 inches. Fan Yuan indicated to Bai Ningbing to pick it up, and seeing no danger, took the book from her. This book was named Grey Bone Huge Book by the Bai clan twins in his previous life. Inside, there were many refinement recipes as well as the creator of the inheritance, Grey Bone Scholar's life experiences and why he set up this inheritance. Fan Yuan flipped the book. It was truly so. This is a genuine righteous inheritance. At the end of the book it says this corpse is the Grey Bone Scholar himself. If the future inheritor has the kindness, they might as well pay respects to it, and kowtow 3 times. Afterwards they can split the skull apart, and obtain 1 gu. That is the Grey Bone Scholar's life-bound gu. If the inheritor obtains it, they should make the world a better place and uphold justice. Fan Yuan laughed upon seeing this, handing the Grey Bone huge book to Bai Ningbing and kneeling on the ground, kowtowing 3 times respectfully. This was a true kowtow. His forehead hit the rough floor, emitting 3 loud sounds. Bai Ningbing was surprised, not expecting this side of Fan Yuan. After Fan Yuan finished, he stood up, and there was no commotion in the hall. He did not mind it, smiling lightly. In this hall, there are no more secret tunnels, but it is not the end. This place tests the inheritor's nature. If the person is kind-hearted and knows gratitude, they would kowtow. If they do 3 genuine knocks on the ground, a new tunnel would appear. But this is only one aspect. If they not only kowtow, but do not move the corpse, showing respect for the corpse of the senior, a second path would appear. In the previous life, Bai Xing and Bai Hua both kowtow, but Bai Hua was afraid of pain, not giving off a loud sound. But Bai Xing triggered the first path. Bai Xing wanted to retrieve the gu, but Bai Hua stood him, wanting to leave the senior in peace. Thus, Bai Hua triggered the second path. Fan Yuan thought about it, looking at Bai Hua and Bai Xing. They were carried by Bai Ningbing, still unconscious. Bai Ningbing also looked at them, sighing. It seems that from now on, we have to rely on these 2 to protect our lives. But I am very curious, what the life-bound gu of this Grey Bone Scholar is. Let's split the skull. Fan Yuan shook his head. This is the most exquisite part of the inheritance. Curiosity would make a person want to see the gu inside the skull, and the better they imagine it, it would be even greater than seeing the real thing. Don't be rash. Once he finished, a part of the bone wall shrunk, moving away and revealing a new tunnel. I see. Bai Ningbing seemed to have understood something, about to strike but stopped by Fan Yuan. Although this cave is correct, it is not the most valuable one. Wait a bit longer. Waiting makes time feel much slower. Especially when Fang and Bai are still being pursued by Bai clan. After waiting for 5 minutes, Bai Ningbing started to get impatient, but suddenly a new door slid open, revealing another tunnel. Haha, this is it. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, moving forward and raising his leg, smashing Grey Bone Scholar's corpse to bits. When this tunnel appeared, the corpse lost its meaning. Fan Yuan took out a gu from the skull, a rank 3 bone spike gu. Chapter 223. White Bone Inheritance, Part 2. Rumble. There was an explosion, smoke and dust filled the air before clearing up to reveal a cave. There really was a cave! No wonder they disappeared completely, they must have entered this cave. It's odd, why is there such a mechanism here? Ah, clan leader is here. Bai clan leader had arrived just in time to see the group blasting open the wall and revealing the secret tunnel. This should be an inheritance ground. Accompanying the clan leader was Tai Dao Ku, who deduced it at a glance. So it was like that, those 2 thieves' true destination was here. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth as a chilling light flashed past her eyes. Truly great acting! She had been recalling the scenes of her interaction with these 2 in these few days on her way here. The more she recalled, the angrier she got. She was actually duped by 2 youths. The majestic Bai clan leader along with a group of clansmen were all playing into 2 juniors' hands. If words of this were to spread, it would be an enormous strike towards Bai clan's reputation. Junior didn't handle it properly and couldn't protect the 2 young masters. Clan leader, I ask for punishment. Bai Lian, Bai Xingjing and others nervously knelt on the ground, asking for forgiveness. Stand up, you only did it according to my instructions. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame those 2 thieves for being too cunning. Bai clan leader's words relieved Bai Lian and the group from a great burden. You have been in contact with these 2 thieves all the time, did you really not find any flaws? Tai Dao Ku asked. The 3 girls stood up with complicated expressions. It was especially so for Bai Lian. She had been thinking she was playing Fang and Bai like toys in her palms, but to think that she was the one that was played. There were no flaws. Those 2 were too capable at pretending. Thinking back now, they were using our Bai clan. Truly cunning and devious. The 3 girls shook their heads as a reply to Tai Dao Ku. Tai Dao Ku had also learned about the general situation from Bai clan leader on the way. Of course, the matter regarding Bai clan Spirit Spring was naturally not revealed. Yes. As you say, those 2 thieves' real purpose should have been this place. Their strength is not enough to let them wander around Baigu Mountain, so they borrowed your Bai clan's strength. Tai Dao Ku analyzed from a third-person view. Bai clan's Gu masters' faces turned ugly upon hearing him. It was indeed so. In these days they had sacrificed a lot and paid a huge price to pave a way through Baigu Mountain. However, they ended up paving the way for Fang and Bai. Curse these two scoundrels! If those two thieves land in my hand, I will cut them into pieces. Clan leader, let my group take this task. I will kill those bastards and wipe away this disgrace. In an instant, the mountain cave was filled with angry uproars. Bai clan leader looked around her before slightly nodding her head. It was not that she didn't want cruelest deaths for Fang and Bai. As the mother of Bai Xing and Bai Hua, she hated not being able to be with her children at this moment. Morale was at its peak as the entire clan was motivated by anger. Bai clan leader looked towards the elder who had asked her to let him take the task. Then I order your group to pave the way through this secret tunnel. Yes. The elder accepted the command. Hold up, the bone spikes in this passage are uneven and completely sealed off. How did those two thieves enter inside? There must be some mechanism. Let me check it first. Tai Daoku raised an objection. The elder who had just accepted the command glared. It is an emergency now, the two masters are in grave danger. It's going to take forever trying to slowly look for the mechanism, bone spike goo. Fan Yuan held this goo and observed its details. This goo was about a fist-sized and was like a ball cactus, with thorns like bone spikes all over on its surface. It was also somewhat heavy. It was a rank 3 goo, a typical goo which would damage both the enemy and the user. If the enemy received 1000 damage, then the user would be inflicted with 800 damage. The reason was when a goo master used it, their skeleton would undergo changes before sharp and hard bone spikes protrude out. Before even using these bone spikes to confront the enemy, these bone spikes would first pierce through the goo master's own flesh and skin. The pain was still secondary. If there wasn't a corresponding healing goo to pair up with it, the situation would truly be messed up. The enemy might not die, but it sure would seriously injure the goo master that used it. What goo is this? Bai Ningbing curiously gazed at it. But when she heard Fan Yuan's introduction, she lost all her interest. It was not that she was afraid of pain, but rather she was already using ice muscle goo. All the flesh on her body was already permanently changed to ice muscle by the ability of ice muscle's goo. It not only gave her defense but also stopped perspiration and stopped bleeding. However, if she used this bone spike's goo, it would first remove her ice muscles, which to her was a loss instead of gain. Fan Yuan was also not too interested in this bone spike's goo. But it was after all a rank 3 goo, thus Fan Yuan refined it and stored it in his aperture for the moment. Let's go. Fan Yuan chose the hidden door which appeared in the last. Bai Ningbing was still the one to scout ahead. A downward flight of stairs was spread inside the door. This flight of stairs was long, at least about 1,000 meters. The surrounding lights gradually dimmed when they reached the latter half of the stairs, and the stairs were also getting narrower. By the time Fang and Bai reached the end of the stairs, the light had almost completely disappeared. In front of them was a tightly closed door. There were 4 words carved on the door: Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. These bones are really goddamn hard. Bai clan elder cursed out as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. 15 minutes had already passed, but they had only opened this secret tunnel by half. These uneven, densely packed bone spikes didn't look any different from the stones of Baigu Mountain. But only after attacking them would one realize how shocking hard these bones were. Bai clan leader's expression also didn't look good. The more time passed by, the more danger her children could be in. Right now, this mother felt a century had painfully passed by instead of just 15 minutes. However, as a clan leader, she had to be calm and cool even if it was only on the surface. She had to be a role model to give confidence to her clansmen. Crack! Suddenly, a light sound echoed. The mechanism had turned on, causing the remaining bone spikes to swiftly shrink back to the holes on the cave walls. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the source one after another. Tai Daoku touched his chin and analyzed to himself. This mechanism is somewhat ingenious. To open the entrance, one would need to twist the spiral bone spike. This leaves a deep impression on people, and when people come to this secret tunnel, they would often rely on this impression and try twisting the spiral bone spikes near them. Unfortunately, to shut down this mechanism would require one to pull up the spiral bone spike and not twist them. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. The elder who had accepted the command was now completely red and seemed to be very embarrassed. After the group passed through this secret tunnel, they arrived at the first hall. This is? They were stunned. All around them were dismembered corpses. These corpses were the result of Bai Ningbing killing the goo worms that were in the vat. These should be bone spear goo, And there are also spiral bone spear goo. Some elders quickly recognized these goo. This really is an inheritance ground. In all my life, this is the first time I am experiencing it, someone said excitedly. Look, there is a big vat in the middle, what could be inside it? Someone curiously pointed at the vat. However, the vat didn't have anything other than the milk spring. The Bai-clan group were disappointed and then turned furious. These thieves really don't leave room for compromise. They didn't leave behind anything. Damn it, so heartless, they destroyed so many goo worms. Many cursed out in sorrow and indignation. Even the elders felt grief at this. Let's move quickly, the earlier we catch them, the less the damage we suffer, Tai Daoku said, causing everyone's gazes to brighten. With this stimulation, the morale of the group increased even higher, wishing they could immediately appear in front of Fang and Bai. The group then arrived at the second hall and saw the 3 stone pillars. There are goo worms left, the goo master in front shouted in happiness. Please take a look, clan leader. Soon, arm bone wings and rib shield goo both appeared in the clan leader's sight. Bai clan leader glanced at them and then made her people stow them. She didn't feel any happiness. Compared to goo worms, she was more concerned for her children's safety. Did you see? Those 2 goo were rank 3 goo worms. This inheritance really makes one anticipate what's coming. Luck and misfortune comes in turn, this saying is really true. Some were deeply moved and some were in awe. Don't you find it odd? Why did they leave behind these goo? On the contrary, Tai Daoku could clearly sense something fishy as a spectator. 3 choose 1, satisfied at heart. By goo inheritance, left for future descendants. Someone soon discovered the words carved in the stone pillar. This doesn't look like a demonic path inheritance. I am afraid it is left behind by a righteous path goo master. TSK, heart is satisfied, but none of us are satisfied. Let's move quick. We need to save the 2 young masters first, it won't be late to visit it again later. The group urged each other and arrived to the 3rd hall. They saw the skeleton sitting cross-legged and an enormous bone book. Grey Bone Scholar. So this inheritance belonged to the senior. An elder opened the book and realized that this was indeed a righteous path inheritance. Bai clan leader's furrowed brows relaxed a little. This was the first good news she had heard till now. Righteous path inheritance was usually mild and wasn't treacherous like demonic path inheritance. Tai Daoku, however, was starting to frown. He increasingly felt something was wrong. The words on the stone pillar had given to an indescribable worry in him. The group picked up the smashed skull and saw a bone spike goo inside it. Following that, a part of the stone wall slid open and showed a new secret tunnel. The group entered this passage. Flesh sack secret chamber. Bai Ningbing murmured before trying to push open the door. The door was not locked at all and easily opened. Behind the door was a hidden room which was not that big, but was very grotesque. The walls in the hidden room were all made of flesh. When Fang and Bai walked inside, they felt like they had walked into the stomach of some monster. The flesh walls were warm and slightly throbbed rhythmically as if there was a heart inside them. As if sensing someone's presence, the flesh walls suddenly opened up a small crack and revealed white teeth all over it. Bai Ningbing was astonished. There seemed to be countless opened large mouths in the flesh walls. The mouths opened up with jaws clenched, revealing a set of even teeth. The phrase bearing one's fangs seemed to match this scene perfectly. Hee hee hee. Ha. Hee. These mouths let out all kinds of laughing sounds. The laughs mixed together and echoed in this narrow secret chamber. Anyone that heard it would feel their hearts palpitate. Chapter 224. White Bone Inheritance. This flesh sack secret chamber was strange. The surrounding flesh walls were filled with mouths and the mouths were open, revealing tightly clenched white teeth. Not only this, these mouths were even letting out strange laughters, making one shiver all over. Fan Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. This is the effect of flesh laughter goo. It is just like earth treasury flour, and is used to store goo worms. No need to worry too much. He had just finished saying this, when suddenly the teeth completely fell off from an open mouth, and a scarlet tongue extended from the mouth. The tongue was very long, about over a meter, and the front part was curled up. When the tongue fully extended, the tip of the tongue started straightening and revealed a book on it. This was a bone book too, except it was many times smaller than the gray bone huge book, pocket-sized, about half of an adult's palm. Fan Yuan took it, and then started looking through it. The main idea behind the contents of the book was, since the successor could reach this place, it is a proof of your pure nature, and you can now inherit my true inheritance. I have two identities, Grey Bone Scholar and Flesh Bone Master. This flesh sack secret chamber holds many goo. If the successor is fated, you can try knocking the teeth. If your luck is good and you open the teeth, you could take the goo worm hibernating inside. This is purely testing one's luck. Fan Yuan understood when he read this. Bai Hua hadn't told him about this barrier in detail, in his previous life. Fan Yuan could only test it randomly. The first to succeed, however, wasn't him, but Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing bent her forefinger and lightly knocked the teeth. These teeth were like musical instruments, and would produce some kind of clear musical tone when they were hit. She had just randomly knocked, and this mouth suddenly stopped its laughter. Its teeth completely fell off and scarlet long tongue extended out from it, revealing within it a goo. What goo is this? After looking at this goo, pleasant surprise emerged in Bai Ningbing's face before changing into an odd expression. This goo looked quite peculiar as it looked like a set of dentures. Spotless white teeth with an exceptionally neat set of upper and lower teeth, and gave off a pearl-like luster. Fan Yuan looked at it, and immediately, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. Not bad, this is the famous rank 3 healing goo, flesh bone goo. Raising the dead, flesh white bone. Bai Ningbing mumbled. Rising dead goo was accepted as the number 1 healing goo among rank 4. Even if a goo master died, as long as the time of death didn't cross 14 hours and their whole bodies were intact, one could use this goo to resurrect them. However, this goo could only be obtained by chance and not by seeking it, as it was too valuable and rare. It was also a one-time use expendable goo, with high demand but no supply. Fleshbone was a rank 3 goo, but it wasn't an expendable goo and could be used again and again. It was often used together with rising dead goo. If a goo master's corpse wasn't intact, one could first use fleshbone goo to reconstruct their flesh, and then use rising dead goo to resurrect the goo master. Throughout the history, this pairing was quite common and had benefited a lot of big shots. Among them were even rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables. This was an ideal healing goo to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had painfully searched for such a long time, and now his wish was finally being realized. He want it? You can exchange it with Yang Goo. Bai Ningbing held this goo in his hand and laughed in satisfaction. Fan Yuan sneered. You think I am stupid? Bai Ningbing's smile faded and her gaze became cold. We can come to an agreement as long as you hand over the Yang Goo. Fan Yuan, I have followed you for so long, but know that my patience has a limit. I am no longer afraid of death. At worst we will both die together. You aren't afraid of death, but do you think I am afraid? Fan Yuan sneered. He had already expected such a situation and thus wasn't surprised. Bai Ningbing took back her gaze and then carefully checked the flesh-bone goo on her hand. The corner of her lips curled up. Killing you might also be a good option. Look at yourself, you only have rank 1 cultivation, but you can actually instantly refine goo, and you also have the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Besides these, if I kill you, I can at least possess this inheritance. Just thinking about it makes my heart beat in excitement. Bai Ningbing's words were full of threat. Possess this inheritance? Haha, did you forget the Bai clan who is chasing us? They might even be walking down the flight of stairs outside right this moment. Without me, do you know where to go to next? This inheritance looks like a one-way path from the surface, but actually has many branches. I can indeed not fight you at the moment, but you are too naive to think you can seize the treasures by killing me. Do you think I will give you the opportunity to take the Yang Goo? Just try it, if you don't believe me. Fan Yuan then turned around and started knocking at the teeth again. In fact, he also didn't know where to go from here, as this secret chamber didn't have any other passages. Bai Ningbing looked at the completely defenseless back of Fan Yuan. It looked like she could kill him if she just made a slight move. But against all reason, Bai Ningbing, however, didn't dare make a move recklessly. Fan Yuan's words all struck her mind. Without Fan Yuan, how should she move next? Returning the way she came would be a death road. Bai Ningbing narrowed her eyes, and for a moment she even felt as even the Bai clan's attack under Fan Yuan's calculation, creating an external force to prevent her from killing him for the benefits. Till now, Bai Ningbing was in a puzzled state. She couldn't understand. Why would Bai clan cooperate and accompany Fan Yuan all the way here? In fact, her heart concealed deep worry ever since she was controlled by Fan Yuan. Yang Goo was with Fan Yuan. She had always been worried Fan Yuan would use this to threaten her. Although Fan Yuan said he would hand over the Yang Goo to her once his cultivation reached rank 3, what kind of person was Fan Yuan? Bai Ningbing couldn't be more clear about this. Going back on his words was a common thing to him, as natural as eating food and drinking water. She might as well go die rather than to believe in Fan Yuan. Let's take an example of something that happened just recently. That miserable Bai clan leader, wasn't she an able woman? An elite and a very wise person, but after believing in Fan Yuan, what was her current state? Fan Yuan was too good of an actor. Goosebumps covered Bai Ningbing's body when she recalled the scene of Fan Yuan's tears in the banquet. This was a genuine sly fox. He even intentionally glanced at Bai Lian repeatedly, just to lay a trap in which Bai clan was very happy to step in. She could still remember the brilliant expression on Bai Lian when Fan Yuan revolted, shocked and lifeless. What Bai Ningbing was most worried about now was Fan Yuan not handing over the Yangbu even after reaching rank 3. The possibility was too big. Now I am a rank 3 and he is still rank 1, I can still hold some initiative. But in the future when his cultivation reaches rank 3 or higher, wouldn't I just be controlled by him and become his chess piece? Bai Ningbing was holding this kind of worry in her heart, and this worry deepened even more after Fan Yuan used green copper relic goo and instantly broke through to rank 1 upper stage. Bai Ningbing was worried, but right now, there were many who were more worried than her there. Worries even reaching an extreme point. What's going on? A group of people stood outside the exit of the inheritance, and looked at their surroundings, their faces turning horribly ugly. They had moved quickly through the path, and charged through several bone halls. They were able to make some gains, but from the start to end, they didn't encounter Fang and Bai. In the end, they walked out of the secret tunnel, to the outside of the mountain. It really is like this! Tai Dao Ku suddenly exclaimed. His words immediately attracted the attention of many. Brother Tai, what do you mean? Bai clan leader immediately asked. If it was before, she would have already realized the answer with her astute senses. But now, her children were kidnapped, and as time continued to pass by, she became more disconcerted. This Baigu Mountain inheritance seems to be a one-way path, but it actually has many branches. Like this branch in my hand? He casually broke off a thin branch from a bone tree near him. The path at the start should have been the same for both us and them, thus we could see their traces on our way. But afterwards we should have walked through a branch path and they should have walked into another branch. Do you still remember the second hall? There were 3 pillars and I suspect that there was a contraption set up in the pillars. When we walked into the third hall, there was the grey-boned scholar skeleton, but there were no signs of the skeleton being moved. The crucial point should be the secret tunnel after the second hall. Tai Dao Ku hadn't finished speaking when Bai clan leader coldly shouted. Let's go back! Time continued to pass. Fan Yuan really wished time could extend by 50-60 times right now. He knew Baigu Mountain's inheritance, it could at most hoodwink someone for a while. When Bai clan Gu masters realized the truth behind the structures, he and Bai Ningbing would be in danger. But as it so happens, he didn't know how to continue from here. The secret chamber didn't have any other passages. They definitely couldn't return back the way they came. Even if the majority of Bai clan group walked through another passage, they will definitely have some people guarding the exit. Could this secret chamber already be the final area? Did Bai Hua and Bai Xing obtain all their goo worms from these mouths? That can't be. The rumors in my previous life said Bai Hua and Bai Xing arrived at a precipice after going through this inheritance site. This rumor has been publicly approved by Bai clan. Maybe the mechanism to open the passage is hidden in one of these mouths? Fan Yuan's mind moved lightning fast. They didn't have much time left. Bai Ningbing was confused. He didn't know the state they were in and only thought Fan Yuan had made some plans. However, Fan Yuan knew their situation was becoming more perilous. This door didn't have any defensive functions. Who knows whether a furious mob of Bai clan Gu masters might come crashing down the door the next moment. By then, we can only rely on Bai Hua and Bai Xing as our protective amulets. But this is not a very reliable guarantee. This world has many magical goo worms. There are many with control abilities like causing dizziness, hypnosis, paralysis, and so on. Bai clan is a powerful clan and definitely has such methods. When he thought of this, Fan Yuan couldn't help looking at Bai Hua and Bai Xing. The twin siblings were lying on the ground, still unconscious. Got it. Fan Yuan suddenly got a great idea. He decided to wake up these 2 kids. First of all, time was pressing, he needed more manpower. Second, Bai Hua and Bai Xing were the true fated owners of Baigu Mountain inheritance. What's more, they were both mortals, there was no need to worry they could cause any accidents. Executing his ideas immediately, Fan Yuan quickly walked over and kicked the twins. Chapter 225. Jade Bones, Steel Bones. Rumble. There was an explosive sound before the bone wall collapsed. A new path appeared in everyone's sights. Destroying was much easier than creating, especially when this inheritance didn't have anyone controlling it. We have news from ahead. The fifth path has been completely investigated, but the target hasn't been found. Reporting to clan leader, I entered the sixth path and found a bone hall. There was a skeleton and a huge bone book in it. Reporting, seventh path also has a hall with similar structure, with a skeleton sitting cross-legged and also a bone book. Reporting, discovered the eighth path. Search again. By clan leader's face was gloomy. There were over 7 giant bone books piled up in front of her. This design really is in accordance to people's hearts. When a Gu master finds the skeleton and the bone book, they would subconsciously have a misunderstanding by thinking they already inherited the whole inheritance. But in truth, Grey Bone Scholar has set up many similarly structured halls. The true inheritance should be hidden in one of the paths. Tai Dao Ku was deeply interested. Bai clan leader's brows furrowed even deeper. The situation had become complicated. She wasn't worried Fang and Bai would head back the way they came, since she had already arranged many people to guard the entrance. What she was worried about was Fang and Bai would escape from some paths in the inheritance. After all, she could only control the entrance, and not the countless exits. Right at this moment, a Gu master rushed over with an ecstatic expression. Found it! We found a bone hall in the eighth path. The skeleton in there has been smashed to pieces and the Gu worm in the skull has also been taken. This is definitely the path they took. Tai Dao Ku's spirits was raised. Lead the way! Bai clan leader immediately moved. After a short period, a group of people hurriedly arrived at a hall. How can there be 2 secret tunnels? An elder was surprised. Which path did those 2 demonic path thieves take? Regardless, we will just go in 2 groups. Once we reach them, we must protect the young masters no matter what. The flight of stairs that led to Flesh Sack's secret chamber stood out and attracted the attention of Bai clan leader, Tai Dao Ku and most of the elders. Flesh Sack's secret chamber? After a while, the group reached the end of the stairs. Boom! The door was smashed to smithereens, and the group flocked inside. However, there was not a soul in the secret chamber. Hee hee hee. Ha! Hee! The countless mouths on the wall produced all kinds of laughing sounds. What nonsense is this? Laughter meet Gu, especially used to store treasures. These mouths are like drawers. This mouth is open quite wide, they might have gone through here. Bai clan leader glanced around before finally, her chilly gaze stared at the only secret tunnel in this chamber. You and you will remain behind, rest of you will follow me. A while ago, in the same secret chamber, Bai Xing had just regained his consciousness when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. If you don't want to die, stand up. Shortly, he heard a ruthless voice. Towards this voice, Bai Xing had the deepest impression of it. It was precisely the owner of this voice who had cheated a whole clan and kidnapped him. Even the identity of Guyu clan's young master might be a scam. Scammer, hoodlum, demon. Despite cursing in his heart, Bai Xing still obediently crawled up. He only then found that he was in an extremely strange place. The flesh walls around him were filled with mouths and were producing cacophony of laughters which was reverberating in his ears. Flesh laughter, Gu? He blurted out as he recalled the records in the books. Little guy, you are young but are quite knowledgeable. Fan Yuan smiled. According to the rumors in his previous life, he heard this Bai clan brother and sister were innately intelligent, especially the big brother Bai Xing who had high wisdom even at young age with a memory ability that was close to photographic memory. Right now, he was able to recognize the flesh laughter Gu. It seemed the rumors were not baseless. You too! Bai Xing gritted his teeth and stared at Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing with deep hatred. Big brother! Bai Hua had also been kicked awake by Fan Yuan. She ran to Bai Xing's side while sobbing. Bai Xing promptly protected his sister behind him. What a great sibling relationship! Bai Ningbing chuckled. You malevolent woman! You grew up so beautiful, but your heart is as poisonous as a scorpion! Bai Xing fearlessly scolded. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face immediately disappeared. Bai Xing's words deeply stabbed her. Woman, beautiful, she didn't want to hear these words even a little bit. Slap, slap, slap. She walked forward and grabbed Bai Xing before slapping him thrice. She possessed the strength of a crocodile, and although she restrained majority of her strength, after she finished with her slaps, Bai Xing's 2 cheeks turned red and swollen. "Venomous woman, evil woman, kill me if you have guts!" However, Bai Xing still continued to curse. Slap, slap, slap. Bai Ningbing gave him another 3 slaps. "Sob, sob, let my big brother go, please release my big brother." Bai Hua grasped Bai Ningbing's leg and implored, crying, "Sister, don't beg her." Bai Xing spoke with difficulty. Fan Yuan sighed. He then walked forward and grabbed Bai Hua's collar. The little girl cried out in panic when she was lifted by Fan Yuan. Bai Xing could not longer act unyielding as he anxiously shouted, "Evil thief, let go of my sister!" Fan Yuan extended another hand and tightly pinched Bai Hua's cheek, before saying in an unhurried tone, "So noisy, if you make any more noise, do you believe that I will cut off both of your tongues? Yes, how about I start by cutting off this little girl's tongue first?" A slight smile raised the corners of his lips, cold light flashed in his eyes as he released his killing intent. Bai Hua was so scared she didn't dare to weep anymore, tears floated in her eyes. Bai Xing wanted to open his mouth to talk back, but his heart immediately palpitated with a glance from Fan Yuan, and he shut his mouth. "This is good. Obediently cooperate with me and maybe I will let you live." Fan Yuan was still smiling. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched. However, Fan Yuan immediately added on, "I am saying the truth. I don't dare to make an enemy of your mother. Capturing you was also to ensure our safety. If you obey us, we will let you go. Of course, if you don't cooperate, haha, I don't mind cutting off your tongues or few of your fingers to play with." "Then what do you want us to do?" Bai Xing took a deep breath. He wasn't afraid of the cold Bai Ningbing, but was afraid of the smiling Fan Yuan. "Do you see these mouths in the walls?" Fan Yuan's smile turned even bigger. He explained the details and let these brother and sister go about knocking the teeth. Barely a moment had passed when Bai Hua cried out in fear. In front of her, a mouth opened up, its scarlet tongue extended and revealed a quail egg-sized bone ball. The ball was covered with black and white stripes, making Fan Yuan associate with an animal from Earth, zebra. Fan Yuan quickly walked over and took this goo, his countenance changing in pleasant surprise. If he wasn't wrong, this was a movement-type goo, footless bird. This goo could only be used once, but its body was big, and it could fly thousands of miles. This really was like receiving a pillow when one was sleepy. Fan Yuan had just been worried about how to escape, and to think Bai Hua would present him with a footless bird. However, this pleasant surprise was just the beginning. After a while, Bai Xing also achieved success. He knocked and opened a mouth. A bone was revealed on its tongue. The 2 ends of this bone was smooth and round, the middle part was long and slender, and there was a greenish glow to the bone like a green jade stone. Jade bone goo. Fan Yuan held it, before immediately refining and putting it into his aperture. This time, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to be envious. Jade bone goo could remodel the goo master's skeleton into that of a jade-like quality, making the bones harder and more supple. This effect was permanent like black and white boar goo or the crocodile strength goo. Even more important thing was jade bone goo could be matched with ice muscle goo to produce excellent effect. Bai Ningbing already had ice muscle. If she also possessed jade bones, she would have ice muscles and jade bones. The 2 effects would mutually complement each other, producing a much better result. However, this jade bone goo was a one-time use expendable goo. It also had a shortcoming. The goo master would suffer from extremely intense pain when using it. A lot of goo masters with weak willpower have died from the pain of using the jade bone goo. "Do you want it? You can exchange it with meat bone goo." Fan Yuan smiled. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted and turned around without replying, increasing her efforts in knocking the teeth. But this action was purely relying on one's luck. There were 10 pairs of teeth in a mouth, and one needed to at least knock 5 teeth in correct order for the teeth to fall off. Bai Ningbing hadn't succeeded apart from his first try. As for Fan Yuan, he was even more miserable. However, after some time, Bai Hua and Bai Xing again gave pleasant surprises. Bai Hua knocked down another set of teeth, providing Fan Yuan with an iron bone goo. And the mouth Bai Xing knocked gradually opened wide, changing into a new secret tunnel. Such luck of the brother and sister made Bai Ningbing inwardly gasp in surprise. She didn't know this pair of brother and sister was the true fated owner of this inheritance. Fate was a type of otherworldly, magical, mystical strength. Especially in this world, there were some rare goo worms that contained the fragments of the law of fate, giving some lucky goo masters a grasp of some powers of the fate. Since the new secret tunnel had appeared, Fan Yuan didn't think of staying any longer. Bai clan goo masters could arrive at any time, and the remaining goo worms were in the mouths which were locked firmly, and were very difficult to destroy. They could only be left behind for them. Fan Yuan again knocked Bai Xing and Bai Hua unconscious, carrying them in each of his hands as he followed behind Bai Ningbing into the giant mouth. The two came upon a hall as they walked through this secret tunnel. This was the widest bone hall they had come across. Just from the area alone, it was over 2 square kilometers. In the center of the hall was a bone pyramid. The peak was flattened into a platform with 2 flights of stairs leading to it. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other. There were nothing else other than this bone pyramid. After checking their surroundings and noticing no dangers, the two walked to the platform on the peak of the pyramid. There was a sculpture of a skull of a giant ferocious beast on the platform. It was taller than half a man and looked like a lion or a tiger, with tightly closed fangs. Chapter 226. Bone-Flesh Unity. Looks like the sculpture of either a lion or a tiger skull. Isn't this the rumored mechanism which needs 2 people to cooperate? A thought flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. There are words carved in this sculpture's fangs. Bai Ningbing made a new discovery. She then began to read the carvings in a low voice. Gemini with 1 mind, 3 spirits unite. Fated or not, do not be forceful. What does this mean? This is the code to opening the mechanism in this place. Gemini means 2 people should work together to open the mechanism. 3 souls indicate a person's mind, palm and eye. Fan Yuan recalled from his memories. Among the 4 limbs of a human, palm was most nimble. Among the 5 organs, the quickest was the eyes, and human's mind could think as fast as a lightning spark. Hence, they were called 3 spirits. Come, put your palm on the pupils of the sculpture. There was a translucent, pure red gem in the eyes of the skull sculpture. The red stone was as big as large porcelain bowls, and it clearly reflected the figures of Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. However, there was no change at all even after putting their palms on the red gem pupils for a long time. Haha, your words make sense, but it turned out to be wrong. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any chance to snide at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression turned dark. Bai Hua had recounted and described about this mechanism according to his previous life's memories. Logically, this should be the correct procedure, but why was there no change? 1-minded Gemini, 3 souls united. Fan Yuan muttered. 3 souls united has been achieved, but 1 mind, 1 mind. A bright light slowly appeared in his eyes as he continued his thoughts. Is it saying the 2 people to open this mechanism must be of 1 mind and 1 heart? If it is so, even if he and Bai Ningbing were working together, they were only forced by the situation and were actually divided in hearts, with each having their own plans. No wonder they couldn't achieve the 1 mind. When he thought of this, Fan Yuan couldn't help looking at Bai Xing and Bai Hua again. As a result, this pair of brother and sister was again kicked awake by Fan Yuan. Evil thieves, what do you want? Bai Xing angrily shouted after having woken. Bai Hua, however, didn't cry anymore. Her 2 big eyes were closely gazing at Fang and Bai with deep hatred. Fan Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain to them. He directly grabbed the palms of the 2 and placed them separately on the pair of red gem pupils. They were truly the inheritors decided by the fate. The moment these 2 small hands touched the red gem, it let out a bright light. Crack, crack. The skull slowly opened its mouth and revealed a large pile of coal stones and dry woods. In the center of the black coal stones was a simple-looking pottery container and a scroll lied on it. What is this? Fan Yuan casually threw the twins onto the ground, then picked up and read the scroll before coming to an understanding. It turns out the owner of this inheritance, Grey-Boned Scholar, didn't have a high aptitude, thus he was distressed about his cultivation throughout his life. All his life, he put all his efforts into researching a type of goo that could help a goo master to quickly cultivate. There were already plenty of cultivation-assisting goo worms, the most typical being the liquor worm. However, these goo worms were mostly very rare and would be very difficult to popularize. Grey-Boned Scholar's aspiration was big. He wanted to research and refine an excellent goo worm that could be widely used. However, even when his lifespan was at its end, even after countless failures, he wasn't able to achieve success. At the final juncture of his life, maybe heaven took pity on him. When he was setting up the White Bone Mountain inheritance, he suddenly had an extremely ingenious enlightenment. What was the main method to quickly raise a goo master's cultivation without the help of the specific goo worms? It was to let an elder impart his primeval essence. Previously at Qingmao Mountain, Gu Yuqi Qing had received such help, receiving the refined primeval essence from his grandfather Gu Yuqi Lian. However, this move had a big disadvantage. It was the mixture of different primeval essence. Relying on an elder's higher-ranked primeval essence to wash and refine the aperture walls would leave behind his aura in the aperture, causing a goo master's future development to be greatly restricted. Unless one used cleansing water goo to cleanse the mixed aura. However, cleansing water goo was also a rare goo and ordinary goo masters would find it difficult to obtain it. Even elder-level characters would have to rely on luck or pay a tremendous price. Thus, imparting method also couldn't be widespread. Hence, Greybone's scholar thought of a wonderful concept. If there was a goo which could refine others' primeval essence into the goo master's primeval essence, wouldn't that mean there would be no mixed aura after imparting? He began making series of attempts, and after removing most of the possibilities, he made a plan which had the highest probability of success. The name of this experiment was Bone-Flesh Unity Goo. This was what was written in the scroll. To refine this goo, 2 goo masters must work together. And these 2 goo masters must have blood relation, parents and children or twins. Relying on the connection of the blood lineage could one transform the primeval essence. However, Greybone's scholar didn't have enough time to put this concept into practice. After having made most of the preparations, he could only helplessly stop at the final juncture. Although he had 2 nicknames, he, however, was only one person. What he lacked were 2 goo masters who fulfilled the criterias. The final content on the scroll clearly revealed Greybone's scholar's endless regret. He did not have enough time to redo the preparations, and could only leave behind this blueprint. If someone fated was to arrive to this point, and could open the mechanism and see this scroll, that would mean the goo masters who met the conditions had appeared. There is no harm in trying it, no matter what the result, please convey it to my gravestone. These words in the scroll contained a lifetime of obsession of Greybone's scholar. It turned out this pyramid Fan Yuan was stepping on was the tomb of Greybone's scholar. There was no need to try though. Fan Yuan already knew the idea of bone-flesh unity goo was a success. Because in his previous life, Bai Xing and Bai Hua, relying on this dual cultivation, had become the twin stars of righteous path, pushing the might of Bai clan towards the peak with their rank 5 cultivation. However, it was quite troublesome for Fan Yuan now. He had originally thought bone-flesh unity goo was a finished product. But in fact, it had still not been refined into existence yet, and couldn't even be considered half-finished. Moreover, he and Bai Ningbing didn't fulfill the conditions to refine this bone-flesh unity goo. Unless Guyu Fangjing had been here. Even then, refining this bone-flesh unity goo might not end up good. According to the description on the scroll, bone-flesh unity goo was a series of goo and didn't refer to just one type of goo. And the deeper the feelings between the 2 goo masters refining this goo, the better the quality of the refined bone-flesh unity goo. Looking at the relation between Fang Yuan and Fang Jing, the refined bone-flesh unity goo would absolutely not be perfect. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this bone-flesh unity goo had of course been refined by Bai Xing and Bai Hua. However, the time was now many years in advance, although the 2 had deep feelings, but they were yet to become goo masters and thus couldn't fulfill the criteria. Bone-flesh unity goo was the most important target of Fang Yuan in this inheritance. The materials and the forge were already well prepared by Greybone's scholar. The only thing lacking was the final step, refinement. Give up? Fang Yuan, of course, wasn't willing to. Then again, to refine it, let's not speak of the refinement conditions not being met, there was still a group of powerful experts chasing them. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. He and Bai Ningbing only met half the criteria, but Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, however, met the other half. Maybe there was a hope for success if the 4 worked together. Come, help out! Fan Yuan began to ignite the dry woods in the skull sculpture. The fire instantly soared and burned furiously. You plan to forcibly refine it? Bai Ningbing was shocked. This can't be a sensible option. Although she said so, she still made her move and put her palm on the red gem pupil, pouring her primeval essence into it. The blazing fire suddenly changed color, from orange to eerie blue. The pottery container was roasted by the fire. The several hibernating goo worms woke up from the heat and began to crazily struggle. The pottery container shook constantly, but there was no damage to it. The refining steps wasn't complicated. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing alternatively poured their primeval essence. Soon, they reached the final critical juncture. This step needed fresh flesh from the 2 goo masters, which would be thrown into the fire to be purified. The scroll clearly stated that the more flesh was thrown into the fire, the better the effects would be. Fortunately, we have flesh bone goo. Cutting off few pieces of flesh wouldn't be any problem. Bai Ningbing was just about to take action when she was stopped by Fang Yuan. Slow down, I have a better idea. Bai Ningbing followed Fang Yuan's line of sight to Bai Xing and Bai Hua, the twins. You actually want to tamper with the Modify at this juncture? A disturbed gaze flashed in Bai Ningbing's eyes as she realized Fang Yuan's intention. What do you want? Bai Xing protected his sister behind him, as all of a sudden, he felt a calamity looming over them, causing him to feel anxious and panicky. Being meat or fish on another's chopping board, when Fang and Bai were refining the goo worms, they knew they couldn't run away, thus they had been obediently staying to the side, waiting for their clansmen to come to rescue. However now, Bai Xing felt tremendous regret. You should feel honored that your sacrifices will bring into existence an entirely new type of goo worm. Even Senior Grey Bone would feel happy if he knew in the netherworld, right? Fang Yuan gave an evil grin as he pressed on towards the pair of brother and sister. Sister, run away! Bai Xing shouted before charging towards Fang Yuan and grasping his leg. Big brother! Tears spilled out from Bai Hua's eyes, and just when she was hesitating, Fang Yuan had already knocked Bai Xing unconscious. Seeing Fang Yuan coming closer to her, an enormous fear was spreading at the little girl's heart. She turned around and ran, but how could she be faster than Fang Yuan? She was quickly caught by Fang Yuan, her heart sank down, and she futilely struggled and wailed. Mother, where are you? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he knocked her unconscious too. It was all done efficiently. He removed all the clothes from this pair of brother and sister, then carrying one on each hand, he threw them into the fire. The moment they were thrown into the fire, they immediately woke up due to the heat. Severe pain attacked them as they tried to madly flee. The two jumped out from the fire with their limbs crazily moving about as they desperately struggled. Fang Yuan coldly snorted, before kicking them back into the fire. The scroll stated that it required fresh flesh, thus Fang Yuan didn't want to kick them to death. As such, after he kicked them, they again ran out before he kicked them back in again. This continued over and over, until Bai Xing and Bai Hua were finally burned to death. Their bodies resembled candles as they slowly melted. The fire turned from eerie blue to scarlet blood color. However, the fire transformation slowed down and didn't change to reddish purple. The scroll had stated, the color of the fire had to change into reddish purple for this step to be considered a success. What to do? Bai Ningbing's brows were furrowed. The goo masters would also receive backlash if the goo refinement failed. Fang Yuan's mind worked at turbo speed. Bai Xing and Bai Hua were the fated inheritors. Why did it fail? It seems because there was a discrepancy because they were not goo masters. If so, we need to try again. Fang Yuan didn't hesitate as he activated Tusita flower to spit out a sharp blade. He stretched his forearm and slashed. Blood started flowing rapidly, and he threw his own flesh into the fire which was now blazing higher than a man's height. Your turn. After doing this, he threw the sharp blade to Bai Ningbing. You sure it will work? Bai Ningbing hesitated for a while before she similarly used the blade to slash at her forearm. However, because of her ice muscles, the blade seemed to be cutting into ice. With no other choice, Bai Ningbing called out Chainsaw Golden Centipede and sawed a piece of flesh. When her flesh landed into the fire immediately turned reddish purple. Good, success or failure depends on this. We need to pour our primeval essence together. Fang Yuan was overjoyed at this scene. The two poured their primeval essence into the red gem pupils at the same time. The mechanism started slowly closing up, like a bone beast swallowing the blazing flames. 2 rows of fangs came together, and the jaws closed securely. The flame continued burning from inside, roasting the skull into a shade of scarlet. Bang! The pottery container seemed to have exploded. The whole skull shook. Only after hearing this sound, Fang and Bai let go of their hands. Fang Yuan closely stared at the movement, while extending his hand towards Bai Ningbing. He didn't say anything, but Bai Ningbing already knew what Fang Yuan wanted. She snorted, but thinking about the situation, she had no choice other than to give the flesh-bone goo to Fang Yuan. She didn't have the ability to instantly refine goo worms, but Fang Yuan could. Flesh-bone goo didn't resist even a bit under the aura of spring-autumn cicada and was instantly refined. However, although Fang Yuan refined it, he couldn't use it due to his low cultivation. Thus, he again handed it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing received it and immediately activated it. An orange glow covered the wound on her forearm and almost instantly, skin and flesh grew out and her injury was completely healed. However, Bai Bai Ningbing's rank 3 peak stage primeval essence was also instantly down by 20%. The disadvantage of flesh-bone goo was it required instant consumption of a great amount of primeval essence. If it were Fan Yuan's green copper primeval essence, he wouldn't be able to activate it even if his primeval sea completely dried up. Following, Bai Ningbing healed Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's face was pale, he didn't have ice muscles to stop his bleeding in a short period, thus he had lost a lot of blood. The injuries on their forearms had healed, but the pain was still as intense as before and their hearts trembled from the pain, even feeling dizzy. But the two had iron willpower. Despite such pain, their expressions didn't change as they forcibly withstood the intense pain. In a flash, the skulls slowly opened up. The fire had already disappeared. There were neither any traces of the pottery container, nor the corpses of Bai Xing and Bai Hua left. 2 goo worms appeared in Fan Yuan's sight. One was green and another red. They were tied together like 2 jade bracelets, and quietly let out warm luster as they hovered in the air. This is the bone-flesh unity goo? Without taking the time to carefully investigate, Fan Yuan took it and instantly refined it, storing it into his aperture. Let's go! He flew down the platform and rushed into the new secret tunnel that had appeared at the end of the hall. Only a short moment after, Bai Clan goo masters arrived at this hall. Someone refined a goo here! The remaining aura in the air made the elders' expressions change. Look, there are clothes of the 2 young masters. Soon, they found children's clothing that had been torn by Fan Yuan on the high platform. Seeing this, an intensely bad feeling struck Bai Clan leader's heart, almost causing her to black out. She didn't dare to even make the connection. Chase them! They can't have gone far, my children are definitely with them! Bai Clan leader shouted, her 2 eyes had become bloodshot. Chapter 227. Footless bird, spread your wings and fly. Sprinting. The secret tunnel seemed to continue on forever. But any long journey eventually came to an end. After the first glimmer of light, Fang and Bai's vision gradually expanded. The exit! Bai Ningbing shouted. According to the info from my previous life, this secret tunnel should lead to a cliff on Baigu Mountain. Fan Yuan did not speak, his thoughts rumbled in his mind. He should thank the 2 dead siblings, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. Their information attracted Fan Yuan here. And because of their sacrifice, Fan Yuan managed to obtain the coveted flesh-bone unity goo. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from behind. We've finally caught up! We found those 2 bastards! Where are you going? Bai Clan goo masters rushed up imposingly, seething with killing intent. Bai Clan leader was ahead of them all, with the elders behind her. The narrow tunnel turned the Bai Clan group into a long queue. Blitz goo! Suddenly, a clan elder accelerated, his body moving like a cannon, catching up to Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing! Fan Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, swinging her hand behind her. Blood moon goo! With a crisp sound, a blood blade flew out, hitting the elder and slowing his movement. But immediately, all kinds of lights exploded in the tunnel as large numbers of attacks came towards Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing, take this! Fan Yuan shouted, lending the canopy goo to her again. Bai Ningbing activated the canopy goo, iron spike thorns goo, as well as the defense of the ice muscles, all 3 together to resist the attacks. Bai Clan, don't you want to know the location of your 2 young masters? Fan Yuan shouted loudly. As the Bai Clan goo masters remembered Bai Xing and Bai Hua were in Fang and Bai's hands, they stopped their attacks. Speak, what did you do to our clan's young masters? If anything happens to them, you will pay dearly. Return my children! Bai Clan leader flew into a rage. She pointed forward with her finger, and a cold light shot out. Frost fish goo. This goo was only the size of a dart and looked like a fish. It drew an arc in the air as it shot forward, homing down towards Fang and Bai. Fan Yuan snorted. He didn't dodge and just let the frost fish goo hit him. Suddenly cold air enveloped his body, and his speed drastically fell. Stealth scales goo. With a thought, there were ripples undulating around his body and making him invisible. Don't think so! A clan elder suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards Fan Yuan. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the stealth scales goo that was hiding in Fan Yuan's aperture suddenly broke into pieces and perished. Fan Yuan's heart sank, activating the jumping grass immediately. There was a numbing sensation on his feet as green grass that looked like springs grew out of his flesh and skin. Fan Yuan used the elasticity of the green grass, and jumped forward, his speed increasing drastically. I'll take my leave first, remember to jump. He left behind this weird sentence. What? Bai Ningbing was confused, but then heard the wind blowing behind her. Her heart jumped when she turned around to look. It was the Bai clan leader, her eyes dyed red, looking like an agitated lioness. Her furious aura made even Bai Ningbing's heart shudder. After all, she was a rank 4 Gu master. Bang! Bai clan leader punched directly. The huge force shattered the canopy Gu's white armor immediately. Bai Ningbing threw up a mouthful of blood as she summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede turned into a golden light and coiled around the Bai clan leader. Using this opportunity, Bai Ningbing sprinted and arrived at the exit. It was a cliff. At this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly understood what Fan Yuan meant. He wanted her to jump off a cliff. You cannot escape! Bai clan leader shouted from behind. As for the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, it had been torn to pieces using brute strength. Bai Ningbing was struggling. At this height, it was a guaranteed death if she jumped down. But in this circumstance, she had no other choice. She gritted her teeth and jumped. She really jumped! She's dead meat! Some Bai clan Gu masters exclaimed, stopping before the cliff. Bai clan leader looked down and saw Bai Ningbing rapidly falling down. Her veins popped on her forehead as she growled. I want to see them if they are alive, and their corpses if they are dead. I will definitely catch them. Wind roared in Bai Ningbing's ears as she continued to fall. She had never thought there would be a day where she would be forced to jump off a cliff. I'm going to die like this. Although this is exhilarating, I am not satisfied. As death approached, Bai Ningbing's heart was in turmoil. I have not obtained the Yanggu, what a tragedy to die as a female. But once I reach the ground, I will definitely be a pile of smashed meat and no one will be able to tell my gender anyway. Bai Ningbing was not sure why she was having such a strange thought right before death. At this time, the turbulence around her increased, as she heard a voice. Bai Ningbing! Bai Ningbing turned around. How could it be anyone else but Fan Yuan? At this time, Fan Yuan was descending as well, but he was stepping on a white-boned bird below his feet. Footless bird. This bird had no flesh or blood, its body made of bones. It had an eagle's head, crane's body, swallow's tail and 2 pairs of wings, but no legs. Fan Yuan's body was covered in blood and filth. It was evident that he had sustained many injuries back in the secret tunnel earlier. Grab my hand. He squatted on the bird's back, reaching out his hand. Clap. With a clap, 2 hands grasped each other tightly. Fan Yuan exerted more strength and pulled Bai Ningbing onto the back of the bird. However, at this time, there was a rock less than 300 meters below them, as the footless bird descended towards the rock like a shooting star. Careful, we're gonna crash! Bai Ningbing shouted, her heart almost jumping out of her body. The mountain rock increased in size rapidly in her vision. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, shouting ferociously. How can my demonic path falter in this tiny little Baigu mountain? Rise for me! Rise, rise, rise! His shout echoed in the valley. Under his manipulation, the footless bird flapped its wings furiously, using all its strength to slow the descent. Cracks started appearing on its 4 bone wings. Fan Yuan's primeval essence in his aperture reduced rapidly, but with the heavenly essence treasure lotus sending out large amounts of primeval essence, Fan Yuan's primeval sea rose and lowered continuously. A group of bone beasts relaxing near the mountain rocks felt the commotion, and raised their heads before immediately sprinting in a run. A gray-back ostrich was so scared it dug its sharp head into the white-bone mountain rocks, raising its butt high in the sky. Ostriches were like this. When they were scared, they liked to feel false assurance. Moments away from crashing, Bai Ningbing forgot to breathe and Fan Yuan looked on with furious eyes. Under the intense wind pressure, the white-bone trees on this mountain rock collapsed. But eventually the footless bird flew past the ostrich's butt.